Lingyue, a young woman with a burgeoning reputation in the realm of detective work, possesses an extraordinary ability for observation and logical reasoning. Each of her deductions unfolds like a meticulously orchestrated chess game, adroitly weaving together every clue to strike at the heart of the case. Yet, an anonymous invitation letter has ensnared her in a web of profound perplexity. As night envelopes the city like a dense ink, Lingyue finds herself alone in her dimly lit, cluttered apartment, surrounded by stacks of aged case files. The air is thick with the bitter aroma of coffee and the musty scent of old paper. Her slender fingers rhythmically tap against the table, her gaze fixed intently on the mysterious letter she has just received. The letter, crafted from thick parchment, emanates an aura of antiquity and enigma. The handwriting on the envelope is bold and vigorous, yet possesses an unsettling quality, with her name inscribed prominently at its center. With deliberate care, she tears open the envelope and extracts a sheet of the same material, upon which are inscribed only a few terse lines. Tomorrow evening at 8, the abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Unravel the mystery, the truth awaits you. There is no signature, no extraneous explanation, just this brief message, quickening her pulse with anticipation. An abandoned factory on the outskirts? What sort of mystery could it hold? Lingyue murmurs softly, her eyes gleaming with excitement and eagerness. For her, unraveling enigmas is akin to embarking on a thrilling adventure, with each unknown challenge igniting her fervor. The following evening, Lingyue arrives punctually at the abandoned factory. The heavy doors creak slightly ajar, emitting a sound reminiscent of the passage of time. She cautiously steps inside, the dim light rendering her surroundings nearly indistinguishable. Activating her flashlight, she casts a feeble beam that flickers through the darkness, illuminating the dilapidated machinery and mountains of debris that surround her. Is anyone there? Her voice echoes through the cavernous space, but silence is her only response. Frowning slightly, she advances further, only to notice a peculiar set of footprints on the ground ahead. The prints are substantial, likely belonging to a tall man, and their erratic spacing suggests a hasty departure. Following the trail of footprints, she arrives at a decrepit warehouse. The door stands firmly shut, but with a determined push, it creaks open, releasing a sharp, acrid scent that assaults her senses. Covering her mouth and nose, she steps inside to find the space cluttered with an array of chemical reagents and experimental apparatus. This appears to be a clandestine laboratory. Lingyue muses inwardly, her keen eye scanning the surroundings for any useful clues. Suddenly, she spots a tattered diary atop a table, its pages yellowed with age, indicating long-term preservation. As she flips through the diary, the barely legible handwriting reveals a narrative rife with scribbles and erasures. Struggling to decipher the contents, she learns that its author has been conducting a horrifying experiment aimed at creating a drug capable of controlling human thought. The implications of such a substance falling into nefarious hands are dire. A chill courses through her as she realizes that the mystery is far more intricate than she had anticipated. Just then, she hears faint footsteps approaching from the far end of the warehouse. Quickly extinguishing her flashlight, she conceals herself in a shadowy corner, holding her breath. The footsteps draw near, and a tall figure emerges into her view. Clad in a black mask, his features remain obscured. He strides directly to the table, picking up the diary as if inspecting something of importance. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue stealthily maneuvers behind him, poised to strike. Yet, just as she is about to act, the man abruptly turns and seizes her wrist. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" His voice is deep and cold, laced with menace. Lingyue struggles to free herself, but his grip is vice-like, rendering her immobile. "I am a detective. I received an invitation indicating that answers awaited me here," she replies calmly. After a moment's silence, he releases her wrist. "So you're Lingyue. I've heard of you. Since you've come this far, do not expect to leave easily," he states coldly. A jolt of alarm courses through her as she realizes she has stepped into a perilous snare. Yet, rather than retreating, her resolve to uncover the truth intensifies. "Who are you, and why are you conducting such a horrific experiment?" Lingyue meets his gaze unflinchingly, her voice unwavering. He refrains from answering, instead pulling a gun from his pocket and aiming it at her. "You need not know so much. Now, come with me quietly," he commands. Lingyue understands she cannot allow herself to be taken. Suddenly, a clever idea strikes her. She feigns terror, stepping back while deliberately stepping on a bottle, which shatters with a sharp clatter, diverting his attention. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she lunges forward, wresting the gun from his grasp and subduing him. "Now, it is your turn to answer my questions," she declares, aiming the firearm at him with steely resolve. With a resigned sigh, he removes his mask, revealing himself to be her former mentor, Professor Chun. "Professor Chun, how could it be you?" Lingyue exclaims in disbelief. He offers a wry smile, shaking his head. "You err. You do not understand. Everything I have done is for the salvation of this world," he explains. "Salvation? Your creation of a drug to control human thought will only bring calamity," she retorts, anger simmering in her voice. After a moment of reflection, he speaks slowly. "Do you know that this world is on the brink of a great crisis? A mysterious virus is silently spreading, eroding human minds and driving people to madness. I developed this drug to combat the virus and save humanity." Lingyue, though skeptical, feels a flicker of doubt. "Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims?" she inquires. He produces a USB drive from his pocket and hands it to her. "This contains all the information regarding the virus. You may examine it yourself," he states. Accepting the drive, she is filled with uncertainty. She resolves to leave and meticulously study the data. "Professor Chun, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If your words ring true, I shall aid you in combating the virus, but if your intentions are impure, I will not spare you," she declares before departing the warehouse. Upon returning to her apartment, Lingyue promptly connects the USB drive to her computer. The screen illuminates with a series of alarming data regarding the virus, shocking her to her core. Professor Chen's claims are indeed valid. The virus exists and is surreptitiously spreading across the globe. Without immediate intervention, humanity faces impending doom. Lingyue is engulfed in contemplation, realizing that this case transcends mere deduction and investigation. It pertains to the survival of all humankind. She must swiftly devise a solution to rescue the world. While pondering her next course of action, her phone suddenly rings. She answers, noticing an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" she inquires. "Lingyue, did you think you could unravel this mystery so easily? You are woefully naive. From now on, your every move is under my scrutiny. Should you dare to persist in your investigation, you will face dire consequences," a chilling voice warns from the other end before the call abruptly ends. Lingyue's expression darkens as she realizes she has been ensnared in an even more perilous conspiracy. Yet, rather than retreating, her determination to unveil the truth only strengthens. She believes that as long as she perseveres, she will discover a way to resolve the crisis and save the world. Chapter 2. Clues in the darkness. Lingyue clutched her phone tightly, the chilling threat from the earpiece still reverberating in the air. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. The mysterious caller evidently wished for her to cease her investigations. But this only ignited her inner resolve. She would not be easily intimidated. Lingyue revisited the USB drive's contents provided by Professor Chun, discovering an encrypted folder that she had previously overlooked. Utilizing her years of accumulated hacking skills, she painstakingly decrypted the folder, revealing its contents at last. Inside lay a collection of indistinct photographs and disorganized documents, featuring unfamiliar faces engaged in what appeared to be a clandestine gathering at a hidden location. Frequently mentioning an organization known as the Shadows, furrowing her brow, Lingyue noted that this name had not surfaced in any cases she had encountered before, yet her intuition hinted at a profound connection between this organization, the virus, and Professor Chen's experiments. She resolved to investigate the individuals depicted in the photographs. Employing facial recognition software, Lingyue identified one particularly clear visage, an individual named Zhao Hong, a businessman. On the surface, he operated a mundane trading company, but a deeper investigation revealed numerous discrepancies in his accounts, with funds mysteriously diverted, seemingly financing some nefarious activities. Lingyue arrived outside Zhao Hong's corporate building, observing the comings and goings of personnel. She noticed a slight man with black-rimmed glasses who frequently entered the building with urgency, only to exit shortly thereafter. With keen observation, she discerned that he always left clutching a black document bag. Deciding to follow him, she trailed behind as he swiftly traversed the street and turned into a narrow alley. The alley was thick with dampness and a putrid odor, with moss-covered walls on either side. The man halted before a dilapidated apartment building, scanning the surroundings warily before hastily entering. After a brief pause, Lingyue stealthily followed him inside. The dimly lit interior exuded a stale atmosphere. She ascended the stairs quietly. Overhearing a conversation from a room on the second floor. "Do you have the documents?" A deep voice inquired. "They're all here, but things have become tense lately. That Detective Lingyue has been investigating. We need to be cautious, replied the voice of the man she had been following. Lingyue's heart raced as she pressed herself against the wall, straining to listen. Pa, just a little detective. What storm can she stir? Scoffed the deep voice. Tell Zhao Hong to expedite matters. The development of the virus cannot be halted, but there seems to be an issue with Professor Chun. His experiments appear to have been discovered. Fool, let him handle it himself. If he jeopardizes the Shadow's plans, he will know the consequences. The depths of Lingyue's confusion deepened. Clearly, this shadowy organization was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, and the development of the virus was far more intricate than she had imagined. She resolved to take a risk and inch closer to the door to glean further information. Just as she stepped forward, a loose floorboard creaked underfoot, causing immediate silence in the room. Moments later, the door swung open violently. Caught off guard, Lingyue locked eyes with the two men inside. Who are you? Why are you following me? The man with the document bag shouted in alarm, quickly regaining her composure. Lingyue flashed a confident smile. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that your sordid activities will soon be exposed. The man with the deep voice scoffed derisively. You? How presumptuous. With that, he drew a knife from his waist and lunged at her. Lingyue sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding his assault. Trained in combat since childhood, she faced the situation with poise. She countered with a swift spinning kick, knocking the man to the ground. The man with the document bag, seeing his companion down, turned to flee. Lingyue would not allow him to escape. She lunged forward, pinning him to the ground and seizing the document bag from his grasp. What's inside? She demanded. The man clamped his mouth shut, refusing to answer. Lingyue wasted no time, opening the bag to reveal materials concerning the virus's transmission methods and potential targets. Your ambitions are rather grand, she remarked coldly. At that moment, the man she had kicked rose and charged at her again. Lingyue adeptly evaded his blows, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, she spotted a discarded iron rod behind him. Seizing the moment, she forcefully shoved him toward the rod, his head colliding with it and rendering him unconscious. With both men incapacitated, Lingyue hastily exited the apartment building, the document bag in tow. Back in her own apartment, she meticulously analyzed the newfound materials. The documents revealed that the Shadows plan to utilize a novel transmission method to disseminate the virus on a massive scale. Targeting an international summit scheduled to be held in the city, it became clear that they intended to incite global chaos. Alarmed, Lingyue recognized the urgency of the situation. She needed to locate the core members of the Shadows swiftly to thwart their sinister plot. Through her analysis of the documents, she uncovered a crucial lead, an abandoned farm on the outskirts of town. The materials hinted that this could serve as a secret stronghold for the Shadows. Without hesitation, Lingyue drove to the outskirts. The night was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rumble of her vehicle along the road, illuminated by the pale moonlight. Upon arriving at the deserted farm, she found it shrouded in silence. The gate was locked with a rusted padlock. Lingyue climbed over the wall and cautiously approached the buildings within. A faint light glimmered from one of the structures, and she stealthily crept to a window, peering inside. Inside, several individuals were busy operating various instruments, surrounded by numerous bottles filled with liquid, presumably samples of the virus. We must finalize the preparations before the summit. This operation can only succeed, a tall man stated. However, our actions have attracted police attention, including that Lingyue. She is relentless, another voiced his concerns. Fear not. As long as we act swiftly, they will not have time to intervene. Heightened security. If anyone approaches, eliminate them immediately, the tall man commanded fiercely. Lingyue understood she had to act quickly. Time was of the essence to prevent the Shadow's conspiracy. She stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side of the building. Searching for an entry point that moment, her phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number. Lingyue hesitated but ultimately answered. Lingyue, stop this folly now. It's not too late to withdraw. Otherwise, you will lose your life. The familiar voice of the mysterious caller echoed through the line. Ask me to give up? Impossible. Your conspiracy will not succeed, Lingyue retorted resolutely. Very well. Do not say I didn't warn you. With that, the caller hung up. Just as Lingyue tucked her phone away, she heard footsteps approaching. It appeared she had been discovered. She quickly concealed herself in a corner, bracing for the impending confrontation. Chapter 3. Deadlock and Turning Point. The footsteps within the silent farm grew increasingly distinct, and Lingyue held her breath, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest, clutching her pepper spray, her most reliable weapon at that moment. She observed her surroundings with caution, utilizing the shadows cast by the building. A group of burly men wielding clubs began encircling her position in a fan-like formation, their stern faces illuminated by the moonlight. reflecting a menacing demeanor. "Come out. We can see you," the leader shouted, his voice echoing in the vastness of the farm. Lingyue recognized this as a test of her resolve. She could not act recklessly. If she revealed her position, confronting these formidable assailants would place her in perilous danger. As she pondered her escape, a faint sound emerged from behind her. Her heart raced as she swiftly turned, only to see a figure darting from the shadows, a knife aimed directly at her. Reacting swiftly, Lingyue dodged, the blade narrowly missing her. She countered, kicking toward the assailant's wrist, causing a pained yelp as the knife clattered to the ground. However, this skirmish had exposed her location, and the men in front quickly converged upon her. With her back against the wall, Lingyue felt a wave of despair wash over her, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Filled with determination, "Do you believe you can stop me? Your crimes will inevitably be unveiled," she proclaimed boldly, attempting to intimidate them. "Foolish girl, you still talk tough even at death's door," the leader sneered, gesturing for his companions to attack. Lingyue inhaled deeply, bracing herself for the imminent battle. She nimbly dodged their assaults, seizing the opportunity to spray pepper spray at the nearest man. He howled in agony, clutching his eyes and writhing on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue swiftly subdued 2 more adversaries. However, the sheer number of foes began to overwhelm her, and she gradually felt her strength waning, just as she was on the verge of collapse. A distant siren pierced the air, growing nearer. The criminals, upon hearing the wailing sirens, were thrown into a state of panic. "Oh no, it's the police! Retreat!" shouted their leader as he hastily led the remaining members in a frantic escape. Lingyue leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, silently grateful for the timely arrival of law enforcement. Before long, the police stormed into the breeding farm, led by a young officer named Su Feng. Upon spotting Lingyue, he paused in surprise. "Lingyue, what are you doing here?" Lingyue mustered a faint smile. "Officer Su, it has been a while. It's a long story. These individuals are members of a criminal organization plotting a nefarious scheme." Su Feng furrowed his brow. "We received reports of fighting in this area. It seems the situation is more complex than we anticipated. Please accompany me to the station to discuss the details." At the police station, Lingyue recounted her investigations over the past few weeks, detailing the Shadow Organization, the virus development, and their plans to incite chaos during the international summit. Su Feng's expression turned grave as he listened. "If what you say is true, the severity of this situation is beyond imagination. We must act swiftly," he said. Lingyue nodded. "I have gathered some clues, but further investigation is essential. Officer Su, I hope the police can collaborate with me to thwart their plans." After a moment of contemplation, Su Feng replied, "Very well, but you must stay in constant contact with us and refrain from acting independently. These criminals are exceedingly dangerous." After leaving the police station, Lingyue did not return home, but instead went to visit a renowned friend in the intelligence community. Lingyue was a master of information gathering and analysis, and Lingyue hoped he could assist in locating the core members of the Shadow Organization. After listening to her account, Lingyue adjusted his glasses. "The Shadow Organization is remarkably elusive. I have never encountered it before. However, given the scale of their criminal activities, they must have left some traces. Let me see if I can uncover their hideout using the known leads." Lingyue anxiously awaited in Linyue's workspace as he sat before his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard, his gaze fixed on the screen where intricate data and images flickered. After several hours of diligent effort, Lingyue made a breakthrough. By tracing the flow of funds and some encrypted communications, I've identified a suspicious address. It lies in an old residential area of the city and could very well serve as a secret meeting point for them. Linyue's heart ignited with hope as she gazed at the address on the screen. "Excellent. Let's head there at once." However, Lingyue interrupted. "Hold on. We don't fully understand the situation there. Rushing in could be perilous. I've already informed Officer Su. We will wait for him to join us before proceeding." Though Lingyue felt an urgent need to act, she recognized the wisdom in Linyue's caution. Thus, they awaited Su Feng's arrival in the workspace. Soon after, Su Feng arrived with a team of officers. After a brief discussion, they set off toward the suspicious address. They approached the old residential area. Twilight descended, casting an eerie hush over the vicinity. They cautiously approached the target house, and Su Feng signaled 2 officers to guard the entrance before he, along with Lingyue, slowly approached the door. Su Feng gently pushed the door. Discovering it unlocked, he nodded at Lingyue, then abruptly thrust the door open and charged inside. The room was engulfed in a musty odor. Yet it was empty. However, Lingyue noticed some documents on the table related to the Shadow Organization and the virus plan. "It seems we have arrived too late. They have already relocated," Lingyue lamented. Just then, Lingyue spotted a miniature camera on the window that we're being watched. They likely anticipated our arrival and left these documents as bait. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside. Su Feng dashed to the window and saw a group of armed criminals surrounding the house. "We resurrounded," he declared grimly. Lingyue gazed out at the criminals, her heart steadied. "Since they're here, we cannot retreat easily. Officer Su, let us fight back." Su Feng nodded, calling to the officers, "Prepare for combat. Protect yourselves and attempt to capture the criminals alive." A fierce battle ignited in the old residential area. The officers, leveraging their training and weaponry, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the criminals. Lingyue and Lingyue also joined the fray. Utilizing items from the room as makeshift weapons to assist the officers, the clash intensified, with both sides sustaining injuries. Lingyue observed that these criminals seemed indifferent to their own lives, their attacks frenzied. As if driven by some malevolent force it appears they have been brainwashed, Lingyue shouted to Su Feng amidst the chaos. Su Feng noted this alarming insight. It seems the methods of the Shadow Organization are even more sinister than we imagined. As the standoff continued, a sudden idea struck Lingyue. She quietly whispered to Lingyue, who nodded and hurried to a corner of the room to open his laptop, employing his hacking skills. Lingyue infiltrated the neighborhood's surveillance system, altering the footage to portray the police as unjustly attacking local residents. The criminals, witnessing the distorted images, descended into chaos, beginning to doubt their own comrades. Seizing the moment, Su Feng led the officers in a vigorous counterattack, swiftly subduing the criminals. After the battle, Su Feng looked at the exhausted yet resolute Lingyue with genuine admiration. "Lingyue, we owe this victory to you. Had it not been for your ingenious plan, we might have been locked in a stalemate for far longer." Lingyue smiled modestly. This was a collective effort. However, this only represents a fraction of the Shadow Organization. We must persist in our efforts to locate their core members and dismantle the organization entirely. Su Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. Our next step is to interrogate these captured criminals for further leads." Lingyue gazed out at the dawn breaking on the horizon, her heart brimming with hope. She understood that the struggle against the Shadow Organization was far from over, yet she firmly believed that as long as they refused to yield, they would ultimately unveil the true face of this organization and thwart their malevolent schemes. Chapter 4. The emergence of the puppet master. After a night of intense interrogations, the police gleaned crucial information from the apprehended criminals. A figure known as Night Owl was frequently mentioned. He appeared to be a pivotal member of the Shadow Organization, directly overseeing the virus project. Lingyue and Su Feng gathered around a table cluttered with documents, meticulously analyzing the clues. "Night Owl. This codename carries weight," Lingyue remarked, furrowing her brow as she lightly tapped her fingers on the table. "From the descriptions provided by the criminals, he is exceptionally ruthless and maintains strict control over the organization's members, many of whom have never seen his true face." Su Feng nodded gravely. "We must locate his whereabouts as swiftly as possible. The date of the international summit draws near, and our time is limited." Lingyue turned her gaze to a map marked with locations associated with the Shadow Organization. Suddenly, her finger halted at a particular spot, the abandoned psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of the city. Previously overlooked during investigations, it now seemed likely to conceal something significant. "This place could be the key," she suggested. Su Feng followed her finger, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "They in abandoned psychiatric hospital? Why there?" Lingyue elaborated. According to the interrogation records, one of the criminals inadvertently mentioned undergoing special training in a desolate area where strange sounds could be faintly heard. The location of this abandoned hospital fits that description, and its nature makes it an ideal cover for clandestine activities. Su Feng considered her reasoning and agreed. "Very well. Let us organize a team and investigate immediately." Soon, a task force of police officers and Lingyue stealthily approached the decrepit psychiatric hospital under the cover of night. In the moonlight, the dilapidated structure appeared particularly ominous, its walls overrun with moss, windows shattered, creaking ominously. The team cautiously entered the premises, a pungent moldy odor assaulting their senses. They divided into groups, each scouring different areas. Lingyue and Su Feng formed one pair, navigating the dimly lit corridor as their flashlight beams flickered against the walls, illuminating the peeling paint and indistinct markings. "Be careful. Something feels off here," Su Feng whispered. Lingyue nodded, gripping her weapon tightly, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from ahead. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately halted, concealing themselves in a nearby shadowy corner. A solitary figure emerged slowly, clutching a weathered oil lamp that cast a faint glow upon his face. He was a disheveled man with hollow eyes, Muttering to himself, he appeared to be a sentinel of this place, yet his demeanor was unsettling. Lingyue whispered softly, while Su Feng nodded, signaling to wait until the man drew nearer before taking action. As the man approached within proximity, Su Feng suddenly lunged forward, pinning him to the ground. The man struggled in terror, emitting incoherent sounds. "Silence. We are the police," Su Feng admonished in a hushed tone, upon hearing the word police. The man's body stiffened abruptly, and he fell silent. Lingyue stepped closer, gazing into his eyes. "Why are you here? Are there others?" The man opened his mouth but only produced meaningless sounds. Just then, a siren echoed from afar. Su Feng's expression changed. "This is bad. We've been discovered." He swiftly handed the man over to other officers and, along with Lingyue, sprinted toward the source of the alarm. They arrived at the entrance of a basement, where the sounds of bustling voices and machinery reverberated. Lingyue exchanged a glance with Su Feng before they cautiously descended the stairs. The basement was brightly lit, filled with an array of advanced experimental equipment, and a group of individuals busily worked. "It appears this is their clandestine laboratory," Lingyue remarked as they prepared to observe further. A voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." They swiftly turned around to find a figure clad in a black mask standing behind them. It was Night Owl. "Night Owl, your crimes are fully known to us. Surrender at once," Su Feng declared emphatically. However, Night Owl erupted into maniacal laughter. "You think you can apprehend me? So naive." With that, he pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and the basement doors began to close ominously. "You believe you can catch me easily? This place is riddled with traps. None of you will leave here alive," Night Owl stated coldly. Lingyue glared at him, her heart swelling with fury. "Why do you do this? Creating a virus to harm the innocent. Do you not fear retribution?" Night Owl scoffed. "Retribution? This world is already sick. I am merely performing a necessary surgery. Once the virus erupts at the international summit, the world will change according to my design." Realizing that further dialogue with Night Owl was futile, they resolved to subdue him and unlock the door. Just as they were about to act, several armed bodyguards materialized behind Night Owl, surrounding them entirely. A fierce battle ensued, with Lingyue and Su Feng showcasing their exceptional skills against the well-trained bodyguards. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm them, just as they were nearing exhaustion. The basement doors were blown open. It was the other officers who had located a backup power source and forced the doors ajar. Night Owl's face blanched at the sight, and he attempted to flee, only to be seized by Lingyue. "You cannot escape," she said coldly. Night Owl thrashed violently, and suddenly produced a small remote from his pocket, pressing a button. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the laboratory as smoke began to billow from some equipment, signaling an imminent explosion. "Evacuate. This place is about to blow," Su Feng shouted. With Night Owl in tow, Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly retreated from the basement under the cover of their fellow officers. They had scarcely exited the psychiatric hospital when a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, engulfing the entire structure in flames and smoke. Lingyue gazed at the burning edifice, her heart a tumult of emotions. Though they had apprehended Night Owl, the mystery of the Shadow Organization remained unsolved, and the threat of the virus was far from extinguished. Upon returning to the precinct, Lingyue and Su Feng commenced their interrogation of Night Owl. Initially defiant, he eventually divulged crucial information regarding the Shadow Organization. Under the weight of undeniable evidence that it was revealed that the Shadow Organization was a clandestine group formed by extremist factions, aiming to incite chaos, overthrow the existing social order, and establish a world under their control. The virus scheme was merely a fragment of their grand conspiracy, and they had orchestrated a series of terror activities worldwide in an attempt to incite global panic. Lingyue and Su Feng recognized the magnitude of the battle ahead. That we must swiftly locate the virus samples and research materials to dismantle their plans. Lingyue asserted. That Su Feng nodded. According to Night Owl, the virus samples and key documents may be concealed in a secret stronghold. He was unsure of the exact location, but mentioned a keyword: Moonlight Dock. Lingyue pondered, the name Moonlight Dock resonating as familiar. Yet she could not place it. Returning to her workspace, she began to scour extensive records and maps in search of the elusive Moonlight Dock. After considerable effort, she finally uncovered a lead. That it turned out that Moonlight Dock was an abandoned freight terminal on the city's outskirts, long forsaken due to an accident years prior. Lingyue relayed this discovery to Su Feng, who promptly organized a task force to investigate the Moonlight Dock. Upon their arrival at the dock, night had fully fallen. The area was eerily silent, save for the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Lingyue and Su Feng, accompanied by their officers, cautiously scoured the vicinity of the dock. Suddenly, Lingyue spotted an entrance to an underground basement concealed in a corner. The entrance was thick with dust and cobwebs, indicating it had not been frequented in quite some time. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances before leading the way down. Inside the basement, a damp atmosphere pervaded, and flickering lights cast erratic shadows. They traversed a narrow passageway, arriving at a vast room adorned with several enormous safes and adjacent computer equipment. This must be their secret stronghold. Lingyue declared that as they prepared to access the safes. Footsteps echoed from outside. Lingyue and Su Feng quickly concealed themselves, observing a group entering the basement. At the forefront was a woman with a frigid and fierce gaze that sent shivers down their spines. "I didn't expect them to find this place so quickly," she remarked coldly. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged startled glances, realizing that this woman was also a significant member of the Shadow Organization. They resolved to observe the situation before seeking an opportunity to strike. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Showdown. Lingyue and Su Feng remained hidden, scarcely daring to breathe as they fixated on the woman. She was tall, clad in a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her commanding figure, her cropped hair swaying slightly with her movements, exuding an aura of intimidation. Behind her trailed several grim-faced men wielding weapons, hastily scanning the basement for any signs of disturbance. "Pack up everything. We must relocate immediately. The police's arrival signifies that our plans have been partially exposed, that we cannot afford to linger," the woman spoke in a deep, resolute tone, imbued with undeniable authority. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged knowing glances. They understood that allowing these crucial items related to the virus crisis to be moved was not an option. Su Feng subtly signaled to the officers behind him to prepare for combat. Lingyue gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze locked onto the woman, contemplating. If they could capture her, it might disrupt the entire organization's strategy. Just as the officers were ready to act, Lingyue noticed a concealed ventilation duct in the basement's corner. That a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she quietly whispered to Su Feng, "I will navigate through the ventilation duct to flank them from behind, while you launch a frontal assault at the opportune moment." That Su Feng nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with trust and understanding. Lingyue cautiously maneuvered toward the duct, using the clutter in the basement for cover, striving to make not a sound. At last, she successfully wriggled into the ventilation system. The air was stale and confined, necessitating that she crouch low as she painstakingly advanced. Meanwhile, Su Feng, recognizing that Lingyue was in position, decisively issued the signal to attack. The officers burst forth like tigers unleashed, shouting, "Freeze! Police!" The woman and her subordinates were evidently taken by surprise, momentarily thrown into disarray, but they quickly regained composure and engaged the officers in a fierce gunfight. Lingyue, hearing the intense gunfire from within the duct, felt a surge of urgency and hastened her crawl. Eventually, she located the duct's exit, positioning herself directly behind the woman. Without hesitation, she leapt from the duct, her weapon aimed squarely at the woman's head. "Don't move. You are surrounded." The woman spun around, her eyes momentarily wide with astonishment before she regained her composure. She scrutinized Lingyue from head to toe, a cold smirk creeping across her lips. "So, you are the detective Lingyue who has been pursuing us. Quite capable. But do you truly believe this will thwart our plans?" Lingyue stood resolute, retorting, "Your conspiracy has been thoroughly exposed. Surrender now, and you may yet receive leniency." The woman burst into laughter. "Leniency? We never intended to escape unscathed. You think capturing me will halt everything? Such navet." With that, she abruptly pressed a button on her device. Lingyue was taken aback, realizing that the situation was dire. Almost simultaneously, a sharp alarm echoed throughout the basement. The ground began to tremble violently, and dust fell from the walls. It turned out that the woman had activated the self-destruct mechanism of the basement, and in a few minutes, the entire area would be reduced to rubble. "Evacuate! This place is about to explode," Su Feng shouted loudly. Lingyue understood that there was no time to linger. She aimed her gun at the woman and commanded, "You go first." However, the woman suddenly retaliated, executing a graceful sidestep to evade Lingyue's attack, swiftly drawing a dagger from her waist and lunging towards Lingyue. Lingyue quickly sidestepped, feeling the dagger graze her arm, leaving a shallow cut. Ignoring the pain, she engaged the woman in close combat. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, each move fraught with danger. Seeing this, Su Feng attempted to assist Lingyue, but was suppressed by enemy fire and unable to break free. Anxious, he fought back desperately while shouting, "Lingyue, be careful." As the fierce battle raged on, Lingyue gradually realized that the woman's fighting skills were exceptionally advanced and deadly, clearly indicating specialized training. Yet, Lingyue did not waver. With her indomitable spirit and remarkable skills, she repeatedly thwarted the woman's attacks. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, the tremors in the basement intensified, and debris began to fall from the ceiling. Lingyue knew that time was running out. If she did not neutralize this woman quickly, everyone would perish here. Suddenly, an idea struck her, deliberately exposing a flaw. The woman took the bait, thrusting the dagger forward. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue grasped the woman's wrist and twisted it fiercely, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Lingyue then pressed the woman down and aimed her gun at her head. It's over. At that moment, Su Feng had also led the police to eliminate the remaining enemies. Lingyue subdued the woman and quickly evacuated the basement with Su Feng. Just as they exited, a deafening explosion resounded behind them, consuming the entire basement of the Moonlight Dock in flames. Lingyue and Su Feng brought the woman back to the police station, where, after an intense interrogation, she finally revealed the entire plan of the Shadow Organization. It turned out that besides deploying the virus at the International Summit, they had also prepared backup plans in various major cities worldwide. Should the summit scheme fail, these backup plans would activate, igniting even greater chaos. Upon learning this, Lingyue and Su Feng were filled with urgency. They immediately reported the situation to their superiors and collaborated with Interpol to launch a comprehensive strike against the Shadow Organization's global strongholds. Through the joint efforts of police forces from various countries, one by one, the Shadow Organization's bases were dismantled, and their conspiracy gradually unraveled. However, a critical issue remained unresolved. The virus samples had been recovered, but an antidote had yet to be developed. Lingyue and Su Feng sought the help of Professor Chun, hoping he could assist in formulating the antidote. Professor Chun, examining the virus sample in his hands, fell into deep contemplation. This virus has been specially modified, making the development of an antidote exceedingly challenging, but I will do my utmost, he assured IN. The following days, Professor Chun led his research team, working tirelessly in the laboratory. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to investigate the remnants of the Shadow Organization, ensuring they would not rise again. Finally, on the eve of the International Summit, Professor Chen delivered good news. The antidote had been successfully developed. Overcome with emotion, Lingyue and Su Feng shed tears of joy. They promptly dispatched the antidote to relevant departments to ensure a swift response if the virus were to emerge. The International Summit proceeded as scheduled, and under the vigilant protection of police and security personnel from various nations, the event unfolded smoothly. The Shadow Organization's plot was thoroughly thwarted, and peace and tranquility returned to the world. Standing atop a skyscraper, Lingyue gazed out over the bustling city, her heart filled with myriad emotions. This confrontation with the Shadow Organization had subjected her to countless life and death trials, yet it had also fortified her resolve. She would never retreat in her pursuit of justice and her commitment to safeguarding the world's peace. Su Feng approached her, smiling. This time, it was all thanks to you, Lingyue. Lingyue turned to him, returning the smile. No, this is a collective achievement. As the sunset cast its warm glow upon them, two resolute and warm figures emerged, aware that new challenges awaited them in the future, yet prepared to embrace all unknown adventures. Chapter 6. Aftermath and New Crisis. The International Summit concluded successfully, and the downfall of the Shadow Organization restored tranquility to the city. With an atmosphere of peace and serenity permeating the streets, Lingyue had hoped for a brief respite to savor this hard-won peace. However, fate seemed to delight in irony, as a new crisis quietly approached. One day, while Lingyue was at her detective agency organizing case files, an urgent knock shattered the calm. She opened the door to find a young woman, visibly distressed, standing at the threshold. The woman, named Su Yao, was a researcher from a prominent scientific institution. Detective Ling, please help me. Su Yao's voice trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Lingyue quickly ushered her inside, offering a glass of warm water, and gently reassured her, take your time. What has happened? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Su Yao slowly explained, I oversee a confidential project at our institution and recently discovered that someone is secretly stealing project data. I suspect a mysterious organization is behind this, and their methods resemble those of the previous Shadow Organization. Upon hearing the name Shadow, Lingyue's heart tightened. Although the Shadow Organization had been dismantled, its lingering shadow had not fully dissipated. She looked at Su Yao and asked earnestly, do you have any clues? Perhaps traces left by the perpetrators or descriptions of suspicious individuals. Su Yao produced a USB drive from her bag and handed it to Lingyue. This contains a segment of video I captured from the laboratory's surveillance footage. There's a suspicious figure in black who always appears wearing a mask and hat, obscuring their face. Lingyue accepted the USB drive and plugged it into her computer. The video revealed a lithe figure in black stealthily infiltrating the laboratory under the cover of night, skillfully evading various surveillance devices, pausing briefly at a computer before making a hasty exit. Lingyue scrutinized the figure's movements, recognizing the high level of professionalism. Clearly, this individual had undergone rigorous training. What exactly does this organization intend to achieve? What is your confidential project? Lingyue inquired. Su Yao hesitated before responding. It is a research project on a new type of energy that, if successful, will fundamentally change the global energy landscape that I fear that this organization seeks to steal the data for illicit purposes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingyue resolved to launch an immediate investigation. First, she contacted Su Feng to inform him of the circumstances. Taking the matter seriously, Su Feng decided to dispatch police assistance to Lingyue. They arrived at Su Yao's research institution and conducted a thorough examination of the laboratory. Lingyue discovered a miniature signal transmitter near the computer, indicating that the figure in black had used this device to transmit the stolen data. This signal transmitter employs advanced technology. It would be difficult for an ordinary hacking organization to possess, Lingyue remarked. Her brow furrowed. Su Feng nodded in agreement. It appears this mysterious organization is formidable. We must locate them swiftly. Lingyue employed technical means to trace the signal transmitter's source, ultimately pinpointing it to an abandoned warehouse in the city. She and Su Feng led the police to the warehouse. Surrounding it, a pungent odor filled the air, and various debris was strewn about. As Lingyue and Su Feng cautiously entered, a group of figures in black suddenly surged from all directions, encircling them. You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time, the leader of the black-clad figures stated coldly. Lingyue glared at him, a surge of anger swelling within her. Who are you? Why are you stealing research data? The figure in black chuckled derisively. Who we are is unimportant. What matters is that none of you will leave here alive today. With that, he gestured, and the black-clad figures brandished their weapons, launching an attack on Lingyue and the police. Unfazed, Lingyue and Su Feng led the police into a fierce fight against the attackers. Lingyue moved with agility, deftly evading enemy strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Su Feng, drawing on his extensive combat experience, engaged in close-quarters combat with the adversaries. The battle raged fiercely, with injuries on both sides. During the skirmish, Lingyue noticed that the fighting techniques of these black-clad figures closely resembled those of the Shadow Organization's members, prompting a chilling thought. Could there still be remnants of the Shadow Organization? Just as Lingyue was distracted by this realization, one of the black-clad figures lunged at her, dagger aimed at her chest. Lingyue was unable to evade in time, and as the dagger neared its target, Su Feng suddenly charged in, pushing her aside but sustaining a cut on his arm. Su Feng, are you all right? Lingyue asked anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Su Feng replied, I'm fine. Don't mind me. Focus on defeating these enemies. Filled with gratitude and fury, Lingyue regained her composure and, alongside Su Feng, led the police in launching a more vigorous counteroffensive. After an intense battle, they finally subdued all the black-clad figures. Lingyue approached the leader of the black-clad men and removed his mask, only to be confronted by an unfamiliar visage. Who are you? What is your connection to the Shadow Organization? Lingyue demanded. The black-clad man regarded her with eyes filled with resentment, declaring, Do not be so smug. This is merely the beginning. Our organization spans the globe, and you will never be able to stop us. With that, he suddenly bit down on a concealed poison, succumbing to death on the spot. Lingyue and Su Feng stared at the lifeless figure, their minds swirling with questions. What was the origin of this enigmatic organization? What ties did they hold with the Shadow Organization? These inquiries loomed like a dense fog over their thoughts. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng commenced an analysis of the evidence gathered from the scene. They discovered that each of the black-clad individuals bore a distinctive tattoo, a black skull with eyes that gleamed with red light. The tattoo appeared eerily familiar, as if they had encountered it before. Lingyue furrowed her brow, striving to recall. Suddenly, she remembered having seen a similar tattoo on some members of the Shadow Organization, albeit with slight variations in color and design. Could this mysterious organization be a branch or successor of the Shadow Organization? Su Feng speculated. Lingyue nodded in agreement. It is highly likely. It seems our previous investigation was insufficient, allowing them a moment to breathe. As they pondered these revelations, a call from Su Yao interrupted their thoughts. Detective Ling, something terrible has happened. The project leader of our agency has suddenly vanished, and critical experimental data from the laboratory has also gone missing, Su Yao exclaimed anxiously. Lingyue and Su Feng's expression shifted dramatically as they realized that the sinister plot of this mysterious organization was far from over. Having now escalated to a more critical juncture, they needed to locate the project leader and the missing data post-haste, lest the consequences be dire. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to the research institution to investigate the project leader's office. They discovered clear signs of a struggle. With the window pried open that it appears the project leader was forcibly taken, Lingyue remarked. This mysterious organization is becoming increasingly audacious. We must expedite our investigation. Su Feng nodded. I will mobilize more police forces to conduct a citywide search. Keep an eye out for any leads and contact me with any discoveries. Lingyue understood that this confrontation with the mysterious organization had only just begun, with the path ahead fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, she felt no trepidation, for she firmly believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Together with Su Feng, she would unveil the true nature of this enigmatic organization and obliterate their sinister schemes. Chapter 7. The shadow of the mysterious organization. Lingyue and Su Feng stood in the disheveled office of the research institution's leader, the air thick with tension and anxiety. Outside, the city's clamor persisted. Yet it did little to alleviate the heaviness in their hearts. Su Feng's brow was furrowed, fatigue and worry etched upon his face as he gazed at Lingyue, his voice low. This situation is more troublesome than we imagined. They are moving too swiftly. Lingyue nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping the room, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Regardless of their cunning, we must retrieve the leader and the data. Her eyes were resolute, emanating an undeniable determination. The pair conducted a thorough search of the office, and at the very bottom of a drawer, Lingyue uncovered a crumpled note, inscribed with a series of indistinct numbers and an oddly arbitrary symbol. Her heart raced. Her years of detective intuition suggested this could be a crucial lead. Carefully, she lifted the note, scrutinizing it under the light in hopes of extracting further information. Su Feng leaned in, and together they studied the mysterious note. Could these numbers be part of an address? Su Feng proposed. Lingyue pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible, but this symbol is peculiar. We need a professional to help us decipher it. They took the note to a cryptologist, an elderly man with graying hair and thick glasses, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom. After examining the note under a magnifying glass for an extended period, he finally spoke. This symbol is an ancient cipher, occasionally utilized in communications among secret organizations. Based on my experience, the combination of these numbers and symbols likely points to a specific coordinate. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement in their eyes. With the expert's assistance, they successfully decoded the coordinates, revealing a location at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, once a hub for a large manufacturing enterprise. The factory had fallen into disrepair due to mismanagement and had been left to decay for many years. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly led the police to the derelict factory. The entrance was securely shut, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Enveloped in eerie silence, Su Feng signaled for everyone to remain vigilant before cautiously pushing open the door. A musty odor greeted them, the dim interior revealing machinery strewn haphazardly. As if lamenting its former glory, they proceeded with care, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. Suddenly, Lingyue heard a faint cough, prompting her to halt and signal for silence. Following the sound, they discovered it emanated from a basement. The entrance to the basement was concealed beneath a pile of debris, which Su Feng and several officers worked together to clear, revealing a narrow passageway. Lingyue descended first, illuminating the path with her flashlight. The basement was damp and moldy, its walls covered in moss. At the far end, they found the project leader bound to a chair, his pallid face displaying signs of exhaustion. But upon seeing Lingyue and Su Feng, a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. Help me, he pleaded weakly. Lingyue hurried to him, freeing him from his restraints. They took the experimental data and threatened to use it to create a larger crisis, he exclaimed anxiously. Lingyue frowned, inquiring, who are they? Did they mention where they were headed? The leader shook his head. I only know they belong to a very secretive organization, acting with extreme caution, revealing nothing. Just then, an alarm blared in the basement. Su Feng's expression shifted in alarm. We've been trapped. Before he could finish, a throng of black-clad figures surged in from all directions, encircling them. The leading figure among them was tall and cold-eyed, sneering at Lingyue and Su Feng. Did you really think it would be so easy to find us? You are sorely mistaken. Unfazed, Lingyue met his gaze defiantly. Your scheme will not succeed. Surrender the data, and perhaps we can go easy on you. The black-clad man erupted in laughter. Go easy? You will not leave here alive today. A fierce battle ensued, with Lingyue and Su Feng leading the police against the black-clad assailants. Lingyue, agile and skilled in combat, deftly maneuvered through the ranks of enemies, taking them down one by one. Su Feng engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the leader, each determined not to yield. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm the police forces. Lingyue noticed that the fighting style of these black-clad individuals mirrored that of the Shadow Organization members they had encountered previously, solidifying her belief that this mysterious organization was intricately linked to the Shadow Organization. Feeling the pressure mounting, Lingyue's gaze fell upon a ventilation shaft in the corner of the basement. Seizing the moment, she called to Su Feng, "I'll head through the vent to find reinforcements. Hold on a little longer." Su Feng nodded, continuing to fend off their attackers, with the enemy's attention diverted by Su Feng. Lingyue swiftly darted toward the vent. She climbed quickly through the narrow, stifling passage, dust swirling around her, her mind focused solely on one thought: to find help and rescue everyone. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, Lingyue finally emerged at the exit of the vent, finding herself on the opposite side of the factory. Not far away, she spotted a patrol of police officers. Lingyue called out for assistance, and when they heard her cries, they rushed over. Leading them back to the basement, the officers charged in, and upon seeing the reinforcements, the black-clad men faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and Su Feng launched a fierce counterattack, successfully subduing all the black-clad assailants. Approaching the leader, Lingyue removed his mask, revealing yet another unfamiliar face. "What organization are you part of? How are you connected to the Shadow Organization?" she demanded. The black-clad man remained silent. Lips tightly sealed, Su Feng stepped forward, locking eyes with the man, coldly stating, "Do you think your silence will spare you from the law? We will uncover everything." At that moment, Lingyue's phone rang. Answering it, she heard a familiar, chilling voice. "Lingyue, do you think this is the end? This is merely the beginning. You will never be able to thwart our plans. Just wait and see." With that, the call ended abruptly. Lingyue's expression turned grave as she relayed the contents of the call to Su Feng. Su Feng's eyes revealed a hint of concern. It seemed that this mysterious organization would make further moves, and we must swiftly uncover their next plan. Lingyue nodded, aware that the struggle against this enigmatic organization had only just begun, and the path ahead was fraught with thorns and challenges. Yet she would never falter, for she bore the heavy responsibility of upholding justice and safeguarding the city. She believed that with unwavering perseverance, they would ultimately unveil the true nature of this organization and completely thwart their sinister schemes. Chapter 8. The Puzzle of Truth. Lingyue and Su Feng escorted the captured figure in black back to the police station. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was tense, the dim yellow overhead lamp swaying as if it could extinguish at any moment. The captive sat bound to a chair, a defiant smirk lingering on his face. "I advise you to confess honestly. What is the purpose of your organization, and where is the experimental data?" Su Feng initiated, his voice deep and powerful, his gaze fixed firmly on the captive's eyes. The figure merely scoffed, turning his head away, completely unfazed. Lingyue took a deep breath, recognizing that against such a stubborn adversary, brute force would be less effective than cunning. She slowly approached the captive, crouching beside him, and spoke softly. "Do you truly believe your organization can remain hidden in the shadows forever? Fire cannot be contained by paper. We have already gathered numerous clues. If you cooperate, you may still receive leniency." The captive's eyes flickered slightly, but soon returned to their cold indifference. Lingyue persisted, "I understand your loyalty to the organization, but have you considered what will happen to you when their schemes are exposed? You are merely a pawn in their game, sacrificing your life for a doomed plan. Is it worth it?" At last, the captive's expression shifted, a trace of hesitation flashing across his gaze. Lingyue seized this subtle change with quiet joy, knowing her words had struck a chord. "In truth, we do not wish to corner you. If you reveal the truth, we will protect you," she assured him, her voice imbued with a gentle yet resolute strength. After a prolonged silence, the captive finally spoke. "I can share some information, but you must guarantee my safety." Su Feng nodded. "As long as you speak truthfully, we will honor our word." Taking a deep breath, the captive slowly revealed, "We are remnants of the organization known as Shadow. After Shadow was dismantled by you, we have been secretly gathering strength, awaiting our chance for revenge. This theft of research data was aimed at creating a weapon capable of controlling energy supplies to coerce governments into reinstating our dominion." Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged astonished glances. "Where is the experimental data now?" Lingyue inquired urgently. "It has been sent to a secret stronghold, the location of which is known only to the upper echelons of the organization. I was merely responsible for this operation's extraction. Beyond that, I truly do not know," the captive replied. Though somewhat disheartened, Lingyue and Su Feng understood the necessity of restraint. After having the captive sign his statement, They exited the interrogation room. It seems this mysterious organization's ambitions are even greater than we imagined, Su Feng remarked, his brow furrowed. Lingyue nodded. We must locate that secret stronghold swiftly, or the consequences could be dire. Back in the office, Lingyue and Su Feng began analyzing the clues provided by the captive. They discovered that the organization's operations were exceedingly cautious, employing highly encrypted methods for communication, making them difficult to trace. We cannot rely solely on communications. We must also examine their movements and financial flows for additional clues, Lingyue stated. That Su Feng concurred, and the two immediately divided their tasks through investigating the organization's previous activities. Lingyue noted frequent signs of their presence in several obscure areas of the city. She marked these locations on a map, striving to discern a pattern. Meanwhile, Su Feng focused on tracing the organization's financial flows. After diligent effort, he uncovered a significant sum directed toward an ostensibly ordinary trading company. The company's accounts were chaotic, rife with fraudulent transactions, likely serving as a laundering tool for the mysterious organization. This trading company is highly suspicious. We must investigate further, Su Feng relayed to Lingyue. She studied the marked locations on the map alongside the trading company's address, suddenly enlightened. Look, the trading company's location overlaps with areas where the organization frequently operates. The secret stronghold could very well be nearby. Su Feng scrutinized the map, excitement brimming in his voice. Indeed, it is quite possible that we must dispatch a team to investigate immediately. Soon, the police commenced a covert investigation of the trading company. They discovered that while the company ostensibly conducted ordinary trade, it was secretly engaged in illicit transactions. Unidentified goods frequently entered and exited the warehouse, and security measures were exceedingly stringent. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to infiltrate the warehouse themselves. Under the cover of night, clad in dark tactical attire, the two stealthily scaled the warehouse's perimeter wall. The interior was eerily quiet, save for a few patrolling guards, utilizing the goods within the warehouse as cover. Lingyue and Su Feng cautiously navigated around the guard's line of sight, advancing deeper into the building. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound of machinery whirring, emanating from a massive shipping container. Exchanging a glance filled with curiosity, they stealthily approached the container, discovering that its door was unlocked. Lingyue gently pried it open, peering inside to find an array of advanced electronic devices and several computers in operation, their screens displaying complex data and graphs. This appears to be their secret communication center, Lingyue whispered. Su Feng nodded. Let us proceed inside and see if we can uncover any clues about the secret stronghold. They cautiously entered the container, beginning their search for information. Just then, Lingyue noticed a file on one of the computers being deleted. This is bad. Someone is remotely accessing it. We've been discovered, she exclaimed. Almost instantaneously, alarms blared throughout the warehouse. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lingyue and Su Feng turned to flee. However, a multitude of figures in black surged forth, encircling them. You have indeed taken the bait, the leader of the black-clad figures sneered. Back to back, Lingyue and Su Feng stood resolutely, weapons drawn, bracing themselves for the imminent confrontation. But it seems our prospects are grim, Su Feng sighed wryly. Yet Lingyue replied with conviction. No, we will escape and unveil their conspiracy. Just as tensions peaked, the warehouse doors burst open, and a contingent of police officers stormed in. It turned out that Su Feng had alerted the police to stand by nearby before entering the warehouse, ready to provide immediate support if necessary. The appearance of the police threw the black-clad figures into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and Su Feng launched their attack, joining forces with the officers to subdue the assailants. In this operation, the police seized a wealth of evidence, including a detailed map of the mysterious organization's secret stronghold. Lingyue and Su Feng gazed at the map, their hearts swelling with elation and anticipation. They knew they were ever closer to unraveling the true identity of the enigmatic organization and extinguishing their nefarious plots. Chapter 9. The final confrontation. Lingyue and Su Feng stood in the police station's command center. The stark white light illuminating a map marked with the location of the mysterious organization's stronghold. The lines and annotations on the map now served as the final guide to the truth. Each stroke bearing immense pressure and expectation. Su Feng's finger firmly pressed down on the stronghold's location, his gaze resolute as he addressed Lingyue. This is the place, based on our intelligence and prior investigations. This stronghold surely harbors crucial information regarding the experimental data and their next steps. Lingyue nodded slightly, her eyes sharp with determination. We cannot afford to let them slip away again. However, the situation inside the stronghold remains uncertain. We must devise a meticulous plan. For the next several hours, Lingyue and Su Feng convened with elite members of the police force, meticulously discussing their operational strategy. They scrutinized the stronghold's terrain, architectural layout, and potential defensive measures, leaving no detail overlooked. Ultimately, a comprehensive raid plan gradually took shape through their collaborative discussions. The operation was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the morning, when the city would be enveloped in the deepest slumber, the night sky serving as a vast black curtain, providing natural cover for the police's actions. Lingyue and Su Feng led a well-equipped SWAT team, advancing silently toward the secret stronghold. Their vehicles sped along the quiet streets, sirens silenced, the only sound being the faint friction of tires against the asphalt. Upon arriving near the stronghold, the team disembarked, swiftly dispersing according to their prearranged plan to form a perimeter. Lingyue and Su Feng, leading the assault team, crouched low, utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures as concealment as they approached the stronghold's entrance. The stronghold was encircled by towering walls embedded with numerous cameras and barbed wire. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged a knowing glance before signaling to their team members. 2 officers quickly advanced, employing specialized tools to silently cut through the barbed wire, creating an opening. The assault team entered the stronghold in a steady stream, stepping into a vast, empty space dominated by a massive warehouse at its center. The large doors of the warehouse were firmly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. However, Lingyue and Su Feng could sense the lurking danger, poised to strike at any moment. They cautiously approached the warehouse. And just as they neared the entrance, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from within. Lingyue's heart raced as she realized their presence had been detected. "This is bad. We've been found. Everyone, be cautious," Su Feng shouted. No sooner had he spoken than the warehouse doors swung open violently, and a group of armed men clad in black charged out, unleashing a hail of gunfire at the police. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly sought cover, simultaneously directing their team to retaliate. That a fierce gun battle erupted in an instant, bullets whizzing through the night sky with a sharp whistle. Flashes of gunfire illuminated the tense and serious expressions on both sides. Seizing a moment when the enemy's firepower waned, Lingyue quickly assessed the battlefield. She noted that the enemy's fire was concentrated at the front, with defenses on the flanks considerably weaker. She immediately signaled Su Feng and, with a few team members, stealthily maneuvered to the side of the warehouse. There, they discovered a concealed side door. Lingyue and her team approached swiftly, and one member used a tool to unlock the door. Lingyue led the charge inside, revealing a dimly lit corridor from which muffled sounds emanated from the rooms on either side. They proceeded cautiously down the corridor, meticulously checking each room for potential ambushes. Upon reaching a room at the corridor's end, they overheard an intense argument within. "We cannot hand over the experimental data. It is our last bargaining chip," one voice exclaimed angrily. "But the police are already inside. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late," another voice responded, tinged with panic. Lingyue's heart leapt with hope. The experimental data was likely contained within this room. She nodded to her team, then forcefully pushed open the door, bursting inside. The occupants of the room were taken aback by the sudden intrusion and turned to face the entrance. Lingyue quickly scanned the room and spotted several individuals, one of whom was clutching a silver metal case. She suspected it contained the experimental data. "Put down the case. You are surrounded," Lingyue declared loudly. The occupants, unwilling to surrender easily, hastily grabbed their weapons and launched an assault on Lingyue and her team. A fierce struggle ensued. Lingyue, agile and deft, evaded attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. She exploited an enemy's opening, kicking their weapon away and swiftly subduing them. Just as Lingyue was engaged in combat, Su Feng led the remaining team members into the room. Under the onslaught of the police, the enemies were ultimately subdued. Lingyue hastened to the individual with the metal case, snatching it away. She opened the case to find it neatly stocked with chips and documents, the very experimental data they had been desperately seeking. "At last, we have found it." Lingyue exhaled in relief, feeling a tremendous weight lift from her heart. Su Feng approached, gazing at the contents of the case with a smile of satisfaction. "Well done, Lingyue," he praised. Lingyue lifted her gaze to Su Feng, her eyes sparkling with determination. "This is a collective achievement. Now, we can finally shatter their conspiracy." However, just as they prepared to withdraw, a series of violent explosions resonated from outside. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged alarmed glances and rushed outside to investigate. They discovered flames raging on the opposite side of the stronghold. The enemies had set off bombs in their retreat, attempting to create chaos. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately organized their team to extinguish the fires and conduct rescues. After considerable effort, the blaze was finally quelled, and the injured team members received prompt medical attention. The fierce battle had drawn to a close, the secret stronghold of the mysterious organization successfully dismantled, and the experimental data recovered. Lingyue and Su Feng stood amidst the ruins, reflecting on the scene before them, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. They understood that although the confrontation with the mysterious organization had been arduous, they had ultimately triumphed, safeguarding the peace of the city. Chapter 10. The dawn of peace. On the morning following the battle's conclusion, soft sunlight bathed the smoke-filled and ruinous terrain. Lingyue and Su Feng stood before the remnants of the secret stronghold, their faces etched with exhaustion, yet their eyes gleamed with the light of victory. Around them, police officers busily collected evidence and cleared the site, transforming this once darkened area into one gradually regaining tranquility. It is finally over. Su Feng inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, his voice betraying a hint of satisfaction. Lingyue nodded subtly, her gaze sweeping over the ruins, her heart a mixture of emotions. Indeed, but the price paid for this moment has been steep. She recalled the teammates injured in the battle, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately immersed themselves in subsequent tasks. They handed over the recovered experimental data to experts at the research institution, as this information was crucial for enhancing new energy research and preventing its malicious exploitation. Concurrently, the police initiated a comprehensive pursuit of the remnants of the mysterious organization to ensure no loose ends threatened societal safety. In the days that followed, Lingyue and Su Feng tirelessly organized and analyzed all clues and evidence related to the mysterious organization, preparing to expose its crimes to the public. As the investigation deepened, they discovered that the organization's reach extended far beyond their initial assumptions. Entangled with complex interest groups and international forces. It seems our actions have not only struck against a criminal organization but also stirred some hidden powers lurking in the shadows, Lingyue remarked, furrowing her brow as she examined the thick investigation report in her hands. Su Feng nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, but we possess sufficient evidence. These forces will not easily escape the grasp of justice." In the process of compiling evidence, Lingyue uncovered connections between the mysterious organization and other criminal activities, pointing towards illicit trade networks within the city, involving smuggling and drug trafficking. Lingyue recognized that while the primary threat from the mysterious organization had been neutralized, the city's security risks persisted. We cannot afford to relax. These leads indicate that many dark corners remain for us to cleanse. Lingyue urged Su Feng. He concurred, and they resolved to delve deeper into these leads, initially focusing on a port warehouse suspected of smuggling. After days of covert surveillance and investigation, Lingyue and Su Feng discerned the operational patterns of the warehouse and compiled incriminating evidence. One fateful night, they led the police in a surprise raid. The warehouse was filled with assorted goods, and under the dim lights, several figures were busy moving boxes. When the police suddenly appeared, the individuals panicked and attempted to flee, but were swiftly apprehended. In a concealed corner of the warehouse, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered a trove of smuggled artifacts and contraband. These treasures had been illicitly plundered from around the globe, and now they had a chance to be recovered. "These individuals are despicable, resorting to any means for profit," Lingyue exclaimed in indignation. Su Feng gazed at the precious artifacts with unwavering resolve. "We will ensure they face justice and return these artifacts to their rightful places." As they intensified their crackdown on the smuggling network, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to dismantle several drug trafficking dens. During one operation, they encountered fierce resistance, but through superior tactics and relentless determination, they ultimately succeeded in apprehending the drug dealers and seizing a significant cache of narcotics. After months of diligent effort, the city's law enforcement situation improved dramatically. The once hidden criminal forces were systematically eradicated, and the streets were once again filled with laughter and joy, restoring the tranquility of daily life. That on a sunny day, Lingyue and Su Feng visited the city's park. The park was lush with trees and blooming flowers, where children played joyfully on the grass, embodying a scene of peace. Observing the transformed city, Lingyue felt that all their efforts had been worthwhile, that a smile of happiness spread across her face as she took in the beautiful surroundings. Su Feng nodded gently, his eyes filled with warmth. "Indeed, this is what we have fought to protect." As they strolled through the park, relishing this rare moment of tranquility, they knew that the road ahead might still hold new challenges and crises. Yet they were prepared. Their hearts were anchored in a steadfast belief to uphold justice and safeguard the peace and serenity of their city. Suddenly, Lingyue's phone rang. She answered the call, her expression shifting slightly. Before looking at Su Feng, "It seems a new case has arisen." Su Feng paused momentarily, then broke into a confident smile. "Then let us set forth once more." Together, they exited the park, sunlight casting their resolute silhouettes. Stepping toward new challenges, driven by their unwavering pursuit of justice, as they steadfastly continued their mission to protect the city. Chapter 11. New clouds of suspicion as Lingyue and Su Feng emerged from the park. They received notification of a new case and hurried to the scene of the incident. This particular case unfolded in a luxurious villa on the city's outskirts, surrounded by lush greenery and serene ambience. However, inside the villa, a tense and oppressive atmosphere loomed. The owner of the villa is a well-known entrepreneur in the city, Lin Hong, and the reporter is his personal secretary. When Lingyue and Su Feng arrived, the secretary was anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing them, he immediately approached, exclaiming, "Officers, you have finally arrived. Mr. Lin, he has gone missing." His voice trembled with worry. Lingyue furrowed her brow and inquired, "When did you first realize Lin Hong was missing? When was the last time you saw him?" The secretary composed himself and replied, "Last night, Mr. Lin mentioned that he needed to handle some important documents in his study and requested not to be disturbed. This morning, as per my usual routine, I brought him breakfast, only to find the study door ajar and the room empty, papers scattered everywhere in disarray." Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances and entered the villa. The scene in the study was exactly as the secretary had described. Documents were strewn about, and the desk lamp was still lit, suggesting that the owner had left in haste. Su Feng bent down to pick up a document, which contained critical information regarding a company acquisition, clearly of considerable value. "These documents are vital. Why would he leave them scattered on the floor?" Su Feng pondered aloud. Lingyue remained silent, meticulously examining the surroundings, and suddenly noticed a faint scratch on the window. She approached and gently pushed the window open, discovering several indistinct footprints on the lawn outside. That it appears someone has entered through here, likely connected to Lin Hong's disappearance. She remarked that. Su Feng nodded and promptly arranged for the collection and analysis of the footprints. Lingyue continued her search for clues in the study. She spotted an overturned coffee cup on the table, with the coffee now dried and leaving a stain on the surface. Leaning closer to the cup, she sniffed it and frowned slightly. "There seems to be an unusual scent in this coffee. It may have been laced with a sedative," Lingyue noted. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately instructed that the coffee cup be sent for examination. Subsequently, Lingyue and Su Feng questioned others in the villa. The housekeeper recalled hearing a commotion from the study while preparing a late-night snack, though she couldn't discern the specifics. The driver claimed he had been in the garage all night and heard nothing unusual. After conducting an investigation, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered that Lin Hong's company was currently involved in a significant acquisition plan, entailing substantial funds and intricate interests, likely the motive behind his disappearance. "We should delve into Lin Hong's business dealings to ascertain if he has offended anyone during this acquisition," Lingyue suggested. Su Feng concurred, and they immediately began to investigate Lin Hong's business partners and competitors. They first approached Lin Hong's business partner, Lingyue. Upon learning of Lin Hong's disappearance, he appeared genuinely shocked. "How could this happen? We have always collaborated harmoniously. This acquisition is crucial for both of us. I would never wish harm upon him," Lingyue asserted. Lingyue scrutinized Lingyue's eyes and inquired, "We understand that there were some disagreements regarding the details of the acquisition. Is that true?" Lingyue hesitated before responding. "Indeed, there were some discrepancies, but we were negotiating solutions to it would not escalate to causing him harm." Lingyue and Su Feng continued their investigations with several other business partners and competitors, yielding similar results. None seemed to possess a clear motive or opportunity to commit the act, yet Lingyue felt that the situation was far from straightforward. Upon returning to the police station, the analysis of the coffee cup revealed that it had indeed been laced with a potent sedative. This further corroborated Lingyue's suspicions that Lin Hong had likely been drugged and abducted. "The priority now is to locate Lin Hong. The longer we delay, the greater his peril," Su Feng stated. Lingyue nodded, deep in thought. Suddenly, she recalled the footprints outside the villa. She promptly retrieved the analysis report and discovered that the prints belonged to a tall male, with uniquely patterned soles, resembling a type of specialized outdoor footwear. Upon cross-referencing with the database, Lingyue found that such outdoor shoes had been recorded as sold at an upscale outdoor goods store in the city. She and Su Feng immediately proceeded to the store, hoping to uncover further leads. There, they encountered a staff member familiar with the footwear. The employee recalled that a tall man, wearing a mask and hat, had purchased such shoes a few days prior, behaving in a notably secretive manner, leaving a lasting impression. "Do you recall any other characteristics? Perhaps his accent or manner of speaking?" Lingyue inquired. The employee thought for a moment and replied, "He spoke with a slight regional accent, though I'm unsure of its origin, and he paid in cash, leaving no contact information." Despite the limited leads, Lingyue and Su Feng deemed this a significant breakthrough. Utilizing the information provided by the staff member, they began combing through surveillance footage across the city in search of the mysterious man. After a day and night of effort, they finally spotted him in a surveillance video. The footage revealed that after purchasing the shoes, he entered a black sedan and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly followed this lead, tracing the black sedan to an abandoned factory area on the outskirts. This region, once a large industrial park, had fallen into disrepair due to economic transition, featuring numerous buildings and complex terrain, making it an ideal hiding place that it appears Lin Hong is likely concealed within this abandoned factory. We must act swiftly, Lingyue declared. Su Feng nodded and immediately organized police forces to head towards the factory. Upon their arrival at the abandoned factory, dusk was settling in. The factory was eerily silent, with only the wind howling through the dilapidated structures, as if recounting tales of its former glory now turned to desolation. Lingyue and Su Feng led the police cautiously into the factory, splitting into smaller teams to search various areas. Lingyue and Su Feng progressed along a narrow passage, their flashlight beams flickering in the darkness, illuminating the weathered walls and scattered debris. Suddenly, Lingyue heard a faint groan, prompting her to halt and signal Su Feng to be quiet. They crept towards the sound, discovering it emanated from an old warehouse. Peering through a gap in the window, they saw a man bound to a chair, a rag stuffed in his mouth, none other than the missing Lin Hong. Lingyue and Su Feng felt a surge of joy, just as they prepared to rush in for a rescue. They noticed several armed men patrolling the warehouse. That we cannot act recklessly. They are armed, and Lin Hong is in their custody. That we must devise a thorough plan. Lingyue whispered to Su Feng that he nodded in agreement, and they began strategizing their rescue operation. Chapter 12. The fog begins to clear. Lingyue and Su Feng concealed themselves in the shadows outside the warehouse, their eyes fixed on every movement within. Su Feng lowered his voice and urged, "We can wait no longer. The darkness only works to our disadvantage. We must expedite our rescue plan." Lingyue nodded slightly, her gaze piercing, her mind racing. There are quite a few of them, and they are armed. A frontal assault is out of the question. That we need to divert their attention. After a brief discussion, a plan began to take shape. Su Feng quietly signaled to the team behind him to split into two groups. One group, led by Su Feng, would circle to the back of the warehouse to create a distraction, while the other, led by Lingyue, would seize the opportunity to charge in from the front and rescue Lin Hong. Su Feng and his team silently maneuvered to the rear of the warehouse, taking a deep breath before hurling a smoke bomb inside. Instantly, thick smoke billowed from the back, startling the guards, who rushed towards the source of the commotion, shouting, "What is happening? Watch out for ambush." Lingyue seized the moment, leading her team swiftly towards the front of the warehouse. With agility, she lunged forward, kicking open the warehouse door. The guards, hearing the noise, attempted to turn and retaliate, but it was too late. Lingyue and her team charged in like tigers, engaging in fierce combat with the assailants. Lingyue quickly scanned the warehouse, swiftly locating Lin Hong tied to the chair. As she evaded enemy attacks, she sprinted towards Lin Hong, only to be blocked by a burly man wielding an iron rod. "Think you can save him? Not so easily," the man growled. Unfazed, Lingyue deftly sidestepped the man's attack and swiftly struck his abdomen. The man staggered back in pain but quickly regained his footing, lunging at her once more. They exchanged blows, neither yielding. Lingyue spotted an opening and executed a flawless spinning kick, knocking the man to the ground. Without pausing for breath, she continued her dash toward Lin Hong. At that moment, Su Feng led his team through the back of the warehouse, creating a pincer effect with the front team. Under the police's overwhelming assault, the assailants began to falter, ultimately dropping their weapons and surrendering. Lingyue finally reached Lin Hong, quickly untying him and removing the rag from his mouth. Lin Hong gasped for breath, weakly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Lingyue looked at Lin Hong with concern and asked, "Mr. Lin, are you all right? Who kidnapped you? What were their intentions?" Lin Hong steadied himself and slowly replied, "It was my rival, Wang Chong. We had a significant disagreement regarding the acquisition plan. To thwart my efforts, he resorted to such extreme measures. He wants me to concede in the acquisition negotiations, or else." Lingyue and Su Feng felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Su Feng assured him, "Rest assured, we will bring Wang Chong to justice." Just then, Lingyue's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, a familiar voice emerged. "Lingyue, do you think this is as simple as it seems? This is merely the beginning." With that, the caller hung up. Lingyue's expression turned grave as she relayed the conversation to Su Feng. Su Feng furrowed his brow. "It seems there are deeper layers to this matter." Who is this mysterious figure? Why are they fixated on us? Lingyue fell into contemplation, feeling a nagging familiarity with the voice, yet unable to pinpoint its origin. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately launched an investigation into Wang Chong. They uncovered that Wang Chong had recently been in frequent contact with unidentified individuals who appeared to be clandestinely supporting him. These individuals were likely connected to a shadowy organization that it appears our previous inquiries are far from over, stated Su Feng. The influence of this organization is greater than we imagined. In pursuit of more leads, Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to interrogate the captured guard once more. Under the police's intense psychological pressure, one guard finally divulged crucial information that it turned out that Wang Chong's backers were part of an organization known as Black Wing, which had been covertly manipulating various business operations in pursuit of substantial profits. Black Wing? I've never heard of it, Su Feng remarked, puzzled. Lingyue pondered for a moment before responding. This organization is deeply entrenched. We must start with Wang Chong and follow the trail to uncover the true nature of this organization. They promptly initiated a capture operation against Wang Chong. In a luxurious hotel, the police successfully apprehended him. Initially, Wang Chong denied everything, but faced with irrefutable evidence, he finally capitulated that it was the Black Wing organization that compelled me to act this way. They promised me a significant sum of money and assistance with all my company's issues if I helped them thwart Lin Hong's acquisition plan. Wang Chong confessed. Lingyue fixed him with a cold stare and inquired, "Where's the headquarters of the Black Wing organization? What are their plans?" Wang Chong shook his head. "I truly don't know. They always contacted me through an intermediary. I have never met their core members." Despite not obtaining further information about the headquarters from Wang Chong, Lingyue and Su Feng remained undeterred. They continued to investigate the leads provided by Wang Chong, eventually tracking down the intermediary. After an extensive pursuit, they located the intermediary in a secluded rental property. Upon spotting the police, the intermediary attempted to flee but was swiftly subdued by Lingyue and Su Feng. "Please don't arrest me. I was merely following their orders," the intermediary cried in terror. Lingyue looked at him sternly and demanded, "Where's the headquarters of the Black Wing organization? You'd better come clean or face the consequences." The intermediary, pale with fear, stammered, "I only know their headquarters is in the eastern suburbs of the city. I don't know the exact location. They always instructed me to wait in an abandoned parking lot, and someone would come to meet me." Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, both feeling a flicker of excitement. Though the specific location of the Black Wing headquarters remained elusive, this abandoned parking lot was undoubtedly a significant lead. They immediately proceeded to the site for a thorough examination of the surroundings. In a corner of the parking lot, Lingyue discovered a hidden surveillance camera that a thought struck her. This camera was likely used by the Black Wing organization to monitor their contacts. Using technical means, Lingyue successfully hacked into the camera's signal and discovered it was linked to a receiving station located in the eastern suburbs. She and Su Feng promptly led the police towards the receiving station. Upon arrival, they found it heavily guarded, surrounded by armed sentinels. Lingyue and Su Feng recognized that they had finally located a crucial stronghold of the Black Wing organization. "It seems we are in for a fierce battle," Su Feng remarked. Lingyue nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. "No matter how formidable they are, we must capture them all and unveil the true nature of this organization." With that, Lingyue and Su Feng steered the police closer to the receiving station, readying themselves for an impending confrontation. Chapter 13. The final showdown with Black Wing. Lingyue and Su Feng positioned the police outside the receiving station, shrouded in the depths of night. As a profound silence enveloped the area, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects, the signal receiving station was encircled by towering walls adorned with barbed wire and illuminated by floodlights that rendered the surroundings as bright as day. 2 guards patrolled the entrance, their weapons glinting coldly in the light. "Their defenses are too tight. A direct assault is futile," Su Feng whispered, his brow furrowed in concentration. Lingyue nodded slightly, her eyes scanning the structure, her mind racing. "We must devise a plan to divert their attention and breach from within." The two quietly deliberated, and soon, a strategy began to take shape in their minds. Su Feng selected a few agile team members, instructing them to carry smoke grenades and flashbangs as they stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the receiving station. Lingyue led the remaining team members, preparing for a frontal assault. With a low whistle, the rear team sprang into action. Smoke grenades were hurled into the station, instantly engulfing the area in a thick cloud, obscuring the floodlights' beams. Following closely, flashbangs were also deployed, their blinding light and deafening sound sending the guards into disarray. "Move," Lingyue shouted, leading her team toward the front entrance. The guards at the front, distracted by the commotion from the rear, were caught off guard and swiftly subdued by Lingyue and her team. They surged into the receiving station, where chaos reigned, seizing the opportunity while the guards were still reeling from the effects of the smoke and flashbangs. Lingyue and her team engaged in a fierce struggle. With remarkable agility, Lingyue navigated through the enemy ranks. Each strike precise and forceful. Su Feng's team, led by him, charged in from the rear, forming a pincer movement. Under the police's overwhelming assault, the guards gradually succumbed, surrendering one by one. However, Lingyue and Su Feng knew that this was merely the outer layer of the Black Wing's defenses. The true masterminds had yet to reveal themselves. They pressed deeper into the receiving station, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes. When they arrived at a massive building, they found its entrance securely locked, surrounded by advanced security equipment. Observing the devices closely, Lingyue noted they were all connected to a central control system. "We must first bypass this control system to gain entry," she stated. Su Feng nodded and immediately directed a technician to attempt to hack. Just as the technician was diligently working, a sudden noise erupted from the building's rooftop. Lingyue and Su Feng looked up to see a group of figures clad in black descending from above, encircling them. "Did you think you could waltz in here so easily? How naive." The leader of the black-clad figures sneered. Lingyue met his gaze, unflinching. "Your crimes are already within our grasp. Surrender now." The leader chuckled coldly. "Surrender? None of you will leave here alive today." With a wave of his hand, the figures drew their weapons, launching an assault on Lingyue and the police. Lingyue and Su Feng quickly sought cover while directing their team to counterattack. Intense gunfire erupted once more, bullets whistling through the night air. Flashes of light illuminated the tense and serious faces of both sides. Lingyue evaded enemy fire. She carefully assessed the battlefield. She noticed that the enemy's firepower was concentrated at the front, while their defenses on the flanks were relatively weak. Immediately, she signaled Su Feng and, with a few team members, stealthily maneuvered to the side. There, they launched a sudden attack, catching the enemy off guard. Lingyue seized the moment to dive into the fray, engaging in close combat. Her fighting skills were exceptional, swiftly taking down the foes surrounding her. Su Feng also led his team in a more aggressive frontal assault, and under the combined pressure, the black-clad figures were finally subdued. That moment, the technician reported good news. The central control system had been successfully hacked. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team into the building, revealing a vast room filled with advanced computer equipment and communication devices. In the center of the room sat a man, coldly observing them. Lingyue squinted in recognition. This man was a former mid-level cadre from the Shadow Organization. "Oh, it's you," Lingyue exclaimed in astonishment. The man let out a cold laugh, saying, "Did you not expect this? Although Shadow has been destroyed by you, our power still remains. Black Wing is the force through which we shall rise again." Su Feng glared at the man indignantly, retorting, "Do you think that merely changing your name will allow you to continue your nefarious deeds? Today marks your demise." Yet the man showed no fear. "Do you really believe that capturing me will obliterate Black Wing? How naive. Our organization is spread across the globe, and you will never be able to stop us." Lingyue stepped forward, her voice icy as she declared, "Regardless of how vast your influence may be, as long as it is illegal, we will bring you to justice. Now, reveal your plans and the whereabouts of your fellow members." The man fell silent for a moment before suddenly pressing a button on the table. Lingyue's heart raced as she sensed impending danger. Indeed, an alarm blared through the room, and the floor began to descend slowly. "This is a trap," Su Feng shouted. Lingyue and her team quickly searched for an exit, but the walls around them began to close in, trapping them in a dire situation. Just then, Lingyue noticed a hidden ventilation duct in the corner of the room. Without a moment to lose, she led her team toward the duct, and at the last possible moment before the walls sealed it off, they managed to squeeze through. The ventilation duct was narrow and stifling, filled with a pungent odor. Lingyue and her team crawled laboriously, searching for an exit. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the duct into an open area, devoid of any enemies. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that the core members of the Black Wing organization had likely escaped amidst the chaos. "We cannot let them get away," Lingyue asserted. Su Feng nodded. "I will immediately alert the police to conduct a thorough search of the area." Although this operation did not entirely dismantle the Black Wing organization, Lingyue and Su Feng had gathered more critical leads about it. They realized that their struggle against Black Wing was far from over. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they remained undeterred, fueled by their unwavering conviction to uphold justice and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the city. Chapter 14. Pursuit of clues. After escaping through the ventilation duct, Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly regrouped with their team in the open area. The night remained deep, and a chilling wind howled past, brushing against their sweat and dirt-streaked faces, bringing a shiver that sharpened their minds. Letting them escape was our oversight, Su Feng lamented, his brow furrowed with guilt. Lingyue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "This is not your fault. The enemy was too cunning and had set such a meticulous trap. But at least we have new leads, which is a significant breakthrough." She turned to her team, her gaze resolute and encouraging. "You have all worked hard. Although this operation did not yield the anticipated results, we have moved a step closer to the truth." Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately immersed themselves in analyzing the leads. They meticulously examined the computer equipment and communication devices recovered from the signal reception station, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the core members of the Black Wing organization and their next plans. The technical staff worked tirelessly, their eyes bloodshot from poring over dense data and code. After several days of relentless effort, they finally made a breakthrough. The technicians managed to recover some data from a damaged computer hard drive, which contained encrypted emails and a seemingly random string of numbers. Lingyue and Su Feng contemplated the data before them, recognizing that this encrypted information could be the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding the Black Wing organization. Su Feng summoned the department's top cryptography expert to collaborate with the technicians in cracking the encrypted data. The expert, fingers flying over the keyboard, illuminated the screen with lines of code. Time ticked away, and the tension in the room escalated. At last, the expert exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. "I've deciphered it." The emails revealed that the Black Wing organization was scheduled to conduct a significant transaction at an abandoned port in the city a week from now. The string of numbers was the coordinates for the transaction site. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, excitement and determination flashing in their eyes. They understood that this was a rare opportunity. They could not allow the Black Wing organization to succeed again. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly devised a detailed plan for the captured. To ensure the operation's success, they not only mobilized a substantial police force, but also requested support from higher authorities, bringing in special forces for assistance. During the pre-operation briefing, Lingyue surveyed the resolute faces in the audience and declared with a booming voice, "This operation is crucial for the safety and stability of our city. We must do our utmost to eradicate the Black Wing organization." On the day of the operation, before dawn, the police and special forces lay in wait near the abandoned port. The port was eerily silent, rusted cranes casting long shadows in the morning light, and the sea breeze carried a briny scent that felt oppressive. The area was littered with abandoned shipping containers, providing ample cover for the police. Lingyue and Su Feng crouched behind a container, their eyes fixed on the port's entrance. Time dragged on, each second feeling interminable. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines pierced the silence. Lingyue and Su Feng tensed. They knew the enemy was approaching. That a few vehicles entered the port slowly, coming to a stop in the open area. As the doors opened, a group of men in black emerged, warily scanning their surroundings, weapons tightly gripped in their hands. Lingyue and Su Feng seethed with anger, recognizing these men as members of the Black Wing organization, a blight on society. At that moment, a luxurious black sedan glided into the port. Once it halted, a tall man stepped out. Lingyue and Su Feng focused intently. This man was one of the core figures of the Black Wing organization. Lingyue clenched her fists, whispering, "It's him. We must not let him escape this time." The transaction commenced, with the two parties engaged in tense negotiations at the center of the port. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue signaled her team to initiate the operation. Instantly, police and special forces surged from all directions, encircling the enemy. The black-clad men, realizing the precariousness of their situation, drew their weapons and engaged in a fierce gunfight with the police. Bullets whizzed through the air with a sharp whistle. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team forward, battling valiantly against the adversaries. Lingyue moved with agility amidst the hail of bullets, each strike precisely incapacitating her foes. Su Feng wielded a submachine gun, leading his team in a fierce assault against the enemy. Under the police's overwhelming offensive, the black-clad men gradually faltered, surrendering their weapons. However, the core figure of the Black Wing organization seized the chaos to flee into the port's warehouse. Lingyue and Su Feng, witnessing this, immediately pursued him into the warehouse. Inside, the space was cluttered with various goods, dimly lit, and visibility was obstructed. Lingyue and Su Feng cautiously searched the warehouse, ever vigilant against a sudden attack. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the corner of the warehouse. They raced towards the source of the sound and discovered the core figure of the Black Wing organization hiding behind a stack of goods, brandishing a pistol with a fierce expression. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." he shouted maniacally. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, then slowly approached him. You have nowhere to run. Surrender now, Lingyue asserted. The core figure of the Black Wing organization sneered. You think you can capture me that easily? With that, he lunged from behind the goods, firing at Lingyue and Su Feng. They swiftly dodged while returning fire. A fierce gun battle erupted within the warehouse, sparks flying. Lingyue, evading the enemy's attacks, sought an opportunity. Suddenly, she realized the enemy had exhausted their ammunition. Seizing the moment, she charged forward, engaging him in close combat. With her exceptional fighting skills, she quickly subdued the adversary. Su Feng arrived shortly after, handcuffing the core figure of the Black Wing organization. Did you think you could escape the law? You are sorely mistaken. Su Feng declared angrily. In this operation, the police successfully dismantled a significant transaction of the Black Wing organization and apprehended several core members. However, Lingyue and Su Feng understood that the Black Wing organization had not been entirely eradicated, and their struggle would continue. Yet they believed that as long as they remained steadfast in their convictions and persevered, they would ultimately obliterate the Black Wing organization and restore tranquility to the city. Chapter 15. The counterattack of the remnants. After successfully escorting the core figure of the Black Wing organization back to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng showed no signs of complacency, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the interrogation process. The interrogation room was harshly lit, the atmosphere stifling, making it hard to breathe. The core figure sat in a chair, his hands cuffed to the table, yet his gaze remained filled with arrogance and disdain. Do you think capturing me means you've won? The power of Black Wing far exceeds your imagination. Even if I am caught, you will not find peace, he sneered. Lingyue fixed her gaze firmly and sharply into his eyes. No matter what schemes you concoct, we shall unravel them one by one and eradicate your organization to its roots. After several arduous hours of interrogation, although some fragmented clues were extracted from him, it was still far from enough to completely dismantle the Black Wing organization. Lingyue and Su Feng emerged from the interrogation room, weary and rubbing their temples. They understood that the days ahead would not be easy. Indeed, just a few days later, the police station received a series of provocations from the remnants of the Black Wing. Initially, several unexplained explosions occurred near the police station, which, while resulting in no casualties, heightened the anxiety among the police. Subsequently, threats were directed at police officers involved in the capture operations, with anonymous letters and phone calls filled with intimidation and warnings. These remnants were too arrogant. Swift action was imperative to prevent their success, Su Feng declared angrily. Lingyue nodded gravely, acknowledging, they are in their death throes, but we cannot afford to be complacent. We must ensure the safety of every officer and their families. The police swiftly adjusted their deployment, reinforcing security measures at the police station while providing adequate protection for the threatened officers' families. Lingyue and Su Feng led an elite team to investigate potential hideouts of the Black Wing remnants based on the clues obtained during the previous interrogation. They tirelessly traversed the city, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any suspicious locations. During one investigation, Lingyue discovered an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, frequented by suspicious individuals. She and Su Feng immediately directed their team to conduct covert surveillance of the factory. After several days of observation, they confirmed that this abandoned factory was indeed a significant stronghold for the Black Wing remnants. It housed not only a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, but also key members plotting retaliatory actions. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to launch a surprise attack on this stronghold before the enemy was fully prepared. On the night of the operation, the darkness was thick, illuminated only by a few dim lights flickering within the factory. Lingyue and Su Feng stealthily approached the factory, utilizing the cover of night and the surrounding terrain. They divided into several small groups, encircling the factory from different directions. Once all teams reached their designated positions, Lingyue signaled the attack. The team members sprang into action, charging into the factory like tigers descending from a mountain. The Black Wing remnants were caught off guard by the sudden assault, and chaos erupted with gunfire, shouts, and curses intertwining in the air. Lingyue, agile and adept, navigated through the hail of bullets with finesse, accurately taking down enemy combatants as she advanced toward the core area of the factory. Su Feng led another group of officers, drawing enemy fire from the front to create opportunities for Lingyue and her team. As the fierce exchange of gunfire progressed, the police gradually gained the upper hand. The resistance from the Black Wing remnants weakened, and many surrendered, laying down their arms. However, just as Lingyue and Su Feng believed victory was within reach, an unforeseen situation arose. One of the Black Wing leaders, realizing the tide had turned against them, ignited the explosives stored within the factory. Instantly, flames erupted skyward, and the explosion was deafening. Lingyue and Su Feng were taken aback, knowing that if they did not swiftly neutralize the explosives, the entire factory and surrounding area would be in grave danger. Undeterred by the peril, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team toward the explosive storage. Amidst the fire and smoke, they engaged in a final struggle with the enemy, ultimately disarming the detonator just moments before detonation. As the sound of the explosion ceased, this harrowing battle came to a close. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team in securing the battlefield, capturing the remaining remnants of the Black Wing organization. This decisive blow significantly weakened the Black Wing's influence within the city. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng did not let their guard down. They understood that the Black Wing organization maintained a vast network globally, and future challenges remained daunting. Yet, they were undaunted, fueled by an unwavering belief in upholding justice and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the city. In the following days, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to lead the police in a thorough investigation of the Black Wing organization. They collaborated with Interpol, sharing intelligence to combat the organization's criminal activities worldwide. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous difficulties and challenges, yet they never faltered. As their investigation deepened, they gradually unveiled the colossal conspiracy hidden behind the Black Wing organization. It became evident that the Black Wing was not only involved in illegal arms trafficking and drug smuggling, but also sought to manipulate the financial markets, inciting a global economic crisis to serve their nefarious political ambitions. Lingyue and Su Feng recognized that if this conspiracy succeeded, it would spell disaster for the world. They resolved to completely dismantle the Black Wing organization before they could execute their plot. Thus, an even fiercer confrontation was about to unfold, with Lingyue and Su Feng once more standing at the forefront of justice, prepared to engage in a desperate battle to protect global peace and security. Chapter 16. Transnational Pursuit. Upon uncovering the staggering conspiracy of the Black Wing organization to manipulate the financial markets, Lingyue and Su Feng dared not delay for even a moment. They collaborated closely with Interpol, swiftly consolidating resources for a transnational pursuit operation. Based on intelligence provided by Interpol, several key members of the Black Wing organization had recently been sighted frequently in the financial hub of a European nation. Lingyue and Su Feng, leading a meticulously selected task force, boarded a private jet bound for that country. As the aircraft navigated through the clouds, Lingyue gazed out at the sea of clouds, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She was acutely aware of the daunting nature of this mission. They would not only confront cunning adversaries, but also navigate the complexities of foreign environments and legal systems. Upon arrival, Lingyue and Su Feng established contact with local law enforcement. With their assistance, they promptly initiated an investigation into the whereabouts of the Black Wing members. However, it seemed the Black Wing organization had sensed the impending threat, resulting in their movements becoming increasingly clandestine, and the clues grew sporadic. These individuals are exceedingly sly. Every time we near them, the leads vanish, Su Feng remarked, furrowing his brow in frustration. Lingyue pondered for a moment before asserting, "They must have planted moles among us. Our actions must be executed with utmost caution. From this point onward, we shall divide into several groups and operate independently to avoid drawing their attention." Following Lingyue's directive, the task force split into multiple groups, conducting investigations across various corners of the city. They visited financial institutions, hotels, cafes, and other venues that could potentially connect to the Black Wing members, leaving no detail overlooked. After several days of arduous effort, a breakthrough finally emerged. One group discovered footage in a high-end hotel's surveillance system, capturing the image of a significant member of the Black Wing organization. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly rushed to the hotel to engage with the management. Further inquiries revealed that this member had recently checked out and left behind some suspicious information. He had requested the hotel to forward a package to someone named John. "The package is still at the hotel front desk. We have secured it," reported a local police officer to Lingyue and Su Feng. Exchanging excited glances, they understood that this package could potentially be the key to uncovering the Black Wing organization. Under the watchful gaze of local law enforcement, they carefully opened the package. Inside was an encrypted laptop and several documents. Technicians swiftly worked to decrypt the laptop, and after several hours of effort, they successfully accessed its contents. The files revealed that the Black Wing organization planned to execute a large-scale financial attack on the country's stock exchange in 3 days. They aimed to manipulate stock prices, triggering a market crash to reap substantial profits. "We must act swiftly to thwart their conspiracy within these 3 days," Lingyue declared. Su Feng nodded in agreement and immediately conferred with local police and Interpol regarding the apprehension plan. After intense preparations, the apprehension plan was finalized. The task force divided into several groups, each responsible for monitoring and capturing Black Wing members at their hideouts, as well as securing the stock exchange. On the day of the operation, before dawn, all groups were already positioned at their designated locations. Lingyue and Su Feng led a team, lying in wait near the apartment where the Black Wing members were concealed. They closely monitored the entrances and exits, poised for the opportune moment to strike. Moments turned into eternity as they anxiously awaited. Finally, the apartment door swung open, and several members of the Black Wing organization emerged. Cautiously surveying their surroundings before heading toward a vehicle, "Action," Lingyue commanded in a hushed tone. The team members surged from their hiding spots, surrounding the Black Wing members, realizing the precariousness of their situation. The members hastily drew their weapons in resistance. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team into a fierce confrontation. In the heat of battle, Lingyue and Su Feng, leveraging their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, successfully subdued the Black Wing members. Simultaneously, other teams accomplished their objectives, successfully apprehending multiple members of the Black Wing organization. After successfully neutralizing the members of the Black Wing organization, Lingyue and Su Feng hastened to the stock exchange. Collaborating with local law enforcement and security personnel from the exchange, they fortified security measures to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Black Wing organization. As trading hours approached, the stock exchange bustled with activity. Appearing tranquil on the surface, however, Lingyue and Su Feng were acutely aware that danger loomed ever closer. They meticulously monitored every movement within the exchange, vigilant for any irregularities. Indeed, midway through the trading session, the computer systems of the exchange suddenly malfunctioned. Stock prices began to exhibit erratic fluctuations as unidentified funds surged into the market, attempting to manipulate prices. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly realized that the Black Wing organization was initiating its offensive. They swiftly collaborated with IT personnel to conduct emergency maintenance and repairs on the computer systems, while law enforcement commenced investigations into suspicious individuals within the exchange. Through intense efforts, they successfully thwarted the financial assault orchestrated by the Black Wing organization, restoring normalcy to the stock exchange. With the organization's conspiracy in the country foiled, their global influence suffered a significant blow. Lingyue and Su Feng, however, did not relent. They understood that the Black Wing organization would not easily concede, and further challenges awaited them. Yet, they remained undeterred, fortified by a steadfast belief in upholding justice and safeguarding global peace and tranquility. In the days to come, they would continue their struggle against the Black Wing organization until it was utterly eradicated. Chapter 17. The Alliance of Peril. Following the thwarting of the Black Wing organization's financial plots in Europe, Lingyue and Su Feng returned home with the spoils of victory. Yet they recognized that this was merely a small milestone in a protracted struggle. Upon their return, they immediately immersed themselves in subsequent tasks, meticulously sifting through the details of their prior operations to unearth further clues regarding the Black Wing organization. During an internal seminar, Lingyue pointed to a clue map displayed on the large screen, her expression grave. "From the information we have gathered, the structure of the Black Wing organization is exceedingly intricate. With interconnected branches scattered globally, what we have dismantled is merely the tip of the iceberg." Su Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, and they seem to be continuously courting new forces to augment their power. At that moment, an intelligence officer hurried into the conference room, bearing shocking news. The Black Wing organization had reached a cooperative agreement with a major criminal syndicate in Southeast Asia, planning to jointly conduct a series of illegal activities, including drug trafficking and human smuggling. This syndicate had long been a scourge in Southeast Asia, wielding considerable influence and employing ruthless tactics. Their alliance with the Black Wing organization posed a grave threat to regional security. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately reported to their superiors and contacted police forces in Southeast Asian countries to discuss a coordinated crackdown. Under the coordination of Interpol, a multinational operation was officially launched. Lingyue and Su Feng served as key liaisons, responsible for facilitating communication and cooperation among the various police forces while devising a detailed action plan. To obtain more accurate intelligence, Lingyue and Su Feng personally traveled to Southeast Asia to engage in in-depth discussions with local police. In a foreign land, they faced numerous challenges, language barriers, cultural differences, and a complex political environment all posed significant obstacles to their mission. Moreover, the Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate seemed to have sensed the police's movements, heightening their vigilance, which made intelligence gathering exceedingly difficult. "This approach is untenable. We must find a way to breach their defenses," Su Feng said anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyue proposed a bold plan. We could exploit their internal conflicts by inserting an undercover agent to gather intelligence. Although this plan was perilous, under the current circumstances, it appeared to be the most viable option. After thorough vetting, an experienced officer was selected for the undercover mission. Assuming the alias A Chong, he successfully infiltrated the criminal syndicate through various channels. Within the syndicate, A Chong meticulously gathered intelligence while maintaining close contact with Lingyue and Su Feng. However, the undercover operation was fraught with danger. A Chong's cover was nearly blown, but his quick wits allowed him to evade disaster. During a precarious transaction, A Chong finally acquired crucial intelligence. The Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate were scheduled to conduct a large-scale drug transaction on the high seas in 1 week. And following the transaction, they planned to transport a group of trafficked individuals to Europe. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately convened with various police forces to devise an apprehension plan. Given that the transaction site was on the high seas, jurisdictional complexities among multiple countries arose, complicating the operation further. After extensive negotiations, it was ultimately decided that elite forces from each nation would form a joint fleet to encircle the Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate on the high seas. On the day of the operation, the joint fleet lay in wait in the designated area of the high seas. The surface of the water was calm, yet every individual was filled with tension and anticipation. Lingyue and Su Feng stood on the deck of the command ship, their eyes fixed on the radar screen, awaiting the enemy's appearance. At last, several suspicious vessels appeared on the radar. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately issued commands, and the joint fleet rapidly mobilized to encircle the suspicious vessels. Upon realizing they were surrounded, the members of the Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate attempted to resist, but their efforts crumbled before the overwhelming firepower of the joint fleet. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, law enforcement successfully boarded the suspicious vessels, apprehending numerous members of the Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate and seizing a substantial cache of drugs and weapons. Within the cargo hold, police also rescued a group of trafficked individuals, their faces haggard, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Lingyue looked at these victims, her heart brimming with anger and compassion. These criminals are utterly vile. We must ensure they face justice. Though this operation achieved a significant victory, Lingyue and Su Feng understood that the Black Wing organization and the criminal syndicate would not relent. They were likely to seek revenge. Upon returning home, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to intensify their investigations and actions against the Black Wing organization, while also actively engaging in international cooperation to confront the challenges posed by transnational crime. In this battle against evil forces, Lingyue and Su Feng steadfastly held to their beliefs, utilizing their intellect and courage to defuse crises time and again, contributing to the maintenance of global peace and tranquility. As they faced more unknown challenges in the future, they remained undaunted, for they knew that while justice may be delayed, it would never be absent. Chapter 18. The mysterious puppet master. Following the successful interception of the high-seas drug transaction and human trafficking operation, Lingyue and Su Feng did not experience the anticipated tranquility. Instead, they sensed a more formidable and enigmatic force covertly manipulating the Black Wing organization, a presence that rendered the situation increasingly perplexing. From the interrogation records of captured Black Wing members, Lingyue and Su Feng unearthed some clues. When questioned about their puppet masters, the members exhibited either sheer terror or an unyielding silence, disclosing only that it was a financially robust and politically powerful entity with deep-seated influence across political and business spheres, even maintaining informants within international organizations. This was no ordinary criminal syndicate. Their reach was far-reaching, and their operations were likely only grazed by their previous actions. This is a grave matter. Our prior endeavors may have merely skimmed the surface, Lingyue stated gravely in the conference room. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, and they seem to possess foreknowledge of our operations, suggesting the potential presence of a mole within our ranks. To root out the mole without raising suspicion, Lingyue and Su Feng devised a meticulous plan. They deliberately spread false operational information and then discreetly monitored the activities of personnel within the police department, as anticipated, shortly after the information was disseminated. One seemingly ordinary officer began to behave suspiciously. He frequently contacted external parties, his demeanor fraught with anxiety and unease. Lingyue and Su Feng discreetly initiated an investigation into this officer, discovering several large, unexplained transfers in his recent bank account. With irrefutable evidence in hand, they swiftly detained the officer. In the interrogation room, confronted with the overwhelming evidence, the officer's mental defenses crumbled, revealing his coerced complicity with the Black Wing organization. The organization had threatened his family, compelling him to act as an informant, providing them with police operational intelligence. After resolving the mole issue, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to dig deeper into the clues surrounding the mysterious force. Following the trail, they traced it back to a petroleum consortium situated in the Middle East that on the surface, this consortium appeared to be a legitimate business entity engaged in oil trade and investment. Yet it was intricately linked to a plethora of illicit activities behind the scenes. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to travel to the Middle East to investigate this consortium further. In the Middle East, they faced a convoluted geopolitical landscape and inhospitable natural conditions. Furthermore, the consortium's security measures were exceedingly stringent, making it a daunting task to approach them and gather evidence to acquire more information. Lingyue and Su Feng befriended a local informant. The informant revealed that within the consortium lay a core confidential document detailing the consortium's collusion with the Black Wing organization and other criminal entities. Securing this document could deliver a decisive blow against them. After meticulous planning, Lingyue and Xufeng resolved to venture into the headquarters of the consortium on the night of their operation, under the hazy moonlight. They utilized the cover of darkness to evade the security patrols and successfully infiltrated the headquarters building. The interior was dimly lit and eerily silent, each step fraught with peril, following the route provided by their informant. They cautiously advanced towards the room housing the confidential documents. Just as they neared their destination, an alarm suddenly blared. Their actions had been discovered in an instant. A multitude of security personnel swarmed the building. Encircling them, Lingyue and Xufeng stood back to back, weapons firmly gripped, bracing for the impending confrontation. It seems we have been outmaneuvered this time. But even if it costs us dearly, we must secure that document. Xufeng declared resolutely. Lingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow their schemes to succeed. A fierce battle erupted as Lingyue and Xufeng, armed with exceptional combat skills and unwavering determination, fought desperately against the security forces. Amidst the hail of gunfire, they gradually broke through the enemy's encirclement and surged towards the room containing the documents. At last, they located the confidential files. However, just as they prepared to escape, a high-ranking leader of the consortium appeared. He was a tall man with a cold gaze, who looked at Lingyue and Xufeng with a sneer, saying, "Did you truly believe you could seize the documents so easily? You are most naive." Unfazed, Lingyue met his gaze. "We have evidence of your crimes. Today marks your downfall." The man remained unmoved. "You overestimate your capabilities. Even if you obtain the documents, you will not escape this building." Both sides reached a stalemate. Xufeng suddenly discovered a secret passage within the room that he signaled to Lingyue, and they swiftly dashed into the secret corridor while the enemy was distracted. The passage was dim, narrow, and filled with an acrid scent. They ran desperately, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. After what felt like an eternity, they finally found the exit, which opened into a vast desert. Without time to rest, they immediately sprinted into the distance. In the desert, they lost their sense of direction and faced threats of dehydration and extreme heat. Yet, they persevered, and through sheer willpower, they eventually emerged from the desert, successfully evading their pursuers upon returning to their homeland. Lingyue and Xufeng entrusted the confidential documents to their superiors. Following an analysis of the files, they unveiled the true nature of the mysterious forces at play. It turned out that this oil consortium had colluded with the Black Wing organization, aiming to realize their hegemonic ambitions by controlling the global energy market and criminal networks. Armed with this crucial evidence, Interpol swiftly acted, collaborating with police forces around the world to launch a comprehensive crackdown on the oil consortium and the Black Wing organization. Throughout this battle of justice against evil, Lingyue and Xufeng remained at the forefront, utilizing their intellect and courage to fight for global peace and tranquility. Yet, this struggle was far from over. They would continue to pursue the path of justice until all malevolent forces were utterly dismantled. Chapter 19. The undercurrents before the storm. As the investigation into the oil consortium and the Black Wing organization deepened, Lingyue and Xufeng realized that although they had secured crucial evidence, the core members of these organizations were still fiercely resisting, employing increasingly desperate and clandestine tactics. They understood that their adversaries would not submit easily. A more ferocious storm was imminent, under the auspices of Interpol. Preparations for a global joint operation against the oil consortium and the Black Wing organization were intensifying. Lingyue and Xufeng, serving as key operational advisors, were tasked with coordinating with police forces from various countries, sharing intelligence, and formulating specific arrest and strike strategies. During a multinational video conference, Lingyue pointed to a power distribution map on the screen, stating, "Based on our latest intelligence, The oil consortium has established secret bases in several countries across Europe, Asia, and South America. These bases are interconnected, forming a vast criminal network. The Blackwing organization is primarily responsible for executing specific criminal activities, including smuggling, assassination, and cyber attacks that we must synchronize our strikes to sever their connections and obliterate them completely. Representatives from various police forces expressed their agreement and shared intelligence collected from their respective countries. After the meeting, Lingyue and Shufeng began to consolidate this information, crafting a detailed operational plan. However, just as they were poised to implement their strategy, new challenges arose. The Blackwing organization appeared to have sensed the police's movements, initiating assassinations of key witnesses. These witnesses were prepared to testify against the oil consortium and the Blackwing organization, and their safety was crucial to the case's trajectory. Upon learning of this news, Lingyue and Shufeng were consumed with urgency, immediately arranging protective measures for the witnesses. These thugs are incredibly brazen, attacking right under our noses. Shufeng fumed. Lingyue furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. They are merely flailing in their desperation. We cannot allow them to prevail. That we must enhance the security measures for the witnesses while swiftly identifying the assassination squad of the Blackwing organization to capture them all. To uncover the whereabouts of the assassination squad, Lingyue and Shufeng led an intelligence team, tirelessly analyzing surveillance footage and communication records. After days of relentless effort, they finally discovered some leads. The assassination squad from the Blackwing organization had disguised themselves as ordinary business personnel, lying in wait at a hotel in the city where the witnesses resided. Lingyue and Shufeng swiftly devised a capture plan and led a tactical team to the hotel. Upon arrival, they split into two groups. One was tasked with securing the hotel entrances to prevent the assassination squad from escaping, while the other, led by Lingyue and Shufeng, proceeded to the room housing the squad. As they reached the door, faint voices of conversation emanated from within. Lingyue and Shufeng exchanged glances, nodded, and then forcefully kicked open the door. The assassination squad was startled by the sudden intrusion and had no time to react before being subdued by the police. After successfully capturing the assassination squad, Lingyue and Shufeng remained vigilant. They understood that this was merely a probing action by the Blackwing organization. A greater crisis loomed ahead to ensure the witnesses' safety. They relocated them to a secure location and dispatched elite police forces for their protection. Meanwhile, the global joint operation continued as planned. Based on the intelligence provided by Lingyue and Shufeng, police forces from various countries launched simultaneous strikes against the bases of the oil consortium and the Blackwing organization. Police sirens blared across the globe as members of the Blackwing organization and the oil consortium were apprehended. However, just as the operation appeared to be proceeding smoothly, an unexpected development transpired. A high-ranking member of the oil consortium suddenly leaked information to the media, claiming that the police's actions were a slander against their legitimate business activities, a political conspiracy. This news quickly drew public attention, and some uninformed citizens began to question the police's actions. This is undoubtedly their scheme, attempting to manipulate public opinion to disrupt our operation. Shufeng seethed. Lingyue recognized the gravity of the situation, calmly asserting, "We cannot allow them to lead us astray. We must swiftly organize evidence to clarify the truth to the public while accelerating our operational tempo to dismantle them completely before they can cause further disruption." Lingyue and Shufeng led their team in relentless efforts, compiling a comprehensive evidence report and disseminating it through official channels to the media and the public. The report detailed the criminal activities of the oil consortium and the Blackwing organization, along with the police's investigative process and sources of evidence. Faced with irrefutable proof, public opinion began to shift, and citizens rallied in support of the police's actions, having resolved the public relations crisis. Lingyue and Shufeng plunged back into their intense operations, fully aware that the true showdown was approaching. They had to be thoroughly prepared to confront the ultimate clash of justice against evil and bring a conclusive resolution to this protracted struggle. Chapter 20. The final battle. Following the resolution of the public relations crisis, the global joint operation entered a critical phase. Lingyue and Shufeng understood that their adversaries were cornered, yet might unleash their most desperate counterattacks. Leaving no room for error, police forces from various nations continued their assaults on the bases of the oil consortium and the Blackwing organization. The territories controlled by these criminal entities steadily dwindled. Yet they remained obstinate in their resistance. Through intelligence analysis, Lingyue and Shufeng discovered that the core members of the oil consortium were attempting to flee to a secret base in Africa, a location fortified with heavy defenses and harboring a wealth of illicit assets and advanced weaponry. If they were allowed to reach that sanctuary, Holding them accountable would become exceedingly difficult. We must intercept them before they arrive at the base. Lingyue stated from the Operations Command Center, her eyes fixed on the map displayed on the screen. Xufeng nodded gravely in agreement. I have already contacted the local police in Africa. They will assist us in setting up checkpoints at the border. Lingyue swiftly orchestrated the deployment, coordinating police forces from various countries for joint operations. Point 1 contingent was tasked with tracking the movements of the criminal organization members, ensuring their activities remained under constant surveillance. While another group proceeded to the border in advance to meet with local police and establish a fortified interception line. Meanwhile, the Black Wing organization launched a series of terror attacks in multiple cities to cover the escape of the core members of the oil consortium. Explosions and shootings erupted in rapid succession, plunging the public into panic and dispersing police resources. Lingyue and Xufeng remained composed in the face of adversity, swiftly mobilizing backup forces to various locations of the incidents for rescue and apprehension. These scoundrels sought to disrupt our plans in such a manner that Xufeng, while receiving frontline reports, gritted his teeth in frustration. Lingyue calmly analyzed, their actions only indicate that our operations have struck a vital nerve. We must not falter. Adhere to the original plan while accelerating the capture of the assailants to thwart their ambitions. Under the police's relentless assault, the terrorist attacks orchestrated by the Black Wing organization gradually subsided. With the majority of assailants apprehended at that moment, the tracking team reported that the convoy of core members from the oil consortium was nearing the border. Lingyue and Xufeng immediately led their task force to the interception point. The border region, characterized by its intricate terrain of deserts and mountains, posed challenges. Police set up numerous checkpoints at critical junctions, meticulously screening vehicles and individuals. From a vantage point, Lingyue and Xufeng utilized binoculars to survey the distant activity. Look, the convoy has appeared, Xufeng exclaimed, pointing at the rising dust in the distance that a fleet of black SUVs sped toward the border. Lingyue promptly issued commands. All teams, be alert. The target has emerged. Prepare for interception. No firing without my command. As the convoy approached, it suddenly halted upon entering the police encirclement. Both Lingyue and Xufeng felt a pang of concern, realizing the adversaries might have sensed danger. Indeed, armed personnel disembarked from the vehicles, brandishing advanced weaponry while vigilantly scanning their surroundings in search of an escape route that it seemed they intended to force their way through. Xufeng tightened his grip on his weapon. Lingyue calmly advised, do not act recklessly. Let us attempt negotiations for a peaceful resolution, but if they resort to violence, we shall retaliate. The police dispatched negotiation experts to engage with the armed personnel. However, the core members of the oil consortium refused to surrender, attempting to leverage hostages and overwhelming firepower to breach the police lines. Negotiations reached an impasse, and tension escalated. Suddenly, one of the armed men fired at the police. Shattering the brief calm, a fierce gunfight erupted, bullets whizzing through the air amidst the smoke. Lingyue and Xufeng led the police forces, utilizing the terrain to engage in a desperate struggle against the enemy. Stay calm. Maintain fire suppression, Lingyue commanded while firing back. Xufeng led a group to flank the enemy, seeking to cut off their escape. Amidst the intense exchange of fire, the police gradually gained the upper hand. Yet the adversaries continued to resist fiercely, resulting in a stalemate. At a critical moment, Lingyue noticed that the enemy's ammunition supply was faltering, their firepower noticeably diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, she shouted, "Advance!" The police surged forward like tigers descending from the mountain. Engaging the enemy in close combat, Lingyue and Xufeng led the charge, swiftly subduing multiple adversaries with their exceptional combat skills. After a fierce battle, the armed personnel were completely subdued, and the core members of the oil consortium were successfully apprehended. Lingyue and Xufeng entered an SUV, where they found hostages bound inside. They quickly rescued the captives and escorted the core members out of the vehicle. Did you think you could escape the clutches of the law? Such naivety, Xufeng said angrily to the core members. Their faces turned pale, and they bowed their heads in surrender. With the capture of the oil consortium's core members, this protracted international crime operation achieved a decisive victory. The primary members of the Black Wing organization and the oil consortium were apprehended, and their criminal network thoroughly dismantled. Lingyue and Xufeng stood on the borderland, observing the criminals being taken away. Their hearts filled with myriad emotions. This long battle had tested their endurance, yet it also fortified their commitment to uphold justice. They understood that although victory was achieved this time, crime would never vanish, and new challenges awaited them in the future. Upon returning home, Lingyue and Xufeng received a hero's welcome. However, they did not indulge in the euphoria of victory. Instead, they promptly resumed their duties. organizing case materials and assisting the judicial authorities in prosecuting and trying the criminals. Through their actions, they embodied an unwavering pursuit of justice, safeguarding the world's peace and tranquility while awaiting the next confrontation with evil forces. Chapter 21. Resurgence of undercurrents. With the successful repatriation of the core members of the Black Wing Organization and the Oil Consortium, the judicial process advanced methodically. In court, the evidence was irrefutable, and the criminals confessed to their transgressions, ultimately facing the stern hand of the law. This lengthy international manhunt appeared to reach its conclusion, restoring tranquility to the city, allowing Lingyue and Su Feng to momentarily relax their taut nerves. However, beneath the surface, dark currents began to stir unnoticed. One day, while organizing case materials, Lingyue stumbled upon an overlooked encrypted file. The document contained vague clues that seemed to point toward a new criminal organization. This organization was exceedingly enigmatic, operating in a manner starkly different from the criminal groups previously encountered. They appeared adept at conducting illicit activities under the guise of legitimate business, utilizing covert and intricate methods. Lingyue promptly informed Su Feng of her discovery, and the two resolved to reopen the investigation. They began with the scant clues within the file, delving deeply into financial transactions and corporate equity structures to gradually outline the contours of this mysterious organization. It turned out that this entity operated under the guise of a multinational enterprise called the Star Group, ostensibly engaged in high-end technology research and international trade, while clandestinely controlling numerous underground supply chains globally, involving the smuggling of rare artifacts, illegal human organ trafficking, and cyber espionage. This Star Group is no ordinary organization. Their reach extends far deeper than we initially imagined, Lingyue remarked, frowning at the densely packed data on her computer screen. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, their methods are exceedingly discreet, employing legitimate business operations to mask their illegal activities. It's astonishing that we had not detected this before. To gained further insight into the operations of the Star Group. Lingyue and Su Feng decided to begin with former employees. Through their intelligence network, they located Li Ming, a former technician who had resigned due to dissatisfaction with the internal corruption at the Star Group. They arranged to meet Li Ming in a discreet safe. He appeared somewhat anxious, vigilantly surveying his surroundings before slowly speaking. During my time at the Star Group, I discovered several irregularities. The company frequently held mysterious meetings that only high-level executives could attend, and some of their business dealings were quite peculiar, involving many sensitive regions and illegal channels. Lingyue patiently guided Li Ming to recall more details, asking, "Can you specify those strange business dealings? Were there any particular goods or trading partners involved?" After a moment's thought, Li Ming replied, "Once, I inadvertently came across an internal document mentioning a shipment of high-tech equipment destined for the Middle East. However, the document was classified, and I didn't dare to investigate further. Later, I heard that this equipment was actually intended for illegal surveillance." Armed with this crucial information, Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly launched an investigation. They uncovered that the Star Group maintained close ties with various extremist organizations in the Middle East, profiting immensely from the illegal provision of surveillance equipment while also supplying intelligence support to these groups. To halt the Star Group's illicit activities, Lingyue and Su Feng reported their findings to their superiors and collaborated with Interpol to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the Star Group. During the investigation, they discovered that the upper echelons of the Star Group were well prepared. They not only destroyed substantial amounts of critical evidence, but also attempted to obstruct the police investigation through bribery and threats. These individuals are exceptionally cunning. We must accelerate our actions and not allow them to succeed. Su Feng expressed his frustration. Lingyue calmly analyzed. Their evasiveness only signifies that our investigation has touched upon a crucial aspect. We must trace their financial flows to uncover the funding chain of their illicit activities, which is essential for their complete dismantlement. Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng led their investigative team to meticulously trace the financial flows of the Star Group. They discovered that the group employed a series of complex financial maneuvers to launder their illicit gains, depositing them into multiple offshore accounts. The frequent transactions among these accounts spanned various countries and regions, complicating the investigation significantly. Nevertheless, Lingyue and Su Feng persevered. They collaborated with financial regulatory bodies across nations and, through international judicial assistance, scrutinized these offshore accounts. After months of arduous effort, they finally unearthed evidence of the funding chain behind the Star Group's illicit operations. With this evidence in hand, the police swiftly mobilized to conduct raids on multiple strongholds of the Star Group. During the operation, they encountered resistance from armed security forces hired by the Star Group. But through exceptional tactics and indomitable spirit, they successfully breached the enemy's defenses, capturing several high-ranking officials of the Star Group in the interrogation room. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, the high-ranking members of the Star Group were compelled to confess their criminal activities. It became clear that they sought to control the global underground supply chains to amass immense wealth and power, thereby influencing the international political landscape, with the apprehension of the Star Group's principal members. This enigmatic criminal organization was ultimately dismantled. However, Lingyue and Su Feng were aware that this was merely another phase in their relentless battle against crime, and that further challenges awaited them in the future. They would steadfastly remain in their roles as guardians of justice, employing their intellect and courage to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 22. New challenges following the successful dismantling of the Star Group. Lingyue and Su Feng enjoyed a brief respite. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived, as new challenges soon emerged. One day, Lingyue received an urgent notification from her superiors, instructing her and Su Feng to immediately proceed to the headquarters of Interpol to participate in a seminar regarding a new form of transnational crime. Upon their arrival at the headquarters, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered a gathering of elite law enforcement officials from around the globe, the atmosphere laden with tension. The head of Interpol solemnly introduced the situation. Recently, a novel model of transnational crime had quietly arisen, wherein perpetrators exploited emerging quantum computing technologies and cryptocurrencies to perpetrate large-scale financial fraud and data theft. The technological sophistication of these criminal organizations was exceedingly advanced, leaving virtually no trace after their illicit activities, thereby presenting unprecedented challenges to our investigative efforts. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, cognizant that they were about to engage in a contest against highly intelligent criminal networks. After the meeting concluded, they promptly immersed themselves in researching this new type of crime. By analyzing a plethora of case files, they discerned that these criminal organizations typically initiated their operations through cyberattacks, infiltrating the systems of major financial institutions and technology companies to harvest client data and confidential information. Subsequently, they employed quantum computing technologies to decrypt cryptocurrency wallet addresses, transferring victims' assets into their own accounts. The technical prowess of these individuals is astonishing. Conventional investigative techniques are utterly ineffective, Su Feng remarked, furrowing his brow as he examined the report in his hands. Lingyue contemplated for a moment and proposed an audacious idea, since they are utilizing technology for their crimes. We must also harness advanced technology to counteract them. We could collaborate with leading tech companies and research institutions to develop specialized tracking and defense systems targeting quantum computing crimes. Su Feng's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. That is an excellent idea. I know several experts in the technology sector. I will contact them immediately. Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng began to traverse various avenues, liaising with major tech firms and research institutions to forge partnerships. After considerable effort, they successfully assembled a joint task force comprised of technical experts, skilled hackers, and law enforcement personnel. During the inaugural meeting of the task force, Lingyue briefed everyone on the current situation. Our objective is to track and combat these organizations exploiting quantum computing technology for criminal purposes. Their operations are exceedingly clandestine. We must scrutinize every detail to uncover their vulnerabilities. The technical experts presented their suggestions and strategies. A young hacker proclaimed, I can develop a specialized program to monitor anomalous traffic and data transmissions on the internet. By analyzing this data, we may pinpoint the locations of the criminal organization servers. Another quantum computing specialist stated, I am researching a new encryption algorithm that can withstand decryption attacks from quantum computing. We can implement this algorithm within the systems of financial institutions to bolster their security. With collective efforts, the development of the tracking and defense systems commenced rapidly. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Su Feng continued their investigations into the cases. By collaborating with police forces from various nations, they gathered additional clues about the criminal organizations. After thorough analysis, they discovered that these groups seemed to revolve around a mysterious figure known only by the codename Phantom. This Phantom is likely the pivotal figure within the entire criminal organization. We must locate him as swiftly as possible, Lingyue asserted. Su Feng nodded in agreement. I have compiled leads on Phantom, who appears to frequently operate within Southeast Asia. We can initiate our efforts from that region. Consequently, Lingyue and Su Feng, accompanied by several members of the task force, journeyed to Southeast Asia to conduct their investigation. With the assistance of local law enforcement, they meticulously monitored potential locations where the Phantom might appear. After several days of vigilance, they finally detected a trace of the Phantom. He was exceedingly cunning, adopting disguises each time he made an appearance, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Lingyue and Su Feng decided to maintain their stealth. continuing to observe in search of the optimal moment to apprehend him. During a clandestine meeting between the Phantom and members of the criminal organization, Lingyue and Su Feng seized the opportunity. Leading the task force in a swift offensive, a fierce confrontation ensued. The Phantom's bodyguards fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to the valiant efforts of Lingyue, Su Feng, and their team. Sensing impending defeat, the Phantom attempted to flee but was apprehended by Su Feng. "Did you think you could elude the arm of the law?" Su Feng seethed. The Phantom scoffed. "You believe capturing me signifies the end. You are woefully naive. My organization spans the globe, and you shall never thwart us." Lingyue stepped forward, her voice cold. "Regardless of the magnitude of your organization, any act of crime will ultimately be met with justice. Now, divulge your criminal plans and the whereabouts of your associates." Faced with irrefutable evidence, the Phantom's psychological defenses crumbled, and he revealed the operational structure of the criminal organization along with the identities of its members. With the capture of the Phantom, the crisis of this new form of transnational crime was momentarily alleviated. However, Lingyue and Su Feng understood that as technology evolved, so too would criminal methodologies, and they would confront many more unknown challenges. Undeterred, they remained resolute in their conviction to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world, ensuring that the light of justice illuminates every corner. Chapter 23. Global Manhunt. The information obtained from the Phantom served as a key, unlocking a gateway to an expansive criminal network, according to his disclosures. This organization, which utilized quantum technology for illicit activities, had members dispersed across more than a dozen nations, forming a complex web. Each member was responsible for different aspects, from technological development and cyber attacks to the transfer of funds. Operating with remarkable synergy and discretion, Lingyue and Su Feng recognized that dismantling this organization required more than just their efforts in the existing task force. They needed to initiate a global manhunt once again. Upon returning to Interpol headquarters, they promptly briefed law enforcement agencies from various nations on the case, sharing the critical leads obtained from the Phantom. Under Interpol's coordination, an unprecedented global manhunt was officially launched. In the initial stages of the operation, police forces across nations swiftly investigated suspicious individuals and locations based on the leads. However, it appeared the criminal organization had sensed the impending danger as its members began to scatter, their movements increasingly enigmatic. Many leads that had once seemed promising abruptly ceased when law enforcement commenced their actions, plunging the pursuit into a stalemate. These individuals are exceedingly cunning. They always seem to anticipate our moves. Su Feng lamented in the operations command center, his gaze fixed on the ever-updating yet stagnant leads board, his expression fraught with anxiety. Lingyue, equally grave, pondered for a moment before stating, "They are undoubtedly aware of our operations. We must swiftly identify this mole among us, or the entire endeavor will be in vain." To uncover the mole, Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to investigate internally. They meticulously scrutinized the backgrounds and recent activities of every individual involved in the operation while deliberately disseminating false leads to observe any abnormal reactions. After several days of thorough investigation, they finally identified an Interpol staff member exhibiting suspicious behavior. He frequently communicated secretly with external parties and displayed unusual actions prior to critical leads being leaked. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly initiated surveillance and investigation of this staff member, ultimately acquiring evidence of his collusion with the criminal organization. Faced with undeniable proof, the staff member confessed to being bribed by the organization in exchange for intelligence. With the mole issue resolved, the manhunt could proceed. As the investigation deepened, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered that the core members of the criminal organization were attempting to escape to a secret base in Antarctica. This base, situated on the fringes of the Antarctic continent, was geographically isolated and harshly inhospitable, fortified with advanced defense mechanisms, an ultimate stronghold prepared by the organization to evade capture. They intend to leverage the unique environment of Antarctica and its defenses to elude our pursuit. We cannot allow them to succeed, Lingyue declared resolutely during an operational meeting. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must swiftly devise a plan of action to intercept them before they reach the base. After urgent discussions with law enforcement agencies and relevant research institutions, a comprehensive capture plan was formulated. Given the peculiar environment of Antarctica, conventional transportation methods were deemed inadequate. Thus, they decided to utilize research vessels and snow vehicles as their primary means of transport. Furthermore, to prepare for potential adverse weather conditions and complex terrain, the task force was equipped with specialized polar gear and rescue personnel. On the day of the operation, elite forces from various nations convened aboard the research vessel in the waters near Antarctica. Amidst the vast ocean, the vessel plowed through the waves, charting a course toward the Antarctic continent. After days and nights of arduous navigation, they finally reached the edge of the Antarctic continent. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team in snowmobiles. Trudging through the icy expanse, the climate in Antarctica was exceptionally harsh, with howling winds, blinding snowstorms, and extremely low visibility. With unwavering determination and advanced navigation equipment, the team successfully located traces of the criminal organization members. Ahead, they spotted the target vehicle, preparing to intercept. Su Feng commanded his team via radio. The group swiftly divided into smaller teams, surrounding the criminal organization's convoy from various directions. As the convoy entered the encirclement, Lingyue decisively ordered action. The team members rapidly emerged from their snowmobiles, engaging in fierce gunfire with the criminals. Despite their desperate resistance, the members of the criminal organization could not withstand the overwhelming firepower and valiant efforts of the action team. After an intense battle, the majority of the criminals were captured, with only a few core members fleeing to a nearby secret base. Lingyue and Su Feng relentlessly pursued them to the entrance of the base. The massive door was tightly shut, surrounded by various defensive installations. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously observed the base's defensive layout, searching for a point of entry. That we must find a way into the base quickly. We cannot allow them to make a final stand inside, Lingyue stated. Su Feng nodded in agreement. I will see if I can identify any vulnerabilities in their defense system and attempt to breach it. Just as Su Feng and the technical staff were working on the defense system, a sudden, violent explosion echoed from within the base. Lingyue and Su Feng were startled, realizing that the criminal organization might be destroying evidence or preparing for a final assault. They hastened their efforts, ultimately managing to breach the base's security system and open the door at a critical moment. The team rushed into the base, engaging in a final confrontation with the remaining forces of the criminal organization. Utilizing their exceptional combat skills and resolute spirit, Lingyue and Su Feng successfully subdued the core members of the organization, completely dismantling this group that exploited quantum technology for criminal activities. As the last criminal was escorted out of the base, this global manhunt concluded successfully. Lingyue and Su Feng stood on the Antarctic ice sheet, gazing at the snow-covered land, their hearts filled with emotion. They understood that this victory was hard-won, a testament to the collective efforts of law enforcement agencies worldwide. Looking ahead, they knew they would continue to face various challenges, but they firmly believed that as long as they upheld the belief in justice, they could safeguard peace and tranquility in the world. Chapter 24. The Echo of Justice. Following the successful dismantling of the criminal organization utilizing quantum technology in Antarctica, Lingyue and Su Feng returned to their respective duties. Yet their deeds resonated globally. The International Criminal Police Organization held a grand award ceremony to honor their outstanding contributions, gathering representatives from law enforcement agencies worldwide to witness this moment of glory. At the ceremony, the head of Interpol took the stage, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "Officers Lingyue and Su Feng have demonstrated extraordinary courage, wisdom, and unwavering faith in the face of a series of complex and perilous transnational crimes. They have surmounted tremendous obstacles, traversing mountains and rivers, bringing one criminal organization after another to justice, making an indelible contribution to the maintenance of global peace and security. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome Officers Lingyue and Su Feng to the stage." Amidst thunderous applause, Lingyue and Su Feng, donned in crisp uniforms, stepped confidently onto the podium. They accepted the trophy and certificate, bowing deeply in gratitude to the audience. In that moment, pride and satisfaction illuminated their faces. Yet they understood that this recognition was not merely for themselves, but acknowledged all law enforcement personnel fighting against crime. After the ceremony, Lingyue and Su Feng were inundated with media interviews. Facing the cameras, Lingyue reflected, "Combating crime is our duty. Behind every successful operation lies teamwork and the support of global law enforcement agencies. We are merely one among many, and this honor belongs to everyone striving for justice." Su Feng added, "Crime will not cease, nor will our fight in the future. Regardless of the challenges we face, we will remain steadfast in our positions, safeguarding peace in the world." However, upon returning to their daily responsibilities, Lingyue and Su Feng did not allow this honor to induce complacency. They were acutely aware that criminal activities continuously evolve, and new challenges could arise at any moment. One day, while sorting through recent case files, Lingyue uncovered some unusual clues. These clues pointed to an ostensibly ordinary international trading company, yet the company's financial flows and cargo transport records raised numerous suspicions. Lingyue promptly informed Su Feng of her discovery, and they resolved to investigate the company. They began by scrutinizing the company's financial statements and uncovered a plethora of fraudulent transactions, with funds flowing through intricate transfer processes to multiple offshore accounts. Next, they examined the company's cargo transport records and noticed discrepancies between the declared destinations and actual uses of certain goods. This company was likely a front for a new criminal organization. Utilizing international trade as a facade for illicit activities, Lingyue remarked with a furrowed brow. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must delve deeper to uncover their true intentions. Gather more evidence. Lingyue and Su Feng disguised themselves as business partners and contacted the company's management. During their interactions, they found the individuals to be highly cautious, evading any sensitive inquiries. Nevertheless, Lingyue and Su Feng persisted. Employing clever questioning and keen observation to gradually acquire key information, it became apparent that while the company publicly engaged in legitimate international trade, it was secretly involved in arms smuggling and money laundering. Maintaining close ties with international terrorist organizations by providing them with weapons and financial support. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lingyue immediately reported their findings to superiors and collaborated with customs and tax departments to launch a comprehensive investigation into the company. Throughout the investigative process, they encountered numerous obstacles. The company's criminal methods were exceedingly clandestine, making evidence collection challenging. Moreover, it appeared they had sensed the police's actions and began destroying evidence and relocating assets. Lingyue and Su Feng were undeterred by these challenges, leading their investigative team in relentless efforts, leaving no stone unturned. After weeks of arduous labor, they finally amassed sufficient evidence. The police swiftly executed raids on multiple locations associated with the company. In the intense arrest operation, they successfully apprehended the company's primary executives and seized a substantial cache of weapons and illicit funds. With the downfall of this criminal organization, Lingyue and Su Feng once again became focal points of public attention. Their exploits were widely covered in the media, inspiring more individuals to engage in the fight against crime. Yet, Lingyue and Su Feng continued to diligently perform their duties, committed to upholding social peace and justice. They understood that the battle against crime had no endpoint. Each victory merely marked a new beginning, with more unknown challenges awaiting them. Chapter 25. The Resurgence of Darkness with the Downfall of the International Trading Company's Criminal Organization. Tranquility returned to the streets, and people's lives gradually resumed their former peace. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to their routine work, addressing various minor but significant cases beneath the seemingly calm surface. However, darkness was quietly brewing. One night, Su Feng received an anonymous tip-off phone call. The voice on the other end was hoarse, filled with tension and fear. "Officer, I know something I shouldn't know. That there's something strange about the abandoned factory in the north of the city. Mysterious vehicles have been entering and exiting every night, and it seems like illegal transactions are taking place inside. You need to come and check it out." Before Su Feng could inquire further, the call abruptly ended. He immediately relayed this information to Lingyue, and they decided to investigate the abandoned factory the following morning. The next day at dawn, Lingyue and Su Feng, accompanied by several officers, arrived at the dilapidated factory. The factory gates were tightly shut, surrounded by overgrown weeds, presenting a scene of decay. They cautiously approached, noticing signs of climbing on the factory walls and indications that the lock had been tampered with. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged a glance, signaling their team to remain vigilant, then slowly pushed open the factory doors. Inside, the factory was dim and damp, permeated by a pungent odor, following the tire tracks and footprints on the ground. They ventured deeper into the factory. Suddenly, a faint sound of machinery operating reached their ears, prompting the group to halt, holding their breath. Lingyue gestured for the team to disperse quickly and find cover. As they approached the source of the sound, they discovered the entrance to a concealed basement. The basement door was ajar, leaking a faint glow of light. Lingyue and Su Feng led their teams stealthily into the basement. And what lay before them was astonishing. The basement was filled with advanced electronic equipment, and a group of individuals was busily operating, screens flashing with complex data and codes. "This is..." Su Feng whispered, his eyes filled with confusion. Lingyue furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the surroundings, and suddenly realized they are engaged in illegal data mining and cyber attacks. This equipment is designed to infiltrate the databases of major corporations and government institutions. At that moment, a staff member spotted them and shouted, "Police, act quickly." Instantly, the individuals in the basement seized their weapons and launched an attack on Lingyue and her team. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly led their comrades in retaliation, and a fierce gunfight ensued. During the battle, Lingyue noted the remarkable tactical coordination among the assailants, indicating they had undergone professional training. Moreover, the weapons and equipment they wielded were notably advanced, unlike those typical of ordinary criminal gangs. Who were these people? She pondered in silence. After an intense exchange of fire, the the police gradually gained the upper hand. Most of the criminals were subdued, yet a few core members managed to escape amidst the chaos. Lingyue and Su Feng had no time to pursue them. Instead, they promptly examined the electronic devices at the scene, striving to uncover more clues through analysis of the data within the devices. They discovered that this criminal organization was linked to a mysterious group known as the Shadow Alliance. The Shadow Alliance was an emerging transnational crime syndicate adept at utilizing cyber technology for illicit activities, including online fraud, data theft, and cyber espionage. Furthermore, it appeared that formidable forces were backing this organization, making their operations exceedingly covert and difficult to trace. That it seems we have encountered a formidable adversary, Su Feng remarked gravely as he reviewed the analytical report. Lingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, this Shadow Alliance is not to be underestimated. We must swiftly ascertain their true nature and halt their criminal endeavors. To delve deeper into the Shadow Alliance, Lingyue and Su Feng commenced the pursuit of the core members who had previously escaped. By investigating their movements and communication records, they gradually pieced together some leads. It turned out that these individuals had taken refuge in an upscale residential area of the city. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team to the residential complex surrounding the apartment where the suspects were believed to be hiding. However, when they prepared to breach the door, they found the apartment eerily vacant. Not good. They've escaped again, Su Feng exclaimed in frustration at that moment. Lingyue noticed a note on the table that read, "Think you can catch us? Not so easily. Our next meeting will be your last." Lingyue and Su Feng realized that the Shadow Alliance had set their sights on them, and this confrontation was merely the beginning. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng convened an urgent meeting with their superiors and technical experts. They deliberated strategies to counter the Shadow Alliance, deciding to tackle the issue from three fronts: technological defense, intelligence gathering, and international cooperation. On one hand, they would enhance cybersecurity protections for major corporations and government institutions to thwart potential attacks from the Shadow Alliance. On the other, they would amplify intelligence collection efforts to investigate the organization as structure and criminal plans. Simultaneously, they would actively collaborate with Interpol and police forces from various nations to jointly combat this transnational crime syndicate. In the ensuing days, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team in a relentless battle against the Shadow Alliance. They understood that this fight was fraught with uncertainties and dangers, yet they remained undeterred. Fueled by their unwavering belief in upholding justice and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the city. Chapter 26. Pursued in the mist following their initial clash with the Shadow Alliance. Lingyue and Su Feng recognized that this would be a more arduous battle than ever before. To quickly grasped the movements of the Shadow Alliance. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to intelligence gathering. Lingyue took charge of organizing the existing leads, meticulously reviewing the data obtained from the electronic devices confiscated from the abandoned factory, leaving no detail overlooked. Meanwhile, Su Feng led a team of officers in a thorough search of potential hideouts for the members of the Shadow Alliance. They also maintained close contact with Interpol and cybersecurity experts from various countries, sharing intelligence and collaboratively analyzing the criminal patterns and potential targets of the Shadow Alliance. During an in-depth examination of the data from the abandoned factory, Lingyue stumbled upon some encrypted communication records. These records indicated that the Shadow Alliance appeared to be orchestrating a large-scale attack on the global financial system. They aimed to infiltrate the core systems of major banks, manipulate transaction data, and create financial chaos to illicitly profit. This is no small matter that if their plan succeeds, the global economy will plunge into a profound crisis, Lingyue stated gravely during a team meeting. Su Feng's expression was equally serious. We must act swiftly to thwart them. Time is of the essence, and every second counts. To decrypt the communication records and obtain further details about the attack plan. Lingyue reached out to a top cryptography expert. After several days of arduous work, the expert successfully decrypted part of the content. It revealed that the Shadow Alliance intended to launch their attack at midnight a week later, primarily targeting several major banks in Europe and America. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately relayed this critical intelligence to Interpol and the relevant national police and financial regulatory agencies. Countries swiftly mobilized, bolstering the cybersecurity defenses of their banking systems and dispatching elite forces to assist Lingyue and Su Feng in their investigation. However, the Shadow Alliance seemed to sense the impending danger, becoming increasingly cautious in their operations. The previously tracked leads abruptly ceased, leaving Lingyue and Su Feng's investigation at a standstill. These individuals are exceedingly cunning. They always manage to evade our pursuit, Su Feng lamented. Lingyue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be disheartened. Their evasiveness indicates that our investigation has pressured them. Let us rethink our approach. There must be something we've overlooked. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously retraced the entire investigative process, from the initial anonymous tip-off to the discovery of the abandoned factory, and then to the decryption of the communication records. Suddenly, Lingyue recalled a pivotal issue. They had yet to delve deeply into the identity and motives of the anonymous tipster. Perhaps he possessed more information about the Shadow Alliance. Su Feng's eyes lit up. Exactly. Let's pursue this angle immediately. They utilized technological means to track the phone number of the tipster. After some effort, they finally located him. The tipster was an ordinary citizen named Zhang Wei, who worked near the abandoned factory in the northern part of the city. He had inadvertently discovered suspicious activities at the factory and, driven by a sense of justice, chose to report anonymously. Lingyue and Su Feng found Zhang Wei and conducted a thorough inquiry. He recounted, "I saw those people coming and going mysteriously, and their vehicles had no license plates. Once, I overheard them discussing some grand plan that seemed related to money, but I couldn't catch the specifics, although Zhang Wei's information was limited." Lingyue and Su Feng did not give up. They continued their investigation around Zhang Wei's workplace, hoping to uncover more leads. Their perseverance bore fruit when they discovered a suspicious vehicle captured on a nearby surveillance camera. By tracing the vehicle's trajectory, they found it had ultimately entered a luxurious villa community. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team to the villa complex, and after a thorough search, they confirmed that several members of the Shadow Alliance were hiding in one of the villas. They immediately established close surveillance on the villa, awaiting the opportune moment to apprehend them. During the monitoring, they observed that the individuals inside the villa seemed to be engaged in tense preparations. With electronic devices and documents being constantly moved in and out, Lingyue and Su Feng realized that the Shadow Alliance was likely planning their final attack here. "We can't delay any longer. We must act immediately, or it will be too late," Su Feng asserted. Lingyue nodded in agreement. "All right, according to the plan, one team will secure the villa's entrances, while teams 2 and 3 will enter with me to make the arrest. Stay safe, and try to capture them alive." As night fell, the action team, shrouded by darkness, stealthily approached the villa. Once everything was in place, Lingyue gave the command, and the team sprang into action. One team successfully secured the front and back doors of the villa. While Lingyue and Su Feng led teams 2 and 3 into the villa, the members of the Shadow Alliance were caught off guard by the sudden assault and scrambled to grab their weapons in defense. However, under the fierce onslaught of Lingyue, Su Feng, and their comrades, they were quickly subdued. In the basement of the villa, they discovered a trove of advanced cyber attack equipment and detailed attack plan documents. Preliminary examinations revealed that these documents contained specific strategies for attacking the global financial system. Lingyue and Su Feng let out a sigh of relief, knowing they had successfully thwarted the Shadow Alliance's nefarious scheme. However, they were acutely aware that the Shadow Alliance would not be easily eradicated, and more challenges awaited them in the future. They would continue to steadfastly uphold justice, battling against various criminal forces to the end. Chapter 27. Aftermath and new developments. Having successfully dismantled the Shadow Alliance's stronghold in the opulent villa and intercepted their attack plan against the global financial system, Lingyue and Su Feng did not relent. With the assistance of Interpol, they swiftly organized and analyzed the seized evidence and documents, sharing them with police agencies worldwide to ensure that the remnants of the Shadow Alliance could not proceed with their conspiracies. As the investigation deepened, they discovered that although the Shadow Alliance had suffered significant blows, some core members were still on the run. These individuals were likely regrouping in the shadows, poised for retaliation. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to capitalize on their momentum and eradicate the remnants of this criminal organization once and for all. While sorting through the clues, Su Feng stumbled upon a suspicious network node. After relentless tracking by the technical team, they discovered that this node was linked to a small tech company in a Southeast Asian country. Lingyue and Su Feng, accompanied by several elite team members, immediately set off to investigate. Upon arrival in Southeast Asia, they contacted the local police, and with their assistance, commenced a covert investigation into the tech company. After meticulous scrutiny, they uncovered that the company, which ostensibly engaged in software development, was in fact a clandestine liaison point for the Shadow Alliance. Within the company, there existed a concealed server utilized for storing and transmitting the criminal data of the Shadow Alliance, determined to eradicate the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to launch a surprise raid on the company. That evening, under the cover of darkness, they stealthily infiltrated the premises. The interior was eerily silent, save for the faint glow of lights emanating from the server room. Cautiously, they approached the room, bracing themselves for any potential dangers. Upon entering, they discovered several technicians busily operating the servers. Startled by the sudden appearance of Lingyue and Su Feng, the technicians panicked and attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued by the overwhelming force of the police. Through interrogating the technicians, Lingyue and Su Feng learned that several core members of the Shadow Alliance had fled to the mountainous regions of the country, where they had established a temporary stronghold to regroup and continue their criminal endeavors. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team toward the mountains. The terrain was treacherous, with rugged paths complicating their progress, and the members of the Shadow Alliance had set numerous traps and watchtowers, making any misstep perilous. Navigating carefully, Lingyue and Su Feng employed advanced reconnaissance equipment to evade enemy sentries. As they neared the temporary stronghold, they discovered it was heavily fortified with barbed wire and landmines, rendering direct assault impractical. We must devise a strategy to divert their attention and breach from the side. Lingyue whispered to Su Feng. He nodded in agreement, contemplating. We could deploy drones to release smoke bombs, creating confusion, and then strike from the flank. Accepting Su Feng's suggestion, they swiftly prepared the drones and smoke bombs. With a signal, the drones soared toward the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, instantly enveloping the area in smoke and plunging the enemies into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team into the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Through their exceptional combat skills and unwavering resolve, they gradually gained the upper hand. Realizing their precarious situation, the members of the Shadow Alliance attempted to flee. But Lingyue and Su Feng had anticipated this, having set up ambushes around the stronghold, successfully capturing the escaping foes. After an intense battle, the remnants of the Shadow Alliance were completely annihilated. Lingyue and Su Feng exhaled in relief, knowing that their struggle against the Shadow Alliance had reached its conclusion. However, before they could rest, they received an urgent notification from Interpol. In the aftermath of the Shadow Alliance's destruction, Interpol had uncovered new leads pointing to an even more enigmatic criminal organization, which seemed to have been covertly monitoring the Shadow Alliance's activities, potentially orchestrating events from the shadows. Filled with uncertainty and vigilance, Lingyue and Su Feng examined the clues in their hands. They recognized that a new challenge loomed ahead, and this mysterious criminal organization could prove more formidable than any adversary they had previously encountered. Yet, undaunted, they held steadfast to their unwavering belief in upholding justice and safeguarding global peace and tranquility. They resolved to embark on another journey to unveil the true nature of this clandestine organization and bring them to justice. Chapter 28. The veil of the mysterious organization. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to Interpol's headquarters, joining forces with elite operatives from around the globe to collaboratively investigate the leads on this enigmatic criminal organization. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, as a large screen displayed the fragmented information they had collected, seemingly disparate, yet subtly converging towards a singular dark core. According to the current intelligence, this organization operated with extreme discretion, leaving almost no discernible traces. A senior intelligence analyst at Interpol, while manipulating the computer, remarked, "We only know that they are linked to numerous transnational crimes, seemingly orchestrating an invisible net from behind the scenes." Lingyue scrutinized the screen, endeavoring to find a breakthrough amid the chaotic clues. Let us first organize the known information. They possess an intimate understanding of the Shadow Alliance's operations and may have even participated in some of their criminal schemes, indicating a formidable capacity for intelligence gathering and infiltration. Su Feng nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, they have only begun to surface after the Shadow Alliance's downfall, likely biding their time to reap the rewards." After hours of vigorous discussion, the team decided to focus on a frequently recurring keyword among the clues: the Obsidian Project. Reports indicated that the Obsidian Project entailed a series of illicit genetic experiments and bioweapons development, shrouded in vast profits and nefarious objectives. Lingyue and Su Feng eagerly volunteered to investigate the specifics of the Obsidian Project and its associated personnel. They commenced by sifting through databases in the international biological research field, identifying research projects and personnel linked to the Obsidian Project. After days of relentless effort, they finally identified a pivotal figure, Dr. Chen, a biologist. Dr. Chen had previously held a position at a renowned international research institution but abruptly resigned a few years ago and subsequently vanished from public view. Further investigation revealed that Dr. Chen had connections with several dubious organizations, and his research focus aligned closely with the illegal genetic experiments within the Obsidian Project. This Dr. Chen might very well be the key to unraveling the mystery of the Obsidian Project. Lingyue stated that Su Feng promptly organized a team to conduct comprehensive surveillance on Dr. Chen's whereabouts. After some difficulties, they ultimately located him at a secluded laboratory on a remote island. Lingyue and Su Feng led their action team to stealthily approach the laboratory. The area was heavily guarded, with armed personnel patrolling the premises. Observing for a while, Lingyue devised a detailed capture plan. Utilizing the cover of night, they evaded the patrols and successfully infiltrated the laboratory. Inside, they discovered Dr. Chun engaged in experiments. Upon seeing the police, Dr. Chun was instantly filled with panic. "How did you find me here?" he exclaimed in terror. Lingyue replied sternly, "Dr. Chun, we are aware of your criminal activities. Come with us to the station for questioning." Dr. Chun attempted to resist, but was quickly subdued. During the search of the laboratory, Lingyue and Su Feng uncovered a wealth of documents and experimental data pertaining to the Obsidian Project. These materials revealed that the Obsidian Project was an insidious initiative propelled by multiple criminal organizations and unscrupulous merchants, aiming to manufacture biologically lethal weapons through illicit genetic experiments and subsequently trafficking them globally for exorbitant profits. This plan is utterly terrifying. If they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable, Su Feng declared with indignation. Lingyue nodded in agreement, stating, "We must act swiftly to thwart their efforts and uncover the core members of this mysterious organization." Through the interrogation of Dr. Chun, they learned that the principal orchestrator of the Obsidian Project was a shadowy figure known only as the Shadow. This individual was notoriously elusive, with few having glimpsed his true visage, yet wielded absolute authority within the criminal organization. Following the leads provided by Dr. Chun, Lingyue and Su Feng delved deeper into the investigation of the Shadow's identity and whereabouts. They discovered that the Shadow frequently appeared at a luxurious estate in a European country, which was heavily fortified and surrounded by advanced security measures. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to journey to Europe to investigate this opulent estate, with the assistance of local law enforcement. They conducted meticulous surveillance on the estate. After several days of observation, they finally identified an opportunity to infiltrate the estate. One night, the estate hosted a grand banquet attended by numerous political and business luminaries. Disguised as guests, Lingyue and Su Feng blended into the festivities, cautiously searching for the Shadow's presence. Suddenly, Lingyue spotted a gaunt man with a cold gaze in a corner, surrounded by several bodyguards. He appeared to be engaged in a clandestine conversation with others. Lingyue instinctively sensed that this man was the Shadow, signaling Su Feng as they stealthily approached, just as they were about to act. The Shadow seemed to sense danger, swiftly rising and retreating deeper into the estate with his bodyguards. Without hesitation, Lingyue and Su Feng pursued him. In the estate's basement, a fierce confrontation ensued between them and the Shadow along with his bodyguards. Though formidable, the Shadow's guards were no match for Lingyue and Su Feng's exceptional combat skills and seamless teamwork. Ultimately, they successfully apprehended both the Shadow and his bodyguards. Once captured, the Shadow confessed to his criminal activities without reservation. As the Shadows fell, the Obsidian Project met its complete demise. However, Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this was merely another phase in their relentless pursuit of justice. More challenges awaited them in the future. They would steadfastly remain in their roles as guardians of peace and tranquility in the world, wielding their intellect and courage. Chapter 29. The Chain Reaction of Crisis after the Shadows were ensnared. The criminal network associated with the Obsidian Project was severed. Yet, before Lingyue and Su Feng could catch their breath, a series of repercussions ensued. During the interrogation of the shadowy figure, they discovered that this clandestine organization had tentacles extending far beyond their initial expectations, entangling numerous seemingly legitimate business ventures and research institutions worldwide. The Shadow revealed that these entities, while ostensibly engaged in lawful activities, were secretly funneling funds, technology, and personnel to the mysterious organization, thus forming a vast and covert criminal ecosystem. Lingyue and Su Feng realized that merely dismantling the Obsidian Project was insufficient. To obliterate this enigmatic organization entirely, they needed to uproot the entire network of interests that lay behind it. The International Criminal Police Organization sprang into action, issuing alerts to law enforcement agencies across the globe based on the information provided by the Shadow. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Su Feng led a special task force to various critical locations, assisting local police in investigations and apprehensions. Their first destination was an industrial city in South America, where a large pharmaceutical company was suspected to be a money laundering hub for the mysterious organization. After meeting with local law enforcement, they promptly initiated an investigation into the pharmaceutical company. The financial records were meticulously crafted, appearing legitimate in terms of drug research and sales. However, upon closer examination, they unearthed that substantial funds were being funneled through complex financial maneuvers into multiple anonymous overseas accounts. These individuals were exceedingly cunning, utilizing the pharmaceutical company's lawful operations to obscure illicit financial activities. Su Feng scrutinized the mountain of financial documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Lingyue pondered a strategy. We cannot solely focus on the accounts. We must also investigate the company's executives and their business dealings. Perhaps we can uncover flaws in their daily activities. After several days of covert investigation, they discovered that the company's CEO had been meeting frequently with unidentified individuals, and each meeting corresponded with unusual financial movements. Lingyue and Su Feng decided to tail the CEO. One day, the CEO departed the company and headed to a remote warehouse. Lingyue and Su Feng, leading their team, stealthily followed. Once the CEO entered the warehouse, they swiftly surrounded the premises. "Freeze! Police!" Lingyue shouted. The individuals inside the warehouse were momentarily startled, but they quickly regrouped and attempted to resist. Lingyue and Su Feng's team engaged in a fierce confrontation, ultimately subduing everyone present, including the CEO. Inside the warehouse, they discovered large sums of cash and documents detailing the financial transactions and criminal schemes between the pharmaceutical company and the mysterious organization. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Feng, holding the documents, wore a satisfied smile. However, before they could catch their breath, they received urgent news from a country in Asia. There, an explosion had occurred at a research institution linked to the mysterious organization, resulting in chaos. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately boarded a flight to the country. Upon arrival, they found the institution engulfed in flames, with rescue efforts underway. They approached the local police chief overseeing the investigation to gather information. Preliminary investigations indicated that the explosion was likely deliberate. Explosives were planted within the research facility prior to the blast, the police chief stated. Lingyue and Su Feng felt a tightening in their chests. This could very well be an act by the remnants of the mysterious organization attempting to destroy evidence. They joined the investigation, analyzing the scene and reviewing nearby surveillance footage, which led them to a suspicious individual. This person had entered the facility mere hours before the explosion and had hurriedly exited afterward. Following this lead, Lingyue and Su Feng diligently tracked down the individual's hideout. They executed a raid on the location, successfully capturing the suspect. During interrogation, the individual confessed to being directed by the mysterious organization to obliterate crucial documents and experimental data. He also revealed that the remnants of the organization were concocting a grander scheme to retaliate against the law enforcement agencies and Interpol involved in their suppression. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lingyue and Su Feng promptly reported to their superiors and strengthened cooperation with police forces worldwide to formulate countermeasures. They understood that the battle against the mysterious organization was far from over. In the days to come, they would confront even greater challenges and dangers, yet they remained undaunted, for they bore the solemn responsibility of safeguarding global peace and justice. Chapter 30. The final confrontation armed with intelligence regarding the remnants of the organization plotting retaliation. Lingyue and Su Feng allowed no room for complacency. They collaborated closely with Interpol and police forces from various nations to devise a comprehensive defense and counteroffensive strategy. On the defensive front, security measures were heightened for law enforcement headquarters, vital government facilities, and key individuals to ensure that the mysterious organization could find no opportunity for incursion. On the offensive front, they actively engaged in intelligence gathering to unearth the hideouts of the remaining factions and eradicate them entirely. Lingyue immersed herself in a vast sea of intelligence, striving to discern the organization's next moves from the minutiae. Su Feng traversed various cities, liaising with local police and personally inspecting security arrangements. During a multinational video conference, Lingyue presented the latest compiled leads on the screen. Based on our investigation, the remnants of the mysterious organization are likely regrouping in the Middle East. The complex situation there provides them with ample opportunities to conceal their activities. Representatives from various police forces nodded in agreement, and a police officer from the Middle East added, "We have recently detected unusual activities, with unidentified armed personnel frequently appearing in border areas, likely connected to the organization." Su Feng's gaze hardened. "Then we shall commence our efforts here, focusing our resources on investigating the origins and intentions of these armed individuals." Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng led their task force to the Middle East. With the assistance of local police, they conducted a comprehensive search of the border regions. The vast desert posed significant challenges to their investigation, with its harsh environment complicating their efforts. Nevertheless, Lingyue and Su Feng persevered, enduring the scorching sun and sandstorms as they pursued every potential lead. At last, during a reconnaissance mission, they stumbled upon a secret camp hidden deep within the desert. The area was fortified with barbed wire and watchtowers, with armed personnel frequently patrolling. Utilizing drones for aerial reconnaissance, they preliminarily identified this location as a hideout for the remnants of the mysterious organization. "We must swiftly formulate a plan of action. We cannot afford to give them time to relocate or launch an attack," Lingyue stated at the makeshift command center. Su Feng concurred. "I propose we divide into 3 teams. One will engage the enemy head-on to draw their fire, while the second and third will flank from the sides to cut off their escape routes." After thorough discussion, the operational plan was finalized. That night, under the cover of darkness, the task force stealthily approached the camp. The frontal team initiated the assault, gunfire shattering the desert's tranquility. The armed personnel within the camp were jolted from their slumber by the unexpected onslaught and hurriedly armed themselves to resist. Meanwhile, the second and third teams swiftly maneuvered, breaching the enemy's defenses from the flanks. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team into fierce combat. During the fray, Lingyue noted the enemy's firepower was remarkably resilient, clearly indicating meticulous preparation. These adversaries are more formidable than we anticipated. Everyone must exercise caution, Lingyue warned through the radio. Su Feng, leading one team, adeptly utilized the terrain to gradually suppress the enemy's fire. In the heat of battle, both sides suffered casualties, yet the task force, driven by unwavering resolve and superior tactics, began to gain the upper hand. As the conflict progressed, the remnants of the mysterious organization started to retreat. They attempted to break through, but their escape routes were already blocked by the second and third teams. Under the relentless assault of the task force, the enemy ultimately surrendered, casting down their weapons. Lingyue and Su Feng entered the heart of the camp, uncovering crucial documents and communication devices. These documents meticulously outline the organization's retaliation plans and their collusion with other criminal entities. It appears our operation was timely, successfully thwarting their conspiracy. Su Feng exhaled in relief. However, just as they prepared to secure the area, a wounded enemy detonated a bomb strapped to himself. The ensuing shockwave toppled those nearby, leaving Lingyue and Su Feng with minor injuries. They swiftly regrouped, organizing their team for rescue and a thorough search. After a diligent search, they realized that the core members of the mysterious organization were not present in the camp. Lingyue surmised that these individuals had likely received advance warning and had already fled. We cannot allow them to escape. Pursue them, Lingyue commanded resolutely, undeterred by fatigue and injury. The task force continued their relentless chase in the direction the enemy had likely retreated. In the vast expanse of the desert, traces of vehicles were discovered, prompting a relentless pursuit along the trail. After several hours of chasing, they finally tracked down the elusive core members of a mysterious organization in a small town. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly led their team to encircle the town, initiating the final operation to capture them. Following a fierce exchange of gunfire, they successfully apprehended the key members of the organization, thereby dismantling the criminal syndicate once and for all. With the downfall of this clandestine group, the protracted and arduous conflict reached its conclusion. Upon their return to the homeland, Lingyue and Su Feng were met with a hero's welcome. Yet, they understood that the battle against crime is an unending journey, with new challenges ever looming on the horizon. They vowed to remain steadfast on the front lines of justice, safeguarding the tranquility and peace of the world. Chapter 31. Undercurrents of calm. After the successful eradication of the mysterious organization, Lingyue and Su Feng finally experienced a long-awaited period of tranquility. The city regained its former vibrancy and serenity, and the lives of its residents resumed their normal rhythms. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to their respective duties, addressing ordinary cases, seemingly settling into a routine. However, they were acutely aware that the shadow of crime would never truly dissipate. It merely awaited the next opportunity to resurface. One day, while sifting through old case files, a report regarding a missing person from several years ago caught Lingyue's attention. The missing individual, named Lin Xiao, was a young researcher working for a well-known technology company. Prior to her disappearance, Lin Xiao had participated in a highly confidential research project, yet the report contained no details about the project specifics. Lingyue found this peculiar and approached Su Feng to discuss the report. Lin Xiao's disappearance is quite unusual. Could there be a connection between her vanishing and the secret project at her company? She mused, furrowing her brow. Su Feng took the report, scrutinizing it, and nodded in agreement. Moreover, many crucial details have been redacted. There must be hidden truths behind this. Their first stop was the technology company where Lin Xiao had worked. The company's director appeared exceedingly wary of their visit, his words evasive, especially regarding Lin Xiao's involvement in the project. This only solidified Lingyue and Su Feng's suspicions that the project concealed unspeakable secrets. It seems they are determined to keep us in the dark about this project. The more they resist, the more we must uncover, Su Feng whispered to Lingyue. With a slight smile, she replied, "Let's change our approach and start with Lin Xiao's colleagues." After some inquiries, they located Lin Xiao's former colleague, Li Ming. Initially, Li Ming exhibited signs of anxiety, but under Lingyue and Su Feng's patient persuasion, he finally spoke. The project Lin Xiao was involved in focused on a new energy technology. If successful, it would revolutionize the global energy landscape. However, the project was abruptly halted, and Lin Xiao disappeared. I suspect someone wanted to prevent this technology from coming to light. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged alarmed glances. Such a significant scientific breakthrough would undoubtedly attract immense vested interests. Do you know who else was involved in this project? Is there a possibility of obtaining information about it? Lingyue inquired eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming responded, there was a Professor Wang, one of the core team members. As for the documents following Lin Xiao's disappearance, All project materials were sealed and stored in the company's confidential archives. Determined to locate Professor Wang, they faced several obstacles before finding him in a remote research institute. Professor Wang appeared haggard, an expression of fear etched across his face. "Please, do not ask me anything. I cannot say a word. They are watching me, and if they learn that I spoke with you, it would be the end for me," he trembled. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lingyue and Su Feng reassured him. "Rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Only by possessing this information can we unveil the truth and bring those behind this to justice." After much coaxing, Professor Wang finally mustered the courage to divulge critical information. He revealed that Lin Xiao had discovered issues within the project that could lead to the misuse of the new energy technology for nefarious purposes, such as the production of weapons of mass destruction. Lin Xiao had intended to report her findings, but disappeared that very night. Is there any record of these issues in the project documents? Su Feng asked. Professor Wang nodded. Yes, Lin Xiao documented her findings in a secret report, stored in the company's confidential archives. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to take the risk of infiltrating the archives to retrieve the crucial report. They meticulously crafted a plan, opting to execute it under the cover of night. The technology company was heavily fortified, brimming with surveillance cameras and security personnel, using their exceptional skills and keen observation. Lingyue and Su Feng deftly evaded detection and successfully entered the confidential archives, surrounded by a plethora of documents. They quickly commenced their search for the secret report, just as they were on the brink of discovery. Alarms blared. Their actions had been detected. Swiftly grabbing the report, they prepared to retreat, only to find the exit sealed by security personnel, leaving them trapped. It seems we were anticipated. They must have foreseen our arrival. Su Feng clenched his fists. Lingyue remained composed. Do not panic. We still have a chance. She quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a ventilation duct. We can escape through there, she exclaimed, navigating through the narrow duct. They heard the pursuing footsteps of security behind them. After a challenging crawl, they finally found an exit, only to land in an abandoned warehouse where they were immediately surrounded by a group of men in black. Hand over the report, or none of you will leave here alive, the leader coldly threatened. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged resolute glances, their eyes filled with determination. If you want the report, you'll have to fight for it. An intense battle was imminent, with the mysterious report poised to unveil the conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 32. Counterattack and desperation. As the men in black advanced menacingly, Lingyue and Su Feng stood back to back. The air around them thick with tension and peril. Lingyue discreetly tucked the secret report into her pocket, her gaze scanning the surroundings for an opportunity to break free. Su Feng flexed his wrists and adopted a defensive stance, whispering to Lingyue, when the moment is right, we'll rush out together, and I'll cover your retreat. Lingyue gently shook her head. No, we charge together. They outnumber us, and separating would only heighten the danger. Seeing their refusal to surrender the report, the leader signaled his men, who lunged at them like ravenous wolves. Su Feng struck first, his agility allowing him to execute a precise side kick that sent the foremost assailant crashing to the ground. Lingyue, equally undeterred, utilized her nimble movements to evade attacks while countering with calculated punches, each strike landing with precision and force. However, the overwhelming numbers of the men in black soon turned the tide against them. In a moment of distraction, Lingyue felt a sharp pain as an enemy's dagger grazed her arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. Su Feng's heart raced as he moved closer to her, shielding her from further attacks. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. Lingyue gritted her teeth. I'm fine, just a scratch. Let us keep fighting. Amidst the fierce struggle, Lingyue observed that while the men in black operated in tight coordination, a small gap existed in the left rear of their encirclement. She exchanged a knowing glance with Su Feng, and they both sprang into action, directing their efforts toward exploiting the opening. Su Feng delivered a powerful straight punch that pushed back the nearest foe, allowing Lingyue to charge forward and kick away the opponent attempting to block their path. They finally broke free from the encirclement and sprinted towards the exit of the warehouse. The men in black pursued relentlessly, but Lingyue and Su Feng skillfully utilized the obstacles in the streets to evade them. They navigated through alleyways, gradually widening the distance between themselves and their pursuers. Just when they thought they had temporarily eluded danger, a black sedan suddenly careened around a corner, blocking their path. The doors swung open, and another group of men in black emerged, surrounding them once more. Lingyue and Su Feng's expressions turned grave, recognizing the heightened stakes of this confrontation. It seems they were prepared and laid a trap, Su Feng remarked coldly. Lingyue took a deep breath. No matter what, we cannot allow them to seize the report. Both sides reached a stalemate, Lingyue suddenly heard the wailing of police sirens. Unbeknownst to her, Su Feng had discreetly pressed a hidden emergency button during their escape. As the sirens grew closer, the men in black began to lose their composure. The leader of the group snarled, "Consider yourselves lucky this time, but don't think you can escape so easily. We will meet again." With that, he and his men swiftly retreated into their vehicle, disappearing into the night. Lingyue and Su Feng were escorted back to the police station by arriving officers. Once there, a doctor tended to Lingyue's wound, while Su Feng eagerly opened the secret report, and together they meticulously examined its contents. The report detailed Lin Zhao's findings regarding the potential misuse of the new energy technology and the criminal organizations and vested interests that may be involved. These factions endeavor to exploit this technology to forge a weapon capable of dominating the global energy market, thereby reaping substantial political and economic gains. The gravity of the situation is alarming. Should they succeed, the consequences would be dire. Upon reviewing the report, Su Feng's countenance darkened significantly. Lingyue nodded in agreement, asserting the urgency of taking swift action to thwart their nefarious schemes. The TO delved deeper into the criminal organization behind this. Lingyue and Su Feng re-established contact with Interpol to apprise them of the situation. Interpol took the matter with utmost seriousness, promptly forming a specialized task force to collaborate with law enforcement agencies worldwide in a concerted investigation. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Su Feng busied themselves, investigating the senior personnel of the tech company based on leads from the report. Through meticulous analysis of their communication records, financial flows, and social connections, they gradually identified several key figures. These individuals appeared to be executives of the tech company, yet they were intricately entwined with the international criminal organization. Armed with sufficient evidence, the police resolved to apprehend these pivotal figures on the day of the operation. Lingyue and Su Feng led the task force, dividing into multiple teams to simultaneously raid the residences and offices of several targets. During the intense capture operation, law enforcement successfully apprehended several suspects, including the CEO of the tech company. After interrogation, the CEO divulged details of their collusion with the criminal organization. It became evident that the organization had recognized the immense potential of the new energy technology and had coerced the tech company's executives, compelling them to alter their research direction for illicit purposes. The disappearance of Lin Zhao was also part of their scheme to conceal their crimes. As the case unfolded, the underlying criminal organization gradually came to light. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this was merely the beginning. They would continue their investigation, collaborating closely with Interpol and law enforcement agencies from various nations to dismantle this criminal network threatening global security and ensure that justice prevails. Chapter 33. Undercurrents. After successfully apprehending the CEO of the tech company, Lingyue and Su Feng initially believed the case would proceed smoothly, yet the reality proved far more complicated. In the interrogation room, although the CEO confessed to certain crimes, he remained deliberately vague on crucial information, as if concealing something significant. A flicker of fear danced in his eyes, revealing his profound trepidation towards the criminal organization lurking behind him. "We possess ample evidence. Your cooperation now could mitigate your sentence," Lingyue stated steadfastly, hoping to glean more clues from his expressions. The CEO shook his head with a bitter smile. "You have no idea what you are dealing with. They are everywhere. If I utter another word, my family's lives will be in jeopardy." Su Feng slammed his fist on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Do you think this silence will spare you from legal retribution? Your reluctance only exacerbates your culpability." Despite their efforts, the CEO remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any substantive information. Reluctantly, Lingyue and Su Feng had to conclude the interrogation for the time being. Exiting the interrogation room, Lingyue furrowed her brows. "It appears this criminal organization wields greater influence than we anticipated. They must have threatened the CEO's family." Su Feng nodded in agreement. "We must expedite our investigation to prevent them from continuing their malevolence. Our immediate priority is to ensure the safety of the CEO's family, allowing him to speak freely." Consequently, Lingyue and Su Feng promptly communicated with the police to arrange comprehensive protection for the CEO's family. Simultaneously, they delved deeper into the materials obtained from the tech company, seeking new breakthroughs amidst the vast information. During their investigation, they discovered that some funds from the tech company had been channeled to an ostensibly ordinary charitable foundation. This foundation, publicly dedicated to environmental protection and education, exhibited suspiciously frequent financial transactions, with numerous accounts raising red flags. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to investigate this foundation. They disguised themselves as charity organization staff and made contact with the foundation's leadership. After some maneuvering, They successfully infiltrated the Foundation's office. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously searched for evidence. They uncovered that some funds had been allocated for the purchase of high-end technological equipment, the purpose of which appeared dubious. Just as they prepared to investigate further, security personnel at the Foundation intensified their patrols. That it seemed the criminal organization had sensed something amiss and initiated stringent monitoring of the Foundation's security. Lingyue and Su Feng had no choice but to retreat temporarily to avoid exposure. Upon returning to the police station, they convened an urgent meeting with the specialized task force from Interpol. They meticulously reported their findings to the task force, collaboratively discussing the next steps. The head of Interpol stated gravely, "This charitable foundation is likely a crucial conduit for the criminal organization's money laundering and fund diversion. We must swiftly secure their incriminating evidence and dismantle it." After thorough deliberation, they decided to exploit an upcoming charity gala as a breakthrough opportunity. Lingyue and Su Feng would once again masquerade as guests, infiltrating the gala venue to seek evidence, while police and Interpol would lay a comprehensive net around the event to apprehend any members of the criminal organization upon detection. That on the night of the charity gala, Lingyue and Su Feng, adorned in elegant attire, entered the venue. The atmosphere was vibrant, with luminaries from various fields in attendance. As they mingled with the crowd, they discreetly observed their surroundings. They noticed the Foundation's leader frequently engaging with several enigmatic individuals, their expressions betraying an unmistakable tension. Lingyue and Su Feng stealthily trailed behind them, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just as they drew closer, a security guard suddenly blocked their path. "Excuse me. May I see your invitation?" Lingyue, maintaining her composure, produced the pre-prepared invitation, which the guard scrutinized before allowing them to proceed. However, this minor incident caught the attention of the mysterious individuals, who hastily concluded their discussion and dispersed. Realizing they could no longer afford to sit idly, they decided to split up. Su Feng would follow one of the mysterious individuals, while Lingyue continued her search for evidence. Su Feng trailed the mysterious figure to a secluded room. He concealed himself outside the door, overhearing the voice of the enigmatic individual within. "Be cautious. It seems a police officer has infiltrated tonight. We must expedite our fund transfer and prevent them from uncovering any evidence." Su Feng's heart raced, and just as he prepared to notify Lingyue, several security guards suddenly charged from behind, surrounding him. His movements had been detected. Meanwhile, Lingyue discovered a hidden safe in the Foundation's office. Utilizing her skills, she successfully opened the safe, uncovering crucial documents and a hard drive within. She realized that these could very well serve as evidence against the criminal organization. Just as she prepared to leave, a cacophony of violence erupted outside. Lingyue instinctively raced towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, she found Su Feng engaged in a fierce struggle with the security personnel. Without hesitation, Lingyue joined the fray, and their coordinated efforts swiftly subdued the guards. However, the mysterious individuals seized the opportunity to escape. Lingyue and Su Feng had no time to pursue. They quickly departed the gala with the evidence in hand. Back at the police station, they eagerly examined the documents and hard drive, discovering contents that left them astounded. The documents meticulously chronicled the criminal organization's money laundering activities through the Foundation, along with their collusion with various political and business figures. The hard drive contained a wealth of video and audio material, irrefutable evidence of the organization's criminal undertakings. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly submitted this evidence to Interpol and law enforcement agencies. Faced with conclusive proof, the police swiftly launched a large-scale operation to apprehend members of the criminal organization. Nevertheless, the core members vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this was merely the beginning of a far grander confrontation. They must continue their investigation to locate the core members of the criminal organization and completely dismantle this network, threatening global security. Chapter 34. Misty Pursuit. Under the joint efforts of law enforcement agencies worldwide, the peripheral forces of the criminal organization suffered significant setbacks, with numerous money laundering hubs dismantled and several mid-level members apprehended. Yet, the core figures remained elusive, seemingly shrouded in layers of fog, their whereabouts hard to trace. Lingyue and Su Feng gazed at the towering piles of interrogation records and investigation reports, their brows furrowed, as pressure bore down upon them like a tidal wave. These individuals are exceedingly cunning. They consistently sense danger in advance and evade capture before we can act, Su Feng lamented, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Lingyue inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Given their repeated escapes, They undoubtedly possess a highly efficient intelligence network and early warning system, and we must scrutinize their communications and financial flows to uncover new leads. Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng once again immersed themselves in the sea of data. They meticulously sifted through the communication records of the criminal organization's members, leaving no suspicious numbers or call times overlooked. Simultaneously, a thorough analysis of the intricate flow of funds was conducted, meticulously tracing the ultimate destination of each transaction. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they finally uncovered an anomalous communication frequency. This number had connections with several apprehended members of criminal organizations, yet each call lasted only a brief moment, seemingly transmitting some form of encrypted information. Leveraging her technical expertise, Lingyue tracked and pinpointed the location of this number. Discovering that the signal originated from an abandoned factory, without delay, Lingyue and Su Feng led a task force to the desolate site. Upon entering the factory, they were engulfed by a pungent odor, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the occasional drip of water, sending chills down their spines. They searched the premises with utmost caution, leaving no corner unchecked. Just as they were nearing the completion of their search, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances and immediately prepared for combat. Shadows emerged from the darkness, charging towards them. The duo swiftly retaliated, engaging in an intense struggle with the assailants, who were evidently well-trained and coordinated, posing a significant challenge to Lingyue and Su Feng. However, undeterred by the pressure, they gradually gained the upper hand, drawing upon their extensive combat experience and indomitable will. After a fierce confrontation, they successfully subdued all adversaries. During the interrogation of these foes, they learned that the abandoned factory served as a temporary communication relay for the criminal organization. The mysterious number was utilized here to connect with the outside world. Yet the true mastermind was not present. These individuals were merely messengers, oblivious to other circumstances. Lingyue and Su Feng felt a tinge of disappointment but remained resolute. They understood that by following this lead, they could eventually locate the core members of the criminal organization. Consequently, they meticulously examined the communication equipment within the factory, hoping to unearth valuable information. After considerable effort, they discovered encrypted data on the device's storage chip. Utilizing her technical skills, Lingyue devoted significant time to decrypting the information, ultimately succeeding. The data revealed that the core members of the criminal organization planned to convene secretly on a remote island. Upon learning this, Lingyue and Su Feng were filled with exhilaration. They promptly reported the situation to Interpol and various national police forces, formulating a detailed apprehension strategy to ensure the operation's success. They decided to infiltrate the island beforehand and ascertain the enemy's deployment. Under the cover of night, Lingyue and Su Feng approached the island aboard a small speedboat. They cautiously disembarked, utilizing the darkness to navigate deeper into the island. Along the way, they evaded enemy patrols and successfully reached the vicinity of the meeting location. Observing the surroundings, they noted that the site was heavily fortified, adorned with various surveillance devices and traps. The core members of the criminal organization were inside, making their capture an arduous task. Lingyue and Su Feng concealed themselves in a hidden spot, meticulously analyzing the enemy's layout and contemplating countermeasures. Suddenly, Lingyue identified a blind spot in the enemy's surveillance. An idea sparked in her mind, and she proposed to Su Feng that they could infiltrate through this gap and utilize the ventilation ducts to approach the meeting site. Su Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of the plan but emphasizing the need for utmost caution to avoid detection. Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng executed their strategy, stealthily entering the meeting location through the surveillance blind spot. They navigated the ventilation ducts with care, advancing towards the meeting room. Upon reaching the space above the gathering, they overheard voices within. "This police action is too intense. We must expedite the transfer of assets and reorganize," a deep voice asserted. "Indeed, we cannot simply sit idly by. We must devise a counterattack to show the police our resolve," another voice concurred. Lingyue and Su Feng were taken aback by this revelation. They recognized the urgency to act swiftly. Quietly, they opened the duct cover, preparing to descend. Just then, an alarm blared within the meeting room, revealing that their actions had been detected. Without hesitation, Lingyue and Su Feng leaped down. Engaging in a fierce battle with the adversaries, the core members of the criminal organization, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee. Lingyue and Su Feng, however, would not allow this. They fought valiantly while charging towards the core members. Amidst the tumultuous clash, they gradually closed in on the enemies. Seizing the opportune moment, they simultaneously struck, incapacitating several core members. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the resounding roar of helicopters echoed from outside. Reinforcements from the criminal organization had arrived. Understanding the urgency of their situation, Lingyue and Su Feng knew they had to retreat swiftly to avoid a more perilous predicament. Thus, they hastily made their way to the shoreline, where they boarded a pre-prepared speedboat, successfully escaping the threat. Upon returning to the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng received high praise from Interpol and various national police forces. Yet, they were acutely aware that the battle was far from over. Remnants of the criminal organization still lurked, and they needed to persist in their efforts to eradicate these remaining factions and restore peace to the world. Chapter 35. The resurgence of remnants after apprehending the core members of the criminal organization. The global tension experienced a temporary alleviation. However, they understood that the ordeal was far from concluded. The elusive remnants of the organization lurked like malignant tumors in the shadows, poised to strike again at any moment. In the interrogation room, the core members continued to resist, divulging only trivial information while remaining tight-lipped about critical evidence and the whereabouts of the remaining factions. Lingyue gazed at the obstinate criminals, a surge of anger igniting within her. Yet she recognized that fury would not resolve the issue and that a calm, strategic approach was imperative. They are undoubtedly awaiting their remnants to rescue them. We must accelerate our actions and capture the remaining factions before they can mobilize, Su Feng asserted, his brow furrowed in determination. Lingyue nodded in concurrence, stating, "Indeed, we should revisit the clues we've previously gathered and meticulously sift through their network of connections to uncover any traces of the remaining factions." Thus, Lingyue and Su Feng immersed themselves once more in the arduous investigative work. They tirelessly analyzed vast amounts of data, leaving no potential lead unexplored. After several days of relentless effort, they finally stumbled upon a suspicious lead, an abandoned warehouse in a border town, frequented by unidentified individuals. Without delay, Lingyue and Su Feng led a task force to the border town. Upon arrival, they conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area, discovering the warehouse was heavily guarded, with both overt and covert sentries. Infiltrating silently would prove exceedingly challenging. This must be their hideout. We must tread carefully, Lingyue whispered to Su Feng. Su Feng surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, "We can create a diversion to draw their attention away, allowing us to infiltrate." Lingyue nodded in agreement. They devised a detailed plan. One group would create a false explosion on the opposite side of the warehouse to distract the enemies, while Lingyue and Su Feng led another team in stealthily approaching from the rear, as planned. The explosion reverberated through the night sky, causing chaos among the enemies inside the warehouse, who rushed towards the source of the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly led their team toward the warehouse, skillfully evading enemy patrols and successfully breaching the interior. Inside the warehouse, they encountered an array of supplies and advanced weaponry. Lingyue and Su Feng proceeded with caution, discovering several rooms. Upon opening the final door, they finally located the leaders of the remaining factions. "You finally arrived. We've been awaiting you for quite some time." One leader sneered, flanked by armed subordinates. Unfazed, Lingyue and Su Feng rapidly engaged in a fierce battle. Though outnumbered, their well-trained task force coordinated seamlessly, gradually gaining the advantage. As the combat intensified, the warehouse's doors were suddenly flung open, and a contingent of fully armed police officers stormed in. It turned out that Su Feng had notified local law enforcement prior to the operation, requesting their support at a critical moment. With the police reinforcements, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The leaders of the remaining factions, sensing their impending defeat, attempted to flee. Lingyue and Su Feng would not allow this. They joined forces to subdue the leaders. After a thorough interrogation, the leaders eventually revealed their criminal plans. They intended to orchestrate terrorist attacks in multiple major cities worldwide, retaliating against police actions while diverting public attention to buy time for their reorganization of criminal activities. Lingyue and Su Feng were astounded by this revelation. They immediately reported the situation to Interpol and various national police forces, who swiftly enhanced security measures in major cities, successfully thwarting the anticipated terrorist attacks. As the remnants of the criminal organization were eradicated, this protracted multinational investigation, extending over several months, reached a gratifying conclusion. Lingyue and Su Feng emerged as global heroes, their remarkable feats garnering widespread media coverage. Nonetheless, they remained humble. understanding that the journey towards upholding world peace and justice was far from complete. During the celebratory banquet, Lingyue and Su Feng raised their glasses, exchanging smiles filled with resolve and confidence. As if to convey to the world that regardless of the challenges and adversities that lay ahead, they would steadfastly defend justice and strive to make the world a better place. After the festivities, Lingyue and Su Feng returned to their respective duties. Undeterred by the conclusion of the case, on the contrary, they immersed themselves even more fervently in their work, acutely aware that crime would never vanish and that vigilance was imperative. Always prepared to confront new challenges, soon, they received a new assignment. In a distant nation, a series of enigmatic high-tech crimes had emerged, leaving the local police baffled. Without hesitation, Lingyue and Su Feng embarked on this new journey, ready to employ their intellect and courage to unveil the truths concealed within these mysterious cases, ensuring that criminals had no refuge. Chapter 36, New Clouds of Mystery. The plane gradually descended onto the unfamiliar airport, and Lingyue and Su Feng stepped out, dragging their modest luggage, greeted by the sweltering and humid air, a stark contrast to their familiar surroundings. Awaiting their arrival was Carlos, a middle-aged police officer and the head of the local force, whose grave demeanor reflected his anxiety. "We are immensely grateful for your presence. This series of incidents has left us utterly overwhelmed," he said, leading them to the police station en route. Carlos elaborated on the situation. Over the past month, several top-tier technology firms in the city had fallen victim to hacking attacks, resulting in the theft of vast amounts of confidential data, with losses incalculable. Furthermore, the victims had received mysterious ransom letters demanding exorbitant payments, threatening the public disclosure of the confidential information, which would incite market panic. "We have traced the hackers' IP addresses, but they consistently point to fraudulent servers, making it impossible to identify the source," Carlos lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Upon reaching the police station, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately delved into their work. They meticulously reviewed each case report, analyzing the content and format of the ransom letters in search of commonalities. Lingyue fixated on the ransom note displayed on the computer screen, lost in contemplation. The wording and grammar in these letters are remarkably precise. This does not resemble the work of an ordinary hacker, suggesting a professional team may be orchestrating this. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, the targets they have chosen are all industry leaders, and the data stolen pertains to core technologies and trade secrets, indicating that their motives extend beyond mere financial gain. To uncover additional clues, Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to conduct an on-site investigation at one of the victimized companies, a globally renowned artificial intelligence research firm. The attack had brought their entire research process to a standstill, resulting in substantial losses. The chief technology officer, Zhang Wei, welcomed them. "Our security system has always been robust. This attack was completely unexpected," Zhang expressed, his face etched with exhaustion and anxiety. Lingyue meticulously inquired about the details of the incident, including the timing of the system anomalies and their specific manifestations. Meanwhile, Su Feng examined the company's servers and network devices, seeking traces of the hacker's intrusion. After a thorough inspection, Su Feng uncovered a deeply concealed code snippet within the server's log files. This code is peculiar. It appears to be a hidden backdoor, allowing hackers to access the system at will, Su Feng pointed out. Lingyue leaned in to scrutinize the code, analyzing. "The coding style is distinctive. It doesn't resemble common hacking techniques, but rather seems to originate from a specialized research team." They reported this discovery to Zhang Wei, whose face paled in shock. Could it be an internal issue? However, all our employees have undergone rigorous background checks. Lingyue and Su Feng decided to scrutinize the company's personnel, focusing on those involved with core technologies and network systems. During their investigation, they noticed an unusual pattern in the behavior of a programmer named Li Ming. In the days leading up to the incident, Li had been working late frequently, and his communication records indicated multiple contacts with a mysterious overseas number. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly initiated a deeper investigation into Li Ming, uncovering that he had inexplicably settled a massive debt months earlier, with the source of the funds remaining unclear. Various signs suggested that Li Ming was likely connected to the hacking incident. They resolved to interrogate him. In the police station's interrogation room, Li Ming initially denied any involvement, but under the weight of the evidence presented by Lingyue and Su Feng, he eventually capitulated. "I was compelled. They threatened me, saying that if I did not cooperate, they would harm my family," he confessed tearfully. It turned out that Li had encountered a member of a mysterious organization during an international academic exchange. This organization, recognizing his programming skills, had coerced him into implanting backdoor software in the company's system to facilitate their subsequent hacking endeavors. Did they explain why they wanted to steal this data? Su Feng asked sternly. Li Ming shook his head. They only instructed me to follow their demands. They revealed nothing else. Although no further critical information was gleaned from Li Ming, this constituted a significant breakthrough. Lingyue and Su Feng continued to pursue leads on the Enigmatic organization based on the clues provided by Li. They discovered that this organization operated extensively across multiple nations and regions, employing an exceedingly clandestine modus operandi that rendered them difficult to trace. During the investigation, Lingyue and Su Feng also uncovered connections between this mysterious organization and the one they had previously dismantled, which had attempted to exploit new energy technologies for criminal purposes. Did this imply a more extensive conspiracy lurking in the shadows? Lingyue and Su Feng were plagued by doubts. To unveil the truth, they resolved to collaborate once more with Interpol, uniting police forces from various countries to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Under the coordination of Interpol, law enforcement agencies shared intelligence, monitoring the activities of the mysterious organization from all angles. After a period of arduous investigation, they finally identified a secret stronghold belonging to the organization. This hideout was situated in a remote mountainous area, heavily fortified with various traps and surveillance equipment. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet they felt no trepidation. Preparing to face the new challenge ahead, they crafted a detailed operational plan, ready to dismantle the stronghold of this enigmatic organization, revealing the truth and ensuring that justice prevailed. Chapter 37. Into the tiger's lair. On the eve of the operation, Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously rehearsed their combat plan within the temporary command center. The walls were adorned with maps of the stronghold's terrain, surveillance layouts, and potential escape routes, the dim lighting casting shadows on their solemn and fatigued faces. According to intelligence, at least 20 armed personnel were present within the stronghold, all well-equipped and familiar with the terrain that we must strike decisively, leaving them no opportunity to regroup, Su Feng stated gravely, pointing to the map. Lingyue added, communication is crucial. Once inside the stronghold, maintain close contact. If key individuals or core data are identified, report immediately. In the early hours, as darkness enveloped the night, the action team stealthily approached the stronghold under the cover of night. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects. Utilizing the terrain for concealment, they cautiously evaded the perimeter patrols and successfully reached the outer wall of the stronghold. Su Feng signaled, and the team swiftly set up climbing gear. Silently scaling the wall. As they landed, footsteps from patrolling personnel echoed nearby. They hurriedly concealed themselves in the shadows, holding their breath until the patrol passed before continuing onward. Following the plan, they split into two groups. Lingyue led one team toward the core data storage room of the mysterious organization, while Su Feng took another team to divert the enemy's attention, buying Lingyue precious time. As soon as Su Feng's group initiated their operation, alarms blared. Instantly, the stronghold was illuminated, and armed personnel surged forth from all directions. Brothers, charge, Su Feng shouted, and the team engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. The sound of gunfire reverberated across the stronghold as Su Feng fired while observing the enemy's movements. He noted the enemy's firepower was fierce and their coordination seamless, clearly indicating rigorous training. Yet Su Feng and his team showed no fear. Leveraging their superior tactics and indomitable spirit, they gradually subdued their adversaries. Meanwhile, Lingyue's group darted through the shadows toward the storage room. They encountered several waves of resistance, but deftly overcame each challenge. At last, they located the data storage room. The door was tightly sealed, surrounded by various defense mechanisms. Lingyue scrutinized the apparatuses, applying her technical expertise to swiftly crack the password lock. The door creaked open, releasing a gust of cold air. Lingyue and her team entered the chamber, filled with an array of servers and storage devices. They promptly began searching for critical data, transferring discovered information onto pre-prepared storage devices. As they were on the verge of completing their mission, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. Lingyue's heart raced, realizing that the battle on Su Feng's side had escalated to a critical stage. Without hesitation, she led her team away from the data storage room and hurried towards Su Feng's direction. Upon arrival, she found Su Feng and his team embroiled in a fierce struggle. Enemy reinforcements were pouring in relentlessly, and the situation was dire. Observing this, Lingyue immediately joined the fray, launching an attack from the enemy's flank. Under the coordinated assault from both Lingyue and Su Feng, the enemy's defenses finally showed signs of weakness. Seizing the opportunity, they broke through and dashed towards safety outside the stronghold. The enemy pursued them closely, but the action team, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain and their superior tactics, gradually evaded capture. Back at the temporary command center, Lingyue and Su Feng eagerly began analyzing the data acquired from the stronghold. After thorough investigation, they finally unraveled the astonishing conspiracy of the mysterious organization. It turned out that this enigmatic group was colluding with a previous criminal organization, intending to exploit stolen high-tech data to develop a supervirus capable of controlling the global financial market. Should they succeed, the global financial system would descend into chaos, allowing them to reap enormous profits. We must not allow their scheme to come to fruition, Lingyue declared angrily. Su Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "We must swiftly locate their laboratory and destroy it." Based on the clues provided in the data, they pinpointed the laboratory's location, an isolated base deep within the desert, surrounded by harsh conditions and fortified defenses. However, Lingyue and Su Feng showed no signs of retreat. They meticulously crafted a detailed action plan. This time, they would not only face heavily armed adversaries, but also the challenges posed by the unforgiving natural environment. Yet, they remained steadfast in their belief that justice would triumph over evil, and they would certainly thwart the mysterious organization's plot to safeguard the global financial system. During their preparation, Lingyue and Su Feng also reached out to international financial institutions to inform them of the situation. The institutions took the matter very seriously, promptly reinforcing the security measures of the global financial system while providing necessary support to Lingyue and Su Feng. Once all preparations were complete, Lingyue and Su Feng led their action team back into the fray. They embarked on their journey in specially designed desert off-road vehicles, heading towards the secret base in the heart of the desert. The wheels churned, kicking up clouds of dust, as their figures gradually vanished into the vast expanse of sand, heralding the onset of an even more thrilling battle. Chapter 38. The Crisis of the Sands. The off-road vehicles struggled through the desert, the blazing sun beating down mercilessly, rendering the vehicles scorching hot. Lingyue sat in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed intently on the navigation system as the wind and sand battered the windows, creating a rustling sound that disrupted her concentration. "We are approximately 20 kilometers away from our destination," she announced, her voice faint against the howling winds. That Su Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, focused on driving while glancing at the rearview mirror to ensure the safety of the convoy. The desert terrain was treacherous, with soft sands frequently trapping the wheels, forcing the team to disembark repeatedly to push the vehicles, significantly slowing their progress as they drew closer to the secret base. The tension among the team members heightened. Suddenly, the sand ahead began to ripple unnaturally, as if some colossal creature were burrowing beneath. Su Feng's expression changed abruptly as he slammed on the brakes, shouting, "Careful, something's not right." Before the team could react, several enormous mechanical sandworms erupted from the ground, towering over two men, their bodies encased in hard metallic shells. Their sharp fangs glinted ominously in the sunlight, causing chaos within the convoy. "Open fire," Su Feng shouted, swiftly drawing his pistol and firing at the sandworms. The team members followed suit, and gunfire echoed across the desert. However, the sandworm shells proved remarkably resilient. Ordinary bullets merely sparked upon impact, dealing no substantial harm. One sandworm lunged towards an off-road vehicle, flipping it over as the occupants struggled to escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingyue leaped from her vehicle and charged towards the sandworm. With agile movements, she dodged its attacks while searching for its weak point. At last, she discovered that the underbelly of the creature was relatively vulnerable. Taking aim, she fired several shots, striking the sandworm's abdomen. It let out a piercing scream and halted its assault momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Su Feng directed the team to throw grenades at the sandworm. With a series of explosive detonations, the creature's belly was blasted open, causing it to collapse in a cloud of dust. However, the remaining sandworms became increasingly frantic in their attacks, and the team found themselves in a grueling battle. Realizing that this approach was unsustainable, Lingyue began contemplating a strategy while evading the sandworm strikes. Suddenly, an idea struck her that we can exploit the sandworm's sensitivity to vibrations to create a larger disturbance and disorient them. Su Feng immediately grasped her intent and instructed the team to rev the engine to maximum power while strategically placing explosives around. As the explosions resounded, the intense vibrations caused the sandworms to become agitated, their movements slowing and their attacks losing precision. Taking advantage of this moment, Lingyue and Su Feng rallied the team, concentrating their firepower for a final offensive against the sandworms. After an intense battle, they successfully eradicated all the creatures. Exhausted, the team collapsed onto the sandy ground, panting heavily, the sudden skirmish having drained them of considerable energy. After a brief respite, they continued their advance towards the secret base. Upon reaching the perimeter of the base, they discovered its defenses were even more formidable than anticipated. High-voltage electric fences surrounded the area, complemented by multiple watchtowers manned by armed personnel, all vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Lingyue and Su Feng crouched behind a sand dune, meticulously observing the base's defenses that we must find a way to cut off their power supply. Otherwise, breaching this defense will be nearly impossible, Su Feng whispered. Lingyue nodded, her gaze scanning the base's perimeter. Suddenly, she spotted a concealed underground cable conduit not far from their position that we can enter through that conduit and sabotage their electrical system. She pointed out to Su Feng. Su Feng hesitated momentarily, recognizing the potential danger of the route and the likelihood of encountering guards. There will undoubtedly be enemies stationed there, and the inner conditions are unknown. It's too risky, he replied, but this is currently our best option. We cannot afford to waste time here. Lingyue insisted firmly. Su Feng contemplated for a moment before conceding. All right, I'll take a few men with me. You stay here to coordinate the other team members and be prepared to assist us. Selecting several team members, Su Feng stealthily approached the conduit entrance. Utilizing the cover of the dunes, they successfully evaded the watchtower's line of sight and reached the entrance. As Su Feng had suspected, 2 armed guards were stationed there. Swiftly, Su Feng and his team acted, neutralizing the guards before they could raise an alarm. Cautiously, they entered the conduit, which was damp and dimly lit. Su Feng switched on his flashlight, leading his team deeper into the passage. Shortly thereafter, they heard footsteps approaching. Su Feng signaled for the team to halt and conceal themselves against the wall. A group of armed personnel passed by, evidently on their way to reinforce the base's defenses. Once they had moved far enough away, Su Feng and his team resumed their advance. Eventually, they located the base's power control center. Inside, several technicians were busily working. Su Feng and his team burst in unexpectedly, subduing them before they could react. Su Feng swiftly located the main power switch and pulled it down without hesitation. Instantly, the entire base plunged into darkness. Outside the base, Lingyue observed the lights extinguishing and promptly led her team into action. They severed the high-voltage electric fence and rushed into the interior of the base, devoid of power. The base's defense systems faltered, plunging the armed personnel into confusion. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team in fierce combat against the enemy as they advanced toward the laboratory, amidst the intense crossfire. The team coordinated effectively, gradually breaching the enemy's defenses. When they finally reached the laboratory's entrance, they discovered it secured by a complex keypad lock. Lingyue quickly retrieved her tools to begin cracking the code. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements arrived, surrounding Lingyue and her team. Su Feng led the team in a fierce defense to buy Lingyue some time. Sweat beaded on Lingyue's forehead as her hands moved rapidly over the tools. Finally, the lock emitted a sharp sound, indicating it had been successfully unlocked, and Lingyue swung open the laboratory door. Chapter 39. The Ultimate Showdown. The laboratory door creaked open, releasing a pungent odor of chemical agents that assaulted Lingyue's senses. Ignoring the stench, she charged inside. The laboratory was filled with an array of advanced research equipment, with a massive server at its center pulsating with eerie light, displaying a series of intricate data codes on its screen, likely the supervirus program under development. In the corner of the lab, a few researchers clad in white protective suits looked on in terror, and behind them, a tall, imposing man with a sinister gaze stepped forward. He was none other than the Enigmatic organization's central figure, Victor. You truly are tenacious, Victor remarked coldly, a hint of derision gracing his lips. However, this shall be your grave. No sooner had he spoken than the laboratory walls suddenly parted, unleashing a swarm of fully armed robots. These menacing automatons, brandishing advanced weaponry, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Lingyue and her team. Observing the chaos, Su Feng promptly led his comrades in search of cover, engaging in a fierce firefight with the robots. Meanwhile, Lingyue seized the opportunity to dash toward the colossal server, intent on sabotaging the viral program. Victor, of course, would not allow her to succeed. He personally intervened to thwart her advance. Victor moved with agility. Clearly a master of combat. Undeterred, Lingyue engaged him in close-quarters combat. Amidst the intense struggle, she discerned that Victor's seemingly fierce attacks contained subtle openings. Seizing her moment, she executed a graceful spinning kick, toppling Victor to the ground. Yet, Victor quickly regained his footing, drawing a dagger from his belt and lunging at Lingyue once more. On the other front, Su Feng and his team found themselves embroiled in a heated battle against the robots. The sheer number of adversaries and their formidable firepower began to overwhelm the team. But Su Feng, filled with urgency, realized that if these robots were not swiftly neutralized, not only would Lingyue's mission be jeopardized, but the entire operation would ultimately fail. Just then, an idea struck Lingyue. While fending off Victor, she called out to Su Feng, target the joints of the robots, that's their weakness. Hearing her command, Su Feng swiftly adjusted their strategy, rallying his team to focus their fire on the robot's joint mechanisms. Indeed, the robot's movements began to slow, and soon several were rendered immobile. The team's morale surged, and they intensified their assault. Seeing the tide turn, Victor's anxiety deepened. He understood that if Lingyue succeeded in dismantling the viral program, all his plans would crumble. Thus, he recklessly charged at her, attempting to force her away from the server. Lingyue deftly evaded his strikes while inching closer to her target. Just as she neared the server, Victor unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from behind, knocking her to the ground. Lingyue struggled valiantly, but Victor's strength was overwhelming, and she found herself momentarily trapped. At that critical moment, Su Feng dispatched the last robot and rushed to support Lingyue. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Victor sprawling away from her. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue scrambled to her feet and raced toward the server. Enraged, Victor brandished a firearm and aimed it at her. Su Feng, quick as lightning, leapt in front of Lingyue, his arm tragically taking the bullet. Su Feng, Lingyue exclaimed, her heart brimming with concern and fury. She turned her gaze to Victor, her eyes aflame with resolute vengeance. Startled by the intensity of her stare, Victor momentarily faltered but quickly regained his composure. Continuing to fire at her, utilizing her agile movements, Lingyue skillfully dodged the bullets while retrieving a handgun from the ground, engaging Victor in a fierce shootout. Gradually, she gained the upper hand, taking careful aim and firing several rounds, disarming Victor in the process. With his weapon lost, Victor had no choice but to flee. Lingyue and Su Feng would not allow him to escape, pursuing him relentlessly. In a panic bid for safety, Victor dashed into a dead-end alley. Turning to face the advancing Lingyue and Su Feng, despair etched across his face. He spat, "You may have won, but do not presume you can dismantle our organization entirely. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent," Lingyue coldly retorted. At that moment, reinforcements from Interpol and local law enforcement arrived, swiftly securing the entire base and apprehending the members of the mysterious organization. Lingyue and Su Feng were taken to the hospital for treatment. Thanks to the doctor's dedicated efforts, Su Feng's condition stabilized. Lying in his hospital bed, he bore a satisfied smile. "That we have finally succeeded." Lingyue gently grasped his hand, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, we have succeeded, but it is also thanks to everyone's efforts." With the downfall of the mysterious organization, the global financial system gradually returned to tranquility. Lingyue and Su Feng's deeds became legendary, symbolizing justice. Yet they understood that the pursuit of world peace and justice knows no end. In the future, they would continue forward, ready to face new challenges. Chapter 40. The calm before the storm. After recovering and being discharged from the hospital, Lingyue and Su Feng returned to their respective posts. However, beneath the veneer of tranquility, a tempest brewed. One day, while Lingyue was organizing case files in her office, an encrypted email suddenly popped up. A frown creased her brow as unease washed over her. She swiftly opened the email, and its contents darkened her expression. It was from an anonymous informant, claiming that a new batch of high-tech weapons was being traded in a small Eastern European country, with the sellers seemingly linked to the previous mysterious organization. Lingyue knew she could not delay. She immediately forwarded the email to Su Feng and summoned him to the conference room for a discussion. Moments later, Su Feng arrived in a hurry, and the two of them pored over the email's contents, lost in contemplation. If this information proved accurate, the implications would be dire. Su Feng broke the silence, stating, "If those weapons fall into the hands of criminals, the consequences could be catastrophic." Lingyue nodded in agreement. "Moreover, if they are connected to the previous organization, it could be remnants of their forces at work. That we must launch an investigation immediately." The two quickly contacted Interpol to report the situation. Interpol took the matter very seriously and promptly formed a special investigation team, with Lingyue and Su Feng included. They gathered extensive intelligence regarding the small Eastern European nation, including its political climate, military developments, and underground market trading information. After thorough investigation, they pinpointed the weapons trade's location to a border town called Black Rock. This town, situated at the intersection of three countries, was notorious for its chaotic security and served as a hotbed for illicit transactions. To ascertain the situation, Lingyue and Su Feng decided to disguise themselves as arms dealers and infiltrate Black Rock. They prepared ample funds and forged identity documents before embarking on their journey to Eastern Europe. Upon their arrival in Black Rock, they immediately sensed the unsettling atmosphere. An oppressive air hung over the streets. Passers-by hurried along, and several suspicious figures whispered furtively in the shadows, following their prearranged plan. They entered a well-known local tavern, a hub for black market intelligence. Lingyue and Su Feng chose a secluded corner, ordered 2 drinks, and began observing their surroundings. Before long, a burly man with a thick beard approached them. Speaking in heavily accented English, "You're new here. I hear you're looking for weapons. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement. The bait had been taken. Su Feng adopted the demeanor of a seasoned dealer, stating, "Indeed, we are in search of a substantial quantity of advanced high-tech weapons. The larger the shipment, the better. Price is no object." The bearded man's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he scrutinized Lingyue and Su Feng. "You have quite the appetite, but for a deal of this magnitude, I can't make decisions alone. You'll need to meet our boss." Lingyue and Su Feng recognized that this was a test of their resolve. Without hesitation, Su Feng produced a thick stack of cash, placing it on the table. "This is a deposit. Take us to your boss." The bearded man's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as he pocketed the money. "Follow me." Leading them through narrow alleys, he brought them to an abandoned factory. The factory doors were shut tight, and a foul stench lingered in the air. After knocking on the door several times, it creaked open, revealing several armed men. The guards thoroughly searched Lingyue and Su Feng before allowing them entry, ensuring they posed no threat. Inside the factory, the dim lighting revealed a collection of dilapidated machinery. At the far end, a masked man sat in a chair, coldly observing them. "Are you the ones interested in purchasing weapons?" the masked man inquired, his voice deep and gravelly. Su Feng stepped forward, saying, "Yes, we have sufficient funds. If your weapons are advanced enough, we can buy everything." The masked man chuckled derisively. "You speak boldly, but first, I must ascertain your capabilities." With a gesture, several men closed in on them. Lingyue and Su Feng realized that combat was inevitable. They quickly assumed defensive stances and engaged the men in a fierce battle. Lingyue moved with agility, skillfully avoiding attacks while delivering precise counters. Su Feng, utilizing his formidable physique, clashed directly with the assailants, holding his ground. After an intense confrontation, Lingyue and Su Feng successfully subdued the men. The masked man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "You have some skill. It seems you are serious," he remarked. "However, the weapons are not in my possession. Tomorrow night, come to the abandoned warehouse outside of town. Payment upon delivery." Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this was merely the first step. The true challenge lay ahead. They returned to their residence and immediately contacted Interpol to report the situation. Interpol decided to surround the abandoned warehouse on the day of the transaction, aiming to dismantle the illegal arms trafficking gang in one fell swoop. On the day of the transaction, as night descended, Lingyue and Su Feng arrived punctually at the abandoned warehouse, carrying boxes filled with cash. The warehouse was eerily silent, only the occasional whisper of the wind sending chills down their spines. They cautiously entered the warehouse, discovering it was empty. "It seems they have not arrived yet," Su Feng murmured. Lingyue remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings and warned, "Be careful, there may be traps inside." Just then, the warehouse's main door slammed shut. Lights flickered on, and a group of armed individuals surged in from all directions, encircling Lingyue and Su Feng. Chapter 41. The battle to break the deadlock. The warehouse was bathed in a ghastly white light, illuminating the cold firearms and malevolent gazes of the adversaries. Lingyue and Su Feng stood back to back, their expressions calm as they swiftly assessed the situation. "You think you can play with us?" A masked man's voice echoed from above, where he stood on a platform, looking down at them. "None of you will leave here alive today." Su Feng scoffed, forcefully throwing the box of cash aside, producing a dull thud, and whispered to Lingyue, "Wait for the right moment to break through to the right side of the warehouse. The enemy is relatively weak there." Lingyue nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the enemy's every movement. At the masked man's command, the adversaries opened fire, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly sought cover, utilizing the abandoned cargo boxes within the warehouse to evade the onslaught. Su Feng seized an opportunity when an enemy was reloading, lunging out and firing his pistol with precision, causing the adversary to collapse. Lingyue, not to be outdone, hurled a flashbang from behind cover, the blinding light flooding the warehouse and plunging the enemies into chaos. "Charge!" Su Feng shouted, and they took advantage of the confusion to dash towards the right side of the warehouse. They coordinated seamlessly, providing alternating cover and fending off the enemies attempting to obstruct them. However, the enemy quickly regained composure, reorganizing their defenses, and the dense gunfire made their escape exceedingly difficult. Just then, a siren blared from outside the warehouse. Interpol support team had arrived. Upon hearing the siren, the masked man's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed in frustration, "We cannot let them escape. Kill them." The enemy escalated their attacks, striving to eliminate Lingyue and Su Feng before the police could encircle them. In the midst of the fierce gunfire, Lingyue discerned that the enemy's command seemed to hinge on the masked man's voice. Disrupting his orders would unravel their coordination. She quickly relayed this insight to Su Feng, and they resolved to confront the masked man together. Su Feng concentrated fire on the enemies in front, creating an opportunity for Lingyue. Utilizing her agile movements, she navigated through the hail of bullets. Gradually closing in on the platform where the masked man stood, as he noticed her approach, he hastily armed himself and opened fire. Lingyue dodged deftly, skillfully evading the bullets while steadily advancing towards the platform. Just as she was a few steps away, the masked man suddenly threw a grenade. Reacting swiftly, Lingyue turned to evade, the grenade detonating behind her, the force of the explosion knocking her to the ground. Su Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency and charged towards Lingyue, suppressing the enemy's fire to buy her time. Lingyue struggled to her feet, ignoring her injuries, and pressed onward towards the platform. She leaped onto the platform, engaging the masked man in close combat. Though he was towering, Lingyue was nimble, skillfully avoiding his strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. In the midst of the fierce struggle, Lingyue noticed a wound on the masked man's left leg, which hindered his movement. Seizing this weakness, she relentlessly targeted his injured leg. The masked man's face drained of color, his steps faltering as he gradually lost his ability to resist. Taking advantage of the moment, Lingyue subdued the masked man and declared loudly, "Cease fire. Your leader has already been captured." The enemies hesitated, their attacks faltering. At that moment, Interpol's support team burst into the warehouse, swiftly regaining control of the situation. After a thorough search, the police discovered a cache of high-tech weapons in the warehouse's basement, exactly what the intelligence had indicated. Should these weapons have infiltrated the black market, the consequences would have been dire. Lingyue and Su Feng, gazing at the confiscated arms, felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. The masked man was brought before them, removing his mask to reveal a malevolent visage. "Do not be complacent. This is just the beginning. Our people are spread across the globe, and you will never stop us," he spat. Lingyue regarded him coldly. "No matter where you hide, we will bring you to justice. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." With the masked man's capture, the illegal arms trafficking case reached a conclusion. Lingyue and Su Feng were once again commended by Interpol, their heroic deeds resonating widely. However, they did not indulge in pride. They understood that many more challenges awaited them on the path to safeguarding world peace and security. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and Su Feng did not rest for long. As new intelligence soon flooded in an emerging tech city in Asia, a series of bizarre acts of vandalism targeting artificial intelligence research institutions had surfaced, suggesting a larger conspiracy at play. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged determined glances, their resolve unwavering as they prepared to embark on a new journey to uncover the truths lurking in the shadows. Chapter 42. Shadows of the Tech City. The airplane gently descended at the international airport of the burgeoning tech city in Asia. Lingyue and Su Feng, dragging simple luggage, exited the airport terminal, immediately enveloped by the vibrant technological atmosphere of the city. Towering skyscrapers loomed, while intelligent transport vehicles floated gracefully through the air and pedestrians hurried by, their electronic devices emitting peculiar glimmers. Yet beneath this prosperous facade lay a current of insidious intrigue. They were met by Officer Lee from the local police station, a tall man with sharp eyes. "Welcome. I must say, this case is quite intricate, and we require your assistance," Officer Lee stated as he led them to the precinct in the conference room. Officer Lee elaborated on the case details. Over the past month, several renowned artificial intelligence research institutions in the city had suffered successive acts of destruction. Laboratory equipment was damaged, research data was lost, and curiously, each crime scene left behind no valuable clues, with the surveillance systems inexplicably disrupted. Yielding no useful footage, we have scrutinized every possible suspect, yet to no avail, Officer Lee confessed, his brow furrowed and weariness evident. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously reviewed the case files, examining photographs and surveillance footage. Lingyue pointed to a photograph, stating, "The manner in which the equipment was destroyed indicates this is not ordinary vandalism. The perpetrators seem intimately familiar with the structures and vulnerabilities of these devices." Su Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, the total disruption of the surveillance systems suggests a high level of technical expertise, likely the work of a professional hacking team, in pursuit of additional leads. Lingyue and Su Feng decided to conduct an on-site investigation at one of the most severely affected research institutions, Starshine Technology. The chief scientist, Dr. Lin, received them. "This destruction has dealt a tremendous blow to our research. Years of dedication have been nearly obliterated," Dr. Lin lamented. Lingyue inquired about the specifics of the incident, including security measures and personnel movements on the night of the attack. Meanwhile, Su Feng meticulously inspected the damaged equipment, searching for any clues. After a thorough examination, Su Feng discovered a tiny device hidden beneath a wrecked server. "What is this?" Su Feng cautiously removed the device and handed it to Lingyue. After scrutinizing it, Lingyue remarked, "This resembles a signal jammer, and its technology is remarkably advanced. It's scarcely found on the market." They informed Dr. Lin of their discovery, who paled upon hearing it. Could it be them? "Who are they?" Lingyue and Su Feng inquired simultaneously. Dr. Lin hesitated before revealing, "We are conducting research on ethical controls for artificial intelligence. If successful, it could have profound implications for the entire industry. However, some factions fear our research will restrict their utilization of AI and have previously issued warnings." Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. They resolved to investigate these potential opposing forces. Through an in-depth examination of Starshine Technologies' business competitors, relevant industry organizations, and some suspicious online forums, they finally pinpointed a mysterious organization known as the Black Domain Alliance. This group was highly active online, promoting an extreme ideology regarding AI development, opposing any limitations or regulations on artificial intelligence. Lingyue and Su Feng discovered that the members of this organization were scattered across the globe, communicating through remarkably clandestine channels, making them difficult to trace. That to gain a deeper understanding of the Black Domain Alliance, Lingyue utilized her technical expertise to successfully infiltrate one of their secret communication groups. Within the group, she discovered discussions pertaining to the incident involving Xingyue technology, although there was no direct evidence implicating them. Numerous indicators pointed towards this organization. Lingyue and Su Feng reported their findings to Officer Li and the International Criminal Police Organization, leading to a collective decision to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the Black Domain Alliance. Under the coordination of Interpol, police forces from various countries shared intelligence and monitored the members of the Black Domain Alliance. After a protracted and arduous investigation, they finally identified a significant stronghold of the Black Domain Alliance. This stronghold was situated in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, heavily guarded and brimming with surveillance equipment and defensive measures. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that this would be a challenging battle. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. Preparing to confront the impending challenge, they devised a meticulous action plan to dismantle this enigmatic organization as stronghold, unearthing the truth and ensuring justice would prevail. Chapter 43. The dawn battle. On the night of the operation, the city's neon lights flickered, illuminating the incessantly flowing vehicles and pedestrians on the streets, while a somber silence enveloped the abandoned factory at the city's edge. Lingyue and Su Feng led their task force, clad in black combat gear, stealthily approaching their target under the cover of darkness. According to intelligence, the factory had at least 3 layers of defense, ordinary armed personnel on the perimeter, a mix of skilled hackers and enforcers in the mid-layer, and the core area housing the upper echelons of the Black Domain Alliance along with critical technological equipment. That Su Feng lowered his voice, relaying information through the communicator. Lingyue tightened her grip on her weapon, her gaze resolute. "Everyone must be cautious. Their technological means may exceed our expectations. Once we enter the factory, maintain open communication and report any developments immediately." The task force gradually approached the factory entrance, with Lingyue and Su Feng swiftly neutralizing 2 guards at the door, their movements precise and silent. However, just as they were about to enter the factory, an alarm blared abruptly. "This is bad. It's a trap," Su Feng shouted, prompting the team to scatter in search of cover. In an instant, a surge of armed personnel poured out from within the factory, firing indiscriminately at them. Lingyue quickly assessed the situation. They must have set up concealed sensors at the entrance. We've been caught off guard. As she dodged bullets, she sought opportunities to retaliate. Su Feng led the team in counterattacks, and the sounds of gunfire echoed through the night. The enemy's firepower was ferocious, pinning the task force down and hindering their advance. Calmly observing the distribution of enemy fire, Lingyue noted a relatively weak defense on the left flank. Su Feng, let us break through from the left, she communicated urgently. Su Feng immediately understood, rallying the team to concentrate fire on the left side adversaries. Seizing the moment, Lingyue led another group to swiftly charge toward the left flank. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, a team member was unfortunately injured. Lingyue rushed over to bandage his wounds. "How are you? Can you hold on?" The team member gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine, Captain. Don't worry about me. Keep pushing forward." Lingyue felt a warmth in her heart, swiftly tending to his injuries before joining the others in advancing deeper into the factory. At last, they breached the enemy's outer defenses and entered the dim, eerie interior of the factory, which was permeated with a musty odor. Lingyue and Su Feng carefully led their team forward, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a laser security line appeared ahead. Any contact would trigger a more severe alarm. Lingyue meticulously studied the laser device, employing her technical knowledge to attempt a bypass. Just then, a swarm of hackers maneuvered mechanical drones from all directions, armed with weaponry and launching an assault on the task force. "Everyone be careful," Su Feng shouted, as the team raised their weapons to fire at the drones. Meanwhile, Lingyue raced against time to disable the laser device, sweat dripping from her forehead. Almost there, she murmured to herself. Finally, just as the drones closed in, she succeeded in deactivating the laser system. Leading her team swiftly past the security line. As they ventured further into the factory, the enemy's defenses became increasingly formidable. In the corridor leading to the core area, they encountered the elite forces of the Black Domain Alliance. These adversaries were not only well-equipped, but also possessed extensive combat experience, placing immense pressure on the task force. Lingyue and Su Feng engaged in close-quarter combat with the enemy, gradually gaining the upper hand through their exceptional fighting skills and indomitable spirit. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lingyue discovered the hiding place of the Black Domain Alliance's high-ranking members. She exchanged a glance with Su Feng, and together they launched a concerted effort to breach the enemy's defenses. Dashing towards the room where the upper echelon was concealed, they kicked open the door to find the leader of the Black Domain Alliance furiously operating a computer. Upon seeing Lingyue and Su Feng burst in, he grinned maliciously. "You think you can stop me? It's too late. My plan is about to succeed." Lingyue and Su Feng disregarded his taunts and swiftly lunged at him. The leader, realizing their intent, immediately activated the room's defense system, and lasers shot from the walls, trapping Lingyue and Su Feng in the center. Su Feng evaded the lasers while searching for a weakness in the defense system. Lingyue attempted to negotiate with the leader to buy time. "What you are doing will not end well. Surrender." The leader laughed maniacally. "Surrender? I want the whole world to know that artificial intelligence should face no constraints." At that moment, Su Feng identified a vulnerability in the defense system. Acting decisively, he fired his weapon, destroying the defense mechanism. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue charged at the leader and subdued him. "It's over," she stated coldly. With the leader captured, the Black Domain Alliance's resistance swiftly crumbled. The task force successfully dismantled their stronghold, rescuing the confiscated research materials and equipment. As dawn's light bathed the abandoned factory, Lingyue and Su Feng emerged, gazing at the morning glow with hearts full of satisfaction. This victory not only salvaged Xingyao Technology's losses, but also removed a significant obstacle to the healthy development of global artificial intelligence. However, they understood that the journey to uphold world peace and justice still held many unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 44. New clues in the faint light of dawn. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to the police station, their weary bodies imbued with the joy of victory. Officer Li had been waiting for some time, his face radiating satisfaction as he approached to shake hands with both of them. "Thanks to your efforts, we have successfully dismantled the Black Domain Alliance, eliminating a significant threat to this city and even the global artificial intelligence sector," Officer Li remarked. Lingyue and Su Feng smiled in response. Yet before they could rest, new developments emerged. Interpol communicated that during an extensive search of the Black Domain Alliance's stronghold, they had uncovered several encrypted files, after intense efforts from the technical department to decrypt them. The files referenced an even more mysterious organization. Abyss? That sounds formidable, Su Feng said, furrowing his brow with apprehension. Lingyue nodded, noting that while the files did not explicitly outline their objectives or actions, they frequently mentioned the collection of core artificial intelligence technologies and information on the world's leading researchers, suggesting a grand scheme was afoot. That delved deeper into the Abyss organization. Lingyue and Su Feng once again immersed themselves in rigorous investigative work. They meticulously studied every document left behind by the Black Domain Alliance, leaving no potential lead related to Abyss unexplored. Through the analysis of the communications records of Black Domain Alliance members, they discovered a mysterious IP address that frequently appeared. Utilizing her exceptional technical skills, Lingyue began tracking this IP address. After layers of decryption and filtering, they finally pinpointed that the signal originated from a remote island in the South Pacific. This island was scarcely marked on maps, extremely isolated, and surrounded by treacherous waters, perpetually beset by storms. It seems this Abyss organization has hidden its lair quite deeply, Su Feng observed, gazing thoughtfully at the blurred expanse of ocean on the map. Lingyue frowned slightly, acknowledging that reaching this island would be no small feat, not only requiring them to overcome the harsh natural environment, but also to guard against potential traps that might lie in wait. Despite the overwhelming challenges, neither Lingyue nor Su Feng wavered. They communicated and coordinated with Interpol to assemble a well-experienced task force, preparing to venture to the isolated island to investigate further. Prior to departure, they gathered extensive information about the island and formulated a detailed action plan. The task force embarked on a well-equipped research vessel, setting their course towards the isolated island in the South Pacific. Throughout the journey, fierce winds and towering waves battered the vessel as the team navigated through the tumultuous seas. After several days and nights of sailing, they finally caught sight of the enigmatic island from a distance. As the research vessel approached the island, it became evident, as per the intelligence reports, that the surrounding waters were fraught with hidden reefs and whirlpools. The captain skillfully maneuvered the vessel, searching for a safe landing point. Suddenly, the island launched several missiles, hurtling towards the research vessel. "Take cover," Su Feng shouted, as the captain swiftly turned the helm, causing the vessel to pitch violently, but narrowly evade the missile's assault. Lingyue's expression grew grave. It seemed they had been anticipated. "We must expedite our actions." Shielded by the vessel, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team onto an assault boat, racing towards the island. As they approached the shore, a group of armed adversaries surged forth from the woods, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon them. Su Feng swiftly led his team to retaliate, utilizing the weaponry aboard the assault boat to suppress the enemy's fire. Meanwhile, Lingyue seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to guide a portion of the team to land from the flank. They advanced through the hail of bullets, ultimately succeeding in reaching the isolated island. Upon their arrival, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered the area was replete with high-tech defensive installations, including cameras concealed within the foliage, sensor-triggered landmines, and automated machine gun nests, rendering each step perilous. They proceeded cautiously, evading enemy attacks while searching for the core stronghold of the Abyss organization. During their advance, they encountered an injured enemy. Su Feng swiftly subdued him, and Lingyue stepped forward to interrogate. "Where is your stronghold? What are the Abyss organization's true intentions?" The enemy initially resisted, but, under the pressure of Lingyue and Su Feng's questioning, eventually divulged the general location of their base. It turned out that the Abyss organization had constructed an underground facility on the island, housing top-tier researchers they had abducted from around the globe, conducting a clandestine artificial intelligence experiment. Upon learning this shocking revelation, Lingyue and Su Feng understood the urgency of locating the underground base, rescuing the researchers, and thwarting the Abyss organization's nefarious plot. Guided by the enemy's directions, they made their way toward the underground facility, skillfully avoiding various defensive mechanisms until they finally discovered the entrance. The entrance lay hidden within a cave, surrounded by intricate traps. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously examined the trap mechanisms, employing their wits and skills to successfully navigate through. They led their team cautiously into the cave, where an even more harrowing battle awaited in the shadowy underground realm. Chapter 45, The Underground Labyrinth. The cave was thick with the damp, decaying scent of moisture within its dimness. The beams of tactical flashlights wielded by the team flickered and danced. Lingyue and Su Feng led the way, remaining acutely vigilant as they scanned their surroundings, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid triggering hidden dangers. "Everyone, be alert. According to prior intelligence, the traps here may extend beyond a single layer. We must not let our guard down," Su Feng whispered through the communicator. Lingyue's gaze was fixed upon the ground, meticulously assessing any irregularities. Suddenly, she noticed an unusual arrangement of stones ahead, which appeared to conceal a secret. She signaled the team to halt and crouched down for a closer examination. After careful observation, Lingyue discerned a connection among the stones, resembling an ancient code lock. Drawing upon her extensive knowledge and keen observational skills, she began to attempt to decipher the code. As time slipped away, the team held their breath, the air around them seemingly frozen. Finally, Lingyue successfully unlocked the code, and with a soft mechanical sound, the ground ahead slowly ascended, revealing a passage leading underground. The team cautiously advanced down the passage, flanked by walls etched with strange symbols and patterns, emanating an air of mystery. After a short distance, they arrived at a vast cavern, illuminated by bright lights and filled with an array of advanced experimental equipment, with massive screens embedded in the walls displaying complex streams of data codes. "This must be their experimental base," Lingyue murmured. Just then, an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the cavern. In an instant, a group of armed personnel clad in black protective gear surged from all directions, surrounding Lingyue and her team. Armed with advanced weaponry, their eyes betrayed a cold and ruthless demeanor. "Did you think you could easily infiltrate our base?" Such naivety, a chilling voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating within the cavern. Su Feng shouted defiantly, "No matter your schemes, you shall not succeed today." After a brief standoff, the enemy initiated the assault. A hail of bullets rained down upon Lingyue and her team, who quickly sought cover. Su Feng rallied his team to counterattack, and soon the cavern erupted with gunfire and flashes of light. While shooting, Lingyue surveyed her surroundings, searching for the enemy's vulnerabilities. She observed that the enemy command seemed to be concentrated in one corner of the cavern, where a large communication device continuously transmitted signals. Su Feng, let us first destroy their command equipment. It will disrupt their deployment. Lingyue communicated urgently to Su Feng. He nodded in agreement and led a portion of the team to concentrate their fire, suppressing the enemy's frontal assault. Seizing the moment while the enemy was distracted, Lingyue led another group to maneuver from the flank, advancing towards the command equipment. Amidst the fierce crossfire, the team coordinated effectively, gradually breaching the enemy's defenses. At last, they reached the command device, and without hesitation, Lingyue hurled a grenade. With a resounding explosion, the command equipment was obliterated, the enemy's communications severed, and their attacks descended into chaos. Su Feng seized the opportunity to lead his team in a charge, engaging the enemy in close combat. Lingyue joined the fray, employing her agility and exceptional combat skills to swiftly eliminate several foes. After an intense struggle, the enemy's defenses were ultimately shattered, with the majority subdued. However, just as they believed victory was at hand, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, as though something colossal was awakening. This is bad. It seems something is about to emerge, Lingyue shouted. The team quickly heightened their alertness, bracing for a new challenge. Emerging from the depths of the cavern was a colossal robot. Towering over 10 meters tall, its body encased in a rigid metallic shell, wielding a massive energy weapon that exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. What is that thing? One team member exclaimed in terror. Su Feng's expression turned grave. It appears to be the Abyss organization's secret weapon. Everyone, be cautious and look for its weakness. The massive robot advanced slowly towards Lingyue and her team, each step causing the ground to quake. It raised its energy weapon, unleashing powerful beams of energy towards the team. They scrambled for cover as the energy beams struck the surrounding rocks, triggering explosive blasts. Lingyue and Su Feng quickly analyzed the robot's movement patterns and attack routines, seeking out its vulnerabilities. During the fierce battle, Lingyue discovered that the joints of the robot were relatively weak, and after each attack, the energy weapon required a brief recharge period. Su Feng, let's target its joints and strike while it recharges, Lingyue called out. Su Feng nodded in understanding, leading the team to concentrate their fire on the robot's joints. Lingyue seized the chance to prepare for a decisive blow during the robot's recharge. Through their combined efforts, the robot's movements began to slow, and damage appeared on its joints, just as the robot was recharging again. Lingyue seized the moment, grabbing a specially designed electromagnetic bomb and rushing towards the robot. Navigating through a storm of bullets, she deftly avoided the robot's attacks and finally reached its feet. With all her strength, Lingyue hurled the electromagnetic bomb at the robot's energy core, and with a tremendous explosion, the robot emitted plumes of smoke, losing control and crashing to the ground. Chapter 46. The truth unfolds as the dust raised by the fallen robot began to settle. Lingyue and her team quickly pressed deeper into the cavern. They were acutely aware that this robot was merely one of the Abyss organization's defensive measures. The more crucial secrets and dangers likely lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature steadily rose, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of chemicals. Turning a corner, they found themselves in a vast laboratory, filled with an array of complex instruments and petri dishes glowing with strange luminescence, seemingly engaged in some arcane experimentation. This must be their core laboratory, Lingyue whispered, her eyes betraying a sense of caution. Suddenly, all the lights in the laboratory extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. A chilling laughter echoed from all directions. Did you think destroying my robot would stop me? Utterly ridiculous. Su Feng swiftly activated his tactical flashlight to illuminate the surroundings, shouting, whoever you are, show yourself. Today is your reckoning. Reckoning? No, the true reckoning has only just begun. The voice coldly replied. That moment, compartments in the walls of the laboratory slowly opened, revealing countless mechanical tendrils that surged forth, sweeping towards Lingyue and her team. The tendrils were agile and resilient, adorned with sharp barbs that wreaked havoc upon the experimental equipment. The team scattered quickly to evade the onslaught of the tendrils. Lingyue and Su Feng stood back to back, firing at the tendrils while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, the sheer number of tendrils began to overwhelm them. We can't continue like this. We must locate the control center for these tendrils, Lingyue urged anxiously. Su Feng nodded in agreement, observing the tendrils' movement patterns while devising a plan. Suddenly, he noticed that the tendrils' actions seemed to be controlled by a large computer situated at the center of the laboratory. Lingyue, look at that computer. It must be the central hub, Su Feng exclaimed, pointing at the device. Lingyue followed his gaze, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. I will destroy it. You provide cover. Su Feng immediately concentrated his firepower, suppressing the tentacles to create an opportunity for Lingyue. Utilizing her agile movements, she deftly weaved through the gaps between the tentacles, racing towards the computer. As she approached, she skillfully avoided the tentacle attacks, sustaining several gashes along her body, yet she showed no signs of retreat at last. Lingyue reached the computer and swiftly retrieved her tools, preparing to dismantle it. Just then, a massive mechanical tentacle lunged at her from behind, poised to strike. Seeing this, Su Feng threw himself forward, using his body to shield her from the assault that Su Feng. Lingyue cried out, her eyes welling with tears. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Feng urged, don't mind me. Destroy it quickly. Lingyue clenched her jaw, suppressing her tears, and rapidly set about dismantling the computer. As it crumbled, the mechanical tentacles ceased their assault. Collapsing to the ground, Lingyue hurried to Su Feng's side, assessing his injuries. Are you all right? Hang in there. Su Feng's face was pale, yet he managed a faint smile. I'm fine. Don't worry. At that moment, another door in the lab creaked open, revealing a figure clad in a white robe. Removing his hood, he unveiled a gaunt and manic visage, the leader of the Abyss organization. Albert, did you think this would stop me? You are woefully naive, he sneered. My plan has entered its final phase, and none of you can thwart it. Lingyue glared at him in fury. What do you intend to do? Why commit such heinous acts? Albert erupted into maniacal laughter. I aim to create a brand new world, one that I shall control. Artificial intelligence will be my instrument, dominating every corner of this planet. It became clear that Albert sought to wield artificial intelligence to impose global control, coercing top scientists into serving his deranged ambitions. Your plan will not succeed. We will stop you, Su Feng asserted. Struggling to stand, Albert scoffed. It's too late. My ultimate artificial intelligence is nearing completion, possessing intellect and power beyond humanity, and soon the entire world shall tremble beneath my feet. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. They understood the perilous nature of their adversary, yet for the sake of global peace and tranquility, retreat was not an option. Just then, reinforcements from Interpol arrived. It turned out that Lingyue had sent a distress signal to Interpol before entering the cave. Requesting assistance, the support team swiftly secured the lab, surrounding Albert. Upon witnessing this, Albert's expression shifted dramatically, yet he remained defiant. Don't celebrate too soon. Even if you capture me, my plan cannot be halted. Lingyue coldly retorted. We will locate your ultimate artificial intelligence and obliterate it. Your conspiracy will never come to fruition. With the assistance of Interpol, Lingyue and Su Feng commenced a thorough search of the laboratory for the ultimate artificial intelligence mentioned by Albert. They were acutely aware of the urgency. They had to find and destroy it swiftly, or the world would face an immense crisis. Chapter 47. Seizing opportunity in desperation, Interpol's support team quickly sealed off the laboratory. Monitoring every corner meticulously, Albert was fitted with specialized energy-suppressing handcuffs. His maniacal laughter now transformed into a low, resentful murmur under the cold constraints. Lingyue and Su Feng, foregoing rest, joined forces with Interpol's elite in a comprehensive search of the lab. Su Feng, enduring the pain from his injuries, resolutely sifted through the mountain of documents and complex apparatus, his arm bruised and swollen from blocking the mechanical tentacle's attack, yet he felt no pain. His sole focus on the imperative, to destroy Albert's ultimate artificial intelligence before it was completed. Meanwhile, Lingyue, leveraging her keen observational skills, meticulously examined each computer and storage device, hoping to uncover vital information regarding the ultimate artificial intelligence. Time slipped away, and the search reached an impasse. The documents and data within the lab were disorganized, many protected by intricate encryption protocols that would consume precious time to crack, time they could ill afford. Interpol's technical experts were fully engaged in decryption efforts, but progress was slow. This approach is futile. We need to rethink our strategy, Lingyue frowned, addressing Su Feng. Su Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the lab until it landed on Albert. Although restrained, Albert wore a smirk of arrogance. As if mocking their futility, a thought struck Su Feng. He approached Albert, crouching down to meet his gaze. Do you truly believe you will have the last laugh? Your plan is exposed, and it will soon be utterly foiled. Albert dismissed him with a scoff, turning his head away. Su Feng persisted. Do you honestly believe we cannot find your ultimate artificial intelligence? You overestimate yourself. Albert's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable tension, quickly masked by composure. Search as you will. Even if you find it, you cannot destroy it. Su Feng seized upon this subtle shift. Formulating a plan, he returned to Lingyue, whispering, "I suspect he is deliberately misleading us. The ultimate artificial intelligence may not be here, or its form is not as we envision." Lingyue pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. We must not be led astray. Let us rethink his previous statements for any overlooked critical information." They began to recall Albert's earlier rants, seeking clues within his madness. He mentioned the ultimate artificial intelligence possessing intellect and power surpassing humanity, and that it was nearing completion. Lingyue murmured, indicating that it must have a foundational existence, potentially located in an unforeseen place. Su Feng suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. He claimed the artificial intelligence would be his tool for world domination. So it is likely closely linked to his global control scheme. Perhaps we should examine the steps of his plan. They promptly approached the commander of Interpol, sharing their insights. The commander agreed and quickly mobilized personnel to delve into Albert's past actions and communication records. After diligent effort, they discovered that Albert had frequently communicated with several secret locations around the globe over the past few months. These locations could potentially be key sites for deploying the ultimate artificial intelligence. Lingyue exclaimed with excitement. The commander immediately issued orders to dispatch multiple task forces to investigate these sites. Lingyue and Su Feng volunteered to head to the nearest location. This site was situated within an abandoned factory. Desolate and isolated, Lingyue and Su Feng led their task force cautiously towards the factory. Utilizing advanced reconnaissance equipment, they confirmed the absence of apparent defenses before swiftly entering the premises. The factory was dark and damp, filled with a pungent metallic odor. After an extensive search, they found no clues related to the ultimate artificial intelligence. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Su Feng suddenly discovered a hidden entrance to a basement in a corner. The entrance was obstructed by a massive steel plate, adorned with intricate locks. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. They quickly contacted Interpol's technical experts for assistance. After considerable effort, the experts successfully deciphered the locks, causing the steel plate to rise slowly. A noxious odor assaulted them as thick smoke billowed from the basement. Lingyue and Su Feng donned gas masks and cautiously led their task force into the subterranean chamber. Inside, various servers and computer equipment filled the space, with a massive machine emitting an eerie glow at its center. Could this be the ultimate artificial intelligence? Su Feng whispered. Lingyue remained silent, stepping closer to examine the machine. Suddenly, the machine emitted a piercing alarm, and mechanical weapons swiftly emerged from the walls, launching an assault on them. Lingyue and Su Feng quickly evaded while returning fire. The task force also engaged, exchanging fierce gunfire with the mechanical weapons. Amidst the chaos, Lingyue discerned that these weapons seemed to be under some form of remote control. The signal emanating from the colossal machine that a bold idea formed in her mind. She decided to take a risk. Ignoring the danger, she dashed towards the machine that Su Feng, recognizing her intent, immediately provided cover. Lingyue maneuvered through the hail of bullets, finally reaching the machine. She discovered a control panel displaying a multitude of complex data and programs. Taking a deep breath, she relied on her expertise to operate the panel, attempting to find a way to disable the mechanical weapons while hacking into the machine's core program to dismantle the ultimate artificial intelligence. As she fought amidst the tumult and tension, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, each action crucial to their survival and the fate of the world. At last, she discovered the program to shut down the mechanical weapons. With a piercing sound, the machines ceased their assault. However, before they could exhale in relief, the machines suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a virtual figure materialized before them. It was Albert, his face adorned with a manic grin. "Did you think you could easily dismantle my ultimate artificial intelligence? So naive. This is merely one of its nodes. You will never locate its true core." With that, the virtual figure vanished, and the machines began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of explosion. Lingyue and Su Feng sensed the impending danger and promptly led their team to evacuate the basement. They had scarcely exited the factory when a thunderous blast erupted behind them, engulfing the structure in flames. Though their mission to destroy the ultimate AI had failed, they had unearthed a critical clue. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that they were drawing closer to the truth and to thwarting Albert's deranged plans. Without a moment to rest, they returned to the laboratory to convene with other members of Interpol. Collectively strategizing their next course of action, they were acutely aware of the ticking clock. The threat of the ultimate AI loomed like a sword ready to fall, poised to bring calamity upon the world. Chapter 48. The eve of dawn. Upon returning to the laboratory, Lingyue and Su Feng found the space bustling with activity. Interpol's technicians were engrossed in a sea of electronic devices, striving to extract more clues regarding the core location of the ultimate AI from the data they had gathered. Albert was confined in a makeshift cell within the laboratory, his expression still one of arrogance and disdain, as if the external turmoil could not disrupt his grand design that we must locate that core swiftly. With each passing second, the world grows more perilous, Lingyue urged, clenching her fists in anxiety. Su Feng gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. He then approached Albert's cell, determined to extract valuable information from the madman. Albert, you must realize your plan is on the precipice of failure. Why not surrender now and reveal the location of the ultimate AI core? You might still receive leniency. Su Feng endeavored to maintain a calm tone, attempting to breach Albert's psychological defenses through reasoned discourse. Albert's laughter erupted, reverberating chillingly within the cell. Leniency? You are far too naive. My plan is flawless. Even if you locate the core, you cannot destroy it. Su Feng's heart sank. He understood that Albert would not yield easily, yet he sensed a crack in Albert's facade. Your certainty in our inability to destroy it implies some form of special protective mechanism. Does it not? Su Feng pressed keenly. Albert abruptly ceased his laughter, casting a cold gaze at Su Feng. Falling silent, Su Feng recognized he had struck a nerve, but obtaining more information would not be simple. He returned to Lingyue and recounted their exchange. The very fact that he is so confident suggests the ultimate AI core has vulnerabilities. We must uncover them. Lingyue's resolve solidified, and she joined Su Feng in the technicians' data cracking efforts. After several hours of intense labor, the technicians finally unearthed a mysterious coordinate from Albert's communications records. This coordinate pointed to a solitary island within the Arctic Circle, perpetually encased in ice, with an exceptionally harsh environment. This island is highly likely to be the location of the ultimate AI core, one technician exclaimed. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged determined glances, unhesitatingly deciding to lead an elite team to the island. Interpol promptly arranged for the most advanced icebreaker and snow gear for their expedition. Navigating the frigid Arctic waters, the icebreaker forged ahead, its bow relentlessly striking the thick ice with a dull thud. After days and nights of arduous travel, they finally reached the vicinity of the island. As they set foot on its frozen terrain, a biting wind assaulted them, whipping up blinding snow that made it nearly impossible to see. Lingyue and her team trudged through the snow, following the coordinates in search of the ultimate AI core's trace. Deep within the island, they discovered a colossal structure concealed beneath the ice. The entrance was protected by an energy shield, repelling any object that dared approach. This must be Albert's final defense, Lingyue mused, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the energy barrier. They attempted various methods to breach the shield, yet all were in vain. Just as despair began to set in, Su Feng recalled a potential solution. We previously seized some of Albert's equipment in the lab. There may be a device capable of disrupting this shield. Lingyue's eyes brightened with hope, and she promptly instructed her team to retrieve the equipment they had brought from the lab for careful examination. After diligent effort, they identified a device that could interfere with the energy shield. Su Feng cautiously operated the device, adjusting the frequency in an attempt to destabilize the shield's energy balance. As the device emitted a low hum, the energy shield began to waver, gradually losing stability. Now, Lingyue shouted, leading her team to rush toward the entrance. In the moment the shield dissipated completely, they successfully entered the structure. Inside, they encountered a vast space filled with advanced technological apparatus, at the center of which stood a colossal sphere radiating a brilliant blue light, the core of the ultimate AI. Before they could approach, numerous mechanical sentinels sprang from the walls, massive in size and armed with formidable weaponry, launching an aggressive assault. Lingyue and her team quickly sought cover, engaging in a fierce battle with the sentinels. The mechanical soldiers unleashed overwhelming firepower, and the team found themselves gradually overwhelmed. Su Feng fired his weapon, while keenly observing the sentinels' movements. He discerned that these sentinels seemed to coordinate their actions through a specific signal. Lingyue, let us concentrate our fire on that signal transmitter. It might sever their communication, Su Feng shouted, pointing to a device pulsating with red light. Lingyue immediately grasped his intent and guided her team to focus their fire on the transmitter. Under the barrage of their combined firepower, the signal transmitter was ultimately destroyed. Deprived of command, the mechanical sentinels' movements became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and her team launched a counteroffensive, gradually gaining the upper hand against the sentinels. After an intense struggle, they finally vanquished all mechanical sentinels. Lingyue and Su Feng cautiously approached the core, preparing to destroy it. Just as they were about to touch it, the core unleashed a surge of electricity, flinging them backward. What just happened? Lingyue questioned, rubbing her injured shoulder in confusion, but Su Feng scrutinized the core, noticing peculiar runes shimmering on its surface, seemingly designed to thwart their destruction efforts. This must be the special protective mechanism Albert mentioned, Su Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. They tried various approaches but could not penetrate the defenses posed by the runes. Time slipped away, and their situation grew increasingly dire at that moment. Lingyue recalled an ancient document she had found in the lab, detailing a mysterious energy frequency purported to bypass formidable defensive mechanisms. She quickly searched her memory for the frequency that matched the runes. After considerable effort, Lingyue finally identified an appropriate frequency. She input this frequency into her portable device and directed it at the core. As a peculiar wave emanated from the device, the runes began to fade. "We did it!" Su Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. They advanced toward the core once more, this time unimpeded. Lingyue and Su Feng retrieved a specially designed energy destruction device and affixed it to the core. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the device emitted a powerful energy shock, shattering the ultimate AI core into fragments that Albert's deranged plan had been utterly dismantled. Lingyue and her team emerged from the structure, sunlight piercing through the clouds and casting a golden glow upon the snow. They understood that this battle, pivotal to the fate of the world, had culminated in victory, and they were the guardians of peace. Chapter 49. Aftermath and renewal. Having obliterated the core of the ultimate AI, Lingyue and her team returned to civilization, a blend of triumph and exhaustion washing over them. Interpol's headquarters erupted in celebration, hosting a grand ceremony in their honor. However, Lingyue and Su Feng remained grounded, fully aware that although the Abyss organization had been significantly weakened, remnants of its forces might still lurk in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. During the celebration, Lingyue raised her glass, surveying the jubilant crowd, yet her brow furrowed in concern. Su Feng approached her, softly inquiring, "Are you still worried about those residual forces?" Lingyue nodded. Though Albert has been captured, his organization has been active for years, with many loyal followers. Our destruction of the ultimate AI core will surely not be forgiven. Su Feng set down his glass, his demeanor turning serious. "I share your sentiments. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must promptly initiate a campaign to eradicate the remaining forces." The two individuals approached the senior officials of the International Criminal Police Organization, presenting their concerns. The leadership acknowledged their apprehensions and swiftly established a special task force, appointing Lingyue and Su Feng as the primary leaders. The task force commenced with an in-depth interrogation of Albert. Initially, Albert attempted to resist, but under the weight of irrefutable evidence and the psychological tactics employed by Lingyue and Su Feng, he ultimately divulged several locations and contact methods utilized by the residual forces. Armed with these leads, the task force launched multiple offensives against the remnants of the Abyss organization. During one of the raids, Lingyue led her team to an abandoned castle nestled deep within the mountains. Intelligence indicated that a significant number of key members and weaponry of the Abyss organization were concealed there. Lingyue and her team cautiously approached the castle, utilizing the cover of night to infiltrate. The atmosphere within the castle was thick with an eerie presence, its silence unsettling. After searching for an extended period, they finally uncovered a hidden stronghold within the basement. Inside, a group of Abyss organization members were busily operating computers and communication devices, seemingly orchestrating something clandestine. Lingyue signaled to her team, and they quickly spread out to encircle the stronghold. Lingyue shouted, "Interpol, lay down your weapons. You are surrounded." The members inside were startled by the sudden announcement, hastily arming themselves in a desperate attempt to resist. Intense gunfire erupted as Lingyue and her team, employing exceptional tactics and precise marksmanship, gradually subdued the adversaries. However, the enemies displayed fierce resistance, leveraging the stronghold's terrain to mount a staunch defense. During the fray, Lingyue observed that the adversaries seemed intent on protecting a crucial server. Each time they endeavored to approach it, the enemies retaliated violently. Realizing that this server might contain critical information regarding the remaining forces of the Abyss organization, she decided to take a risk. Leading a few team members, they concentrated their firepower and launched a fierce assault on the enemies near the server. Amidst the hail of bullets, Lingyue and her team struggled to reach the server. Just as they were on the verge of seizing it, an enemy hurled a grenade. Lingyue, with quick reflexes, tackled a team member to the ground. The grenade detonated nearby, the shockwave leaving her ears ringing. Yet, she disregarded the pain and swiftly rose to charge towards the server. Ultimately, they succeeded in capturing the server. Lingyue hurriedly operated it, seeking to extract its information. However, the server was encased in a complex encryption, which required time to decrypt. The battle raged on outside as the enemies relentlessly pressed their attacks, attempting to reclaim the server. Lingyue and her team fought off the aggressors while anxiously awaiting the decryption process. Time ticked away, and just as the enemies were on the verge of breaching their defenses, the server's encryption was finally cracked. Lingyue promptly downloaded the information and then destroyed the server. Armed with the intelligence derived from the server, Lingyue and her team successfully repelled the enemies and evacuated the castle. Upon returning to headquarters, they analyzed the downloaded information and discovered the location of a large-scale gathering of the Abyss organization's remaining forces. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately led the task force to this site. Upon arrival, they found the remnants of the Abyss organization engaged in a secret meeting, seemingly plotting their resurgence. Lingyue and her team swiftly executed their strategy. Encircling the adversaries to end the ensuing fierce battle, the remaining members of the Abyss organization were thrown into chaos, caught off guard by Interpol's rapid response. After a fierce confrontation, the task force successfully eliminated the majority of the enemies. With the remnants surrendering in droves, the residual forces of the Abyss organization were finally eradicated. With the fall of the Abyss organization, peace returned to the world. Lingyue and Su Feng could finally set down the burdens they had carried and rest. On a sunlit day, they ventured to the seaside, savoring this hard-won tranquility. They strolled along the beach, watching the waves crash against the shore, hearts filled with myriad reflections. Lingyue turned to Su Feng. Smiling as she said, "We truly did it this time. We have safeguarded the peace of the world." Su Feng gently took Lingyue's hand, nodding in agreement. Indeed, none of this would have been possible without everyone's efforts. After enduring this heart-stopping adventure, Lingyue and Su Feng's bond grew closer. They understood that new challenges might arise in the future, but as long as they faced them together, no obstacle could deter them. They would continue to stand ready to embark on new journeys in pursuit of global peace and security. Chapter 50. A new threat in the days following the complete dismantling of the Abyss organization. The world experienced a long-awaited tranquility, and Lingyue and Su Feng finally enjoyed a brief respite. They rented a quaint cottage in a coastal town, relishing the peaceful life. Each morning, they jogged along the beach, basking in the gentle caress of the sea breeze. In the evenings, they sat side by the shore, watching the sunset transform the ocean into a golden expanse. However, this serenity was short-lived. One day, while Lingyue prepared dinner in the kitchen, Su Feng was in the living room watching the news when a report caused his expression to darken instantly. The news detailed a series of peculiar cyberattacks targeting significant research institutions and financial centers across multiple countries. These attacks were executed with such subtlety and precision that the affected systems exhibited data anomalies and partial functionality failures. Although no substantial losses had occurred yet, there seemed to be some insidious motive lurking behind these events. Su Feng summoned Lingyue, and together they scrutinized the news content. Lingyue furrowed her brow, stating, "This is quite unsettling. The methods employed in these attacks bear some resemblance to those previously used by the Abyss organization. Yet they are not identical. Could it be the remnants of the Abyss are at play?" Su Feng shook his head. "I doubt it. The remnants of the Abyss have been thoroughly eradicated, and they lack the capability to orchestrate such a large-scale, sophisticated cyberattack in such a short time." Driven by their professional instincts, they resolved to contact the International Criminal Police Organization immediately to gather more detailed information regarding these cyberattacks. The organization welcomed their involvement, as their exceptional skills and intellect demonstrated during the confrontation with the Abyss organization had earned them considerable trust. The organization provided a wealth of investigative materials concerning the cyberattacks. After days and nights of analysis, Lingyue and Su Feng discovered that all the attacks traced back to a mysterious network address. However, every attempt to track this address was thwarted by layers of encryption and obfuscation, causing them to lose the trail each time they made progress. The technical prowess of this organization was formidable. Su Feng stared at the flickering code on the computer screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, Lingyue perused detailed reports from the attacked institutions, suddenly noticing a commonality. All the targeted institutions were engaged in research or applications related to quantum computing. Su Feng, "Look, all these attacked institutions are connected to quantum computing." Lingyue pointed to the report that Su Feng leaned in to examine it closely. "Quantum computing? Could this be their objective?" he murmured. "Quantum computing technology represents one of the most cutting-edge fields in today's world. And if its powerful computational capabilities fell into malicious hands, the consequences would be dire." The two decided to pursue this lead concerning quantum computing technology to investigate the shadowy organization behind the attacks. They first sought the expertise of Professor Lin, a prominent figure in the field of quantum computing. Professor Lin welcomed their visit and expressed his concerns regarding the cyberattacks. Quantum computing technology is still in its developmental phase, yet its potential is immense. Should this technology fall into the hands of criminals, they could easily breach existing encryption systems, steal vital information, and even control critical infrastructure, Professor Lin said with evident concern. Lingyue and Su Feng consulted him on key principles of quantum computing technology and potential security vulnerabilities. Professor Lin informed them that current security measures for quantum computing largely rely on complex encryption algorithms. Yet as quantum computing capabilities advance, these traditional algorithms may become utterly inadequate. After departing from Professor Lin's laboratory, Lingyue and Su Feng found themselves deep in thought. They realized that in the face of this new threat, they would require more technological support and specialized knowledge. Consequently, they reached out to the technical expert team of the International Criminal Police Organization to form a dedicated investigative unit to jointly devise strategies for countering this crisis. Through extensive data analysis and simulated attack experiments, the investigative unit finally unearthed some clues regarding the mysterious organization. They discovered that this organization appeared to be covertly amassing core data on quantum computing research from various nations and was attempting to develop a weapon capable of causing large-scale destruction utilizing quantum computing technology. We must act swiftly to thwart them, Lingyue asserted during the investigative unit's meeting. Su Feng concurred. However, we currently lack knowledge of their specific location and operational plans, making it challenging to impede their progress. Just as the investigation reached an impasse, Su Feng suddenly conceived a potential solution. They had previously seized some advanced tracking devices during their confrontation with the Abyss organization. Although these devices were primarily designed for tracking physical targets, they could potentially be repurposed for monitoring network signals with the help of technical experts. After days and nights of relentless effort, the experts successfully modified the tracking equipment. Lingyue and Su Feng, armed with the revamped devices, resumed their pursuit of the mysterious organization's network address. This time, they finally pierced through layers of disguise and pinpointed the source of the signal, a mysterious island located in Southeast Asia. The International Criminal Police Organization swiftly formulated an action plan, deploying an elite special forces unit to accompany Lingyue and Su Feng to the Enigmatic island as their vessel approached the island. They discovered it was enveloped by a formidable defensive system, making landing a challenging endeavor. Undeterred, Lingyue and Su Feng utilized their ingenuity and experience to identify vulnerabilities within the defense system. Under the cover of the special forces, they successfully made landfall. The island was teeming with dense jungles and concealed traps, compelling them to proceed with utmost caution as they searched for the organization's stronghold. After a grueling search, they finally uncovered a vast underground base at the heart of the island. The entrance was heavily guarded, presenting a formidable challenge to their infiltration. After conferring with the leader of the special forces, Lingyue and Su Feng decided to split their team. One group would distract the enemy, while the other sought an opportunity to infiltrate the base. That a fierce battle erupted as the diversionary team engaged in intense gunfire with the guards. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Su Feng led the second team, seizing the moment of chaos to stealthily breach the base. Inside, the layout was labyrinthine, filled with advanced technological equipment and busy personnel. They navigated cautiously, seeking crucial evidence and apparatus linked to the mysterious organization's nefarious plot. Just as they neared the core area, alarms blared suddenly. Their actions had been detected, but a swarm of armed militants swiftly converged upon them, prompting Lingyue and Su Feng to engage in a fierce confrontation. During the combat, Lingyue observed that the enemy's weaponry was remarkably advanced, and they appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the base's layout, complicating their efforts. Nevertheless, Lingyue and Su Feng pressed on, leveraging their exceptional combat skills and indomitable will to gradually break through the encirclement and successfully access the core area. Within, a colossal quantum computer emanated a blue glow, with personnel frantically operating around it. Lingyue and Su Feng realized that this was the crux of the mysterious organization's operations. They rushed toward the quantum computer, determined to thwart the impending conspiracy. Chapter 51. Life and Death Struggle. As Lingyue and Su Feng burst into the core area, they instantly captured everyone's attention. The operators of the quantum computer panicked, while the guards quickly responded, raising their weapons and unleashing a hail of bullets toward them. Su Feng, with quick reflexes, pulled Lingyue behind a nearby control panel just as bullets ricocheted off the metal surface, sparking all around them. "We cannot allow them to continue operating that quantum computer," Lingyue shouted, her eyes filled with resolve. Su Feng nodded, scanning their surroundings for an opportunity to break free from their precarious position. They were severely outnumbered, trapped with enemies on three sides, and the enemy's firepower rendered them nearly immobile at that moment. Reinforcements from the special forces had yet to arrive, leaving Lingyue and Su Feng to rely solely on themselves. Su Feng retrieved a smoke grenade from his waist and hurled it toward the enemy. instantly enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke that obscured their line of sight. "Let us go," Su Feng urged, pulling Lingyue toward the quantum computer. Under the cover of the smoke, they managed to breach the enemy's first line of defense. However, before they could approach the quantum computer, the enemy reorganized their assault, deploying soldiers equipped with energy shields. Ordinary bullets were rendered ineffective against these barriers. Lingyue felt a sinking sensation as she observed the soldiers, yet Su Feng remained composed. He noticed that the shield's energy supply seemed to originate from a device behind the soldiers. "Lingyue, target the power supply behind them," Su Feng exclaimed. They quickly adjusted their aim and concentrated their fire on the energy supply device. After a fierce exchange, they successfully destroyed the enemy's energy shields. With the protection gone, the enemy faltered, and Lingyue and Su Feng seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous counterattack, driving the enemy back. However, before they could catch their breath, a cold voice echoed from the base's intercom. "Did you think you could stop me? You are gravely mistaken. My plan is about to come to fruition. And none of you will leave here alive." As the voice faded, several hidden compartments in the base walls slowly opened, revealing rows of automatic weapons that began firing wildly at Lingyue and Su Feng. The two immediately sought cover, the relentless gunfire making it nearly impossible to raise their heads. Su Feng, witnessing the surrounding equipment being destroyed, felt a surge of urgency. He understood that if this continued, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the enemy's firepower. They needed to find a way to escape. Suddenly, he spotted an abandoned robot in a corner. An idea struck him, and he called out to Lingyue, "I'll activate that robot to draw their fire. You take the chance to rush the quantum computer and sabotage its core program." Though Lingyue was concerned for Su Feng's safety, she recognized this was their only option and nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng darted toward the robot amidst the hail of bullets, his clothing torn in several places, yet he pressed on undeterred. Finally, he reached the robot and swiftly activated it. Under Su Feng's control, the robot charged toward the enemy, diverting their fire. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lingyue rose and sprinted toward the quantum computer, skillfully evading enemy attacks as she closed in. Just as she was about to reach the quantum computer, a figure suddenly lunged from the side, blocking her path. Lingyue focused intently and realized it was the leader of the mysterious organization. Towering and with a gaze filled with madness and resolve, he sneered, "Do you think you can easily destroy my quantum computer? Today is your day of reckoning." With that, he launched an attack on Lingyue. Lingyue swiftly sidestepped, drawing her dagger to engage in close combat with the leader. His combat skills were formidable, and Lingyue began to struggle to keep up. Yet, she was driven by a singular conviction. She must stop him to protect the world's safety. Amidst the fierce struggle, Lingyue identified a flaw in the leader's aggressive attacks. Seizing the moment, she delivered a powerful kick to his vulnerable spot, causing him to collapse, without granting him a moment to recover. She dashed toward the quantum computer and began to decode its core program. Meanwhile, the situation at Su Feng's side was equally dire. Although the robot had drawn the enemy's fire, its energy reserves were depleting rapidly. Noticing Lingyue attempting to crack the quantum computer, the enemy redirected a portion of their fire towards her. Su Feng, undeterred by the danger, rushed forward and shielded Lingyue with his body against the enemy's bullets. "Su Feng," Lingyue gasped, her eyes welling with tears. Enduring immense pain, Su Feng urged, "Don't worry about me. Complete the mission." Lingyue gritted her teeth, forcing back her tears as she hastened to expedite the program's decryption. At last, just as the enemy prepared to launch another assault, she successfully disrupted the quantum computer's core program. The machine quaked violently, emitting thick smoke and rendering it utterly inoperative, with the quantum computer's support dismantled. The mysterious organization's plans lay in ruins. Realizing the inevitable defeat, the enemy surrendered, casting down their weapons. Lingyue hurried to Su Feng's side to assess his injuries. His face was pale, yet he managed a faint smile. "We did it." At that moment, the special forces finally arrived, taking control of the entire base. Lingyue and Su Feng were swiftly transported to the hospital for treatment. Thanks to the doctor's diligent efforts, Su Feng was stabilized and out of danger. When he awoke, he found Lingyue by his bedside, and a serene smile graced his face. Lingyue looked at Su Feng, her eyes brimming with concern. "Don't be so reckless next time. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Su Feng gently grasped her hand. "As long as I can protect you and safeguard this world, anything I do is worthwhile." After enduring this harrowing struggle, Lingyue and Su Feng's resolve to defend world peace was further solidified. They understood that more challenges awaited them in the future. But as long as they faced them together, nothing could impede their path. They would continue to carve their own legend along the journey of maintaining global harmony. Chapter 52. Unseen Currents. After recovering and being discharged from the hospital, Lingyue and Su Feng returned to the headquarters of the International Criminal Police Organization. Although their operation against the mysterious island had successfully dismantled the quantum computer and thwarted the organization's sinister plot, they were acutely aware that the matter was far from straightforward. During the review meeting addressing the incident, the atmosphere was tense. According to our subsequent investigations, this mysterious organization is unlike any we have encountered before. Their operations are exceedingly clandestine, and there seems to be a formidable force backing them, reported an intelligence expert, presenting the latest findings. Lingyue furrowed her brow slightly, her fingers gently tapping on the table as she pondered the hidden truth behind the situation. Su Feng crossed his arms defiantly across his chest, his gaze betraying a sense of vigilance. Although most of the documents and data we discovered at the base have been destroyed, our technicians managed to recover a portion. From the data we have salvaged, it appears they are merely executors of a larger plan, the ultimate objective of which remains unclear to us, the technical expert added. Lingyue rose from her seat. Approaching the large screen in the conference room, her eyes scanning the myriad of clues and intelligence displayed, regardless of their ultimate goal, we cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and uncover the mastermind behind this. Su Feng nodded in agreement. I concur, and we must hasten our efforts to prevent another attack. After the meeting concluded, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately delved into an intense investigation. They began tracing the financial flows of the mysterious organization, attempting to uncover the trail of the mastermind. After days and nights of diligent work, they discovered that the funding sources of this enigmatic organization were remarkably intricate, involving financial institutions across multiple countries and regions. With most transactions shrouded in layers of encryption and disguise, the methods employed by this hidden mastermind were exceedingly sophisticated, making it arduous to trace the true origins of these funds. Su Feng scrutinized the densely packed financial flow charts on the computer screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yet Lingyue refused to give up. She meticulously examined each transaction record, striving to uncover any discrepancies. Finally, within an ostensibly ordinary international transfer, Lingyue detected a peculiar anomaly. The ultimate destination of these funds was a small financial company located in the Middle East, yet the background of this company was shrouded in mystery. Lingyue and Su Feng promptly launched an investigation into this financial entity, discovering that it was, in fact, a shell company utilized specifically for money laundering and fund transfers. It appears the shell company is the key to uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes, Lingyue exclaimed excitedly. Following this lead, they delved deeper, uncovering a close connection between the shell company and an underground organization active in the Middle East. Lingyue and Su Feng resolved to travel to the Middle East for an in-depth investigation into this underground group. Disguised, they infiltrated the local black market. There, they encountered an informant well-versed in the underground dealings. You wish to inquire about that underground organization. They are not a simple entity, the informant warned, eyeing them warily. Su Feng presented a generous sum. If you can provide useful information, this is yours. The informant's eyes glimmered with greed as he hesitated momentarily before divulging. That underground organization has recently been secretly acquiring high-tech equipment, and they seem to be collaborating with a mysterious force from Europe. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. A mysterious European force. The connections behind this are becoming increasingly intricate. Do you know specifically what high-tech equipment they are acquiring, and any concrete information regarding that European entity? Lingyue pressed. The informant shook his head. I only know they are acquiring quantum communication devices and high-performance servers. As for the European force, I don't have much knowledge. I just know they are quite powerful and have deep connections. Though they did not obtain more critical information, this lead provided them with a new direction. After leaving the black market, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately contacted the European branch of Interpol, requesting assistance in investigating the European entity linked to the underground organization. Colleagues at the European branch swiftly commenced their investigation, and after considerable effort, they uncovered a mysterious organization named the Shadow Alliance, which maintained frequent interactions with the underground organization in the Middle East. This Shadow Alliance comprises extreme factions and criminal organizations from various European nations, their goal being to amass vast wealth and power through various illegal means. It seems the Shadow Alliance may very well be the mastermind we are seeking, Su Feng remarked gravely as he reviewed the intelligence from the European branch. Lingyue nodded in affirmation. Indeed, and since they are collaborating with the underground organization in the Middle East to acquire high-tech equipment, they are likely orchestrating an even grander scheme. We must swiftly gain insight into their actions and plans. Lingyue and Su Feng continued their investigation in the Middle East, gathering further intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance and the underground organization. They discovered that the two entities were preparing for a large-scale secret meeting to be held in a desert oasis in the Middle East. This is an excellent opportunity. We can infiltrate the meeting and obtain their core intelligence, possibly even apprehending them all, Lingyue suggested. Su Feng concurred but expressed concern. This meeting is bound to be heavily guarded. Infiltrating will not be easy, and a failed operation could have dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyue proposed. We can collaborate with the local forces of Interpol to devise a detailed action plan. Simultaneously, we must prepare thoroughly to ensure the success of our operation. After several days of meticulous preparation, Lingyue and Su Feng led an elite team composed of Interpol agents and local operatives toward the desert oasis. They cautiously advanced through the desert, using the cover of night to gradually approach the meeting location. As they neared the site, they discovered that it was indeed heavily guarded, surrounded by various surveillance equipment and armed sentinels. Lingyue and Su Feng crouched behind a dune, observing the enemy's deployment and contemplating how to breach their defenses. Suddenly, the distant sound of car engines reverberated through the air. Lingyue and Su Feng focused intently. Spotting several vehicles approaching the meeting venue, they realized this could be important figures attending the meeting, and perhaps they could use this opportunity to blend in. Quickly devising a plan, they instructed a portion of their team to create chaos in the distance, drawing the guards' attention while they led the remaining members, disguised as bodyguards escorting important individuals, to infiltrate the meeting site. Chapter 53, Infiltration Amidst Peril. As night descended, a dark veil enveloped the vast desert. Lingyue and Su Feng, leading their elite team, stealthily advanced under the cover of the dunes. In the distance, the flickering lights of the meeting venue loomed like an ominous din of danger in the dark. As the vehicles drew closer, Lingyue and Su Feng sprang into action. They donned the pre-prepared bodyguard uniforms, adjusting their sunglasses and lowering their hat brims, blending into the roadside as the convoy approached. Following the plan, team members created a loud explosion in the distance, flames erupting into the sky and instantly capturing the attention of all guards at the meeting site. What is happening? Go check it out. The guards rushed toward the explosion site, creating a scene of chaos. Seizing the moment, Lingyue and Su Feng led their team toward the convoy. Agile and swift, they swiftly incapacitated the genuine bodyguards in the vehicles, concealing the unconscious figures behind the dunes, and then casually drove the vehicles toward the meeting venue. The convoy smoothly entered the gates of the meeting site, although the guards remained dubious amidst the turmoil. They conducted only a cursory check before allowing them to pass. Lingyue and Su Feng silently sighed in relief, yet remained on high alert, knowing the real challenge was just beginning. Upon entering, they found a massive tent standing at the center of the oasis, surrounded by several smaller tents. Outside, guards patrolled the area. Lingyue and Su Feng parked the vehicle and, as per their prior agreement, the team members dispersed, each seeking advantageous positions for cover and reconnaissance. Su Feng lowered his voice, communicating through a miniature device. Stay alert and seek opportunities to enter the main tent. Lingyue nodded slightly, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings, missing no detail. They pretended to be normal patrolling bodyguards, pacing around the tent in search of the opportune moment to access the main tent. Just then, a figure of apparent high status approached the main tent, flanked by several aides. Lingyue's eyes lit up, signaling Su Feng, and the two immediately followed suit. As they neared the main tent, the guards blocked their path. Which unit are you from? The guard inquired warily. Su Feng remained composed, producing forged credentials. We are here to escort important supplies, having just received orders to personally deliver the inventory list to the person in charge inside. The guard took the credentials, scrutinizing them, and just as he hesitated, Lingyue suddenly pointed in the distance and shouted, "Look, there seems to be something happening over there." The guard instinctively turned to look, and Su Feng seized the opportunity to swiftly incapacitate him. Together with other team members, they quickly concealed the guard and then strode confidently into the main tent. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Around a massive conference table sat the core members of the Shadow Alliance and the underground organization from the Middle East, engaged in a heated discussion. Upon seeing Lingyue and Su Feng burst in, they all rose, expressions of alertness on their faces. "Who are you? How did you get in?" a burly man with a thick beard bellowed. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, realizing concealment was no longer an option, and immediately drew their weapons, while their team members quickly took advantageous positions, surrounding everyone within the tent. "Interpol, you are surrounded," Lingyue declared loudly, her voice firm and resolute. However, these criminals were not intimidated. They quickly reacted, reaching for weapons concealed at their sides. A fierce gunfight erupted instantaneously, enveloping the tent in a haze of gunpowder. Lingyue and Su Feng, armed with remarkable marksmanship and agile reflexes, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. Bullets whizzed through the air, with enemies falling one after another, yet they faced staunch resistance. "Be careful," Su Feng suddenly shouted, lunging towards Lingyue, shielding her with his body. A bullet grazed Su Feng's shoulder, leaving a streak of blood that a sense of alarm gripped Lingyue. Amidst her gratitude, her resolve to fight intensified. We must conclude this battle swiftly. We cannot allow the enemies outside to provide reinforcements, Su Feng declared. Lingyue nodded in agreement as they coordinated their efforts, advancing towards the conference table in an attempt to capture the core members of the organization. Just then, an enemy pressed a button on the table, causing the entire tent to tremble violently. Lingyue's heart sank. This is bad. They intend to blow this place up. It became apparent that these criminals had long prepared for the worst, planning to perish together should their scheme be uncovered. Find an exit quickly. We must evacuate, Su Feng commanded loudly. The team members retaliated while searching for an exit. However, the smoke within the tent thickened, severely obstructing their vision, and the enemies launched a frenzied counterattack, rendering their escape exceedingly arduous. Amidst the chaos, Lingyue spotted a ventilation duct overlooked by the enemies. She pointed towards it and shouted to Su Feng. Over there, we can escape through that. Su Feng glanced and nodded in agreement. Leading their team, they pushed towards the duct with great effort. In the midst of the fierce gunfire, they finally reached the ventilation opening. One by one, the team members crawled out, while Lingyue and Su Feng covered the rear. Just as they were about to exit, an enemy suddenly charged at them, holding a grenade. Without hesitation, Su Feng lunged forward. Grappling with the adversary, the grenade swayed perilously between them, on the brink of explosion. Lingyue's heart raced. She raised her gun, aiming at the enemy, yet hesitated to fire for fear of injuring Su Feng. In that critical moment, Su Feng summoned all his strength, throwing the enemy out of the tent. The grenade detonated outside, the immense blast force knocking Su Feng to the ground. Lingyue rushed over, helping him to his feet. Are you all right? She inquired. Su Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, managing a faint smile. I'm fine. Let us go. The two swiftly crawled out of the ventilation duct, only to find the tent engulfed in raging flames. Hearing the explosion, the enemies outside converged towards them. Lingyue and Su Feng led their team in a heart-pounding chase across the desert, utilizing the terrain to their advantage, continuously altering their route in an effort to elude their pursuers. After a grueling struggle, they finally succeeded in shaking off the enemies and reunited with the support forces of Interpol. Although this operation did not fully achieve its intended objectives, allowing some criminals to escape, they had still acquired vital intelligence. Lingyue and Su Feng understood that their confrontation with the forces of darkness was far from over. Armed with this intelligence, they would continue their quest for truth and the preservation of world peace. Chapter 54. The turmoil behind the intelligence under the lights of the temporary base of Interpol. Lingyue and Su Feng, fatigued yet resolute, meticulously organized the intelligence they had risked their lives to obtain at the conference site. The documents and storage devices, blackened by the flames of battle and stained with blood, bore the memories of their perilous journey and potentially concealed the keys to unraveling the schemes of the Shadow League and underground organizations in the Middle East. Technicians swiftly engaged in decrypting the storage devices, while Lingyue and Su Feng began to scrutinize the documents. Most of the files were inscribed in code and encrypted symbols. Deciphering each line felt akin to scaling a steep mountain. After several hours of arduous effort, they gradually pieced together some astonishing information. According to these documents, it appeared they were preparing a plan that could influence the global financial system. Lingyue furrowed her brow, her fingers gently tapping on the documents as she spoke to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded gravely. Moreover, this plan is related to the quantum communication devices and high-performance servers they acquired previously. It seems they intend to leverage these advanced technologies to launch an unprecedented financial assault. As the technicians delved deeper into the decryption, more startling details surfaced. IT turned out that the Shadow League and the underground organizations in the Middle East were colluding, intending to exploit the formidable encryption and transmission speed of quantum communication to bypass the security measures of global financial institutions. Tampering with critical transaction data to create worldwide financial chaos, thus amassing wealth amidst the turmoil and seizing the lifeblood of the world economy. Should their plan succeed, the global economy would plummet into collapse, and countless individuals would lose their wealth and livelihoods. Anger and concern laced Lingyue's voice. Su Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. We must act swiftly to thwart them. The immediate priority is to pinpoint the exact location and timing of their operational plan. The two immersed themselves once more in the vast sea of intelligence, leaving no detail overlooked. They discovered multiple mentions of an operation called the Dawn Project, which seemed to be linked to a secret base deep within the Alps in Europe. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately contacted Interpol's headquarters, requesting support and investigation into the mysterious base. The headquarters responded promptly, deploying satellites and intelligence personnel for comprehensive reconnaissance of the Alps. Soon, they identified a massive structure concealed within the snowy mountains, heavily guarded. closely aligning with the intelligence descriptions. This is the place, Lingyue remarked, her eyes gleaming with determination as she gazed at the satellite imagery. Interpol swiftly formulated a detailed action plan, deciding to dispatch an elite special forces unit to join Lingyue and Su Feng in their mission to dismantle this secret base and thwart the Dawn Project. After a long journey, they arrived at the foot of the Alps. It was winter, with the mountains blanketed in snow and the biting wind adding considerable difficulty to their mission. Yet, Lingyue and Su Feng showed no signs of retreat. They donned specially designed cold-weather gear, armed with advanced weapons and communication devices, and began their ascent. During the climb, they faced harsh weather and treacherous terrain. Blizzards, avalanches, and steep ice walls constantly threatened their safety. Yet, through sheer willpower and exceptional mountaineering skills, they navigated through danger time and again. At last, they approached the secret base. The area surrounding the base was fortified with various advanced defensive systems, including thermal sensors, automated weapon systems, and drone patrols. Lingyue and Su Feng crouched in the snow, observing the base's defensive layout and contemplating how to breach the defenses. We cannot launch a reckless assault. It would lead to unnecessary casualties, Su Feng whispered. Lingyue nodded in agreement. We need to devise a method to disrupt their defense systems, creating chaos, and then seize the opportunity to infiltrate. After thorough discussion, they resolved to employ electronic jamming devices to interfere with the base's communication and defense systems. Simultaneously, a small team would create a diversion on the opposite side of the base to draw the enemy's attention. The operation commenced, with technicians activating the electronic jamming devices. Instantly, the communication signals and defense systems within the base fell into disarray. The automated weapon systems lost their targets, and the drones hovered aimlessly in the air. Meanwhile, another small team generated a minor avalanche on the opposite side of the base, the tremendous noise capturing the full attention of the enemies inside. Seizing the moment, Lingyue and Su Feng led the main force to charge towards the base. Utilizing the cover of the snow, they approached the main entrance silently. The guards, bewildered by the sudden chaos, failed to notice their advance. Just as they were within mere meters of the entrance, the enemies finally spotted them. The alarm blared instantly, and the guards scrambled to arm themselves, firing at them. Lingyue, Su Feng, and their team swiftly sought cover and retaliated. An intense battle erupted in the snow, bullets creating sprays of snowflakes. With their exceptional tactics and precise shooting, Lingyue and Su Feng gradually subdued the enemies. While returning fire, they continued to advance towards the entrance, just as they were about to breach the door. A group of enemies equipped with snowmobiles and heavy weaponry burst forth from the base. The ferocity of their firepower posed a significant obstacle to their advance. Oh no, enemy reinforcements have arrived, Su Feng shouted. Lingyue felt a heaviness in her heart upon seeing the approaching adversaries. Yet, devoid of fear, she swiftly adjusted their tactics, commanding the team to split into smaller groups for mutual cover and continue the assault. In the heat of battle, Lingyue noticed that while the enemy snowmobiles were fast, their maneuverability was limited on the narrow snow paths. An idea struck her, and she called to Su Feng, "Let's use the terrain to destroy their snowmobiles." Su Feng immediately grasped her intent, leading the team to ascend the slopes on either side of the snow path. They planted explosives and traps along the slopes, awaiting the arrival of the enemies. As the enemy snowmobiles drew near, Lingyue, Su Feng, and their team detonated the explosives. A massive explosion sent a torrent of snow cascading down, creating an artificial avalanche. The snowmobiles were buried beneath the snow, and the enemies tumbled off their vehicles, thrown into chaos. Lingyue and Su Feng seized the opportunity, leading their team down the slope to launch a final assault on the enemies, deprived of their snowmobile advantage. The adversaries were swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated. They finally breached the base's entrance and stormed into its depths. Awaiting them were the core members of the Shadow Alliance and the underground organizations of the Middle East, poised at a pivotal moment that would determine the fate of global finance. Chapter 55. The final battle at the base. As they stormed into the heart of the base, Lingyue and Su Feng were taken aback by the intricate and colossal facilities before them. The corridors crisscrossed in a labyrinthine manner, with walls illuminated by a myriad of data displays and indicator lights, the air thick with tension. Members of the Shadow Alliance and the underground organizations of the Middle East appeared to be well prepared. As Lingyue and her team entered, concealed doors swung open around them, unleashing a throng of enemies armed with advanced weaponry, encircling them in an instant. "Didn't he expect you to track us down here? However, this shall be your grave," sneered a tall, menacing figure from the Shadow Alliance. His voice reverberated through the base's sound system, laced with arrogance and provocation. Lingyue and Su Feng stood back to back, swiftly devising a combat strategy. Their team formed a tight formation to counter the encirclement, weapons at the ready. Su Feng whispered directives through the communication device. Maintain fire suppression, seek an exit. We cannot be trapped here. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing through the narrow corridors with a sharp whine. The enemy, exploiting their familiarity with the base's layout, launched attacks from all directions. Lingyue and Su Feng led their comrades in a valiant resistance, cleverly utilizing the base's equipment and obstacles as cover, repelling the enemy's charges time and again. Amidst the chaos, Lingyue discerned that the enemy's assault rhythm seemed to be influenced by some form of remote command. While evading gunfire, she scanned her surroundings and finally spotted a concealed communication station high above Su Feng. That station could be their command hub. Destroy it, she urged. Su Feng followed her gaze, instantly grasping her intent. He concentrated fire on the enemies surrounding the station, creating an opportunity for Lingyue. Seizing the moment when enemy fire diminished, she deftly maneuvered through the hail of bullets and charged towards the station. As she approached, two enemies surged from the side, attempting to block her path. Undeterred, Lingyue swiftly dodged their attacks and accurately neutralized them with her weapon. At last, she stood before the communication station. She quickly retrieved a specialized demolition device and affixed it to the station. With a thunderous explosion, the station was successfully obliterated. With their command center destroyed, the enemy's assault descended into disarray. Lingyue and Su Feng seized the opportunity. Leading their team in a counteroffensive, they broke through the enemy's encirclement and ventured deeper into the base. Along the way, they encountered various traps and mechanisms. Yet their extensive experience and seamless collaboration enabled them to navigate through each challenge. Upon reaching the core of the base, they discovered a vast array of quantum computers, surrounded by technicians operating frantically. This is the key apparatus for executing the Dawn Plan, Su Feng stated. At that moment, the previously encountered high-ranking member of the Shadow Alliance reappeared, flanked by a cadre of elite guards. Did you truly believe you could easily dismantle my plans? You are sorely mistaken, he cackled, signaling the technicians to expedite their operations. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged determined glances, aware that they had reached a critical juncture and must do everything in their power to thwart the enemy. They once more engaged in fierce combat. During the fray, Su Feng noticed that although the elite guards were formidable, their coordination exhibited certain vulnerabilities. He quickly adapted their tactics, directing his team to concentrate their efforts on the enemy's weak points. After a fierce skirmish, they finally breached the enemy's defenses, drawing near to the quantum computer array, sensing impending defeat. The enemy began a frantic counterattack. One member of the Middle Eastern Underground Organization even charged at Lingyue with a bomb in hand. Without hesitation, Su Feng threw himself at Lingyue, knocking her to the ground as the bomb detonated nearby, the shockwave ringing in their ears. Lingyue gazed at the injured Su Feng, her heart swelling with both gratitude and concern. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. Su Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Stop them. Grinding her teeth, Lingyue held back tears and rose once more. Together with her team, they engaged in a final, desperate struggle against the enemy. Gradually, they gained the upper hand as the enemy's resistance weakened. Eventually, Lingyue reached the quantum computer and swiftly retrieved her decryption device. Preparing to dismantle the core program, at that moment, the high-ranking member of the Shadow Alliance charged at her in a bid to obstruct her efforts. Su Feng, summoning his last reserves of strength, tackled the foe to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue successfully activated the decryption device. With a surge of electrical sound, the core program of the quantum computer was obliterated, rendering the Dawn Plan a complete failure. With the loss of the quantum computer's support, the enemy surrendered, casting down their weapons. Lingyue and Su Feng surveyed the scene, finally exhaling in relief. They understood that in this battle, pivotal to the security of global finance, they had emerged victorious. However, they were acutely aware that dark forces would never entirely vanish, and new challenges loomed on the horizon. Yet, as long as they stood united, they possessed the confidence to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 56. Aftershocks and New Journeys. Having successfully dismantled the secret base deep within the Alps and thwarted the Dawn Plan, Lingyue and Su Feng returned to the headquarters of Interpol. Bearing the dual burdens of victory and exhaustion, the entire headquarters was awash with joy and celebration, hosting a grand ceremony in their honor. Dignitaries from various nations sent congratulatory messages, praising their outstanding contributions to global financial stability and world peace. However, Lingyue and Su Feng remained grounded, acutely aware that behind each crisis lay deeper, lurking hazards. Though the Shadow Alliance and underground organizations of the Middle East had sustained severe blows, residual forces might still be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Following the conclusion of the celebration, Lingyue and Su Feng wasted no time resting. Diving headfirst into the subsequent investigation and resolution of the incident, they meticulously examined the vast troves of documents and data seized from the secret base. striving to unearth clues regarding any remaining factions. Simultaneously, they assisted Interpol in interrogating the captured criminals, hoping to extract valuable information from them. During the interrogation, a member of the Middle Eastern underground organization named Khalid piqued their interest. Initially a mid-level cadre within the organization, he held a wealth of core secrets. However, at the onset of the interrogation, he remained resolutely silent, evading all inquiries. Su Feng decided to alter their approach. Instead of employing harsh tactics like other interrogators, he engaged Khalid in a calm dialogue. He recounted the myriad atrocities committed by the Shadow Alliance and the underground organization, and the suffering and calamities inflicted upon countless individuals. Are you truly willing to continue serving an organization that brings destruction to the world? Su Feng inquired. It's not too late to turn back. You can redeem your past transgressions through your actions. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Khalid's eyes, but he quickly masked it with indifference. Noticing this, Lingyue interjected, "We know you are not devoid of conscience. You once had your ideals and aspirations, only to be blinded by this organization." Through the patient persuasion of Lingyue and Su Feng, Khalid finally spoke. He revealed that the Shadow Alliance and the underground organization maintained secret outposts across various countries, harboring significant stockpiles of weapons and funds while continuing to plot new schemes. Armed with Khalid's intel, Lingyue and Su Feng led Interpol's task force in a global sweep against these clandestine operations. They traversed numerous nations and regions, collaborating closely with local law enforcement to dismantle each hidden base systematically. In one operation, they ventured into a tropical rainforest in South America, following intelligence that indicated a significant stronghold of the Shadow Alliance lay concealed there. Lingyue and Su Feng, along with their task force, navigated the challenging terrain of the rainforest, where dense foliage and harsh conditions posed substantial obstacles. Additionally, the rainforest harbored various dangerous wildlife and traps. During their advance, a team member inadvertently triggered a hidden trap, injuring himself on a concealed spike. Lingyue and Su Feng immediately halted their progress to administer emergency aid. They also recognized that the enemy had become aware of their presence, necessitating increased caution. After a grueling search, they finally located the enemy's stronghold, concealed within a cavern fortified with various defensive measures. Lingyue and Su Feng assessed the terrain and devised a meticulous attack strategy. The task force split into two teams. One would draw the enemy's attention from the front, while the other would maneuver to the rear, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate. As the frontal assault commenced, the enemy quickly reacted, engaging in fierce gunfire with the task force. Lingyue and Su Feng led the infiltration team, quietly slipping into the cave from the rear while the enemy's focus was diverted. The cave was dark and damp, filled with an acrid scent. They advanced cautiously, avoiding trap after trap. As they approached the core area of the stronghold, they suddenly heard the sound of machinery whirring. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, an ominous premonition surging within them. They quickened their pace and rushed into the core area, only to be confronted by a shocking scene. The enemy was conducting a clandestine research project on biological weapons. Enormous petri dishes contained various lethal viruses and bacteria. Should these bioweapons be unleashed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingyue and Su Feng sprang into action, destroying the enemy's research equipment and biological weapon samples. They also subdued all the adversaries within the stronghold. This operation deepened their understanding of the omnipresent threat posed by dark forces, and they recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant at all times. In the days that followed, they continued to lead the Interpol task force in purging the remnants of these dark forces. With each secret stronghold dismantled, the power of the remnants was gradually weakened. Yet, Lingyue and Su Feng understood that the struggle against these dark forces would never truly end. They would remain steadfast on the front lines of upholding world peace, ever ready to face new challenges for the sake of humanity's safety and happiness. Chapter 57. New clues in the mist. Following the relentless purging operations, the remnants of dark forces worldwide were significantly weakened, and tranquility seemed to have returned to the world. Lingyue and Su Feng finally had a moment to breathe as they returned to the Interpol headquarters to comprehensively review the series of actions taken previously. In an office cluttered with documents and materials, Lingyue rubbed her tired temples and remarked, "Although we have achieved a temporary victory, I can't shake the feeling that we have overlooked some critical clue." Su Feng leaned back in his chair, his gaze flitting between the world map and various charts on the wall. I share your sentiment. The connections between these dark organizations are overly intricate, and there may be deeper forces at play behind the scenes. At that moment, an assistant hurried into the office, bringing a fresh intelligence report. The intel indicated a series of bizarre thefts occurring in a technological research hub in Asia. The items stolen were rare materials and experimental equipment essential for cutting-edge research, items of no use to ordinary criminal gangs but crucial for clandestine high-tech studies. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They promptly resolved to investigate the city. Upon arrival, they contacted the local police to gather detailed information about the cases. The officer in charge lamented, "These thefts are exceedingly peculiar." The thieves employed remarkably professional methods, leaving almost no useful clues at the scenes. Moreover, they seemed to know their targets intimately, managing to execute their heists and withdraw swiftly each time. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously examined the crime scenes and surveillance footage, discovering that the thieves were agile and well-equipped, seemingly utilizing advanced jamming devices that rendered the monitoring systems ineffective at crucial moments. This is certainly not the work of ordinary thieves. There must be a professional organization orchestrating this. Su Feng analyzed. Lingyue nodded in agreement. Given the nature of the stolen items, they likely pertain to some high-tech weapon or illicit research project. We must locate their hideout without delay. The duo commenced their investigation by tracing the flow of the stolen items. By tracking transaction records of these rare materials and equipment, they uncovered a clandestine trading platform hidden within the dark web. This platform specialized in the illegal trade of high-tech items, and the transactions were executed with extreme secrecy. Employing complex encryption methods, they enlisted the help of top hacking experts from Interpol, and after considerable effort, they successfully decrypted some of the information from the decoded data. They learned that a batch of stolen items was to be traded at an abandoned factory. Lingyue and Su Feng led the local police in a swift operation to surround the factory. As night descended, the thieves arrived as anticipated. Cautiously surveying their surroundings, they confirmed no anomalies before entering the factory. Lingyue and Su Feng stealthily followed, preparing to apprehend the thieves during the transaction. However, just as they were about to strike, the thieves seemed to sense danger and launched an attack. But it turned out they had set up advanced sensor devices around the factory. Any unfamiliar presence would trigger an alarm. A fierce gunfight erupted within the abandoned factory, with the thieves utilizing their knowledge of the terrain and superior weaponry to mount a staunch resistance. Drawing on their extensive combat experience, Lingyue and Su Feng gradually turned the tide in favor of the police. During the skirmish, Su Feng noticed a thief attempting to destroy some documents. He dashed forward, subduing the thief and securing the documents. The files contained information about a mysterious organization seemingly engaged in a secret project known as the Sky Curtain Plan, but the specific details were encrypted. Lingyue and Su Feng returned to the police station with the documents, once again seeking the assistance of the hacking expert. After prolonged decryption efforts, they uncovered that the Sky Curtain Plan was a deranged scheme to control the globe using space weapons. This enigmatic organization aimed to deploy a new type of weapon system in space, capable of striking critical targets on Earth via satellite network. Should this plan succeed, the entire world would plunge into a grave crisis. "This is serious," Lingyue said, her expression grave. Su Feng clenched his fists tightly. "We must stop them. We cannot allow this mad plan to come to fruition." Following the leads provided in the documents, the two began tracking the mysterious organization's whereabouts. They discovered that the organization's members were scattered across the globe, moving with great secrecy. However, Lingyue and Su Feng did not relent. Through close cooperation with law enforcement agencies worldwide, they gradually narrowed down their search area. After arduous investigation, they finally pinpointed a significant stronghold of the mysterious organization, a secret base located near the Arctic Circle. This base lay concealed beneath glaciers, surrounded by harsh conditions and formidable defenses. Lingyue and Su Feng, accompanied by an elite team composed of Interpol agents and special forces, embarked on a journey to the Arctic Circle. They understood that a challenging battle awaited them, but for the sake of global peace and tranquility, they resolutely advanced toward the unknown peril. Chapter 58. The perilous ice field. The frigid winds of the Arctic Circle sliced against Lingyue and her team as faces like blades, and even their heavy winter gear offered little respite from the bone-chilling cold. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of glaciers, glistening with a stark luminosity under the dim sunlight. The secret base lay hidden beneath these icy formations, like a slumbering beast awaiting their arrival. After a long trek, the team finally reached the target area. Su Feng meticulously scanned the surrounding ice layers with his detector, trying to locate the base's entrance. The thickness of the ice was beyond imagination. The entrance was surely camouflaged with care. He furrowed his brow, his tone serious. Lingyue tightened her gear, her gaze sweeping across the ice field. "We cannot search blindly. It would consume too much time, and the enemy may have already detected our movements." Just as they found themselves at an impasse, one team member spotted a peculiar glimmer of light emanating from beneath the ice. Lingyue and Su Feng hurried over, carefully clearing the snow from the surface to reveal a special metal plate inscribed with strange symbols beneath the ice. This might be the mechanism to open the entrance. Lingyue speculated that Su Feng retrieved his decoding device, attempting to interpret the meaning of the symbols. After considerable effort, the device emitted an alert, and the metal plate slowly slid aside, revealing a deep passageway. "Be cautious. There may be danger inside," Lingyue warned as she stepped into the tunnel first. The passage was suffused with icy mist, and faint lights flickered along the walls. The team maintained a tight formation, advancing with utmost caution. Suddenly, sharp ice spikes protruded from the walls on either side, hurtling towards the team with alarming speed. "Scatter!" Su Feng shouted, and the team quickly evaded in all directions. Lingyue sidestepped just in time to avoid the ice spikes. Noticing that their release was likely controlled by a sensor device above the passage, she swiftly drew her weapon and aimed at the sensor, and with several shots, the device was destroyed, halting the attack of the ice spikes. Continuing deeper into the passage, they entered a vast cavern. Inside lay an array of advanced aircraft and scientific equipment, with several members of the mysterious organization busily operating them. "This is it. They are preparing to implement the Sky Curtain Plan," Lingyue whispered. Su Feng nodded and signaled the team to prepare for an assault. In an instant, intense combat erupted as the team charged towards the enemy, engaging in fierce gunfire. The members of the mysterious organization, clearly well prepared, utilized the aircraft and equipment as cover, resisting tenaciously. During the battle, Su Feng observed that the enemy's weaponry appeared to have undergone special modifications, maintaining excellent performance even in the frigid environment. Lingyue kept firing while surveying the surroundings. She discovered a colossal control console on one side of the cave, adorned with a myriad of blinking indicators, seemingly the core control system of the entire base. Su Feng, observing the console, realized it might be pivotal in controlling the space weaponry. She exclaimed to Su Feng, pointing towards the console, that Su Feng glanced at it and immediately comprehended Lingyue's intention. He led several teammates, concentrating their firepower to launch a fierce assault on the enemies near the console, creating an opportunity for Lingyue. Seizing the moment while the enemies were distracted by the onslaught, Lingyue swiftly dashed towards the console. However, as she approached, she encountered a frenzied barrage from the adversaries. A member of the mysterious organization wielding an energy weapon launched a fierce attack against her. Lingyue adeptly evaded the assaults, searching for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, she spotted a flaw in the enemy's offensive and quickly surged forward, striking down her foe with her weapon. At last, Lingyue reached the console. She meticulously examined the various buttons and indicators, striving to discover a method to deactivate the space weapon system. Nevertheless, the console's operating system was exceedingly intricate, seemingly secured by multiple layers of password protection. Meanwhile, the battle within the cave escalated to a fever pitch. Members of the mysterious organization retaliated fiercely, placing increasing pressure on the team. Su Feng fought against the enemies, while keeping a close watch on Lingyue's progress. Observing her frantic activity at the console, he felt a surge of anxiety. "Lingyue, hurry, we can barely hold them off," Su Feng shouted through the communication device. Beads of sweat adorned Lingyue's forehead as she nervously operated the console, attempting various methods to crack the passwords. Just as the enemies were on the verge of breaching their defenses, Lingyue finally uncovered the program to shut down the space weapon system. She swiftly pressed the confirmation key, and with a violent tremor, all devices in the cave ceased operation. The members of the mysterious organization, realizing the tide had turned, surrendered en masse. Lingyue and Su Feng surveyed their surroundings, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. They had successfully thwarted the implementation of the celestial plan, averting a monumental crisis for the world. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark forces, with greater challenges awaiting them in the future. On the journey back, Lingyue gazed out at the glaciers, her heart filled with reflections. Every victory was hard-won, and she wondered what the next crisis might entail. Su Feng gently patted her shoulder, stating, "No matter what we face, we shall confront it together. As long as we uphold our convictions, we will protect this world." Chapter 59. New information upon returning victoriously from the Arctic Circle base. Lingyue and her team barely had time to rest before being urgently summoned to the headquarters conference room. The atmosphere in the room was tense, the massive screen on the wall flickering with various data and images, intelligence gathered from the secret base. Su Feng handed a document to Lingyue, stating, "These materials are still under analysis, but we have preliminarily uncovered some new leads. The mysterious organization appears to have other branches operating across the globe. And although their celestial plan has been thwarted, the underlying motives and hidden forces remain a riddle." Lingyue received the document and scrutinized it intently. "It seems we cannot afford to be complacent. These clues may assist us in fully unveiling the true nature of the mysterious organization, enabling us to capture them all." Following the meeting, Lingyue and Su Feng delved deeper into the new leads. They discovered that the organization's funding was directed towards a small nation in South America, where a mysterious research institution seemed intricately linked to the organization. This institution claimed to conduct fundamental scientific research. Yet the flow of funds and some covert communication records suggested it was likely another stronghold of the mysterious organization. Su Feng pointed to a mark on the map. Lingyue nodded. We must act swiftly. However, this operation demands greater caution. The terrain and environment in South America are complex, and our familiarity with the situation is limited. After thorough preparations, Lingyue led her team once more into the fray. Upon arriving in South America by plane, they switched to an off-road vehicle to reach the mountainous region housing the Enigmatic Research Institution. The treacherous mountain roads and dense jungles significantly hampered their progress. As they neared the target area, Lingyue commanded her team to halt for final reconnaissance and preparations. Utilizing drones, they conducted a comprehensive scan of the research facility, discovering it was surrounded by formidable protective measures. With armed personnel patrolling the premises, the defenses here are more stringent than we anticipated, Su Feng remarked. Furrowing his brow, it appears the mysterious organization places great importance on this stronghold. Lingyue contemplated briefly before stating. We cannot launch a direct assault. We must find a way to infiltrate. According to the drone footage, there is a ventilation duct at the rear of the facility that could serve as our entry point. Thus, under the cover of night, the team stealthily approached the rear of the research institution. With professional tools, they cautiously opened the duct's entrance and ascended one by one. The duct was narrow and stifling, and the team progressed with great difficulty, remaining vigilant to any sounds around them. Eventually, they located an exit leading into the facility's interior. Lingyue gently lifted the cover of the exit, surveyed the surroundings, confirmed it was safe, and led her team down. They found themselves in a storage room filled with various debris and equipment. Lingyue opened the storage door and peered outside. Noticing the corridor was deserted, she gestured for her teammates to remain silent and proceeded cautiously down the corridor. As they rounded a corner, they suddenly heard footsteps. Lingyue promptly signaled for her team to hide. And once the footsteps faded, they resumed their advance. During their search for the core area, they encountered several waves of patrolling armed personnel. Thanks to their exceptional combat skills and seamless cooperation, they successfully neutralized these threats without raising undue alarm. Ultimately, they arrived at a vast laboratory filled with advanced research equipment, with several scientists busily at work. Lingyue and her team burst in, swiftly securing the scientists. Who are you? Why have you intruded here? A scientist asked, terror-stricken. Lingyue replied sternly. We are here to investigate the mysterious organization. You would do well to tell us the truth about the relationship between this research institution and the organization. After a thorough interrogation, they learned that this research institution was indeed a covert base for the mysterious organization, primarily engaged in high-tech weaponry and biotechnology research. One ongoing project seemed to involve a virus capable of controlling human thought. The consequences would be catastrophic if this virus were successfully developed and disseminated, Su Feng said, his expression grave. Lingyue nodded, stating, we must destroy all research materials and equipment here. We cannot allow this virus to fall into the wrong hands. Just as they prepared to take action, the laboratory alarm blared suddenly. It turned out their earlier skirmish with the patrol had attracted the enemy's attention. Soon, a throng of armed personnel flooded into the laboratory, surrounding Lingyue and her team. It appears we are encircled. Lingyue gripped her weapon tightly, urging everyone to prepare for battle and to break through the encirclement. A fierce battle erupted once more, with the team engaged in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming enemy forces. The sheer number of adversaries and their ferocious firepower gradually pushed the team into a corner. Lingyue shot while contemplating a way to break free. She noticed an emergency exit on one side of the laboratory, yet it was heavily suppressed by enemy fire, making a breakthrough difficult. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly devised a plan. He produced a smoke grenade and hurled it into the enemy ranks. The smoke rapidly enveloped the area, severely impairing the enemy's visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue led her team towards the emergency exit, utilizing the smoke as cover to successfully breach the enemy's defenses and escape the laboratory. However, the enemy did not relent in their pursuit. They pursued in vehicles, hot on their heels. Lingyue and her team sped away in their off-road vehicle, navigating the rugged mountain roads in a frantic escape. A heart-pounding chase ensued, with bullets whizzing past them, peril at every turn. During the pursuit, Lingyue spotted a narrow canyon ahead. An idea sparked in her mind, and she decided to use the terrain to elude their pursuers. Accelerating, she barreled into the canyon. Upon entering, she suddenly slammed the brakes, ordering her team to disembark and take cover behind the canyon's rocky walls, preparing to ambush the enemies. The enemy vehicles soon approached, and as they entered the canyon, Lingyue commanded her team to launch a fierce assault. The adversaries, trapped in the narrow confines, found themselves in disarray. After an intense skirmish, Lingyue and her team successfully repelled the enemy. After a brief respite, They resumed their journey back to headquarters. Although this operation did not completely dismantle the mysterious organization as stronghold, they had acquired crucial intelligence regarding a horrifying research plan. Lingyue understood that the challenges ahead were becoming increasingly daunting, yet she and her team would not waver. They would continue to fight for the preservation of global peace. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and Su Feng reported the details of their mission to their superiors. The leadership expressed their approval of their actions and indicated an increase in the investigation into the mysterious organization. Aiming to eliminate this threat to global security as swiftly as possible, in the ensuing days, Lingyue and her team engaged in even more rigorous training and intelligence gathering. They understood that the enigmatic organization would not relent, and further crises awaited them in the future. However, they firmly believed that as long as they maintained unity and steadfast faith, they could triumph over all adversities and safeguard the world. Chapter 60. Shadows of the Deep Sea. Just as Lingyue and her team were recovering from their intense mission in South America, a new crisis loomed like ominous clouds. An urgent intelligence report from the International Ocean Research Institute was delivered to them. The report indicated that a series of anomalous energy fluctuations had been detected in the profound depths of the Pacific Ocean. Characteristics that closely matched the advanced weaponry previously developed by the mysterious organization. This could very well be another secret base of theirs. Seemingly shifting their focus to the deep sea, Su Feng pointed at the flickering energy signals on the satellite imagery. His expression grave. Lingyue furrowed her brow, meticulously analyzing the intelligence. The deep sea environment is complex and marked by immense pressure. Their choice to establish a base there undoubtedly complicates our operations. Nevertheless, we cannot allow them to unleash greater havoc. Prepare for this deep sea operation. Headquarters equipped them with the most advanced diving gear and underwater transport vehicles. After a brief yet intense adaptation training, Lingyue led her team on another expedition. They boarded a vessel disguised as a research ship and set sail towards the target area in the Pacific. Upon reaching the designated location, the team donned specially designed diving suits, armed with weapons and detection equipment, and boarded a small submarine. As the submarine descended into the depths, the surrounding light dimmed, and the immense water pressure caused the hull to emit faint creaking sounds. Everyone, maintain communication and stay alert for any anomalies, Lingyue reminded her team. Once the submarine reached the predetermined depth, they commenced their search for traces of the mysterious organization's base amidst the dark seabed. The sonar detector continuously emitted sound waves, scanning the vast underwater realm for suspicious targets. Suddenly, a massive unidentified object's outline appeared on the sonar screen. An anomaly detected ahead, likely the base. We will approach cautiously. Su Feng maneuvered the submarine with care toward the target. As they drew nearer, a colossal underwater structure gradually came into view, illuminated by various strange lights and surrounded by a dense array of defensive installations. It appeared they had indeed found the right location. Lingyue gazed at the base before her, her heart racing with both anxiety and excitement, ready for battle. This time, they must exercise even greater caution. The team piloted the submarine close to the base's edge, searching for an entry point. They discovered a concealed passage at the base's bottom, seemingly intended for transporting supplies. Lingyue led her team carefully into the passage, evading multiple automated defense mechanisms along the way. Upon entering the base, they found themselves in a vast factory-like environment, with various mechanical devices and pipes crisscrossing. The air was thick with an unusual odor, and the distant roar of machinery filled their ears. The layout is intricate. We must locate the core area swiftly, Lingyue whispered. Just as they prepared to advance further, a swarm of mechanical guards surged forth from all directions. These guards were menacing in appearance, equipped with formidable weaponry, and launched a fierce attack on the team. Scatter and find cover, Lingyue shouted, firing her weapon first. The team quickly dispersed, utilizing the surrounding equipment and pipes as shields. Engaging in a fierce firefight with the mechanical guards, the guards' assault was relentless, and their numbers overwhelming. The team gradually found themselves in dire straits, their ammunition dwindling. Lingyue observed that these mechanical guards seemed to be directed by a central control system. If they could destroy this system, it would incapacitate their foes. While evading attacks, she searched for the location of the control center. Finally, she spotted a high-up control hub, aglow with various indicator lights, evidently the key to the entire base. Su Feng, cover me while I destroy that control center, Lingyue called out, pointing to the control hub. Su Feng nodded, rallying the other team members to concentrate their fire and draw the mechanical guards' attention. Lingyue seized the opportunity of the enemy's dispersed fire to sprint toward the control center. Navigating through a hail of bullets, she adeptly dodged the guards' attacks and reached the base of the control center. Lingyue scaled the control center using a rope, blasting open the door with her weapon. Inside, she discovered a massive computer mainframe, its surface flickering with various data and codes. This is it, without hesitation. Lingyue pulled out a specially designed bomb and affixed it to the mainframe. Just as she prepared to exit, a member of the mysterious organization appeared, launching an assault against her. This adversary was agile and armed with advanced weaponry, resulting in a fierce struggle where neither could gain the upper hand. During the confrontation, Lingyue discerned that the opponent was particularly intent on protecting the control center, willing to do whatever it took to prevent her from destroying the mainframe. "Do you think you can stop me?" Lingyue retorted coldly amidst the fray. The member of the mysterious organization did not respond, merely intensifying their attacks. Seizing an opportunity, Lingyue kicked her opponent to the ground and swiftly pressed the bomb's detonation button. With a resounding explosion, the control center was obliterated, and the mechanical guards outside ceased their assault. Lingyue leaped from the control center and regrouped with her team. They continued deeper into the base, seeking the core secrets of the mysterious organization. Deep within the base, they stumbled upon a vast laboratory filled with advanced research equipment and some imprisoned marine creatures. These individuals are conducting illegal experiments on marine life. Su Feng seethed. Lingyue surveyed the scene before her, filled with rage and concern. What are they ultimately trying to achieve? There must be a greater conspiracy lurking behind these experiments. Just as they prepared for further investigation, alarms suddenly blared throughout the base. It appeared their mission had attracted the attention of the mysterious organization's higher-ups, and a large contingent of armed personnel was rushing towards them. "It seems we are in for another fierce battle." Lingyue tightened her grip on her weapon. "Everyone, be prepared. This time, we not only aim to obliterate everything here, but also to retrieve evidence of these illicit experiments." The team braced themselves, ready to confront the impending combat. They understood that this mission was more daunting than any previous one, yet their conviction remained unwavering. They would stop at nothing to thwart the nefarious plans of the mysterious organization and safeguard the Azure Ocean. Chapter 61. Shadows of the Relics. Having successfully dismantled the mysterious organization's deep-sea base, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, expecting a brief respite. However, an ancient document once again plunged them into a new crisis. The International Archaeological Association had uncovered strange symbols and clues related to the mysterious organization during excavations at an ancient site in the Middle East. These clues seemed to point toward a shocking secret that could threaten global security. Should the mysterious organization seize it first, the consequences would be dire. According to the archaeologists' research, these symbols and clues might pertain to an ancient energy source. If the mysterious organization were to obtain it, they would wield the power to upend the world. That Su Feng handed Lingyue a dossier, his expression grave. Lingyue meticulously perused the materials, lost in thought. The situation in the Middle East is complex, and the site is fraught with unknown dangers. This operation will not be easy. Yet, we must uncover the truth before the mysterious organization does. Once ready, the team boarded a private jet to the Middle East. Upon disembarking, the scorching desert air hit them. They joined forces with the local archaeological team, embarking deeper into the desert toward the site. Along the way, fierce winds whipped up clouds of sand, making travel arduous. Surrounding them were endless dunes and sun-baked rocks. At last, they arrived at the ancient site, concealed within a desert canyon, its crumbling walls bearing the scars of erosion, lending it an air of mystery. Towering stone pillars and the ruins of ancient structures whispered tales of past glory, yet a palpable sense of danger lingered. Everyone stay vigilant. The environment is treacherous, and there may be traps. The mysterious organization may have already set up surveillance here. Lingyue cautioned, scanning the surroundings. The team dispersed, beginning their search for clues among the ruins. They navigated ancient passageways, the walls inscribed with strange symbols and patterns, seemingly recounting a forgotten history. Suddenly, one team member triggered a mechanism, causing the ground to tremble as massive stones tumbled from above. "Quick, take cover," Lingyue shouted, and the team scrambled for shelter. Once the tremors subsided, they cautiously advanced in the central area of the ruins. They discovered a massive stone structure with a tightly shut door, intricately inscribed with complex symbols. "This must be the key," Su Feng declared, producing detection equipment to analyze the symbols' meanings. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the method to unlock the door. With a heavy rumble, the door slowly opened, releasing a wave of ancient and mysterious energy. Upon entering the building, the atmosphere was shrouded in dim light, exuding an air of mystery. Surrounding them were various ancient artifacts and devices, while at the center stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb radiating a faint luminescence. This, indeed, could be the source of energy mentioned in the ancient manuscripts, exclaimed Lingyue with excitement. Just as they were about to approach the crystal orb, a group of members from a clandestine organization suddenly surged forth from all directions. That it turned out that the organization had long been aware of their actions and had set a trap here. Did you think you could get ahead of us? How naive, sneered a leader of the mysterious organization. Unfazed, Lingyue retorted, your conspiracy will not succeed. Today marks your downfall. Immediately, fierce gunfire erupted between the two factions. Members of the organization exploited the advantageous terrain of the building to launch relentless attacks, while Lingyue's team, showcasing their exceptional combat skills and teamwork, staunchly resisted. During the skirmish, Lingyue discerned that the organization was particularly vigilant in protecting the crystal orb. As their main firepower was concentrated on preventing her team from nearing it, they clearly understood the significance of the orb. We must find a way to seize it, Lingyue conveyed to Su Feng. Nodding in agreement, Su Feng, along with several teammates, pretended to launch a frontal assault, drawing the enemy's fire. Meanwhile, Lingyue seized the opportunity to maneuver around to the enemy's rear, stealthily approaching the crystal orb. Just as she was about to reach it, a skilled member of the organization appeared, blocking her path. This adept fighter was agile and formidable, leading to a breathtaking close-quarters combat between the two. They exchanged blows fiercely, neither yielding, and the surrounding artifacts and devices were shattered in the fray. Gradually, Lingyue began to grasp her opponent's tactics, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability to deliver a stunning spinning kick that knocked him to the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, she dashed toward the crystal orb, and the instant her hand made contact, the orb erupted with a blinding radiance, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this sudden change. This energy wave is too perilous. We must leave at once, Lingyue shouted. The team hastily fled towards the exit, and members of the organization, disregarding the fight, followed suit. Just as they escaped the building, a thunderous crash resounded behind them, as the entire structure collapsed under the immense energy shockwave. After escaping the ruins, the light from the crystal orb gradually dimmed. Yet the secrets it harbored remained an enigma. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters with the orb, commencing an in-depth study, although they had temporarily evaded the clutches of the mysterious organization. The secrets behind the orb, along with the organization's next moves, loomed like a fog awaiting revelation. This was merely the beginning of a new challenge, with more unknown dangers lying in wait. Chapter 62. The Hidden Crisis Within the Research Laboratory of Headquarters. Brightly illuminated, Lingyue and Su Feng fixated on the enigmatic crystal orb retrieved from the ruins. Researchers busied themselves operating various sophisticated instruments, striving to unravel the orb's mysteries. Yet the intricate energy fluctuations continually thwarted their efforts. The energy system of this orb surpasses our comprehension. With every attempt at analysis, its fluctuations grow increasingly unstable, sighed the chief researcher, wiping the sweat from his brow. Exhaustion etched upon his face. Lingyue furrowed her brow, anxiety gnawing at her. We are running out of time. The mysterious organization will not relent. They could strike again at any moment. At that moment, an urgent intelligence report was delivered into Lingyue's hands. The report indicated unusual activities by the organization in an industrial town in Europe, where they appeared to be secretly amassing power, with signs suggesting a plot against the research institution studying the crystal orb. It seems they are still fixated on this orb, aiming to either steal our research or obliterate it outright, Su Feng analyzed after reviewing the report. Lingyue promptly resolved, we must rush there to thwart their scheme. We are unfamiliar with the terrain and environment of this town, so we must proceed with utmost caution. The team quickly readied themselves and boarded the fastest flight to Europe. Upon landing, they hastened towards the industrial town. Nestled within a valley surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests, with narrow streets flanked by dilapidated factories and homes, the entire town exuded an antiquated aura, eerily silent. Lingyue and her teammates donned civilian attire. Dispersing throughout the town for reconnaissance, they discovered frequent comings and goings at several abandoned factories, with the individuals displaying highly suspicious behavior. These dilapidated factories were likely the strongholds of the mysterious organization. Lingyue communicated her findings via radio to her teammates, instructing them to continue observing without alarming the enemy. As night fell, darkness enveloped the town. Lingyue led her team stealthily towards one of the abandoned factories. Utilizing the cover of night, they scaled the factory's walls and entered the premises. Inside, debris and machine parts cluttered the area, and several decrepit buildings appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight. They cautiously approached a larger building, peering through the windows to see that it was brightly lit, with a group of organization members busily transporting weapons and equipment. In one corner of the building lay large explosive devices. Clearly prepared for an assault, their firepower is formidable. We cannot attack recklessly, Su Feng whispered. Lingyue contemplated for a moment before responding. Let us first sever their communications and power supply to disrupt their deployment. Then we shall launch our attack. The team divided into two groups. One was tasked with cutting off the factory's communication lines and electricity, while the other lay in ambush around the building, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. With a soft explosion, the factory's lights extinguished and communications were severed. Chaos erupted within the building as the members of the mysterious organization scrambled in panic. Now, commanded Lingyue. And the team swiftly charged into the factory, engaging in fierce combat with the organization's members. In the darkness, gunfire and cries of battle intertwined as both sides fought fiercely, unwilling to yield. Lingyue observed that the organization's members seemed intimately familiar with the factory's layout, using their knowledge of the terrain to constantly shift their attack positions, creating significant challenges for her team. Be cautious. They know this place well. We must coordinate closely, Lingyue reminded her teammates while evading enemy fire. Just as the battle intensified, Lingyue suddenly spotted a ventilation shaft atop the building, providing direct access to the factory's core area. She quickly signaled Su Feng, and the two seized the moment when enemy fire was diverted to stealthily ascend through the vent. They crawled through the ductwork, swiftly arriving at the factory's heart, where a trove of weapons and vital documents were stored, alongside several high-ranking members of the mysterious organization deliberating their next move. It's them. We cannot let them escape. Lingyue and Su Feng leapt from the ventilation shaft, catching the enemy off guard. The high-ranking members were startled by this sudden assault, but quickly regained their composure, engaging in a fierce struggle with Lingyue and Su Feng. Each of these senior members was exceptionally skilled, their combat experience formidable, making victory elusive for Lingyue and Su Feng. Amidst the fray, Lingyue noticed that one of the high-ranking members wielded a remote control, presumably the key to activating the explosive devices. Realizing that if the remote were activated, the entire town would be plunged into grave danger. Lingyue dashed towards the high-ranking member, engaging in a fierce struggle to seize the remote. After a tumultuous contest, she finally succeeded in wresting it away. Simultaneously, Su Feng managed to subdue the other adversaries. With the battle concluding outside, the team members quickly converged with Lingyue and Su Feng. They swiftly cleared the battlefield, capturing all members of the mysterious organization, although they had successfully thwarted the organization's attack plan. Lingyue and her team were acutely aware that this was merely a preliminary test by the organization. The secrets of the crystal orb remained unsolved, and the organization would undoubtedly resort to even more reckless actions. They must hasten their research while remaining vigilant, ready to confront the impending greater crisis. Chapter 63. The undercurrents of the alliance following the successful thwarting of the mysterious organization's scheme in the industrial town. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters with documents seized from the enemy. The contents of the documents left them astounded. The organization was covertly courting numerous underground factions worldwide, attempting to forge a vast dark alliance to fulfill their ambition of world domination. These underground entities were dispersed across various domains, involving arms smuggling, drug trafficking, cybercrime, and more. Should they unite, the consequences would be dire. Su Feng handed the analytical report of the documents to Lingyue, his tone laden with concern. Lingyue meticulously perused the report, her expression grave. We must prevent the formation of this dark alliance. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the specific individuals they are courting and their next steps. Through the tireless investigations of the intelligence department, they identified a key figure, an arms dealer active in Southeast Asia. This individual had extensive connections within the underground world and maintained close ties with the mysterious organization, likely serving as a crucial liaison for the formation of the Dark Alliance. Lingyue led her team to Southeast Asia, where, with the assistance of local intelligence personnel, they commenced their pursuit of the arms dealer. They discovered that arms dealers had recently been frequently entering and exiting a mansion deep within the tropical rainforest. This estate was heavily fortified, surrounded by sentries and surveillance equipment, with armed personnel patrolling the premises. This mansion served as a crucial stronghold for them, and we must proceed with caution, Lingyue remarked to her team while observing the situation through binoculars. In order to ascertain the internal conditions of the estate, Lingyue and her team lay in ambush within the rainforest for an entire night. Utilizing drones and thermal imaging devices, they conducted a comprehensive reconnaissance of the mansion, gaining insight into the enemy's patrol patterns and defensive layout. Under the cover of darkness the following night, the team initiated their operation. They adeptly avoided the sentries and patrols, using climbing gear to scale the walls of the estate. Once inside, they carefully approached the main building, which was brightly lit, and faint voices of conversation could be heard from within. Lingyue and her team stealthily crept up to the windows, peering through the gaps in the curtains to observe an arms dealer seated at a conference table alongside several members of a mysterious organization and some unfamiliar faces. Engaged in a heated discussion, it appeared they were deliberating on the specifics of the Dark Alliance. Su Feng whispered. Lingyue nodded in agreement, stating that they must find a way to obtain the details of their conversation, as it was vital for understanding the plans of the Dark Alliance. That moment, a patrolling guard suddenly approached their position. Lingyue and her team quickly concealed themselves in the shadows. Holding their breath, the guards circled the area but, finding nothing amiss, departed. Once the coast was clear, Lingyue and her team resumed their efforts. They successfully utilized specialized listening devices to capture the conversations inside. It turned out that the mysterious organization was planning to hold a secret meeting in a month, inviting leaders of underground factions from around the globe to formally announce the establishment of the Dark Alliance and discuss joint operations. We cannot allow this meeting to proceed smoothly, Lingyue declared resolutely to thwart the plans of the mysterious organization. Lingyue and her team decided to launch a series of strikes against the underground factions participating in the Dark Alliance before the meeting, disrupting their arrangements and ensuring they would be too preoccupied to attend. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and her team devised a detailed operational plan. They collaborated with multiple global law enforcement agencies to jointly besiege the underground factions. In the ensuing days, they traversed the world, successfully dismantling numerous underground strongholds, seizing vast quantities of weapons and illicit materials, inflicting significant damage upon the underground forces. However, the mysterious organization became aware of Lingyue and her team's actions, intensifying their protection of the underground factions, and the confrontation escalated to a boiling point. During one operation, Lingyue and her team encountered the elite forces of the mysterious organization, engaging in fierce gunfire. The elite troops were well-equipped and experienced in battle, exerting immense pressure on Lingyue and her team. Amidst the intense fighting, a team member was unfortunately injured, and the situation was critical. Everyone remained calm. We must protect the injured member and find a way to break through, Lingyue shouted while firing her weapon and directing her team, just as they found themselves in dire straits. Reinforcements arrived in the nick of time, coordinating with Lingyue and her team to successfully repel the elite forces of the mysterious organization. Although this operation yielded some success, Lingyue knew that the challenges ahead would only grow more daunting. The mysterious organization would not easily relent, and the threat of the Dark Alliance still loomed. They must continue their efforts to uncover the vulnerabilities of the mysterious organization and annihilate their conspiracy. As the date of the Dark Alliance's secret meeting drew nearer, the pressure on Lingyue and her team intensified. They tirelessly gathered intelligence, formulating combat plans, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the mysterious organization when the meeting commenced. Finally, the day of the secret meeting arrived. Lingyue led her team, joined by law enforcement personnel from around the globe, toward the meeting site of the mysterious organization. They understood that this would be a grueling battle. Yet for the sake of global peace and tranquility, they pressed on without hesitation. Chapter 64. The Pinnacle of Crisis. Under the cover of night, Lingyue and her team stealthily approached the venue of the mysterious organization's secret meeting. It was an abandoned castle nestled deep within the Middle Eastern desert, surrounded by boundless sand dunes, with a complex terrain that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The walls of the castle bore the scars of time, casting mottled shadows in the moonlight, seemingly concealing countless secrets and dangers. According to intelligence, there were at least 100 members of the mysterious organization and leaders of underground factions within the castle, boasting formidable firepower and an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Su Feng conveyed the latest intelligence to the team in a low voice, his expression grave. Lingyue nodded, her gaze resolute. We have no retreat. We must utterly dismantle their alliance plan this time. Everyone, proceed according to the established plan, dividing into 3 groups. Point 1 group is tasked with severing the castle's communication and power supply. The second group will draw enemy fire from the front, while the third group, under my command, will infiltrate from the flank, searching for the core figures of the mysterious organization and key documents. With a command, the team sprang into action. Point 1 group adeptly evaded enemy patrols, successfully cutting off the castle's communication lines and power supply. In an instant, darkness and chaos engulfed the castle, with alarms blaring wildly. Seizing the opportunity amid the disarray, the second group launched a fierce frontal assault. They suppressed the enemy with overwhelming firepower, diverting most of the enemy's attention. Members of the mysterious organization and leaders of underground factions rushed out of the castle, firing wildly in the direction of the second group. Lingyue led the third group, swiftly infiltrating the castle from the flank while the enemy's fire was drawn away. They navigated through the darkness, using the terrain and shadows as cover, cleverly avoiding wave after wave of enemy patrols. As they neared the core area of the castle, they encountered the elite guards of the mysterious organization, clad in black combat gear and equipped with the most advanced weaponry. These guards were formidable adversaries. A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued, bullets flying through the darkness, sparks igniting. Lingyue evaded enemy attacks while observing her surroundings. She realized that the enemy's defenses were remarkably tight, making a direct assault nearly impossible. Thus, she signaled for her team to disperse and attack the enemy from different angles, disrupting their defensive rhythm. In the heat of battle, a team member was tragically struck by an enemy bullet and fell to the ground. Bleeding, Lingyue's heart raced with urgency as she dashed over, dragging the injured member to cover. "Hold on. The medic is on the way," Lingyue urged anxiously. At that moment, Su Feng spotted a flaw in the enemy's defense. He quickly signaled to Lingyue, and the two led their team to concentrate fire on the vulnerable spot, launching a fierce assault. After a fierce struggle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and stormed into the core area of the castle. There, the leader of the mysterious organization was seated at a massive conference table with several leaders of underground factions, discussing countermeasures. Upon seeing Lingyue and her team burst in, they were instantly thrown into disarray. "Did you think you could stop us? You were terribly naive," the leader of the mysterious organization growled menacingly. Lingyue, undeterred, retorted, "Your conspiracy ends today." A fierce melee ensued. The leader of the mysterious organization and the leaders of underground factions, desperate to protect their interests, fought with all their might against Lingyue and her team. Armed with unwavering conviction and exceptional combat skills, Lingyue and her team engaged in a fierce confrontation with the enemy. During the struggle, Lingyue noticed that the leader of the mysterious organization was clutching a finely crafted metal box, which likely contained crucial documents and plans related to the Dark Alliance. She realized that seizing this box would obliterate the mysterious organization's conspiracy. Seizing an opportunity, Lingyue charged toward the leader of the mysterious organization. After a fierce struggle, she finally wrested the metal box away. However, just as she was about to open it and inspect its contents, a leader of an underground faction suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, stabbing her with a dagger. In a split second, Su Feng stepped forward, shielding Lingyue. The dagger plunged into Su Feng's shoulder, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Su Feng, Lingyue gasped, her heart filled with anger and guilt. She swiftly turned and incapacitated the attacking leader. Then hurriedly checked Su Feng's injury. "I'm fine. Don't mind me. Open the box," Su Feng gritted his teeth and urged. Lingyue fought back tears as she opened the metal box. Inside, indeed, were the detailed plans and member lists of the Dark Alliance. She immediately transmitted this information to headquarters and law enforcement agencies worldwide via her communication device. Upon realizing their plans had been exposed, members of the mysterious organization and leaders of underground factions fell into chaos. Seeing the situation turn against them, they surrendered en masse, laying down their weapons. Lingyue and her team successfully dismantled the mysterious organization's Dark Alliance plan, averting a significant crisis for the world. However, they paid a heavy price, with several team members injured, Su Feng's wounds being particularly grave. On the flight back to headquarters, Lingyue sat vigil by Su Feng's bedside, her heart heavy. She knew that while victory had been achieved this time, the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. The remnants of the mysterious organization still lingered, and the shadow of darkness had not been entirely eradicated. Yet, she firmly believed that as long as they stood united and held steadfast to their convictions, they would undoubtedly safeguard this world. Chapter 65, The Smoldering Embers. After the battle at the desert castle, the world briefly returned to a superficial calm. The headquarters where Lingyue was stationed was enveloped in the euphoria of victory and the bustle of post-conflict activity. The injured personnel were properly cared for, while the intelligence department diligently analyzed the vast array of data seized from the Enigmatic organization, striving to uncover further concealed threats. Yet, Lingyue remained vigilant, acutely aware that although the mysterious organization had sustained significant losses, it was far from annihilated. One day, as was her custom, Lingyue visited Su Feng in the hospital. His condition had gradually improved, and his spirits were noticeably lifted. Upon seeing Lingyue enter the room, he greeted her with a smile. "You've come. Is there any new development?" Lingyue offered a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed. Intelligence indicates that remnants of the mysterious organization are exhibiting signs of small-scale activity in Europe and Asia. While their specific intentions remain unclear, their motives are certainly nefarious." As they conversed, Lingyue's communicator abruptly chimed. An urgent message from headquarters reported a bizarre theft at a technological park in a certain Asian country. The target was a leading research company that had lost critical components of a novel quantum communication technology. Should this technology fall into the hands of the mysterious organization, it could greatly enhance their communication and surveillance capabilities, posing a new threat to global security. Without hesitation, Lingyue bid farewell to Su Feng and summoned her team to the scene of the incident. Upon arriving at the technological park, they were met with utter disarray. The security systems had been thoroughly dismantled. Local law enforcement had commenced their investigation, but the seasoned agents quickly discerned that this theft was no ordinary crime. The methods employed at the scene indicated that the perpetrators were exceptionally skilled and possessed an intimate knowledge of the security system's vulnerabilities, likely the work of professional hackers affiliated with the mysterious organization. Lingyue crouched down, meticulously examining the damaged equipment, while analyzing the situation for her team. While reviewing the park's surveillance footage, they identified the thieves as a group clad in black protective gear and masks. Moving with remarkable speed and precision, the entire operation had taken merely minutes. Following the trail of the surveillance leads, they discovered that this group had vanished into an aging district of the city, an area dense with buildings and labyrinthine streets. Dividing into smaller units, Lingyue and her team conducted a thorough search of the neighborhood, scrutinizing every suspicious locale. During their search, they encountered harassment from local gangs, but with their exceptional skills and decisive actions, they managed to evade entanglement. After a grueling search, they finally traced the thieves to an abandoned building. The air inside was thick with a musty odor, and the flickering lights cast eerie shadows. Lingyue led her team cautiously into the building, remaining alert to any movement around them. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors. Lingyue immediately signaled for her team to disperse and seek cover. A group of armed individuals emerged from all directions. It was the very thieves they were pursuing. Without a word, both sides engaged in fierce gunfire. The remnants of the mysterious organization fought desperately to protect the quantum communication components, utilizing the building's complex terrain to continuously alter their attack positions, creating substantial difficulties for Lingyue and her team. During the skirmish, Lingyue observed that although the enemy was outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable. Clearly the result of rigorous training. Everyone, coordinate your efforts. Do not pursue blindly. Gradually compress their operational space, she directed through her communication device. Amidst the chaos, one team member uncovered the enemy's hideout, which included a basement likely concealing the stolen quantum communication components. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lingyue immediately led several team members towards the basement. They overcame numerous obstacles posed by the enemy and finally reached the basement entrance. The damp odor permeated the air, and in the dim light, a large metallic box sat prominently in the center. As Lingyue approached and opened the box, she discovered the stolen quantum communication components within. Just as she was about to seize the items, a member of the mysterious organization lunged from the shadows, brandishing a grenade and pulling the pin. "Get down," Lingyue shouted, tackling her nearby team member to the ground. With a deafening explosion, the grenade detonated, sending shockwaves that left Lingyue and her companions reeling. The walls of the basement began to tremble perilously. Struggling to regain her footing, Lingyue noticed that the member of the mysterious organization was gravely injured and incapacitated. Ignoring her own pain, she swiftly retrieved the quantum communication components and led her team out of the basement. Outside, sirens blared as local police arrived promptly in response to the situation. Lingyue and her team handed the injured member over to the authorities before returning to headquarters with the recovered components. While they had successfully retrieved the stolen items, Lingyue felt a heavy weight upon her heart. This incident had profoundly underscored the reality that the remnants of the mysterious organization were still active, posing the ever-present threat of renewed attacks. With the relentless advancement of technology, future dangers would undoubtedly become more complex and elusive. Lingyue recognized that she and her team bore an even greater responsibility. They must remain perpetually vigilant and continuously enhance their capabilities to secure victory in this silent war. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue immediately immersed herself in the study and safeguarding of the quantum communication components, while also closely monitoring the movements of the remnants of the mysterious organization, preparing for the next challenge. Chapter 66. The eve of resolution following the successful retrieval of the quantum communication components. Lingyue and her team did not find the respite they so desperately sought. The activities of the remnants of the mysterious organization had grown increasingly frequent, with intelligence pouring in like a flurry of snowflakes, dispersed and obscure. Failing to form a cohesive picture of the threat at hand, Lingyue traversed the various departments of headquarters, engaging in repeated discussions with intelligence analysts and technical experts. Her office was adorned with a mosaic of clues, maps, and photographs of suspects, while her desk overflowed with documents and reports, the air thick with tension and anxiety. These remnants appeared to be awaiting something. Their actions seemed chaotic, yet bore a subtle interconnectedness. Lingyue pointed to the clue chart on the wall, her brow furrowed in concentration as she addressed her team gathered around the conference table. Although Su Feng had not fully recovered, he insisted on returning to duty. After a moment of contemplation over the map, he posited, could it be that they are consolidating their forces, preparing for a large-scale counterattack? Moreover, their previous actions have centered around critical technologies and resources. And this time appears no different as they pondered this. Intelligence from Africa caught their attention that in a country in eastern Africa, a clandestine energy research facility had recently witnessed the frequent activity of unidentified individuals. This research facility was engaged in pioneering work on new clean energy technologies, which, if successful, could radically transform the global energy landscape, should the mysterious organization set its sights on this energy research. The consequences could be dire. Lingyue analyzed. The team embarked on their next mission, arriving in the Eastern African nation after a long flight. Upon disembarking, they sensed the tense atmosphere. The country had just endured political upheaval, and social order had yet to be fully restored, with armed conflicts frequently erupting. Lingyue and her team established contact with local intelligence personnel, learning that the research facility was situated in a remote mountainous region, characterized by treacherous terrain and dense jungles, with nearby activities from anti-government armed groups. This mission will not be easy. We must contend with the mysterious organization while remaining wary of these insurgents. Su Feng remarked, studying the map with a grave expression. They traveled in modified off-road vehicles along the winding mountain roads. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous small-scale armed conflicts, but thanks to their superior driving skills and precise marksmanship, they successfully navigated through each obstacle. Finally, they approached the vicinity of the energy research facility. Lingyue commanded her team to take cover in a concealed thicket for reconnaissance. Using binoculars, they observed that the facility was heavily guarded, with towering walls and armed soldiers patrolling the perimeter. The security measures at the facility seem robust, yet it is certain that members of the mysterious organization have infiltrated, Lingyue whispered, after careful observation. They identified a side entrance that was relatively less guarded, alongside an abandoned pipeline that could serve as an entry point as night fell. Lingyue led her team stealthily toward the side door. They deployed smoke and flashbang grenades to create a diversion, successfully drawing the guards' attention before swiftly infiltrating the facility through the old pipeline. Inside, the facility was brightly lit, filled with meticulously arranged research equipment. They cautiously evaded patrolling personnel as they advanced toward the core research area. Along the way, they discovered traces left by members of the mysterious organization, further confirming their infiltration as they neared the core research area. The sudden eruption of gunfire caught their attention. Members of the mysterious organization had already begun their assault, attempting to seize research data and critical equipment. The facility's security personnel engaged in fierce combat with them. Take advantage of the chaos and rush in to stop them, Lingyue shouted, leading her team into the fray. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Lingyue and her team, armed with exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, swiftly breached the defenses of the mysterious organization, advancing toward the core research area. A mysterious leader of an enigmatic organization was seen clutching a document, preparing to flee. Halt! Lingyue shouted, aiming her gun at him. The leader sneered, do you truly believe you can stop me? It is too late. Our plan has already been set in motion, and you are powerless to intervene. Just as he was about to escape, Su Feng suddenly charged from behind, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Lingyue quickly advanced, seizing the document to discover it contained crucial research on a new form of clean energy. After subduing the leader of the mysterious organization, Lingyue and her team assisted the base's security personnel in clearing the battlefield, apprehending the remaining members of the organization. However, as they meticulously examined the document, it became evident that matters were far from straightforward. The file seemed to conceal a deeper conspiracy. The true objective of the organization might extend beyond the new clean energy source and involve a grander scheme related to global climate change and ecological balance. Lingyue realized that they stood once more on the precipice of a new crisis. Yet, she and her team showed no signs of retreat. They would return to headquarters with this new lead, delving deeper into the investigation to unveil the larger plot behind the mysterious organization, fighting to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 67. The hidden crisis upon their return from the African Energy Research Base. Lingyue and her team immediately immersed themselves in the analysis of the enigmatic document. The content was labyrinthine, filled with technical jargon and encrypted information, leaving even the most elite intelligence analysts and researchers perplexed. Sitting in the conference room, Lingyue massaged her weary temples, gazing at the mountain of data and materials before her, anxiety gnawing at her. The organization's plan was growing increasingly intricate, and they had to decode the document swiftly, or the consequences would be dire. Su Feng handed her a cup of coffee, offering reassurance. Do not fret. Everyone is working diligently. We have already gathered some clues, and if we follow these leads, we are bound to uncover a breakthrough. At that moment, the technical department relayed encouraging news. They had successfully decrypted portions of the encrypted information using advanced algorithms. From these revelations, they discerned that the mysterious organization appeared to be orchestrating a global ecological disaster, with the core of this catastrophe revolving around a mysterious substance termed the Doomsday Factor. According to the document, the Doomsday Factor was a biological agent capable of disrupting Earth's ecological balance. And if released, it would trigger a series of catastrophic chain reactions, leading to drastic climate shifts and mass extinctions. The chief researcher gravely briefed the team. Lingyue was taken aback. Why would they do such a thing? It is tantamount to self-destruction. The researcher shook his head. The document does not explicitly state their motives, but various indicators suggest they aim to seize control of the global landscape by sowing chaos, fulfilling their nefarious agenda. Further analysis revealed that the organization had deployed the Doomsday Factor release devices at multiple critical locations worldwide, including tropical rainforests, glaciers, and sensitive marine ecosystems. If these devices were activated, the repercussions would be unfathomable. We must locate these release devices post-haste and thwart their reckless scheme, Lingyue declared decisively, following the clues disclosed in the document. They initially targeted the Amazon rainforest in South America. As the largest tropical rainforest on the planet, its rich biodiversity would suffer devastating consequences if compromised by the Doomsday Factor. Lingyue led her team swiftly into the Amazon rainforest. After arriving by helicopter at the rainforest's edge, they switched to small boats, navigating the winding rivers deeper into the wilderness. Dense foliage obscured the sky, and various exotic creatures flitted past, while the air was thick with humidity and heat. After several days of trekking through the rainforest, they finally located a stronghold of the mysterious organization. This base was concealed amid a bog, surrounded by traps and defensive measures. Lingyue and her team cautiously evaded the traps, utilizing the terrain and vegetation for cover as they approached the stronghold. Just as they prepared to launch their assault, a group of armed personnel surged forth from the stronghold. Equipped with advanced weaponry, they opened fire. Lingyue and her team swiftly sought cover, engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries. Their firepower is formidable. We cannot engage head-on, Su Feng shouted. Observing their surroundings, Lingyue noted a relatively weak defense on the enemy's left flank. She quickly devised a tactical plan. Su Feng, lead a team to flank them from the left and draw their fire. I and the others will launch a frontal assault, seizing the opportunity to breach the stronghold. Following the plan, Su Feng stealthily maneuvered around to the enemy's left side and launched a surprise attack. The enemy was caught off guard, redirecting their firepower to the left. Seizing the moment, Lingyue led the remaining team members in a swift charge from the front, breaching the enemy's defenses and storming into the stronghold. Inside, members of the mysterious organization were busily operating various devices. Lingyue immediately spotted a massive metallic apparatus, pulsating with an ominous glow, likely the Doomsday Factor release device. Quickly, prevent them from activating the device, Lingyue shouted, leading her team toward the apparatus. The organization members, sensing danger, converged upon them, attempting to thwart their advance. A fierce close-quarters combat ensued. Armed with unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills, Lingyue and her team gradually gained the upper hand. Just as Lingyue was about to reach the apparatus, a formidable opponent from the organization emerged, blocking her path. This skilled adversary was agile and highly proficient, engaging Lingyue in a breathtaking duel. They exchanged blows relentlessly, the surrounding equipment falling victim to their fierce confrontation. As the battle unfolded, Lingyue began to discern her opponent's fighting style. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, she mustered all her strength to bring the adversary crashing to the ground. Then, she swiftly dashed toward the apparatus, intent on disabling it. However, just as she was about to press the shutdown button, the device suddenly trembled violently, and the screen displayed a countdown. 10, 9, 8. The organization had already activated the device. Once the countdown reached 0, the Doomsday Factor would be unleashed. Chapter 68. The Turn of Fate. Lingyue stared at the countdown clock on the device, her heart racing as cold sweat drenched her back. Desperately, her gaze scoured the apparatus for a means to halt the countdown, but the complexity of the machinery left her at a loss. Su Feng, come help me, Lingyue called out, frantically fiddling with the various buttons on the device. But each attempt only elicited shrill alarms that Su Feng swiftly dispatched the nearby foes and sprinted to Linyue's side, his brow furrowed, eyes sharp as he meticulously examined the device's structure and the flickering code on the screen. He quickly retrieved a small electronic device from his backpack and connected it to the apparatus. "This is our versatile decoder. Let us see if it can disrupt their activation sequence," Su Feng explained while operating the device. As the decoder began its work, the countdown numbers on the screen flickered more intensely, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Lingyue and Su Feng held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the countdown numbers unrelentingly ticking down. 5, 4, 3. Just as despair began to creep in, the screen flickered, and the countdown abruptly ceased, followed by the extinguishing of all the lights on the device, plunging it into silence. Phew. Lingyue and Su Feng sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The surrounding team members erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, before they could relax for long, the communicator crackled to life with the anxious voice from headquarters. "Emergency. According to the latest satellite surveillance, the mysterious organization has deployed a doomsday factor release device in the Arctic glaciers, and they have detected your movements in the rainforest. They may attempt to activate the Arctic device ahead of schedule. You must proceed to the Arctic immediately to stop them." Lingyue and her team, foregoing any respite, swiftly gathered their gear and evacuated the rainforest stronghold. They boarded a helicopter, racing toward the Arctic. Throughout the journey, Linyue's mood was exceptionally grave. She understood that the Arctic mission would be even more daunting, with the harsh environment and the organization's defenses likely more formidable after a long flight. They finally arrived at the Arctic Circle as they disembarked. The biting cold wind struck them like a blade, revealing an endless expanse of glaciers and ice fields, glistening with a stark radiance under the dim sunlight. Lingyue and her team donned heavy winter gear, readied their equipment, and began their arduous trek across the ice fields. Utilizing snowmobiles and sleds, they advanced toward the location of the device indicated by satellite positioning. Along the way, they encountered multiple blizzards, which obscured their vision and rendered their path exceedingly treacherous. "Everyone, stay alert and maintain formation. Do not fall behind," Lingyue continually reminded her team through the communicator. After a grueling journey, they finally discovered the organization's Arctic stronghold. This was a secret base concealed beneath the glaciers, surrounded by an array of advanced defensive technologies. It seems they were well prepared. "We must proceed with caution." Su Feng gazed intently at the base before him, a grave expression etched on his face. Lingyue nodded in agreement, suggesting they first observe the enemy's defensive layout to identify a potential breach. Utilizing drones, they conducted a comprehensive reconnaissance of the facility, discovering that the entrance was protected by an energy shield impervious to conventional weaponry. Furthermore, numerous mechanical sentinels patrolled the vicinity, should they be detected. An immediate assault would ensue. The energy source for the shield must be located within the base. We must devise a strategy to infiltrate and disable the power supply, Lingyue analyzed. After deliberation, they resolved to use an abandoned weather station near the base as cover. One team member would disguise themselves as a maintenance worker to approach the facility. This operative carried a compact electromagnetic disruptor, which would be activated upon entry to interfere with the base's communication and defense systems, thereby creating an opportunity for the others to infiltrate. The plan unfolded smoothly. The disguised team member successfully deceived the guards and gained access to the base. With a faint crackle of electromagnetic interference, the facility's communication and defense systems descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Lingyue and her team launched their attack, swiftly breaching the enemy's defenses and storming into the interior. Inside the base, members of the mysterious organization scrambled to respond to the sudden crisis. Lingyue and her team offered them no respite. Engaging in fierce combat, they navigated through a hail of bullets. Battling for their lives, amidst the fray, Lingyue discovered the control center for the energy shield. Rallying a few team members, she directed their firepower towards the center. After an intense exchange, they successfully dismantled the control hub, causing the energy shield to dissipate. Almost immediately, they located the doomsday device's release mechanism. However, this time, the leader of the mysterious organization stood guard beside it. "Oh, you truly believe you can stop me? How na-vi? Today marks the end of the earth," the leader bellowed maniacally. Unfazed, Lingyue retorted, "Your scheme will not succeed. We will thwart you." The two sides then clashed in a final confrontation. The leader exhibited remarkable combat prowess and wielded advanced weaponry, imposing immense pressure on Lingyue and her team. Yet, they stood firm, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. In the heat of battle, Lingyue seized an opportunity and successfully disarmed the leader. She then dashed towards the doomsday release mechanism and pressed the shutdown button. With a resounding explosion, the device was utterly destroyed, thwarting the mysterious organization's nefarious plot once more. Lingyue and her team surveyed the remnants before them. Filled with a profound sense of reflection, they understood that while they had temporarily halted the organization, future challenges would undoubtedly arise. They would continue to fight for the peace and tranquility of the Earth. Chapter 69. A new enigma with the doomsday release mechanism at the Arctic Glacier base successfully dismantled. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, weary yet triumphant. The atmosphere in the base was thick with the remnants of survival. But Lingyue felt no sense of relaxation. She was acutely aware that the mysterious organization would not relent easily. This setback might merely be the calm before a looming storm. In the conference room at headquarters. The ambience was tense and oppressive. Team members gathered around the table, each face etched with fatigue and concern. Lingyue stood before a large screen, displaying a myriad of documents and information confiscated from the organization's stronghold. These clues resembled a tangled web, difficult to unravel. Although we have thwarted 2 of their large-scale operations, the core strength of the mysterious organization remains intact, and they appear to be scheming something even more sinister. Lingyue's voice broke the silence, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Su Feng rubbed his temples, scrutinizing the information on the screen. From these documents, it seems their plans span multiple domains: technology, energy, ecology. Each element is intricately linked. We must identify a critical breakthrough point. Just as everyone fell into contemplation, the intelligence department delivered new intel. Reports indicated sightings of mysterious organization members at an ancient temple in Asia. This temple, steeped in history, was rumored to conceal a secret capable of altering the course of the world. Lingyue and her team immediately recognized that this secret might be intricately connected to the organization's next scheme. Nestled deep within the mountains, the temple's complex terrain posed challenges, and stringent religious customs prevailed within. That we must proceed with caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lingyue cautioned her team before their departure. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the mountainous region housing the temple. Towering peaks and swirling mists concealed the ancient structure within dense foliage. Disguised, Lingyue and her team approached the temple with utmost vigilance. Upon arrival, they noted an unusual serenity, with only a few monks diligently tending to their duties. Lingyue approached an elder monk to inquire whether any strangers had visited recently. The monk regarded them briefly, nodded slightly, and gestured towards a side hall behind the temple. Grateful, Lingyue and her team proceeded towards the side hall. As they neared the entrance, they overheard raised voices from within. They stealthily approached and peered through the crack in the door. Witnessing several members of the mysterious organization embroiled in a heated debate over a colossal stone box. The contents of that stone box are undoubtedly the key we seek. We cannot allow them to succeed. Lingyue whispered, "At that moment, one of the organization's members seemed to sense their presence and burst out of the door. Lingyue and her team swiftly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Though outnumbered, the organization members were formidable, gradually familiarizing themselves with the terrain, leading to a stalemate. During the skirmish, Lingyue discerned that the mysterious members seemed to be stalling, their intentions appearing to extend beyond merely opening the stone box. They were waiting for something. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting a decision to expedite the battle and seize the stone box. Exchanging a knowing glance with Su Feng, they coordinated their efforts and ultimately exposed a flaw in the enemy's defenses. Successfully subduing them, Lingyue entered the side hall, her gaze fixed on the stone box before her. It was an ancient artifact adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, emanating an aura of mystery. She attempted to open it, but found it secured with intricate mechanisms. Just then, the elder monk entered the room. He gazed at the stone box and sighed. This box is the temple's most treasured possession. Sealed for centuries, legends speak of a powerful force within, and once unleashed, it could bring great calamity to the world. You must treat it with utmost caution. Lingyue explained their purpose and implored the monk for assistance. After a moment's hesitation, he eventually nodded, revealing that the method to open the box was hidden within the temple's murals. Only by comprehending their essence could one unveil the mechanism to unlock the box. Under the monk's guidance, Lingyue and her team proceeded to the main hall of the temple. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals, each narrating an ancient tale. They meticulously examined the artwork, seeking clues to unlock the stone box. As time passed without results, despair began to settle in. Just when they felt hopeless, Su Feng suddenly identified an anomaly among the murals. One particular illustration seemed distinct from the others. and the lines appeared to form a code. Sharing his discovery with Lingyue, they collaborated to decipher the message. They returned to the side hall and, following the code's instructions, pressed the corresponding mechanisms on the stone box. With a soft click, the box gradually opened, releasing a blinding radiance. Lingyue and her team leaned forward, revealing a crystal pulsating with an extraordinary glow, encircled by a ring of enigmatic runes. However, before they could further investigate the crystal, an urgent call from headquarters crackled through their communicator. The mysterious organization has launched simultaneous large-scale attacks in multiple global cities. The situation is spiraling out of control. Chapter 70. Global counterattack. As the stone box opened, casting forth its radiant light, the urgent call from headquarters shattered the momentary tranquility. Lingyue stared at the dazzling crystal, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly securing it with care. Turning to her team, her expression resolute, she declared, "The global situation is dire. We must return immediately." The team hurriedly evacuated the temple and boarded a helicopter that had long been on standby, soaring towards headquarters at full speed. Throughout the journey, Lingyue maintained close communication with headquarters, gathering crucial details regarding the mysterious organization's assaults. It became evident that the organization had employed a strategy of simultaneous multi-point attacks, targeting financial centers, government institutions, energy facilities, and other critical sites, all aimed at inciting chaos and panic on a global scale. They're going all in, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to the world while we are still deciphering their scheme, Su Feng remarked, studying the flashing attack points on the map, his brow furrowed with concern. Lingyue nodded slightly, her gaze steely. "We cannot allow them to succeed. Notify all departments to activate emergency protocols and mount a counteroffensive." Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue immediately immersed herself in the intense command operations. She swiftly consolidated various resources and deployed team members to the besieged cities. In the command center, a massive screen displayed real-time battle conditions from various locations, while intelligence personnel continuously reported the latest developments, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. A report came in. New York's financial district was under heavy artillery attack, with the enemy breaching security lines using advanced weaponry. In the process, seizing crucial documents and data. London's governmental institutions were also in crisis, with members of a mysterious organization engaged in fierce gunfire with the police within the buildings. The situation dire. Urgent battle reports poured in, and Lingyue calmly analyzed the battlefield conditions, quickly issuing a series of commands. One team was dispatched to New York to assist local police in reclaiming the financial center and safeguarding vital information. Another team was sent to London to aid in evacuating personnel from government buildings and neutralizing the enemy. Su Feng led a team to reach New York first. As they disembarked from the plane, they rushed straight to the financial center. The area was engulfed in smoke and chaos, with gunfire echoing as members of the mysterious organization fiercely resisted from behind sturdy cover. Su Feng assessed the battlefield situation and rapidly devised a combat plan. One group would draw enemy fire while another flanked from the side, seeking vulnerabilities. Amidst the furious exchange of fire, team members leveraged their individual strengths to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. They skillfully utilized the urban architecture and terrain to evade attacks, gradually closing in on the core stronghold of the mysterious organization. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the enemy, reclaiming the financial center and protecting crucial financial data and documents. Simultaneously, Lingyue led the second team to London. Inside the government building, flames roared as members of the mysterious organization set numerous obstacles, greatly complicating evacuation efforts. Lingyue took the lead, battling the enemy while assisting the police in evacuating individuals from the building. "Everyone, move quickly. We cannot leave a single person behind," she shouted as she fired her weapon. Through their efforts, they successfully evacuated the personnel inside. Subsequently, Lingyue and her team concentrated their firepower to launch a final assault on the members of the mysterious organization. After a fierce confrontation, they completely eliminated the enemy, defusing the crisis at the London government institution. However, the battle was far from over. The mysterious organization's attacks continued in other cities, and Lingyue and her team pressed on to the next battleground. In every besieged city, they collaborated closely with local law enforcement and security forces to combat the mysterious organization. Throughout this global counteroffensive, Lingyue and her team faced unprecedented challenges. The organization's tactics were ever-evolving, employing advanced weaponry and various high-tech methods to disrupt communications and transportation, complicating their counteractions significantly. Yet, Lingyue and her team remained undeterred, successfully repelling the enemy time and again through their indomitable will and exceptional combat skills. As the battles wore on, the mysterious organization's offensive gradually weakened. Their personnel suffered significant casualties and supplies began to dwindle. Lingyue keenly sensed this shift and resolved to launch a full-scale assault to utterly dismantle the organization's remaining forces. Under her command, counteroffensive forces worldwide acted in unison, culminating in a final encirclement of the mysterious organization. After a harrowing climactic battle, the mysterious organization was decisively defeated, their remnants fleeing as the global crisis was temporarily quelled. As the last gunshot faded into silence, Lingyue and her team collapsed, utterly exhausted. They had paid a hefty price for this battle, yet they had successfully safeguarded the peace and tranquility of the world. Lingyue gazed at the smoke-filled battlefield, her heart heavy with emotion. She understood that although they had achieved victory, the threat of the mysterious organization had not been entirely eradicated, and the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet, as long as they held steadfast to their beliefs and united as one, they would surely overcome any adversity and continue to protect this beautiful world. Chapter 71. Clue reignited as the smoke gradually dissipated. The city began its arduous recovery from the ravages of war. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, their bodies and minds weary, yet they dared not relent. Although the global counteroffensive had achieved victory, remnants of the mysterious organization lurked in the shadows, and the enigmatic crystal unearthed from the ancient temple loomed like a shroud over their thoughts. In the headquarters research lab, top scientists toiled around the clock to study the crystal. Utilizing various advanced instruments and techniques, they endeavored to decode the crystal's structure and energy fluctuations, yet were continually thwarted by its intricate and unique properties. The energy patterns of this crystal were entirely unlike any known substance, morphing with each investigative attempt as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. The chief scientist, removing his glasses and rubbing his bloodshot eyes, wore an expression of exasperation. Lingyue furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the crystal. She increasingly sensed that the mysterious organization's fixation on it surely concealed a greater conspiracy. At that moment, the intelligence department delivered new information. A fresh lead related to the mysterious organization had emerged from an ancient city ruin in the Middle East. Seemingly intertwined with the crystal's secrets. It appears we have a new mission, Lingyue said, handing the intel to Su Feng. This ancient city, steeped in history and legends, might harbor the key to unraveling the crystal's mysteries. Su Feng nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter the dangers ahead, we must uncover the truth. The team swiftly packed their belongings and set off towards the Middle East. Upon arriving at the ancient city, they found it in ruins, the once mighty walls crumbling under the relentless assault of wind and sand, the streets suffused with an air of antiquity. Yet, Lingyue keenly perceived that within this seemingly tranquil city, countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Be cautious. The situation here is unclear. The mysterious organization may have laid traps, Lingyue whispered to her team. Guided by a local, they arrived at the core of the ancient ruins, where the remnants of a once grand palace stood, once the abode of a powerful monarch. According to the intel, clues related to the mysterious organization were hidden within the palace's underground chamber. The team carefully navigated through the palace ruins, locating the entrance to the underground chamber. The entrance was adorned with ancient runes and mechanisms, each step fraught with the risk of triggering deadly traps. Lingyue and Su Feng meticulously examined the runes, utilizing their extensive knowledge and experience to successfully disarm the traps and unlock the chamber door. A musty atmosphere enveloped them as they entered the chamber, surrounded by an array of ancient artifacts and texts. In the center stood a massive stone platform, etched with strange symbols and patterns, some resembling those found on the mysterious crystal. It seems we have indeed come to the right place, Lingyue remarked as she approached the platform, scrutinizing the designs for any clues. Just then, the chamber door suddenly slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. Moments later, the sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed, and a series of sharp spears slowly extended from the walls, hurtling towards them. Watch out, Lingyue shouted as the team swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught. In the darkness, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the traps, relying on their acute hearing and combat instincts. While evading peril, Lingyue sought a way to disarm the mechanism. She realized that the symbols on the platform appeared to form an ancient code, which could only be activated in a specific sequence to deactivate the traps. Su Feng, you draw the traps attacks. I'll decipher the code, Lingyue called out. Su Feng nodded, weapon in hand, launching an assault on the traps to divert the majority of the spear attacks. Meanwhile, Lingyue focused intently, studying the symbols in the dark. After a painstaking process of reasoning and experimentation, she finally discerned the correct sequence. With the pressing of the final symbol, the traps ceased their assault, and the chamber's lights flickered back to life. They had successfully averted disaster, but Lingyue knew this was merely the first line of defense set by the mysterious organization. Greater dangers awaited them ahead. Continuing their exploration of the chamber, they discovered an ancient book tucked away in a concealed corner. The cover had decayed, yet the text within remained legible. Lingyue carefully opened the book, revealing an ancient legend about the mysterious crystal. The tale spoke of the crystal as a mysterious power from the cosmos, possessing the ability to alter the world. However, it also harbored immense peril. If wielded by those with nefarious intent, it could bring catastrophic destruction. To harness the crystal's power, one must locate 3 keys, each hidden in a different enigmatic location across the globe. It seems we must find these 3 keys to fully unravel the crystal's mystery and thwart the organization's machinations. Lingyue mused, closing the book with a grave expression. Just then, the chamber walls began to tremble, and a hidden door creaked open, releasing a wave of mysterious energy. Lingyue and her team exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly as they approached the dark opening, knowing that a new challenge lay ahead. Chapter 72. Shadows and Mysteries. As the secret door slowly opened, a wave of ancient and enigmatic energy washed over them. Lingyue and her team tightened their grips on their weapons, cautiously stepping into the dark passage. Behind the door lay a narrow passage, its walls adorned with crystals that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The corridor twisted and turned, seemingly endless, enveloped in an unsettling silence. With only the echo of their footsteps reverberating through the emptiness, the group remained vigilant, aware that hidden dangers might lurk within. Lingyue whispered, her gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. As they ventured deeper, the corridor widened, revealing a vast cavern ahead. A hazy mist filled the space, revealing glimpses of towering stone pillars and remnants of ancient architecture. The style of these structures was unique, starkly contrasting with any civilization they had previously encountered. As if they hailed from a distant past, the team spread out to search for clues within the cavern. Suddenly, one member triggered a concealed mechanism, causing the ground to tremble violently as massive stones plummeted from above. "Take cover," Lingyue shouted, and the team swiftly sought shelter. Once the shaking subsided, they pressed on, discovering an ancient altar ahead, upon which rested a box that emanated a soft glow. Lingyue approached cautiously, examining the box intricately engraved with complex symbols and patterns, resonating with the runes they had previously observed on the stone platform and enigmatic crystals. She attempted to open the box, but found it sealed by a powerful energy. At that moment, eerie laughter echoed through the cavern, and a group of figures clad in black robes slowly emerged from the mist. These figures moved with agility, wielding strange weapons and attacking the team. Be careful. These are the minions of the mysterious organization, Lingyue warned, quickly raising her weapon to retaliate. An intense battle erupted immediately. The members of the mysterious organization seemed intimately familiar with the terrain, utilizing the stone pillars and architectural remains for cover, constantly shifting their attack positions, creating significant challenges for the team. Lingyue noted that although the enemy's weapons appeared peculiar, their power was formidable, each strike accompanied by powerful energy waves. Their weapons seemed connected to the energy environment here. "We must find a way to neutralize it swiftly," Su Feng shouted while evading attacks. Lingyue nodded, having observed during the battle that the enemy's weapon energy appeared linked to the box on the altar. She resolved to take a risk and concentrated their fire towards the altar's direction. With her teammates providing cover, Lingyue successfully broke through the enemy lines and reached the altar. She attempted to open the box once more, this time bringing the mysterious crystal from the ancient temple close to it. A miracle occurred as the crystal resonated with the runes on the box, causing the energy seal to gradually dissipate. As the box opened, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the entire cavern. The members of the mysterious organization were immediately thrown into a panic, seemingly realizing something, and ceased their attack, fleeing deeper into the cavern. Lingyue and her team wasted no time and pursued them. Deep within the cavern, they discovered a colossal portal, through which the members of the mysterious organization were escaping. Without hesitation, Lingyue led her team through the portal. Upon crossing, they found themselves in an unfamiliar world. The sky was overcast, the ground barren, permeated by a stifling atmosphere. In the distance loomed a massive castle, radiating an eerie light, seemingly the epicenter of this world. "Where is this place?" one team member asked in astonishment. Lingyue furrowed her brow, surveying the scene before her. "I am uncertain, but I have a foreboding feeling that this is closely tied to the mysterious organization's conspiracy." That castle is likely their stronghold. We must investigate. They advanced towards the castle, encountering various strange creatures and cleverly devised traps along the way. These creatures exhibited diverse forms and formidable attacking power, and the traps were intricately designed, threatening to ensnare the unwary. However, Lingyue and her team, through unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills, navigated through peril time and again at last, they stood before the castle. The grand entrance was sealed shut, surrounded by formidable defenses. Lingyue and her team did not falter. They began to search for weaknesses in the castle's defenses, preparing to launch their attack, just as they devised their strategy. The castle doors creaked open, releasing a powerful and strange energy wave that surged forth like an invisible hand, imposing in its presence. Lingyue and her team instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Bracing for what lay ahead, a figure emerged slowly from the castle, enveloped in an ethereal blue glow, its features obscured, yet exuding an unmistakable air of menace. You should not have come here. This is a path to your demise. The mysterious figure intoned, its voice deep and cold, as if it originated from an unfathomable abyss. Lingyue, undaunted, stepped forward and declared, "No matter your schemes, we shall not allow you to succeed. This is your end." No sooner had she spoken than the mysterious figure waved its hands, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that rained down upon Lingyue and her team. They swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught while returning fire. The open ground before the castle erupted in flames, explosions echoing continuously. During the fray, Su Feng discerned that the mysterious figure's energy seemed intertwined with the surrounding environment, its assaults capable of harnessing the very forces of this desolate realm. Lingyue, his energy source may be the core of this world. We must find a way to sever his connection to it, Su Feng shouted through the communicator. Lingyue, dodging attacks, scrutinized her surroundings. She noticed several massive energy crystal pillars encircling the castle, pulsating with the same eerie blue light as the mysterious figure, likely the source of its power. Team, focus your fire on those crystal pillars. Lingyue commanded. The team swiftly adjusted their tactics, concentrating their fire on the pillars. However, an invisible shield seemed to envelop the pillars, rendering their bullets ineffective. The mysterious figure, witnessing this, erupted in laughter. Your struggles are futile. This power is beyond your comprehension. Lingyue refused to yield. She meticulously observed the energy fluctuations of the crystal pillars, searching for a flaw in the shield. Suddenly, she recalled a passage from an ancient tome she had discovered in the ruins, which mentioned a unique principle of energy resonance that might be the key to dismantling the shield. Lingyue hastily retrieved a small energy device from her pack, a newly developed weapon from headquarters capable of adjusting energy frequencies. She calibrated the device's frequency to match that of the crystal pillar's shield and fired it towards the pillar. A miraculous event transpired as the energy device resonated with the shield, causing it to quiver and crack. Now, attack with all your might, Lingyue shouted. The team seized the opportunity, intensifying their fire against the crystal pillars. Under the force of their onslaught, the shield finally shattered, and the pillars began to fracture, causing the mysterious figure's power to wane. Realizing the precarious turn of events, the figure let out an enraged roar and charged recklessly towards Lingyue. She stood her ground, meeting the figure head-on. They clashed in a breathtaking melee, each combatant evenly matched, with Lingyue's agility and iron will pitted against the figure's formidable strength. In the midst of the struggle, Lingyue spotted a pendant adorning the figure, its runes strikingly similar to those on the mysterious crystal in the box, likely holding the key to unraveling the entire mystery. Seizing the moment, she lunged forward and grasped the pendant, yanking it forcefully. The pendant tore free, and the figure let out a pained scream, its form beginning to waver. With the pendant's removal, the figure's power rapidly dissipated, and its presence gradually faded from view. Having vanquished the figure, Lingyue and her team entered the castle. The interior was dark and damp, suffused with a foul odor. As they searched the castle, they stumbled upon a vast laboratory filled with advanced equipment and instruments, alongside several imprisoned creatures radiating the same energy waves. As the mysterious figure, it appeared that the mysterious organization was conducting horrific experiments here, and these beings were likely their subjects. Su Feng gazed solemnly at the captive creatures. Lingyue nodded, resolute that we must destroy everything here. We cannot allow these dangerous experiments to continue. The team began to scour the laboratory for control devices, preparing to obliterate the entire facility. At that moment, they discovered a massive energy core, the very linchpin sustaining this world and the source of the mysterious organization's power. If they were to destroy this core, the world might collapse, yet failing to do so would allow the organization to re-emerge at any moment. Lingyue found herself in a dilemma. After a brief contemplation, she resolved, we cannot allow the mysterious organization another opportunity to exploit this power. Proceed with caution, minimizing impact on the surrounding space. The team approached the energy core with utmost care, setting specialized explosives as the countdown reached its end. The explosives detonated, successfully destroying the energy core. The entire castle began to tremble violently, and the surrounding space warped and fractured. Run quickly. The place is about to collapse, Lingyue shouted, leading her team towards the portal. In the final moment before the castle crumbled, they successfully passed through the portal and returned to their original world. Although they had managed to destroy a significant stronghold of the mysterious organization, Lingyue understood that they still had a long way to go before fully unraveling its sinister plot. The pendant they had seized from the enigmatic figure might hold the key to unlocking all the mysteries. Chapter 74. Fractured clues. Upon returning from the desolate world, Lingyue and her team hurried back to headquarters with the pendant they had obtained from the mysterious individual. Throughout the journey, Lingyue gripped the pendant tightly, as if holding the key to all secrets. Upon their arrival at headquarters, researchers immediately began to study the pendant. They placed it in sophisticated instruments to analyze its material, energy fluctuations, and the runes inscribed upon it. Lingyue and Su Feng anxiously awaited the results, their eyes filled with anticipation and concern. The material of this pendant is extraordinarily unique, not belonging to any known substances on Earth. The runes contain powerful energetic information, but they are far too complex. We will need time to decipher them, the chief researcher remarked, removing his glasses and rubbing his weary eyes. Lingyue nodded slightly, understanding that despite her eagerness, haste would not yield results. That moment, the intelligence department relayed news that someone was offering high prices for items related to the mysterious organization at an underground black market in Asia, including objects resembling the pendant in their possession. This could be a crucial lead. We must investigate, Lingyue said, looking at Su Feng, who nodded resolutely in response. The two, along with several team members, promptly set off for Asia. Arriving in the city housing the black market, the city appeared vibrant and bustling, with streets teeming with vehicles, yet in the shadowy corners, various clandestine transactions and crimes lurked. Disguised, Lingyue and her team infiltrated the black market. The air was thick with a blend of spices, sweat, and the scent of money. Stalls were overflowing with an array of goods, from precious artifacts to illegal weapons. They inquired about the acquisition of mysterious items, and after much effort, finally located a key figure, a notorious informant within the black market. This informant, small in stature with cunning eyes, displayed a hint of wariness upon noticing Lingyue and her companions. What are you inquiring about? Those are no ordinary items. The people behind them are not to be trifled with, he whispered from his corner. Lingyue waved a stack of cash before him. Provide us with useful information, and this is yours. His eyes brightened as he quickly accepted the money, glancing around before lowering his voice. The member of the mysterious organization comes here periodically to acquire items. They are rumored to be assembling a set of mysterious tokens that I don't know the specifics, but just a few days ago, he mentioned that if they could find the final token, their plan would succeed. What does the final token look like? Where can we find it? Su Feng pressed urgently. The informant shook his head. I genuinely don't know. They are very cautious and revealed little. However, I heard that the last token may be atop an ancient snow-capped mountain, where dangers abound, and few who venture there return alive. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged a determined glance. After leaving the black market, they immediately began preparing equipment and supplies for their journey to the snow mountain. The environment there was harsh, with extreme cold, fierce beasts, and potential unknown dangers. After several days of preparation, they finally set off for the snow mountain. The path was treacherous, fraught with landslides and avalanches. With unyielding resolve and extensive experience, they overcame numerous dangers. At last, they reached the foot of the snow mountain. Gazing up at the towering, snow-covered peaks, Lingyue took a deep breath. Everyone be careful. We are about to enter a zone of unknown peril. The team organized their gear and began the ascent. As they climbed higher, the temperature dropped further, and the oxygen grew increasingly scarce, making each step more arduous. The howling winds and blinding snow obscured their vision. Keep formation, do not fall behind, Lingyue shouted, her voice quickly drowned by the storm. But as they struggled onward, a deep roar suddenly echoed. A massive snow leopard leapt out from behind a nearby rock, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it lunged at the team. Watch out, Su Feng shouted, raising his weapon and firing at the snow leopard. The creature nimbly dodged the bullets and attacked again. The team opened fire, and after a fierce struggle, they managed to repel the snow leopard. However, before they could catch their breath, a thunderous sound erupted from above, and a massive avalanche surged toward them. Lingyue fought against the snow, desperately trying to grab hold of something. Just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a hand reached out and grasped her tightly. It was Su Feng, who, with all his strength, pulled her behind a relatively safe rock. After the avalanche subsided, the team emerged from the snow, covered in debris. Though they had sustained minor injuries, none had perished. After a brief respite, they continued their ascent. Finally, they reached the summit. Before an ancient temple atop the mountain, they discovered a glowing object, the final token they had been desperately searching for. Just as Lingyue moved to seize it, the temple doors swung open, and a group of members from the mysterious organization rushed out. "Did you think you could take it so easily? You are terribly naive," sneered the leader of the organization. Chapter 75. The eve of the final battle, the winds howled atop the mountain as Lingyue and her team faced off against the members of the mysterious organization. The atmosphere tense with anticipation. The ancient stone slab before the temple shimmered with the faint, yet captivating light of the final token, seemingly beckoning both sides to contend for it. Lingyue's gaze locked onto the leader of the organization as she silently plotted her strategy. Outnumbered and at a tactical disadvantage, the impending battle promised to be arduous. "Hand over the token. You have nowhere to run," the organization leader declared, stepping forward with arrogance. Lingyue, undeterred, retorted with a cold smirk. "Your schemes will not succeed. Today marks your end day." As her words fell, the members of the organization launched their attack first, wielding various weapons in a surging tide. Lingyue and her team swiftly dispersed, seeking cover while returning fire. Gunshots and shouts echoed across the snowy summit, bullets intertwining with the frigid winds, stirring up flurries of snow. During the skirmish, Su Feng noticed that the members of the organization seemed to be utilizing the terrain to set traps, concealing specialized explosives within the snow and rocks that would trigger upon approach. "Be careful, there are traps on the ground," Su Feng warned loudly through the communicator. Lingyue, evading enemy fire, observed the organization's patterns. She realized that although their attacks were fierce, they lacked effective coordination, seemingly fighting independently. An idea sparked in her mind, and she quickly devised a new tactic that Su Feng lead a group to flank them from the left and draw their fire. "The second group will encircle from the right to cut off their escape route. I will lead the remaining members in a frontal assault to disrupt their formation," with her commands issued. The team sprang into action. Su Feng guided his squad, using the snow for cover as they stealthily maneuvered to the left. They alternated between crawling and using rocks to shield themselves from enemy sight, gradually approaching the organization's flank. Meanwhile, the second group carefully encircled from the right, skillfully avoiding the traps set by the enemy. Upon nearing the enemy, the second group launched a surprise attack, catching the members of the mysterious organization off guard. Lingyue led the remaining team members in a fierce charge from the front. As they fired and shouted their rallying cries, their momentum surged. The sudden onslaught disoriented the organization members, who began to show signs of retreat. However, the leader of the organization remained composed. He quickly reorganized his troops and established a new defensive line, personally leading a group of elite members to counterattack in Lingyue's direction. "Lingyue, be careful, their leader is coming," Su Feng urged anxiously through the communicator. Lingyue gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze resolute. She understood that the key to this battle lay before her. The leader of the organization was a formidable opponent, both agile and equipped with advanced weaponry. The clash unfolded fiercely before the temple as Lingyue and the organization leader engaged in intense close combat. Their exchanges were fierce, neither yielding an inch. The leader's strikes were relentless and lethal, each move imbued with deadly intent. Lingyue, relying on her agility and indomitable spirit, skillfully evaded the attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. Amidst the fierce struggle, Lingyue gradually discerned the leader's fighting patterns. She noted that despite the power of his assaults, brief openings appeared between his attacks. Committing this insight to memory, she awaited the opportune moment. Last, the leader launched another offensive. He leapt high, his weapon slicing through the air towards Lingyue. Seizing the moment, she sidestepped with precision, narrowly evading the attack. She acted swiftly. Lingyue thrust her weapon forcefully into the chest of the Enigmatic organization's leader, taken aback by her sudden counterattack. He could not evade in time and was struck. A piercing scream escaped his lips as his body fell backward. Witnessing their leader's injury, the members of the mysterious organization were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and her team launched a final assault, driving back all the members of the organization. After the battle, Lingyue, fatigued, approached the temple and retrieved the precious token. She understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization had yet to be fully unraveled. However, At that moment, the token in her grasp might hold the key to unlocking all the mysteries. Lingyue and her team, bearing the token, slowly descended the snowy mountain, determined to return to headquarters and delve deeper into the organization's schemes, striving to obliterate this threat to the world. Chapter 76. Dawn's light. Lingyue and her team hurried back to headquarters with the token they had seized from the mountain's peak. Throughout the journey, she held the token tightly against her chest, as if grasping the fate of the world. Upon their return, the research team was already on high alert, prepared to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this hard-won key item. Inside the laboratory, the harsh white lights were blinding, and the incessant hum of machinery filled the air. The chief researcher cautiously placed the token on a specially designed workstation, and surrounding instruments swiftly activated, emitting beams of scanning light to perform a thorough analysis. Lingyue and Su Feng stood nearby, their eyes fixed on the screens, determined not to overlook any data or images. The structure of the token was unimaginably intricate. It appeared to be both a vessel of energy and a key, though its purpose remained unclear. Furrowing his brow in confusion, the researcher remarked, "We must ascertain its significance. The mysterious organization has gone to great lengths for these tokens. Their plans must be nearing completion." Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Su Feng suddenly noticed a subtle rune on the token flickering, as if responding to something. Leaning in for a closer look, he discovered that the rune bore a resemblance to markings on an ancient map they had previously seized from the organization's stronghold. "Look at this, Lingyue." Su Feng pointed at the token and the map. Could there be a connection between the two? Lingyue's eyes brightened as she immediately began to examine the ancient map alongside Su Feng. After a meticulous comparison, they discovered that the rune on the token corresponded to the coordinates of a mysterious location on the map. This location was situated on a remote island deep within the Pacific Ocean. The map's description of the island was vague, merely suggesting that it concealed an ancient secret related to a power capable of altering the world. "It seems the answers we seek lie on this island," Lingyue stated, her expression resolute as she gazed at the map. The team quickly began preparations for their expedition to the island. They boarded a well-equipped vessel and set sail toward the depths of the Pacific. Throughout their journey, turbulent winds and towering waves battered the ship, and the inclement weather posed significant challenges to their navigation. Yet, Lingyue and her team remained undeterred, overcoming numerous obstacles with their exceptional sailing skills and indomitable will. At long last, they arrived at the mysterious island. A thick fog enveloped the island, obscuring visibility within. Cautiously, Lingyue and her team disembarked and discovered the island was teeming with bizarre flora and ancient ruins. The architectural style of these ruins was unique, clearly not belonging to any known civilization. "Be cautious, this place may harbor various dangers," Lingyue whispered to her team. They ventured deeper into the island along an ancient stone pathway, the silence around them eerie, punctuated only by the sound of their footsteps echoing on the stones. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from ahead, reminiscent of some colossal beast. The team halted, weapons at the ready, alertly scanning their surroundings. A massive prehistoric creature emerged from the fog, its body covered in tough scales, sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, and its gaze fierce and bloodthirsty. This creature evidently regarded Lingyue and her companions as intruders, lunging at them with its gaping maw. "Open fire," Lingyue shouted, and the team unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The bullets struck the creature's scales with a clattering sound but failed to inflict any real damage. The creature's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike generating a gust of wind. Lingyue and her team found themselves in a fierce struggle, continually shifting their positions to seek out the creature's vulnerabilities. In the heat of battle, Su Feng discerned that the creature's eyes were its weak spot. He swiftly adjusted his aim and fired at the creature's eyes. With several shots fired, the creature let out a pained roar and began to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue led her team in a final offensive, concentrating their fire on the creature's eyes and abdomen. Eventually, the creature collapsed, unable to withstand their onslaught. After vanquishing the prehistoric beast, Lingyue and her team pressed onward. They discovered a colossal pyramid-like structure deep within the island, emanating a mysterious glow and surrounded by a protective energy shield. "It seems this is the key location," Lingyue observed, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through her. They began to search for a way to breach the energy shield. After careful examination, Lingyue identified that the energy shield was powered by a massive crystal atop the structure. After conferring with Su Feng, they resolved to utilize their flying apparatus to ascend to the summit and destroy the crystal, thereby dismantling the shield. Su Feng piloted the craft, carrying Lingyue as they soared towards the pinnacle of the structure. As they neared the crystal, They were met with a powerful energy attack emanating from it. With their expert flying skills and unwavering determination, they deftly evaded the assault and approached the crystal. Lingyue drew her weapon and began firing at the crystal, with a series of violent tremors. The crystal was successfully shattered, and the energy shield dissipated. They landed in front of the structure and cautiously entered the enigmatic pyramid. Inside, a mysterious aura enveloped them, with walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns. At the center of the pyramid stood a massive stone altar, upon which rested a radiant sphere. This sphere seemed to connect to the mysterious crystal and the token they had previously obtained. Lingyue realized they had finally discovered the object the mysterious organization had coveted, and a climactic confrontation for the fate of the world was imminent. Chapter 77. The fateful confrontation as they stepped into the pyramid. Lingyue and Su Feng found themselves entranced by the luminous sphere atop the stone altar. Its radiance illuminated the dim space, yet an unsettling feeling welled within them. The energy contained within this sphere was potent and enigmatic, seemingly entwined with the fate of all existence. Be wary. This object is not to be trifled with, Lingyue cautioned in a hushed tone, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Her instincts warned her that danger had not dissipated with the shield's disappearance. Rather, it had intensified. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from every direction, reverberating throughout the pyramid. The leader of the mysterious organization, flanked by his henchmen, emerged from the shadows, shattering the brief tranquility and plunging the atmosphere into palpable tension. You have indeed found your way here, the leader sneered, greed and madness flickering in his eyes. But this will all come to an end today. I shall dictate the fate of this world. Lingyue met his gaze without fear and resolutely declared, your delusions will not prevail. We will never allow you to harm this world. The two sides faced off for a moment before a fierce battle erupted. The members of the mysterious organization, well-trained, swiftly dispersed, employing the pyramid's complex terrain to launch their attacks. Lingyue and Su Feng, leading their team, formed a tight defensive line, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes with their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination. During the conflict, Lingyue discerned that the organization's targets were not solely her team, but also the sphere atop the altar. They seemed intent on seizing the sphere amidst the chaos to fulfill their nefarious ambitions. Understanding the urgency, Lingyue resolved to protect the sphere at all costs. Su Feng, you lead the team in holding off the enemies while I secure the sphere, Lingyue shouted, seizing a moment of respite to dash toward the altar. Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement, directing his team to concentrate their fire on the members of the mysterious organization. With precise marksmanship and coordinated efforts, they gradually suppressed the enemy's advance. Upon reaching the altar, just as Lingyue was about to shield the sphere, it suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a powerful energy wave sent her flying backward. Struggling to rise, she was astounded to witness the runes on the sphere beginning to flicker and shift, seemingly resonating with the surrounding environment. The leader of the mysterious organization, witnessing this, was momentarily elated. Haha, the time has come. This power shall be mine. With that, he recklessly charged toward the altar. Lingyue, feeling a surge of urgency, exerted all her strength to intercept him. Just as the leader was about to reach the sphere, Lingyue lunged forward, using her body to block his path. You really think you can stop me? He roared in fury, grabbing Lingyue by the collar and flinging her aside. She crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, yet she showed no signs of retreating, bracing against the pain to rise once more. At this moment, Su Feng and his team had already vanquished the majority of the adversaries and rushed to aid Lingyue. The leader of the mysterious organization, sensing the dire situation, remained undeterred and frantically charged toward the sphere, gripping it tightly in both hands, attempting to forcibly seize its power. However, the energy within the sphere was far too potent for him to control. The overwhelming energy backlash caused him to howl in agony. His body beginning to contort, seizing the opportunity, Lingyue dashed toward him, intent on reclaiming the sphere. Just as the two struggled for control, the sphere suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire pyramid. Within the brilliance, Lingyue glimpsed some indistinct images, seemingly depicting the origin and future of this world, as well as the truth behind the mysterious organization's conspiracy. It turned out that this sphere was an ancient energy core, containing the power to maintain the world's balance. The mysterious organization aimed to exploit it to disrupt this balance, fulfilling their ambition to dominate the world. Yet, should this power be misused, it would unleash a global catastrophe, plunging the world into endless darkness. Lingyue realized she must thwart the leader of the mysterious organization and reseal the sphere's power. Focusing her mind and drawing upon her unwavering belief and indomitable will. She gradually suppressed the leader's strength. With the assistance of Su Feng and his team, she ultimately succeeded in wresting the sphere from the leader's grasp. The sphere was reclaimed. The leader lost the support of its power and collapsed to the ground, his conspiracy thoroughly thwarted, despair and resentment filling his eyes. Lingyue placed the sphere back upon the stone pedestal. And at that moment, its brilliance began to soften, the surrounding energy fluctuations calming. She understood that this decisive battle for the fate of the world had culminated in victory, yet she also recognized that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Although the mysterious organization had been temporarily defeated, remnants of their forces likely still lurked in the shadows, waiting for another opportunity. Lingyue and her team, filled with the joy and fatigue of victory, slowly exited the pyramid. Sunshine bathed them, bringing forth new hope. They would continue to safeguard this world, prepared to embrace new challenges in the pursuit of peace and tranquility. Chapter 78. Dawn of Peace upon triumphing from the enigmatic pyramid. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, receiving a hero's welcome. Outside the headquarters building, the crowd cheered exuberantly, flowers and applause intertwining into a symphony of victory. Yet, Lingyue felt no relaxation within her heart. She was acutely aware that while the mysterious organization had suffered a severe blow, it was far from obliterated. The remnants lurking in the shadows remained a Damocles' sword hanging over the world's head. At the celebratory meeting in the headquarters, the atmosphere was starkly different from the external jubilation, tense and serious. Lingyue and her team gathered around the conference table, piles of intelligence data before them. Although the mysterious organization had been dismantled, inexplicable anomalies continued to emerge across the globe, seemingly isolated, yet subtly interconnected. In the tropical rainforest of Africa, peculiar energy fluctuations have been detected, revealing similarities to the technology employed by the mysterious organization. An intelligence analyst pointed to the data displayed on the screen. Additionally, a city in Asia has witnessed a series of bizarre disappearances, with the last known locations of the missing individuals coinciding with sightings of unidentified persons exhibiting strange behavior. Their identities and intentions currently unknown, another analyst added. Lingyue furrowed her brow, attentively absorbing each piece of information. These seemingly unrelated events began to coalesce into a vague outline in her mind. And she sensed that a new threat was quietly approaching. There is undoubtedly some force manipulating these events. We cannot afford to be complacent. Lingyue gazed at her team, her eyes resolute. We must investigate and uncover the truth. Su Feng nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring her determination. Indeed, regardless of the origins of this force, we must eradicate it in its infancy. After extensive discussion, they resolved to split into two teams. Su Feng would lead a group to Africa to investigate the energy fluctuations in the rainforest, while Lingyue would take another group to Asia to delve into the mysterious disappearances. Upon arriving in Africa, Su Feng's team immediately entered the tropical rainforest. The area was dense with vegetation, humid, and fraught with unknown dangers. They advanced toward the source of the energy fluctuations, encountering numerous challenges along the way. They had to contend not only with the harsh natural environment, but also with the ferocious beasts and hidden traps lurking within the rainforest. As they approached the heart of the energy fluctuations, they discovered a clandestine camp concealed within a valley, surrounded by high-tech defensive installations. Clearly a deliberate setup. Su Feng and his team approached the camp with utmost caution, employing drones for reconnaissance. Through the footage captured by the drones, they observed several individuals clad in protective gear busily operating an array of sophisticated instruments. The technology appeared remarkably advanced, emanating strange energy fluctuations. Su Feng realized that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Be vigilant. The adversary may possess cutting-edge weaponry and technology that we must not act recklessly. Su Feng admonished his comrades through the communicator. Simultaneously, Lingyue's team had made significant strides in their investigation across Asia. By tracing the whereabouts of the missing individuals, they discovered an abandoned factory on the outskirts of a city. Local residents reported frequent sightings of peculiar vehicles entering and exiting the factory, accompanied by unusual sounds emanating from within. Under the cover of night, Lingyue and her team stealthily infiltrated the factory. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and the dim lighting flickered ominously. As they searched meticulously, they uncovered several clues linked to the disappearances. In the basement of the factory, they found individuals who had been imprisoned. Indeed, the very missing persons they sought. Hurry, rescue them, Lingyue commanded urgently. The team sprang into action, successfully liberating the captives. However, just as they prepared to retreat, An alarm blared throughout the factory. The contingent of armed individuals surged forth from all directions, encircling them. "It seems we have been discovered," Lingyue stated calmly. Gripping her weapon tightly, "Prepare for battle. We must break through the encirclement." A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued, the enemy's firepower proving formidable, and they were intimately familiar with the factory's layout. Lingyue and her team found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, they stood resolute, engaging the enemy with unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills. Amidst the tumult, Lingyue perceived that the adversary appeared to be stalling for time, their intentions seemingly extending beyond merely preventing their escape. It felt as if they were awaiting something. A foreboding intuition surged within Lingyue, prompting her to conclude the battle swiftly and evacuate with the rescued individuals. That moment, Su Feng's voice crackled through the communicator, relaying that he had uncovered leads related to the missing persons case in Africa, suggesting that these seemingly isolated incidents were orchestrated by the same malevolent force. Upon receiving this news, Lingyue's resolve intensified. She was determined to unearth the conspiracy and bring the puppeteer to justice. Rallying her team, they concentrated their firepower on the enemy's vulnerable points. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately broke free from the encirclement, escorting the rescued individuals from the factory. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. A new threat loomed, necessitating an expedited investigation to unveil the truth and safeguard global peace and security. Lingyue and her team would once more embark on a perilous journey, confronting fresh challenges. Chapter 80. The mist begins to clear following their escape from the abandoned factory. Lingyue wasted no time catching her breath, instead immersing herself in inquiries with the rescued individuals. The duration of their captivity varied, and their mental states were equally disparate. Nevertheless, Lingyue patiently reassured and guided them, gradually piecing together a crucial lead. All the missing persons had encountered flyers promoting a mysterious scientific project on the streets. Out of curiosity, they had provided their contact information, only to be inexplicably abducted. It appeared that the enemy had used a fictitious scientific endeavor as bait, systematically targeting specific demographics for abduction. Lingyue paced pensively in the makeshift command center, pondering the ultimate purpose behind these abductions. Meanwhile, Su Feng made a significant discovery at the secret camp in Africa. Seizing an opportunity during a guard shift change, he and his team successfully infiltrated the camp's interior. Within a concealed laboratory, they uncovered a plethora of reports detailing human experimentation, chronicling gene modification trials conducted on individuals of varying ages and physical conditions. The aim was astonishingly to cultivate super soldiers endowed with extraordinary abilities. Su Feng also stumbled upon encrypted files on a computer, which, while not fully decrypted, pointed to a mysterious address in Asia. Lingyue, the situation here regarding the missing persons case may indeed be the work of the same organization. Su Feng communicated urgently through a secure channel. "I will send you the address. It may assist in locating the stronghold of the masterminds." Upon receiving the address, Lingyue and her team hastened to the site, which turned out to be a vast estate nestled in the mountainous interior of Asia, heavily fortified with high walls, electric fencing, and drone surveillance. Lingyue meticulously studied the estate's layout and devised a comprehensive infiltration plan, utilizing the cover of night to first disable the estate's power and communications. Then entering through a discreet drainage pipe located on the rear mountainside. On the night of the operation, the surroundings were eerily silent, occasionally broken by the chirping of insects. The team executed their plan flawlessly, cutting off the facilities and sneaking into the estate. However, it soon became apparent that the estate had been forewarned. Upon entering the main building, they triggered hidden mechanisms that a multitude of mechanical sentinels surged forth from all directions. Towering and equipped with formidable weaponry, their attacks precise and swift. "Be cautious, disperse, and evade," Lingyue shouted, firing her weapon. But ordinary bullets merely scratched the sentinels' armored exteriors. In the heat of the battle, Lingyue discerned that the joints of the mechanical sentinels were their weak points. Adjusting her aim, she expertly struck one sentinel's joint, causing it to falter. The team quickly followed her example, disrupting the rhythm of the sentinel's assault. Once they breached the mechanical sentinel's defenses, they pressed deeper, uncovering a vast research facility deep within the estate. The space was illuminated by harsh, sterile lighting, filled with advanced machinery and numerous incubation pods, within which the unconscious forms of experimental subjects floated. Those very missing individuals. This is outrageous. These people are utterly deranged. Lingyue seethed with indignation, poised to command the rescue of the experimental subjects when a voice suddenly emanated from the loudspeakers. "Oh, you really believe you can easily dismantle my plans? "You are sorely mistaken." The voice was chilling and echoed throughout the facility. Immediately thereafter, the instruments within the facility began to emit ominous lights, and the liquid within the incubation pods began to churn violently. The expressions of the experimental subjects contorting in agony as they appeared to endure immense suffering. Lingyue realized that the enemy was initiating some perilous protocol, intending to obliterate the evidence and eliminate all experimental subjects. "Quickly, locate the program control terminal and shut it down," Lingyue urged her team, scattering to search the labyrinthine facility for the control terminal. After an exhaustive search, Su Feng discovered the control terminal within a secluded chamber. However, it was heavily encrypted, and decrypting it would require time to IT that moment. Alarms blared throughout the facility, and the vital signs of the experimental subjects plummeted alarmingly, the situation growing increasingly dire in a moment of desperation. Lingyue recalled an all-purpose decoder previously seized from the mysterious organization, which might prove useful. She swiftly retrieved the decoder, connected it to the control terminal, and endeavored to decrypt the encrypted program. As seconds ticked by, the decoder whirred into action, and at the last possible moment, it successfully cracked the password, shutting down the hazardous protocol. The vital signs of the experimental subjects gradually stabilized, momentarily alleviating the crisis within the facility. Nonetheless, Lingyue was acutely aware that this was merely a preliminary counterattack from the enemy, and the true puppeteer remained at large. However, through this operation, they had amassed further clues. The fog was beginning to lift, and the truth was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 81. Prelude to the final act. With the crisis within the facility abated, Lingyue and her team successfully liberated all the imprisoned experimental subjects. They swiftly relocated the victims to a secure location, where medical teams conducted thorough examinations and treatments. Lingyue understood that these individuals had endured both physical torment and profound psychological scars, making the subsequent rehabilitation process a lengthy and arduous endeavor. As they journeyed back to headquarters, Lingyue's mood was heavily burdened. She gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, her mind replaying the myriad details of the mission. Although they had achieved a significant victory, the enemy's strength and tactics far exceeded their expectations, and the conspiracy behind it all grew increasingly intricate. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and her team immediately delved into analyzing the clues gathered from the recent operation. They aimed to synthesize the data collected from the secret camp in Africa and the estate in Asia, striving to delineate the enemy's profile. After several days and nights of relentless effort, a startling truth gradually emerged. The orchestrator behind it all was a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Alliance. This group comprised scientists, ambitious individuals, and criminal factions obsessed with technology and power, seeking to create an invincible army of super soldiers through illicit human experimentation and genetic modification to dominate the world. The members of the Shadow Alliance hailed from across the globe, infiltrating various sectors, their influence deeply intertwined. Su Feng handed Lingyue a detailed intelligence report, indicating that they appeared to have garnered support from external forces. Possessing advanced technology and abundant resources, Lingyue furrowed her brow, meticulously reviewing the report. "We must swiftly locate their core stronghold and utterly dismantle this nefarious organization. Otherwise, the world will know no peace." Further investigations revealed that the Shadow Alliance's central stronghold was situated on a mysterious island within the Arctic Circle. This island was encased in thick ice and harsh weather conditions, brimming with advanced defensive installations and hidden traps. Moreover, the Shadow Alliance had stationed a considerable number of elite troops and cutting-edge weaponry on the island, rendering an assault on this stronghold an extraordinarily daunting task. The environment in the Arctic is exceedingly harsh, severely restricting our actions. Moreover, the enemy has undoubtedly made thorough preparations. Thus, we must devise a meticulous plan, Lingyue stated during the operational meeting. The team members shared their opinions and suggestions, and after an intense discussion, they ultimately formulated a comprehensive combat strategy to confront the extreme conditions of the Arctic. They equipped themselves with advanced cold-resistant gear and specialized weaponry. Additionally, they reached out to several international allies, requesting essential support and assistance during their mission. On the day of the operation, Lingyue and her team boarded a modified icebreaker, setting sail towards the Arctic Circle. Along the way, they encountered numerous snowstorms and icebergs obstructing their path. Yet, through sheer determination and exceptional skill, they overcame the myriad challenges. Eventually, they arrived near the mysterious island. Lingyue observed the situation on the island through her binoculars and discovered that the enemy's defenses were even more formidable than they had anticipated. The island was surrounded by various detection devices and automated weaponry, ready to trigger alarms at the slightest approach of an unidentified object. We must find a way to evade the enemy's detection and stealthily land on the island. Lingyue whispered. After careful observation, they identified a section on one side of the island where the ice was relatively thin, indicating weaker defenses. Lingyue decided to lead her team through this vulnerable point. Donning their specialized cold weather suits and ensuring their weapons and gear were secure, they cautiously advanced towards the fragile ice. As they approached the ice, a sudden commotion erupted. A group of polar bears emerged from a nearby ice cave. Disturbed by the enemy's activities, the bears became unusually aggressive and charged towards the team. Be careful, do not harm them, and try to avoid, Lingyue shouted, leading her team to swiftly evade the bears' assault. Utilizing their weapons and tools, they engaged in a heart-pounding struggle with the polar bears. After considerable effort, they eventually managed to break free from the bears' clutches and reach the edge of the ice. Lingyue and her team cautiously stepped onto the ice, proceeding towards the island. The ice creaked ominously beneath their feet, threatening to give way at any moment. They treaded carefully with each step. Anxious not to trigger the enemy's alarms. At last, they successfully landed on the island. Lingyue and her team swiftly sought cover, surveying their surroundings. They observed that the enemy on the island was engaged in a tense military drill. Seemingly aware of their presence, it appears the enemy is on guard. We must hasten our actions, Lingyue quietly asserted. The team nodded in agreement, tightly gripping their weapons as they followed Lingyue towards the island's core. They understood that an exhilarating confrontation was imminent, and this time, they would confront the forces of evil for the sake of global peace and tranquility. Chapter 82. The Battle on Ice and Snow. Lingyue and her team crouched low on the icy plains of the Arctic island, utilizing scattered massive ice blocks for cover as they stealthily approached the Shadow Alliance's core stronghold. The biting cold wind sliced through the air, each breath laced with bone-chilling frost, yet the fervor of victory burned brightly within their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of machinery whirring broke the silence, prompting Lingyue to signal her team to halt. Through the gaps in the ice blocks, they glimpsed a group of snow mechs controlled by the Shadow Alliance. Slowly advancing their way, these mechs were imposing, leaving deep tracks on the ice with their treads, and their heavy weaponry gleamed ominously, instilling fear. Be cautious. These mechs possess formidable firepower, and we cannot engage them head-on, Lingyue whispered, instructing her team via communicator to disperse and seek out the mech's vulnerabilities. The team swiftly separated, leveraging the complex terrain of the icy plains to approach the mechs from different angles. Su Feng, leading a group of team members, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the mech, discovering that its power core was located at the back, with relatively weak protection. Here it is, focus fire on this point, Su Feng shouted, and the team raised their weapons, firing at the mech's power core. Bullets struck the mech, sending sparks flying, yet its exterior was too resilient for ordinary ammunition to inflict substantial damage. Sensing the attack from behind, the mech swiftly adjusted its direction, targeting Su Feng and his team. A torrent of firepower erupted, sending ice debris flying, forcing Su Feng and his team to seek cover. Simultaneously, Lingyue led another group of team members to launch a flank attack. She noticed that the joints of the mech revealed gaps during movement, presenting a potential opportunity. Lingyue retrieved a specially designed electromagnetic grenade, aimed at the mech's joints, and hurled it with all her might. With a resounding explosion, the grenade detonated at the mech's joint, sending a powerful electromagnetic pulse that disrupted its control systems. The mech's movements became sluggish, and its weapons lost accuracy. Now's our chance. Attack with full force, Lingyue shouted, and the team seized the opportunity, intensifying their firepower towards the mech's joints and power core. Under the relentless assault, the mech finally crumpled to the ground. After overcoming this group of mechs, Lingyue and her team pressed on. They faced wave after wave of enemies on the icy plains, including armed soldiers of the Shadow Alliance and various advanced combat robots. However, with unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills, they successfully repelled the enemy's time, and again at last, they reached the perimeter of the Shadow Alliance's core stronghold. Here, a defensive barrier comprised of an energy shield flickered with blue light, obstructing their advance. Lingyue understood that to breach this shield, they needed to locate its energy source. They meticulously searched around the stronghold and discovered an energy station concealed beneath the ice. The energy station was surrounded by various defensive installations, with numerous soldiers of the Shadow Alliance guarding it. This is the key. We must seize it, Lingyue said, her gaze resolute. The team rapidly devised an assault plan, dividing into two groups, one to draw the enemy's fire from the front, and the other to maneuver around the flanks in search of an opportunity to infiltrate the energy station. The frontline attackers charged fiercely, suppressing the enemy with overwhelming firepower, diverting most of the enemy's attention. Seizing the moment, Lingyue led the flank assault team towards the energy station. As they approached, they faced fierce resistance from the enemy. Soldiers of the Shadow Alliance surged from behind cover, firing wildly at them. Lingyue and her team cleverly navigated the icy terrain, deftly evading enemy fire while inching closer to the energy station. Suddenly, a soldier from the Shadow Alliance hurled a grenade, sending it hurtling towards Lingyue. In a split second, Su Feng dashed forward, tackling Lingyue to the ground. The grenade exploded nearby, the powerful shockwave leaving them momentarily disoriented. Su Feng, are you all right? Lingyue asked anxiously. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Focus on taking the energy station. Su Feng gritted his teeth. Lingyue felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She quickly rose to her feet, leading her team onward. After a fierce battle, they finally breached the enemy's lines and stormed into the energy station. Inside, they discovered the core device controlling the energy shield. Without hesitation, Lingyue rushed forward, prepared to destroy the device. However, just as she was about to press the destruction button, a leader of the Shadow Alliance suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Do you really think you can destroy this place so easily? You are gravely mistaken. Today is your doom, the Shadow Alliance leader sneered. Chapter 83. The final showdown. Lingyue's gaze was piercing as she fearlessly locked eyes with the leader of the Shadow Alliance. Gripping the controller that would dismantle the core device, the key to breaking the enemy's defenses and the turning point of this battle. Your madness ends here. Lingyue's voice was resolute and chilling. Cutting through the cacophony of machinery within the energy station, the leader of the Shadow Alliance merely scoffed, gesturing with a hand, and several mechanical guardians hidden in the shadows sprang to life, lunging towards Lingyue and her team. These guardians were colossal, their bodies glowing with an eerie blue light, evidently modified for lethal and aggressive combat. Su Feng, observing the situation, immediately led his team to confront them. Engaging in a fierce battle with the mechanical guardians, they skillfully maneuvered through the narrow passages and complex layout of the energy station, evading the guardians' attacks while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Su Feng seized an opening, aiming his electromagnetic pulse gun at the guardian's core, and pulled the trigger. A surge of electricity coursed through the guardian's body, causing it to freeze momentarily before collapsing to the ground. However, the enemy's onslaught did not cease. Taking advantage of Lingyue's distraction, the leader of the Shadow Alliance suddenly struck, wielding an energy dagger that gleamed ominously as he lunged toward Lingyue's chest. Lingyue reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time as the dagger grazed her clothing. She rolled away to create distance while drawing her sidearm, firing at the leader. The leader was agile, easily dodging the bullets while advancing towards Lingyue. Realizing that she needed to eliminate this leader swiftly to avoid greater peril, she engaged him while keenly observing her surroundings for a decisive opportunity. At that moment, she noticed a colossal energy conduit on the wall of the energy station, pulsating with high-pressure energy. If she could lure the leader near the conduit and harness its power, perhaps she could vanquish him decisively. The plan formed in Lingyue's mind as she deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing the leader's attack. As anticipated, he fell for her ruse, believing her to be exhausted, and launched a lethal strike. Lingyue feigned an inability to evade, retreating towards the energy conduit. Just as the leader's dagger was about to pierce her, she suddenly sidestepped, extending a leg to trip him. The leader lost his balance and tumbled towards the energy conduit. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue pressed the button on her controller, unleashing a potent energy beam from the conduit that struck the leader. With a piercing scream, he was consumed by the overwhelming energy, vanishing into nothingness. With the leader dealt with, Lingyue swiftly turned and made her way towards the core device of the energy station. At that moment, Su Feng and the team had successfully neutralized the mechanical guards and rushed to join her. Without hesitation, Lingyue pressed the destruction button, causing the energy station to tremble violently as the core began to collapse and the energy shield dissipated. We must flee. This place is about to explode, Lingyue shouted, leading her team in a dash towards the exit. They weaved through a hail of gunfire, and, just moments before the energy station erupted, they successfully evacuated. A tremendous explosion resonated behind them, as a massive fireball and shockwave engulfed the entire stronghold, obliterating the Shadow Alliance's core base. However, Lingyue understood that the battle was far from over. They continued to scour the ruins for any hidden remnants of the enemy. After an exhaustive search, they finally unearthed the Shadow Alliance's research documents and experimental data. These records meticulously detailed their nefarious plans and criminal evidence. With this information, they could fully expose the Shadow Alliance's transgressions and reveal their true nature to the world. Lingyue and her team departed from the Arctic island, bearing the dual weight of triumph and exhaustion. On their way back to headquarters, Lingyue gazed out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, reflecting on the journey. The protracted and arduous conflict had finally reached a conclusion, ushering in a renewed dawn of peace. Yet, she knew that such tranquility was hard-won. They would continue to safeguard this world, ever ready to embrace new challenges for the future of humanity. Chapter 84. A new crisis upon returning to headquarters. Lingyue and her team were met with a hero's welcome. Colorful banners adorned the front of the headquarters building, as people cheered and celebrated the monumental victory of dismantling the Shadow Alliance's core stronghold. Lingyue disembarked from the aircraft, her weary visage breaking into a gratified smile at the vibrant scene before her. In that moment, she felt the worth of all their efforts and sacrifices. During the celebratory banquet at headquarters, representatives from various sectors came forth to extend their congratulations. The president personally awarded Lingyue and her team with honor medals, lauding their significant contributions to world peace. Su Feng jubilantly raised a toast with his teammates, reveling in the euphoria of victory. Yet, Lingyue appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze frequently drifting towards the window, a sense of unease gnawing at her. After the banquet concluded, Lingyue returned to her office. Seated at her desk, she opened the research documents and experimental data retrieved from the Shadow Alliance's base. Delving into their intricate contents, the materials proved complex, encompassing various high-tech studies and malevolent schemes, and with each passing moment, Lingyue's frown deepened. She realized that the Shadow Alliance's plans were far more extensive and convoluted than they had initially perceived. Although the core stronghold had been destroyed, their influence seemed far from eradicated. As Lingyue pondered this troubling revelation, a knock echoed at the office door. Su Feng entered, and upon seeing Lingyue's serious expression, his smile faded. "Lingyue, what's wrong? Still poring over those documents?" he inquired with concern. Lingyue lifted her gaze to meet his and responded, "Su Feng, something feels amiss. These documents indicate that the Shadow Alliance has multiple secret research bases globally. Their plans appear to be ongoing." Su Feng's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "How can this be? Haven't we already demolished their core stronghold?" he asked, puzzled. Lingyue shook her head, stating, "It seems we have underestimated their power and ambition. This organization is deeply entrenched. We must act swiftly to dismantle their remaining bases, or the consequences could be dire." Just then, her communicator beeped. The intelligence department relayed that they had intercepted a mysterious communication signal of unknown origin, seemingly connected to the Shadow Alliance. Lingyue and Su Feng hastened to the intelligence department to examine the transmission. The signal revealed a deep voice proclaiming, "Though the core stronghold is lost, the plan must not cease. Activate the contingency protocol and accelerate our progress. We shall make the world tremble at our ascent." Hearing this transmission filled Lingyue and Su Feng with trepidation as they recognized that a new crisis was silently approaching. To uncover the truth post-haste, Lingyue resolved to lead an elite team to investigate the vicinity from which the signal originated. Su Feng volunteered to accompany her, and she readily agreed. After thorough preparations, Lingyue and Su Feng, along with their team, boarded the most advanced stealth aircraft and set course for the target area. They remained vigilant throughout the journey, bracing for any potential hazards. Upon reaching the designated region, they found themselves hovering over a desolate desert, devoid of any conspicuous structures or facilities. Lingyue and her team descended into the sands, beginning a meticulous search. Employing high-tech scanning equipment, they conducted a comprehensive survey of the environment. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered a concealed entrance to a vast underground base. The entrance was fortified with an array of advanced defense systems, making entry a formidable challenge. After deliberating, Lingyue decided to split the team into two groups. One would divert the attention of the defense systems, while the other sought a way to disable them. Su Feng led the first group towards the base entrance, unleashing a barrage of gunfire to create a ruckus and successfully attracting the defense system's firepower. Meanwhile, Lingyue guided the second group in search of vulnerabilities in the defense systems. After careful observation, they discovered that the energy supply core for the defense system was situated in a concealed location to the left of the entrance. If they could destroy this core, the defense systems would be temporarily incapacitated. Lingyue stealthily approached the energy core with her team, launching a sudden assault on it with their weapons. The energy core exploded under the intensity of their attack, resulting in the incapacitation of the defense systems. Seizing the moment, Su Feng and the first group surged into the base, immediately engaging in fierce combat with the enemies inside. The adversaries were evidently well prepared, well-equipped, and formidable. Lingyue and her team found themselves embroiled in close-quarters combat within the narrow corridors, where gunfire and explosions echoed relentlessly. Su Feng displayed remarkable valor during the skirmish, leading his teammates through successive enemy defenses with unwavering determination. In the midst of the battle, Lingyue discerned that the base was conducting a clandestine experiment. The laboratory housed an array of bizarre devices and instruments, seemingly nurturing something dreadful. Realizing the urgency to halt this experiment before it could come to fruition, she led her team towards the laboratory, dispatching numerous foes along the way. Upon finally reaching the laboratory, they found the experiment nearing completion. The colossal energy apparatus pulsated ominously at the center, radiating an eerie glow. As Lingyue and her team entered the laboratory, they were immediately surrounded by a horde of robots. These machines exhibited formidable offensive capabilities and agile movements, plunging Lingyue and her team into a fierce struggle. In the chaos, Su Feng spotted the control hub of the robots. Disregarding his safety, he charged forward and destroyed it with his weapon. The robots instantly lost control, collapsing to the ground en masse. Lingyue capitalized on this opportunity to rush towards the energy apparatus in an attempt to shut it down. However, as she approached, a familiar figure emerged. "Did you expect to see me again, Lingyue?" A chilling voice echoed. Lingyue looked up to find herself face-to-face with the Shadow Alliance's second-in-command, Night Shadow. Having crossed paths with Lingyue in previous confrontations, he was a seasoned adversary. "Night Shadow, how dare you show your face? Today marks your end," Lingyue retorted angrily. Night Shadow merely sneered, gesturing with his hand as several hidden compartments in the laboratory walls opened, releasing even more robots. Lingyue and her team found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament once again. Su Feng, recognizing the severity of the situation, immediately rallied his teammates to engage the robots in a desperate fight. While Lingyue squared off against Night Shadow in a one-on-one confrontation, Night Shadow proved to be a formidable opponent, launching lethal attacks with precision. Yet, Lingyue remained undaunted, employing her exceptional combat skills and indomitable spirit to match his prowess. During the fierce clash, Lingyue identified a momentary vulnerability in Night Shadow's defense. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful strike, forcing him back. Night Shadow staggered, losing his balance and retreating towards the energy apparatus. Lingyue quickly pressed the button on her controller, resulting in an explosive detonation of the energy apparatus. The colossal surge of energy engulfed Night Shadow, obliterating the entire laboratory in the process. Lingyue and her team narrowly escaped the explosion, sprinting out of the base just as it trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. "Hurry!" Lingyue shouted. Leading her team, they sprinted toward the spacecraft. They raced through the desert and managed to board the vessel just moments before the base collapsed. The craft ascended rapidly, departing from the perilous zone. Lingyue gazed down at the gradually vanishing base, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Although this mission had successfully destroyed a vital enemy stronghold, she was acutely aware that the Shadow Alliance's threat still loomed, and they had a long journey ahead. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue reported the mission's details to the president and senior officials. The president's expression was grave as he affirmed his unwavering support for Lingyue and her team. Vowing to eradicate the Shadow Alliance swiftly, without pause for rest, Lingyue and her team immediately plunged into preparations for the next battle. They understood that for the sake of global peace and security, they must persist in their fight until the Shadow Alliance was entirely vanquished, allowing the world to embrace the dawn of true tranquility. Chapter 85. Clues in the Mist. After returning from the desert base, Lingyue and her team had little time to recuperate before immersing themselves in an in-depth investigation of the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Despite their prior mission yielding preliminary victory, the Shadow Alliance resembled a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows, perpetually generating threats. Lingyue sat in the conference room, her table cluttered with various documents and materials, while the large screen on the wall flickered with intelligence from around the globe. She rubbed her temples, fatigue weighing on her from prolonged intense work, yet her gaze remained resolute. Su Feng entered the conference room, his heart aching at the sight of Lingyue. "Lingyue, you should take a break. We can review these materials together." She shook her head, replying, "There's no time. The Shadow Alliance's activities are escalating, and we must swiftly uncover their next move." At that moment, a report from the European branch captured their attention. It revealed suspicious individuals frequently appearing near an abandoned factory in Paris, seemingly engaged in clandestine activities. Lingyue and Su Feng exchanged glances, deciding to investigate Paris themselves. Disguised, they blended into the streets of Paris. Though the city shimmered with night lights, they had no inclination to admire its beauty. Following the leads from the intelligence, They arrived at the vicinity of the abandoned factory. The area was eerily silent. Occasionally interrupted by the distant cries of wildcats, Su Feng vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, whispering to Lingyue, "Something feels off. We must be cautious." Lingyue nodded, and they cautiously approached the factory. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, they found it tightly sealed, yet a small vent was nearby. Lingyue examined the vent and suggested, "Let us enter through here." Su Feng ascended first, then helped Lingyue inside. The factory was permeated with a musty odor, and the dim lighting flickered in the breeze, evoking a sense of dread. As they searched the premises, they discovered strange footprints and abandoned tools. Just as they prepared to delve deeper, they suddenly heard footsteps. Lingyue and Su Feng quickly concealed themselves behind a large machine. Holding their breath, a group of individuals clad in black passed before them, armed and alert. Once they moved away, Lingyue and Su Feng cautiously followed. They traced the figures to the factory's basement, where a pungent odor hung in the air. They spotted enormous containers filled with an unknown liquid and a massive control console adorned with ominous blinking lights. As they stealthily approached the console to ascertain its purpose, a voice suddenly boomed. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Startled, Lingyue and Su Feng spun around to find a man in a white lab coat standing behind them, a handgun in hand. Lingyue steadied her gaze on him, asserting, "We are here to investigate the Shadow Alliance. You would be wise to explain what experiments are being conducted here." The man's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure, insisting, "I don't know what you're talking about. This is merely an ordinary factory." Su Feng scoffed. "An ordinary factory? Do you think we would believe that? These peculiar devices and containers, along with those suspicious individuals. You think you can deceive us?" Realizing he could not conceal the truth, the man abruptly raised his gun and fired at Lingyue and Su Feng. They swiftly evaded while drawing their weapons in retaliation. In the ensuing fierce exchange of fire, Lingyue noted the man's precise aim and agile movements, indicative of specialized training. Seizing an opportunity, Su Feng threw a smoke grenade, which quickly enveloped the area in a thick haze, obscuring the man's vision. Lingyue seized the moment to charge forward, engaging him in close combat. During the struggle, she noticed a distinct tattoo on the man's body, the emblem of the Shadow Alliance. A surge of excitement filled her. She had finally discovered a link to the Shadow Alliance. Intensifying her assault, she ultimately subdued the man. Confronted with defeat, he divulged the situation. This factory was a secret experimental base for the Shadow Alliance, where they were developing a new type of biological weapon. If successful, this weapon would pose a colossal threat to the entire world. Lingyue and Su Feng were taken aback by this revelation. They immediately relayed the information back to headquarters, requesting reinforcements. Upon receiving the alert, headquarters dispatched a specialized demolition team to Paris. With their assistance, Lingyue and Su Feng successfully dismantled the clandestine facility. Eradicating all experimental data and equipment. As they departed the ruins, Lingyue glanced back at the destroyed base, silently vowing to obliterate the Shadow Alliance and liberate the world from its menace. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and Su Feng reviewed the operation's outcomes. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance's influence was widespread, and their actions remained exceedingly clandestine, making detection challenging. To better combat the Shadow Alliance, Lingyue resolved to establish a global intelligence network, uniting agents and informants worldwide to collectively gather intelligence on the organization. In the days that followed, Lingyue and Su Feng tirelessly traversed the globe, coordinating with agents and informants. Their efforts culminated in the establishment of an expansive intelligence network, akin to a vast spider's web, ensnaring every movement of the Shadow Alliance within its surveillance. As the intelligence network evolved, Lingyue and her team gradually acquired crucial leads regarding the Shadow Alliance. Utilizing these insights, they launched a series of operations, successfully demolishing several of the Alliance's secret strongholds and laboratories. Yet, the Shadow Alliance did not recoil. Rather, they grew increasingly aggressive, amplifying their assaults worldwide to sow chaos and panic. Facing unprecedented challenges, Lingyue and her team remained undeterred, resolutely engaging in the fight. During one operation, Lingyue and Su Feng tracked down a significant leader of the Shadow Alliance. They led their team into a remote mountainous region for an intense confrontation. The leader proved cunning, flanked by a cadre of well-trained subordinates. After a grueling battle, Lingyue and Su Feng finally subdued him. From this leader, Lingyue learned of a staggering plot. The Shadow Alliance was clandestinely constructing a super battleship equipped with the most advanced weaponry and defense systems. Once complete, they intended to launch a global assault, fulfilling their ambition of world domination. Stunned by this revelation, Lingyue and Su Feng recognized the urgency of thwarting the Shadow Alliance's plan. Otherwise, the world would face dire catastrophe. They promptly reported this intelligence to headquarters and commenced devising a strategy to dismantle the super battleship. Chapter 86. Shadows in the Deep Sea. In the operations room at headquarters, the atmosphere was as tense as the oppressive stillness before a storm. But a formidable holographic projection displayed a menacing model of the super battleship. Its every detail a testament to the Shadow Alliance's malevolent ingenuity and frenzied aspirations. Lingyue and Su Feng stood before the projection, brows furrowed, their minds racing with potential countermeasures, should this battleship become operational. The ramifications would be catastrophic. We must destroy it before it launches, Lingyue declared resolutely. Though her concern was palpable, Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the battleship model. However, the Shadow Alliance is undoubtedly guarding the construction site with utmost vigilance. Finding it will not be a simple task. Just as they pondered their next steps, an intelligence officer hurried in, clutching a classified document. I have just received urgent intel. According to the latest information, the construction site of the super battleship is likely located near a deep-sea island in the South Pacific. There are abnormal energy fluctuations detected, and the surrounding waters are under tight surveillance by unidentified forces. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lingyue's eyes. This may be our only chance. Prepare immediately. We are heading to the South Pacific. After a long and arduous journey, the elite team led by Lingyue arrived at the target maritime zone aboard the most advanced stealth submarine. The vessel gradually submerged into the abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, with only the faint signals emitted by the sonar equipment breaking the silence. Warning: unidentified underwater objects detected ahead, numerous in number, suspected enemy patrol submarines. Reported the sonar operator, anxiety evident in his voice. Lingyue swiftly commanded, maintain silence, activate the cloaking shield, and proceed cautiously to assess the situation. The submarine maneuvered with utmost care, and through the observation window, they glimpsed a cluster of oddly shaped submarines circling a submerged mountain range. These vessels emanated an eerie blue glow, clearly indicating they were new equipment of the Shadow Alliance. Su Feng murmured, it seems we have found the right place. This underwater mountain might conceal the construction base for a super battleship. Lingyue nodded in agreement. But these patrol submarines pose a significant challenge. We must devise a strategy to breach their defenses. At that moment, one of the patrol submarines appeared to sense something amiss, abruptly altering its course and heading swiftly towards them. Lingyue immediately ordered, prepare for combat, activate the defense systems. As the enemy submarine drew nearer, it unexpectedly launched a torpedo. Remaining composed, Lingyue deftly maneuvered the submarine to evade the attack, while simultaneously commanding the launch of electromagnetic interference munitions. The interference devices detonated underwater, instantly incapacitating the enemy submarine's electronic systems. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue led her team to break through the patrol line and approach the underwater mountain. A concealed entrance to the mountain. They successfully disembarked. Inside the base, the lighting was dim, the passageways labyrinthine, and the air thick with a metallic scent. Lingyue and her comrades proceeded cautiously, ever vigilant for enemy ambushes. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. Lingyue signaled her team to conceal themselves, and, as the enemies drew near, they swiftly launched an attack. Dispatching several guards with precision and efficiency, they pressed deeper into the base and arrived at a vast workshop. The sight before them was astonishing. An almost completed super battleship loomed silently within, surrounded by advanced construction equipment and bustling technicians. This is it. We must destroy it immediately, Lingyue whispered. Just as they prepared to act, alarms blared throughout the workshop. Their previous actions had triggered hidden surveillance devices to in an instant. Numerous mechanical sentinels surged in from all directions, heavily armed and fiercely determined. Lingyue and her team quickly sought cover, engaging in fierce combat with the oncoming foes. Su Feng raised his energy rifle, continuously firing at the enemy. This isn't sustainable. There are too many of them that we need a strategy. While shooting, Lingyue scanned her surroundings and suddenly noticed a massive energy conduit overhead, connecting to the battleship's core power system. Su Feng, look at that conduit. If we can sabotage it, it might trigger a chain reaction and destroy the battleship, Lingyue exclaimed. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Good idea, but how do we get up there? Lingyue observed and discovered an adjacent elevator leading to the top. She instructed her team, Su Feng and I will go disable the conduit. You all hold the enemies here. Without hesitation, the two dashed towards the elevator. With the team's firepower providing cover, Lingyue and Su Feng successfully ascended. However, just as they were nearing the top, a group of enemies pursued them via another elevator. Su Feng turned, firing his pistol to deter their approach, while Lingyue focused on the elevator controls. Finally reaching the top, they raced towards the energy conduit, only to find it surrounded by defense mechanisms. Lingyue produced a hacking tool and began to dismantle the defense system, while Su Feng engaged in close combat with the pursuing enemies. Time ticked away, but at last, Lingyue succeeded in breaching the defenses. She retrieved a high-energy bomb, affixed it to the conduit, and set the detonation timer. "Move quickly, the bomb is about to explode," she shouted. The two sprinted towards the exit, pursued relentlessly by their enemies. Just as they were nearing safety, the bomb detonated, the shockwave shaking the entire workshop, while the battleship's core power system spiraled into chaos. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Lingyue and Su Feng leaped back onto their submarine and swiftly departed the base. Behind them, the super battleship disintegrated amidst the explosion, and the underwater mountain began to collapse. They had successfully obliterated the Shadow Alliance's super battleship, yet Lingyue understood that the Shadow Alliance would not relent. New challenges loomed ominously on the horizon. As they journeyed back to headquarters, Lingyue gazed into the profound ocean beyond the submarine, silently vowing to protect the world's peace, no matter the adversities the enemy might conjure. Chapter 87. The Embers of Darkness. Upon returning from the deep sea, Lingyue and her team took a brief respite before plunging into a comprehensive sweep of the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Although the destruction of the super battleship dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance, they were acutely aware that this dark force would not dissipate easily. Embers still smoldered in the shadows. Within the intelligence center of headquarters, a torrent of information flooded in. Lingyue and Su Feng fixated on the large screen, where suspicious intel from across the globe flickered incessantly. After meticulous scrutiny and analysis, they pinpointed a crucial lead. A mysterious organization frequently operated within a tropical rainforest in Southeast Asia, with numerous indicators suggesting deep connections to the Shadow Alliance. Lingyue furrowed her brow, her fingers lightly tapping the table. This rainforest is remote and the terrain complex. It has long been a blind spot for surveillance. The Shadow Alliance likely harbors significant strongholds there. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, they may be plotting new schemes under the cover of the rainforest that we must act swiftly. Thus, Lingyue led an adequately equipped team aboard a modified helicopter toward the Southeast Asian rainforest. The helicopter descended carefully at the forest's edge, and the team members cautiously ventured into the enigmatic wilderness. The humid air, dense foliage, and the occasional strange sounds imbued the rainforest with an aura of danger. They navigated along a barely discernible path when Su Feng suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings warily. "Something's amiss. It's too quiet here." Unlike a normal rainforest, Lingyue sensed the anomaly as well, signaling her team to disperse and maintain a combat formation. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and countless hidden arrows rained down from all directions. "Watch out," Lingyue shouted, and the team quickly took cover, retaliating with their weapons through the thick branches. They caught glimpses of a group of strangely clad individuals lurking in the shadows, launching their assault. Su Feng raised his weapon, firing towards the enemy. "Who are these people? Are they minions of the Shadow Alliance?" Lingyue, while evading the arrows, observed the enemy's movements. "Whoever they are, we need to break through first." The team coordinated their efforts. Using suppressive fire to gradually escape the encirclement, they pressed deeper into the rainforest, ultimately uncovering a camp concealed within a valley. The perimeter was fortified with various defenses, adorned with strange totems and flags emblazoned with the Shadow Alliance's insignia. "Indeed, they are here," Lingyue murmured. "This must be one of their secret strongholds." Su Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he surveyed the camp. "This time, we must capture them all." Lingyue devised a detailed assault plan, dividing the team into 3 groups to launch an attack from different angles. With the command given, battle was joined. The team rapidly breached the enemy's outer defenses and stormed into the camp's interior. The enemy, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, quickly descended into chaos. However, they soon regrouped and mounted a counterattack. Though their equipment was rudimentary, the enemy's fighting spirit was fierce, and their familiarity with the terrain posed significant obstacles to Lingyue and her team's advance. Amidst the intense firefight, Lingyue noticed a massive tent at the camp center, which appeared to conceal something important. Exchanging glances with Su Feng, they resolved to charge inside together. With their teammates providing covering fire, they dashed towards the tent. Along the way, they encountered heavy resistance, yet through their exceptional combat skills and seamless cooperation, they broke through the defenses and entered the tent. Inside, a pungent odor filled the air, and a colossal device dominated the center, surrounded by various intricate instruments and equipment. Lingyue observed the apparatus closely. Recognizing its connection to some form of energy transmission at that moment, a towering figure emerged from behind the tent. It was a tall man, his face marred by a grotesque scar, eyes betraying madness and despair. "Did you think you could easily destroy our stronghold? You are gravely mistaken," he sneered. "This device is our ultimate trump card. Once activated, the entire rainforest will be obliterated, and you shall not escape alive." Lingyue's heart raced. She realized the man was not jesting. Rapidly formulating a strategy, she attempted to buy time. "This is a reckless act. Countless innocent lives will be lost," the man, unfazed, retorted, "for the resurgence of the Shadow Alliance. Such sacrifices are necessary." As he advanced towards the device, preparing to activate it, Su Feng sprang into action, engaging the man in combat. Lingyue seized the opportunity to search for the device's weak points. Intent on sabotaging it. In the midst of their fierce struggle, Su Feng gradually gained the upper hand. He delivered a powerful blow, sending the man crashing to the ground, and rushed forward to prevent him from activating the device. Lingyue finally located the core of the device. She retrieved a high-energy bomb and affixed it to the apparatus. "Hurry, the bomb is about to explode," she shouted. The two swiftly exited the tent to alert their comrades to evacuate. Just as they left the camp, the bomb detonated and a thunderous explosion reverberated, engulfing the entire camp in flames and smoke. They had successfully obliterated the Shadow Alliance's stronghold in the rainforest, averting a potential catastrophe. Yet, Lingyue understood that the remnants of the Shadow Alliance persisted. Their struggle was far from concluded. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue and her team conducted a debriefing of the mission. They realized that the ideology of the Shadow Alliance had infiltrated some remote areas, ensnaring many individuals. To eradicate the influence of the Shadow Alliance completely, they needed not only to strike against the enemy's military might, but also to delve into these regions to disseminate the ideals of peace and justice. Thus, Lingyue and her team embarked on a new journey. They traversed the globe, confronting the remnants of the Shadow Alliance, while actively assisting those regions affected by the Alliance in rebuilding their homes and restoring order. Throughout this process, they encountered countless hardships and challenges, yet they never wavered, for they knew that only by vanquishing the darkness entirely could the world truly embrace the light. Chapter 88. The Dawn's Light. Lingyue and her team's relentless assaults across the globe had sent the remnants of the Shadow Alliance scurrying like frightened animals. However, they were acutely aware that the enemy would not yield easily. They must pursue their advantage and eradicate this dark force entirely. During an intelligence analysis meeting, a report from the Middle East captured Lingyue's keen interest. The intelligence indicated that several core members of the Shadow Alliance had been frequently appearing deep within the desert, seemingly preparing for a large-scale counterattack. A resolute determination shone in Lingyue's eyes. This was an excellent opportunity to decisively dismantle the Shadow Alliance. They could not allow them to succeed. Su Feng clenched his fists in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, this time we must leave them with no escape." Thus, Lingyue led her team once more on a mission. Riding in specially modified desert combat vehicles towards the Middle Eastern sands. In the desert, the sun blazed overhead, and scorching grains of sand whipped about in the gale. Armed with advanced navigation equipment and unwavering resolve, Lingyue and her team trudged through the vast expanse of sand. After hours of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the designated area mentioned in the intelligence report. The team cautiously approached, using the dunes for cover as they surveyed their surroundings. Soon, they discovered a secret base concealed within a valley. The area was fortified with an array of advanced defense systems and patrolled by armed personnel, rendering it heavily guarded. Lingyue furrowed her brow, contemplating how to breach the enemy's defenses. These fortifications are formidable. A frontal assault would result in unnecessary casualties. Su Feng examined the base and proposed, "We can deploy drones for reconnaissance, seeking vulnerabilities in the defense systems, and then launch a flanking assault." Lingyue nodded in agreement, promptly dispatching drones for comprehensive surveillance of the base. After meticulous observation, they identified the base's power supply system located within a small structure at the rear. Destroying it would incapacitate the defense systems. Lingyue swiftly devised a battle plan, dividing the team into two groups. One group, led by Su Feng, would attract the enemy's attention with a feigned frontal assault, while the other, personally led by Lingyue, would stealthily maneuver to the rear of the base to dismantle the power supply system. The battle commenced as Su Feng's team charged towards the base, engaging the enemy's defensive installations with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. The defenders were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught and retaliated fiercely. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy focused on the front, Lingyue led her second team around to the rear of the base, utilizing the desert terrain as concealment. they silently approached the power supply structure. However, just as they were nearing their target, a patrolling guard spotted them. The enemy immediately sounded the alarm, and a contingent of armed personnel rushed toward their position. "Open fire," Lingyue commanded. The team swiftly armed themselves. Engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lingyue noted the enemy's firepower was ferocious, and reinforcements continued to arrive. If they could not swiftly neutralize the power supply system, they would find themselves in a perilous situation. She decisively ordered her team to continue holding off the enemy while she dashed towards the power supply building alone. With agile prowess and exceptional combat skills, Lingyue breached the enemy's defenses and entered the structure. Inside, a technician frantically operated the equipment, attempting to activate the backup power. Without hesitation, Lingyue shot him down and quickly located the core of the power supply system. Installing the high-energy bomb. "Hurry, the bomb is about to explode," she relayed through her communicator. The team promptly evacuated, and just as they exited the building, the bomb detonated and a tremendous explosion echoed, instantly crippling the base's power supply system and rendering the defense mechanisms ineffective. Su Feng's frontal assault team seized the moment to launch a full-scale attack, storming into the base like tigers unleashed, engaging in close-quarters combat with the enemy, deprived of their defensive support. The enemy's resistance began to falter. After a fierce struggle, Lingyue and her team successfully secured the base. They scoured the premises and uncovered a trove of documents and communications linked to the Shadow Alliance. Ample evidence to expose the Alliance's crimes. However, they found no trace of the core members of the Shadow Alliance. Lingyue realized that these cunning adversaries had likely anticipated the danger and fled the base in advance. Just as they prepared to withdraw, a team member discovered a small communication device hidden in a concealed corner of the base. Lingyue approached, examining the device closely, and discovered it was transmitting a signal to a specific coordinate. A thought sparked in her mind. This coordinate might well indicate the hiding place of the Shadow Alliance's core members. Thus, they set off once more, following the trail of coordinates in pursuit. After a long journey, they arrived at a small town on the edge of the desert. The town appeared tranquil, yet Lingyue and her team sensed an ominous atmosphere. They cautiously entered the town and began their search. In the central square, they encountered a group of suspicious individuals. Upon spotting Lingyue and her team, these individuals revealed hostility, brandishing weapons. Lingyue and her team swiftly entered combat mode, and an intense exchange of fire ensued. During the skirmish, Lingyue discerned that these individuals were indeed core members of the Shadow Alliance. After a fierce battle, Lingyue and her team ultimately subdued all of the enemies, with the capture of the Shadow Alliance's core members. This once feared dark organization was finally obliterated. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, filled with the joy of victory and a profound sense of accomplishment. Their heroic deeds resonated worldwide, earning them admiration and accolades. Standing before the window of the headquarters building, Lingyue gazed out at the bustling city, her heart awash with reflection. The darkness that once loomed over the world had been dispelled, and the dawn's light illuminated the earth, ushering in peace and hope. Yet, she understood that peace was hard-won. They would remain vigilant guardians of this world, ensuring that tranquility endured. Chapter 89. The crisis of the post-Shadow era following the complete dismantling of the Shadow Alliance. The world welcomed a long-awaited peace. Lingyue and her team emerged as global heroes, their names celebrated, and their deeds enshrined in history. Headquarters organized a grand celebration to honor their outstanding contributions to world peace. However, Lingyue remained grounded, not allowing the victory to cloud her judgment. Amid the jubilant festivities, she discreetly retreated to the intelligence analysis room, where a vast array of materials collected from the Shadow Alliance's bases lay. Despite multiple examinations, she felt that crucial clues had been overlooked. Lingyue sat at a desk piled high with documents, perusing the intricate technical reports and encrypted communications. Time passed slowly, and just as she was on the verge of surrendering, a file labeled Backup of Project X captured her attention. Much of the document was encrypted, but through her exceptional skills, she managed to decipher the key information. The Shadow Alliance, prior to its downfall, had initiated a clandestine plan to disperse samples of a lethal virus within critical infrastructures around the globe, poised to trigger a global catastrophe upon activation. Lingyue's face paled instantly. She immediately summoned Su Feng and core team members for an urgent meeting. When she shared this alarming news, a heavy silence fell over the room. Su Feng was the first to break the stillness. How could this happen? We have dismantled all their strongholds. How could they have such a contingency plan? Lingyue replied solemnly. It appears the Shadow Alliance anticipated their eventual defeat and preemptively set this scheme in motion that we must locate these virus samples as soon as possible. The consequences could be catastrophic. Following the remnants of clues in the document, they embarked on a global pursuit. Their first target pointed to a nuclear power plant in Europe. Lingyue and her team swiftly arrived at the power plant, only to find it under the control of a mysterious faction. These individuals were well-equipped, clearly remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Su Feng exclaimed in anger. These rascals remain unyielding and dare to resist. Lingyue calmly observed the situation, noting, their objective must be to safeguard the virus samples. We must exercise caution to avoid triggering the virus. After a fierce exchange of fire, Lingyue and her team successfully breached the enemy's defenses and entered the nuclear power plant's interior. In a concealed basement, they discovered the first virus sample, encased in a specially designed container surrounded by intricate triggering devices. Lingyue cautiously approached the container, attempting to disarm the mechanisms, just as she was about to succeed. The enemy launched a suicide attack. Su Feng, witnessing this, rushed over and tackled Lingyue to the ground. Following the explosion, Su Feng's arm was injured, but fortunately, the virus sample remained undisturbed. Lingyue looked at Su Feng gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Su Feng." He replied with a smile. "We are a team. No need for thanks." They successfully destroyed the first virus sample and hurried towards their next target, a large hydraulic hub in Asia. Upon arriving at the hub, they found it similarly fortified. The remnants of the Shadow Alliance had set numerous traps. Utilizing the hub's complex terrain as Lingyue and her team advanced, they faced constant enemy assaults. In the midst of a fierce battle, one team member was injured. Though Lingyue felt anxious, she understood the necessity of remaining composed. She skillfully led her team to utilize the hub's facilities, successfully evading the enemy's pursuit and locating the second virus sample. This time, the triggering device was even more intricate, and time was of the essence. Triggering it would unleash a flood, submerging the surrounding cities. Lingyue and the technical team raced against the clock to decipher the device, their foreheads glistening with sweat. At the last moment, they successfully disarmed the triggering mechanism and destroyed the virus sample. After continuous exertion and combat, the team was exhausted, yet they knew there were more virus samples awaiting their discovery. In the following days, Lingyue and her team traversed the globe, engaging in thrilling confrontations with the remaining forces of the Shadow Alliance. Each encounter was fraught with peril, yet armed with unwavering conviction and exceptional combat skills, they repeatedly turned adversity into triumph. Ultimately, after overcoming countless hardships, they located the final virus sample. This sample was hidden within an ancient ruin in Africa, surrounded by various mysterious mechanisms and formidable guardians. Lingyue and her team cautiously entered the ruin, deciphering one mechanism after another, eventually reaching the chamber housing the virus sample. However, the guardian within was extraordinarily powerful, possessing unimaginable strength. Leading to a grueling battle, Su Feng sustained severe injuries, yet continued to fight valiantly. Lingyue, witnessing her injured comrade, was filled with fury and determination. She focused her mind, identified the guardian's weakness, and delivered a decisive blow. After successfully defeating the guardian, Lingyue obliterated the last virus sample. Thus, the nefarious plans of the Shadow Alliance were thoroughly dismantled. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, adorned with the glory of victory. Though battered and bruised, their faces radiated with satisfaction. The world had once again been rescued from crisis, and they would continue to safeguard this hard-won peace, bracing themselves for future challenges. Chapter 90. A new journey and potential threats at the grand celebration banquet in headquarters. Laughter and joy echoed in every corner. People expressed their respect and gratitude towards Lingyue and her team with the loudest applause and cheers. Colorful lights flickered, illuminating the joyous expressions on everyone's faces, while tables were laden with exquisite food and drink, as if in celebration of an unending victory. Lingyue, dressed in a pristine uniform, accepted the congratulations with a subtle smile. However, amidst the festive atmosphere, a trace of imperceptible worry shone in her eyes. While those around her immersed themselves in revelry, her thoughts drifted far away. She was acutely aware that although the Shadow Alliance had been utterly defeated and the virus crisis resolved, the world's peace remained precariously balanced, susceptible to new challenges at any moment. After the banquet concluded, Lingyue ascended to the rooftop of headquarters alone. The night sky sparkled with stars, and the city shone brightly. Everything appeared so serene and beautiful. Yet, Lingyue understood that beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. Just then, Su Feng joined her on the rooftop. His arm was still bandaged, yet his stride remained strong and determined. What are you thinking about? Su Feng softly inquired. Lingyue turned to him, a hint of reassurance in her gaze. I was pondering whether we can truly protect this peace forever. Su Feng paused for a moment before smiling. Of course we can. As long as we stand together, no evil force will disrupt this peace. Lingyue nodded gently, warmth swelling within her heart. However, before they could savor this fleeting tranquility, a new crisis quietly emerged. Days later, headquarters received urgent intelligence from Interpol. A mysterious armed force had appeared in a tropical rainforest in South America. They operated covertly, equipped with advanced weaponry, frequently attacking local villages and research institutions. Seemingly searching for something significant, Lingyue and Su Feng immediately convened their team for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Lingyue projected the intelligence onto the screen, stating gravely, according to the information provided by Interpol, the actions of this armed force are highly suspicious. Their target is likely a new type of biological weapon, and should it fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Su Feng furrowed his brow. Could it be remnants of the Shadow Alliance? Lingyue shook her head. We cannot ascertain that yet, but whoever they are, we cannot allow them to succeed. After a thorough discussion, Lingyue decided to lead her team to South America to investigate the true intentions of this mysterious armed force and thwart their nefarious plans. After a long journey, Lingyue and her team finally arrived at the tropical rainforest in South America. The climate was sweltering, mosquitoes swarmed, and the dense foliage concealed countless unknown dangers. They cautiously advanced along a narrow path, skillfully avoiding various traps and wild beasts. During their progress, they noticed peculiar signs, large footprints that were oddly shaped and did not resemble those of ordinary animals. Additionally, they discovered damaged research equipment and scattered documents. Lingyue picked up a document filled with strange symbols and data, appearing to be some sort of experimental record. What do these symbols and data mean? A team member queried in confusion. Lingyue furrowed her brow, studying the document intently. I'm not entirely sure, but I have a feeling it relates to what that mysterious armed force is searching for. At that moment, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted ahead. Lingyue quickly led her team towards the sound. Upon arrival, they found a group of armed militants attacking a small village. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, cries and shouts mingling in chaos. Seeing this, Lingyue immediately commanded, "Team, prepare for battle. We must protect these villagers." The team swiftly mobilized, engaging in fierce combat with the armed militants. After an intense struggle, Lingyue and her team successfully repelled the attackers. The villagers gathered around them, gazing at them with gratitude. Through translation, Lingyue learned that these militants had repeatedly assaulted the village, searching for a legendary mysterious plant. This plant, said to grow deep within the rainforest, was rumored to possess immense power. Lingyue realized that this mysterious plant could very well be the key ingredient in the biological weapon the armed force was pursuing. She resolved to lead her team deeper into the rainforest to locate this plant and thwart the militant scheme. Guided by the villagers, Lingyue and her team ventured down a concealed path into the depths of the rainforest. Along the way, they encountered various dangers: giant snakes, venomous spiders, and ferocious beasts, each moment fraught with peril. Yet, they did not falter. Bolstered by unwavering conviction and exceptional combat skills, they repeatedly transformed danger into safety. Finally, they arrived at the site where the mysterious plant grew. It was a vast valley shrouded in a delicate mist. With the enigmatic plant flourishing at its center, Lingyue and her team cautiously approached the plant, only to find it surrounded by numerous traps and mechanisms. They prepared to disarm the traps. The mysterious armed force suddenly appeared, encircling Lingyue and her team, led by a masked man. "Oh, you really believe you can stop us?" the masked man said coldly. Lingyue stared at him fearlessly, declaring, "Your plot will not succeed. We will ensure this mysterious plant remains out of your reach." A fierce battle ensued between the two parties. Lingyue and her team fought valiantly against the armed militants, cleverly utilizing the surrounding terrain and traps to fend off the enemy's assaults. During the fight, Lingyue noticed the masked man was exceptionally skilled. Each of his moves posed a deadly threat. After a grueling struggle, Lingyue finally discerned the masked man's weakness. Focusing her energy, she launched a decisive strike, successfully defeating the masked leader. The armed militants, witnessing their leader's defeat, scattered in disarray. Lingyue and her team successfully safeguarded the mysterious plant, returning it to headquarters to be entrusted to professional researchers for further examination. Upon investigation, the scientists discovered that this enigmatic flora indeed possessed formidable power, yet if misused, it could unleash catastrophic consequences. Lingyue and her comrades once more saved the world, their names celebrated anew. However, They understood that this was merely a new beginning. With myriad challenges awaiting them in the future, they would continue to protect this hard-won peace. Embarking on a fresh journey for the tranquility of the world. Chapter 91. A crisis beneath the surface in the research laboratory at headquarters. Soft lights illuminated the various intricate instruments as researchers bustled around the mysterious plant. Their eyes sparkled with focus and curiosity, as if this small botanical specimen held the potential to transform the world. Lingyue and Su Feng stood quietly to the side, observing the scene with a mix of satisfaction at having completed their mission and an undercurrent of unease about the unknown. Preliminary tests revealed that the energy contained within this plant was extraordinary, and its unique cellular structure might provide novel insights for the development of renewable energy. Dr. Li, the chief research expert, exclaimed excitedly. Holding the testing report with glimmering eyes, Lingyue nodded slightly, her face breaking into a smile. This is promising news, and I hope it truly benefits humanity. Yet, a subtle trace of worry lingered within her smile. In her view, such immense power would inevitably attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions. Su Feng seemed to sense Lingyue's thoughts and gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry. With us around, we will certainly safeguard it. Lingyue turned to Su Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude. However, the tranquil days did not last long. Soon after, headquarters received unsettling news that in the Middle East, a burgeoning terrorist organization had rapidly risen. Their operations shrouded in secrecy and brutality, seemingly armed with advanced weaponry. More concerning was the intelligence indicating their keen interest in the mysterious plant. Upon learning of this, Lingyue immediately summoned her team for an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, akin to the sky before a storm. Lingyue displayed the latest intelligence on the large screen, her expression serious. The emergence of this terrorist organization is highly suspicious. With unclear sources of funding and weaponry, according to reliable intelligence, they have begun searching throughout the Middle East for clues related to the mysterious plant, and we must act swiftly. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing a resolute determination. That Su Feng furrowed his brow, analyzing. From their actions, it is likely that a powerful force supports them. This time, we are facing more than just a simple terrorist organization. After extensive discussion, Lingyue decided to lead her team to the Middle East to investigate the true intentions of this terrorist group and prevent them from acquiring any aspect of the mysterious plant. To avoid alarming them, they disguised themselves as ordinary merchants and secretly infiltrated regions where the terrorist organization was active. In the scorching deserts of the Middle East, the sun blazed down, scorching sand swirling beneath their feet. Lingyue and her team, clad in lightweight attire and veils, struggled through the desert. They gathered intelligence about the terrorist organization through various channels, gradually piecing together their strongholds and operational patterns. During a covert reconnaissance mission, they discovered a secret base of the terrorist organization, hidden within a desert oasis. The site was fortified with various defensive measures and patrolled by armed personnel. Lingyue and her team cautiously approached the base, employing advanced reconnaissance equipment to glean more about their plans. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, they suddenly encountered a patrol team from the terrorist organization. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted, the desert echoing with the sounds of battle. Utilizing their exceptional combat skills and cooperative tactics, Lingyue and her team successfully repelled the patrol, yet their position was compromised. Upon realizing that outsiders had infiltrated their territory, the terrorist organization immediately heightened their defenses. Lingyue understood that continuing reconnaissance would be exceedingly difficult, but they could not abandon their mission. After deliberating, they resolved to exploit the internal conflicts within the terrorist organization to find an opening. Through intelligence analysis, they discovered two factions within the organization, frequently clashing over power and resources. Lingyue decided to mediate, inciting discord between them to create an opportunity. They managed to establish contact with one faction, revealing the other faction's conspiracy, successfully igniting their fury. The conflict between the two factions escalated rapidly, culminating in a fierce internal war. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and her team infiltrated the core area of the terrorist organization, searching for clues regarding the mysterious plant in an underground warehouse. They finally uncovered documents detailing the terrorist organization's research on the mysterious plant. From these documents, they learned of a nefarious plan to harness the power of the mysterious plant to create a superweapon, threatening nations worldwide to fulfill their malevolent objectives. Lingyue's expression turned grave as she surveyed the materials in her hands. We cannot allow their plan to come to fruition. We must swiftly destroy these documents and thwart their actions. The team members expressed their unwavering agreement, determination evident in their eyes. Just as they prepared to act, the leader of the terrorist organization suddenly appeared, flanked by a cadre of elite, armed personnel, encircling Lingyue and her team. "Did you think you could easily dismantle my plans?" The leader sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Lingyue met his gaze fearlessly. "Your conspiracy will not succeed. Today marks your end." The battle reignited with fervor, flames erupting within the warehouse amidst the cacophony of explosions. Lingyue and her team maneuvered through the hail of bullets, engaging in a desperate struggle against their enemies. During the fight, Lingyue discerned the leader's formidable combat prowess. Not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he also wielded advanced weaponry with expertise. Yet Lingyue did not falter. With her indomitable spirit and exceptional fighting skills, she gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, Lingyue finally identified the leader's vulnerability. With focused precision, she delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the leader. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the members of the terrorist organization laid down their weapons in surrender. Lingyue and her team successfully obliterated the organization's documents and research equipment pertaining to the mysterious plant, utterly dismantling their wicked scheme. They departed the Middle East with the honor of victory. Returning to headquarters, however, Lingyue understood that this was but a temporary triumph. Many individuals with ulterior motives still roamed the world, their covetous eyes fixated on the mysterious plant that in the future, they would face even more challenges and crises. Yet Lingyue and her team were prepared to continue safeguarding this hard-won peace. Charging forth for the serenity of the world. Chapter 92. The emergence of a transnational criminal network upon returning to headquarters. Lingyue and her team barely had time to recuperate before a new crisis unfolded. The International Criminal Police Organization issued an urgent alert regarding a vast and mysterious transnational criminal network that was quietly rising. With operations spanning multiple continents, encompassing smuggling, human trafficking, illegal arms trading, and various other criminal activities characterized by extreme secrecy and brutality. Even more unsettling was the emerging evidence indicating that this criminal network appeared to have intricate ties to the previously encountered Shadow Alliance. Upon receiving this news, Lingyue promptly summoned her team to the conference room. Weariness marked her features, yet her gaze remained resolute and sharp as she presented the intelligence provided by the International Criminal Police Organization. The information we currently possess suggests that this criminal network is extensive. With a convoluted web of power behind it, they have informants and strongholds worldwide, operating with utmost caution. We must swiftly ascertain their organizational structure and operational modes to effectively combat them. Su Feng scrutinized the dense web of clues and data displayed on the screen. His brow furrowed. If they are indeed linked to the Shadow Alliance, the situation becomes even more complicated. They may still possess remnants of the Alliance's technology and resources. We must tread carefully. The team members nodded in agreement, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Everyone understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet no one wavered. Their eyes reflecting determination and fearlessness. To delve deeper into the transnational criminal network. Lingyue decided to divide the team into multiple groups. She and Su Feng would lead one team to Europe, a region where the criminal network was particularly active. Another team would head to Asia to trace underground black market connections closely linked to the network. Upon arriving in Europe, Lingyue and Su Feng first established contact with local law enforcement. With their assistance, they commenced covert surveillance of suspected strongholds of the criminal network, near an abandoned factory in a bustling city. They detected the presence of suspicious individuals. These individuals moved stealthily, frequently entering and exiting the factory under the cover of night, each time emerging with mysterious packages. Lingyue and her team lay in wait around the factory for several days. Finally, seizing an opportunity on a moonless night, they stealthily infiltrated the factory. As the suspicious individuals made their entrance once more, the factory's interior was dim and damp, permeated by a pungent odor. They proceeded cautiously, evading the patrolling guards. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. Lingyue and her companions immediately halted, concealing themselves in a nearby corner. Through the murky light, they observed a group of individuals transporting enormous crates emblazoned with hazardous material symbols. What could be inside those crates? One team member inquired softly. Lingyue furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the scene. It was likely illegal weapons or contraband. Let us refrain from acting rashly and observe their subsequent movements. At that moment, a guard seemed to sense something amiss, approaching their hiding spot with a flashlight. Lingyue and her team held their breath, gripping their weapons, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, the guard did not discover them. Merely conducting a cursory inspection before departing, the team resumed their pursuit of those transporting the crates, noting that they loaded the crates onto a truck. The vehicle slowly exited the factory, prompting Lingyue and her team to swiftly follow suit. After a winding chase, the truck ultimately halted at a secluded dock that a massive cargo ship was moored there, and the crates were hastily loaded aboard. Lingyue realized that these goods were likely destined for criminals worldwide. She promptly contacted headquarters, requesting backup, preparing to thwart this illicit transaction before the vessel set sail. Meanwhile, the team heading to Asia made a significant discovery. They identified a middleman with close ties to the criminal network in the underground black market. Through clever maneuvering and intense questioning, the middleman eventually divulged crucial information regarding the criminal organization. It turned out that core members of this network convene periodically at a secret location to discuss their next course of action. The Asian team quickly relayed this information to Lingyue. Upon receiving it, she resolved to alter their plans. She left a portion of her team at the dock to continue surveillance while she and Su Feng led the remaining members to Asia, preparing to dismantle the criminal network's core meeting. After a lengthy journey, Lingyue and her companions finally arrived at the secret location in Asia. It was a luxurious villa nestled deep in the mountains, heavily guarded and replete with surveillance equipment and armed sentinels. Utilizing advanced technological means, Lingyue and her team successfully evaded detection, stealthily infiltrating the villa. Inside, they discovered a concealed basement. The door was tightly shut, and voices could be heard emanating from within. Cautiously, Lingyue and her team approached the basement, poised to launch a surprise assault. Just as they were about to engage, they overheard a mention of mysterious plants. Lingyue's heart raced, compelling her to halt and listen closely. It became evident that this transnational criminal network had also set its sights on the enigmatic flora, intending to harness its power to forge a more formidable weapon, thereby solidifying their position in the criminal underworld. Lingyue recognized the gravity of the situation, far more severe than they had initially surmised. At that moment, the basement door swung open, and a guard emerged, spotting Lingyue and her team, immediately raising the alarm. In an instant, the villa erupted in cacophonous alarms, and armed guards surged toward the basement. A fierce battle ensued between Lingyue's team and the adversaries. They maneuvered through the villa, utilizing the terrain and various weapons to repel the enemy's relentless assaults. During the skirmish, Lingyue discerned that the enemy's strength was formidable. They were not only well-equipped, but also highly trained. Yet, Lingyue and her team remained undaunted, gradually gaining the upper hand through unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills. After a fierce struggle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and stormed into the basement. Inside, the core members of the criminal network were thrown into disarray. Lingyue and her team swiftly regained control, subduing them one by one. During the interrogation, they uncovered further secrets and operational plans of the criminal network, successfully thwarting their ambitions regarding the mysterious plants. However, Lingyue understood that this was merely the first step in combating the transnational criminal organization. This colossal entity was deeply entrenched, and dismantling it entirely would necessitate greater effort and sacrifice. Nevertheless, she and her team were resolute, prepared to face whatever lay ahead, unwavering in their commitment to combat the forces of evil for the sake of global peace and security. Chapter 93: The Ancient Secrets and New Crises Behind the Relics. After successfully dismantling the core meeting of the transnational criminal network, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, laden with exhaustion. Just as they anticipated a brief respite, new intelligence emerged, rekindling their anxiety. A confidential report from the archaeological community piqued Lingyue's interest. During excavations at an ancient site in Africa, archaeologists had uncovered peculiar symbols and patterns remarkably similar to the mysterious characters found in the Shadow Alliance's research materials. Lingyue realized that this was no coincidence. A more profound secret likely lay beneath. She convened her team for another meeting, the atmosphere in the conference room heavy with gravity. Lingyue projected the report onto the screen, speaking slowly. Observe these symbols. They bear a striking resemblance to the codes the Shadow Alliance once endeavored to decipher. The archaeologists have also discovered what appear to be remnants of advanced technology, leading to an initial hypothesis that this site may be connected to some ancient super-civilization. Su Feng rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Could it be that the Shadow Alliance was aware of this site all along, and their nefarious plans are linked to this ancient civilization? The team exchanged glances filled with curiosity and confusion. Ultimately, Lingyue resolved to lead her team to Africa, delving deeper into the site to uncover the secrets hidden within and avert any potential crises. After a protracted flight and arduous journey, Lingyue and her companions arrived at the site of the ancient relics in Africa. Before them stood a grand and enigmatic structure, colossal stones forming peculiar edifices that, despite the ravages of time. Still hinted at their former glory. The surrounding desert blazed under the scorching sun, fierce winds whipping up grains of sand that lashed against them as they stepped into the relics. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. The team advanced cautiously, meticulously examining the walls and ground. Suddenly, one member spotted a complete series of symbols on the wall, identical to those in the earlier report. Lingyue approached and began to study them closely. Drawing upon her intellect and knowledge of the arcane, she sensed that these symbols might serve as a guide. Following the trail of symbols, they ventured deeper into the relics, discovering a massive stone door adorned with intricate patterns. At its center, a recess that appeared to lack a crucial object. Just as they examined the stone door, an eerie sound echoed around them, akin to the low murmurs of an ancient creature. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and mechanical puppets emerged from all directions, their formidable forms glinting with metallic sheen, eyes glowing ominously. Be careful. These creatures mean no good, Su Feng shouted. The team quickly entered combat mode. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mechanical puppets, these constructs exhibited incredible strength and agility, each strike delivering a powerful impact. Lingyue and her team fought valiantly, employing agile maneuvers and coordinated tactics to withstand the relentless onslaught. During the fray, Lingyue noticed that the puppets' movements seemed to be governed by a specific signal. While dodging attacks, she searched for the source of this signal. At last, she discovered a faintly glowing device beside the stone door. Likely the control hub for the puppets. Seizing the moment, Lingyue rolled towards the device and used her weapon to destroy it. Instantly, the mechanical puppets collapsed, rendered immobile. The team exhaled in relief and resumed their examination of the stone door. Lingyue recalled clues she had encountered in the Shadow Alliance's documentation, surmising that a specific energy source might be necessary to unlock the door. The team scoured the relics and eventually unearthed a crystal radiating mysterious light in a concealed corner. When Lingyue placed the crystal into the recess at the center of the stone door, it slowly opened, releasing an ancient and enigmatic aura. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal adorned with an ancient tome. Surrounded by a strange luminescence, Lingyue and her team approached the pedestal. They cautiously lifted the book. Suddenly, the tome emitted a blinding light, enveloping them. When the radiance subsided, Lingyue found herself imbued with peculiar knowledge, seemingly connected to a potent energy that the Shadow Alliance had long coveted. Before they could fully comprehend this revelation, a commotion erupted outside the relics. Lingyue and her team hastily exited the chamber, only to discover a group of armed personnel advancing toward the site. At their forefront was a tall man, a greedy smile gracing his face. "Hand over that book. You stand no chance against me." This man was the leader of an international artifact smuggling ring who had learned of the relic's secrets and sought to seize the ancient tome to exploit its power for profit. Lingyue clutched the book tightly, resolutely declaring, "Your nefarious scheme will not succeed. This tome must not fall into your hands." Once again, both parties plunged into a fierce battle. The armed personnel vastly outnumbered them, their firepower overwhelming, and the team found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. However, Lingyue and her team remained undaunted, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain of the ruins while seeking opportunities to counterattack. At a critical juncture in the battle, Su Feng discovered the enemy's ammunition supply point. Stealthily, he circled around to the rear of the enemy and successfully obliterated the supply depot. The enemy was thrown into disarray. And taking advantage of the chaos, Lingyue led her team in a counteroffensive, driving the enemy back relentlessly. Ultimately, the armed personnel were completely repelled, and Lingyue and her team successfully safeguarded the enigmatic tome. Yet, they were acutely aware that this book harbored not only ancient secrets but also unforeseen crises. Bearing the weight of this profound responsibility, they embarked on their journey back, prepared to return to headquarters for an in-depth study of the tome, ready to face the imminent challenges that awaited them, all in the name of preserving the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 94. The Crisis of Headquarters Leakage and the Pursuit of Traitors upon returning to headquarters with the mysterious tome. Lingyue and her team were filled with anticipation, eager to unravel more secrets of ancient civilizations and formidable energies to bolster world peace. However, before they could delve into their research, headquarters plunged into an unprecedented crisis. One morning, as Lingyue arrived at her office, ready to commence her day, she discovered that highly confidential documents had inexplicably appeared on a mysterious online forum. These documents detailed their recent operations, personnel deployments, and unpublished research findings, including sensitive information about the tome. Lingyue was astounded, realizing that a breach had occurred within headquarters, likely due to an insider. She immediately reported the matter to her superiors and summoned all team members for an urgent assembly. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and oppressive, with shock and anger etched on every face. Lingyue, with a serious demeanor, scanned each team member. This breach was grave, jeopardizing not only their operations, but also potentially endangering the world. We must swiftly identify the traitor and mitigate the damage. Su Feng slammed his fist on the table, seething with anger. This is utterly unforgivable. We have fought side by side, yet someone has betrayed us. The team members expressed their outrage, casting suspicious glances at one another. To investigate the traitor, Lingyue and Su Feng decided to trace the source of the leaked documents. They contacted cybersecurity experts to track the forum where the documents were posted. After arduous efforts, the experts traced the IP address of the upload, but to their dismay, it had been heavily encrypted and routed, ultimately leading to an abandoned server in a remote area, a clear ruse set up by the traitor. The trail had gone cold, and the investigation was at an impasse. However, Lingyue refused to relent. She resolved to scrutinize the recent actions and communications of each member within headquarters during her investigation. She noticed some unusual behavior from a technician named Zhang Wei. Typically introverted and consistent in his work, he had recently been in frequent communication with unfamiliar numbers and had accessed the secure server room multiple times prior to the leak. Lingyue and Su Feng began covertly monitoring Zhang Wei. One night, after work, instead of returning home as usual, Zhang Wei ventured to a secluded corner of the city. Lingyue and Su Feng followed at a distance. Watching as he entered an abandoned factory, cautiously, they approached the factory, concealing themselves to observe. Soon, a mysterious figure emerged from within, engaging in conversation with Zhang Wei. Although they were too far to hear the words exchanged, the expressions and gestures indicated a close relationship. Suddenly, Zhang Wei produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to the mysterious individual. Lingyue's heart raced. She surmised that the USB likely contained further confidential documents. Without hesitation, she and Su Feng decided to act immediately. They stormed into the factory, surrounding Zhang Wei and the mysterious figure. Upon seeing Lingyue and Su Feng, Zhang Wei's face drained of color. And in a panic, he stammered, "Please, let me explain. I didn't mean to." The mysterious figure, sensing the danger, attempted to flee. Su Feng acted swiftly, intercepting the figure and subduing him. Lingyue's gaze was icy as she turned to Zhang Wei. "Explain? What is there to explain? Why have you betrayed us?" Under the pressure of Lingyue and Su Feng's interrogation, Zhang Wei finally confessed to his transgressions. He had long felt dissatisfied with his position and treatment at headquarters. Believing his talents went unrecognized, not long ago, he caught the attention of a shadowy organization that enticed him with promises of wealth and fame, coercing him to provide confidential documents from headquarters. Driven by greed, Zhang Wei ultimately betrayed his comrades. Lingyue was filled with a mix of anger and disappointment upon learning the truth. She could not fathom that a teammate, someone she had shared countless moments with, could betray them for personal gain. They took Zhang Wei and the mysterious figure back to headquarters for further investigation by the appropriate authorities. Although the traitor had been unmasked, the repercussions of the leak were far from over. Lingyue and her team had to re-evaluate the security protocols of headquarters, tightening confidentiality measures to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Simultaneously, they faced the potential crises stemming from the disclosure of sensitive information, especially concerning the tome, as they feared that more nefarious entities would target it. In the days that followed, Lingyue and her team worked tirelessly, upgrading the security systems of headquarters while closely monitoring emerging threats. They understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet for the sake of world peace and tranquility, they would resolutely press forward, unwaveringly committed to safeguarding this hard-won peace. Chapter 95. The full-scale counterattack of the mysterious organization having resolved the insider threat at headquarters. Lingyue and her team remained vigilant, wholly devoted to the enhancement of the security system. New encryption algorithms, stricter access controls, and an all-encompassing surveillance network were gradually established, with every detail meticulously scrutinized. Just as they began to catch their breath, a far greater crisis surged forth like a relentless tide. One night, the alarm system at headquarters erupted into a cacophony. Lingyue and her team were jolted awake. Racing towards the command center, the large screen flashed a blinding red alert, indicating simultaneous attacks on multiple critical outposts. These outposts, scattered across various global regions, served as key nodes for intelligence gathering and threat prevention. "What is happening? Identify the source of the attack immediately." Lingyue's expression was grim, her gaze fixed on the screen. The technicians worked frantically, fingers flying over keyboards, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. It's a mysterious organization calling itself Dawn. Their attack methods are highly professional, seemingly well acquainted with our defense systems. Su Feng furrowed his brow, fists clenched. This appears to be a premeditated, full-scale counteroffensive. They are likely the puppet masters who previously tempted Zhang Wei, aiming to deliver a fatal blow while we are still reeling from the last incident. Lingyue took a deep breath and promptly issued orders. Activate the emergency response plan, notify all outposts to counterattack, and dispatch support teams to the areas facing the most severe assaults. The team members sprang into action, rushing to their respective positions. Lingyue and Su Feng led an elite squad, boarding a helicopter bound for a critical outpost in Europe. This location was the core hub of their intelligence operations, and should it fall, the consequences would be dire. As the helicopter sped through the night sky, darkness enveloped the land below. Lingyue peered through the window, her mind racing with strategies. She understood that the adversaries they faced were formidable, necessitating their utmost resolve. Upon arrival at the outpost, the battle was already in full swing. Members of the mysterious organization, clad in black combat gear and equipped with advanced weaponry, launched relentless assaults against the facility, employing sophisticated tactical coordination. The guards within fought valiantly, but as the enemy pressed fiercely, they began to falter. Lingyue and her team swiftly joined the fray, charging into the enemy ranks like fierce tigers, engaging in close-quarters combat. Lingyue, agile and quick, adeptly evaded enemy attacks while delivering precise counterstrikes, each move targeting a critical point. Su Feng wielded his weapon fearlessly, cutting down foes left and right. Amid the fierce fighting, Lingyue noticed that the enemy's tactics seemed to evolve continuously, adapting to their movements, which posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the enemy appeared to possess a specialized jamming device that frequently disrupted their communications and weapon systems. This approach is untenable. We must locate their command center and dismantle their operations decisively. Lingyue commanded her team. The members nodded in agreement, and under Lingyue's leadership, they began to push deeper into the outpost. Along the way, they encountered numerous enemy obstacles, yet fueled by unwavering conviction and exceptional combat skills. They breached the enemy lines time and again. Eventually, they discovered the enemy's command center, a concealed underground base fortified with an array of defensive measures. Lingyue and her team approached cautiously, utilizing advanced reconnaissance equipment to evade enemy surveillance and traps. Just as they were preparing to launch their assault, a multitude of enemies suddenly surged from all directions, encircling them completely. Lingyue's heart sank as she realized she had fallen into the enemy's trap. It appeared they had anticipated our arrival and deliberately set this ambush, Su Feng stated calmly. Lingyue surveyed her surroundings, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. Having come this far, we cannot retreat. Let us charge forth together and obliterate their command center. The team members rallied in unison, their spirits soaring. They engaged in a desperate struggle with the enemy, fierce close-quarter combat erupting in the narrow passageway. Lingyue and Su Feng led the charge, repelling the enemy's advances time and again. After a grueling battle, they finally broke through the encirclement and stormed into the command center. Inside, they discovered a massive computer mainframe, flashing with various data and signals. Lingyue deduced that this was the enemy's command core. Quickly, destroy it, she shouted. The team sprang into action, attacking the mainframe with their weapons. However, just as the mainframe was about to be destroyed, an enemy suddenly dashed forward and pressed a button on the machine. Instantly, the entire command center began to tremble violently, alarms blaring. This is bad. They have activated the self-destruct sequence. We must leave at once. Lingyue yelled. The team quickly evacuated the command center, and just as they escaped, a tremendous explosion rocked the facility, the shockwave knocking them to the ground. Lingyue and her comrades struggled to rise, ignoring their injuries as they pressed on to break free. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged at other outposts. The team fought valiantly, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. After a night of intense combat, the mysterious organization finally began to retreat, leaving behind chaos and numerous corpses, vanishing into the night. Although Lingyue and her team achieved victory in this battle, they paid a heavy price. Many members were injured, and the outpost suffered varying degrees of destruction. Gazing upon the ruins before her, Lingyue was filled with concern. She understood that this was merely a probing attack by the mysterious organization, and they would face even graver challenges ahead. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue immediately convened a meeting with her team. She looked at the weary but resolute faces of her comrades and said solemnly, "This battle has revealed the enemy's strength and determination. We must swiftly adjust our strategy, enhance our training, and bolster our capabilities." Simultaneously, We must conduct an in-depth investigation into the Dawn organization's background and motives, identifying their weaknesses to secure victory in future confrontations. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. They recognized that the road ahead was fraught with thorns, yet for the sake of peace and stability in the world, they would forge ahead without hesitation. Chapter 96. Tracing clues to the mysterious organization and unveiling a shocking conspiracy after repelling the Dawn organization's assault. A tense and grave atmosphere enveloped the headquarters. Lingyue and her team understood that the enemy would not relent. The next attack might be even more ferocious. The urgent task at hand was to delve deeper into the Dawn organization, uncovering their secrets and gaining the upper hand. Lingyue led the core team, tirelessly sifting through mountains of intelligence reports, meticulously piecing together every clue. They analyzed remnants of weapons collected from the attack site, communication devices left by the enemy, and vague information previously provided by the Wei. Striving to reconstruct the full picture of the Dawn organization. Look at this, the technical expert Li Yang pointed to a set of data on the screen, stating that the craftsmanship and materials of these weapons indicate they originate from a mysterious underground arms factory. While the exact location of this factory remains undetermined, we've traced some transaction leads that all point to an island nation in Southeast Asia. Lingyue nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the marked location on the map. Lost in thought. It seems we must travel there for a thorough investigation. Su Feng. Select a few agile and experienced team members. We must depart swiftly. Su Feng complied, quickly assembling a reconnaissance team. After thorough preparations, Lingyue and her team clandestinely arrived at the Southeast Asian island. The sun shone brightly, and the scenery was picturesque, yet they had no time to appreciate it. With the assistance of local informants, they began investigating suspicious areas. Their first stop was a bustling port city, rumored to be a hotspot for arms trading. Disguised as ordinary merchants, Lingyue and her team infiltrated the local black market. The black market was a chaotic mix of various illicit transactions occurring quietly. They cautiously engaged with various factions, attempting to glean useful information from snippets of conversation. After several days of effort, they finally uncovered a crucial lead. Deep within the island's mountains, there was a concealed base frequently visited by mysterious vehicles, heavily guarded. Lingyue surmised that this base could very well be the underground arms factory they were seeking. Thus, she led her team into the mountains. They navigated through dense jungles, evading various dangers to it last. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon the mysterious base. The area was surrounded by barbed wire and patrolling guards. Equipped with advanced surveillance systems, Lingyue and her team concealed themselves at a distance, observing and formulating an infiltration plan. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached the base, utilizing advanced jamming equipment. They successfully disrupted the surveillance system's signals, then swiftly scaled the barbed wire and entered the base. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the flickering of a few dim lights. They proceeded cautiously, evading patrolling enemies. Before a massive warehouse, they heard the sounds of machinery operating within. Lingyue and her team crept closer, peering through a crack in the door to witness the production of various advanced weaponry. Just as they prepared to investigate further, alarms suddenly blared. Their actions had been detected by the enemy. In an instant, a multitude of armed personnel surged from the base, surrounding them completely. Lingyue and her team quickly transitioned into combat mode, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the enemy. During the battle, Lingyue noted that the enemy's combat prowess was significantly stronger than those they had previously encountered, their tactical coordination more seamless. These foes are well trained. It seems we have met our match, Su Feng shouted while firing. Lingyue remained calm, observing the battlefield for an opening. Suddenly, she spotted the enemy's command center in a nearby building. A thought struck her, and she shouted to her team, "Concentrate fire and charge towards the command center. If we can destroy the command center, the enemy will falter." The team responded in unison, launching an assault towards the command center under the cover of overwhelming firepower. After a fierce battle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and stormed into the command center. Inside, they discovered a wealth of documents and materials regarding the Dawn organization. Lingyue swiftly copied the documents, preparing to take them back for further analysis. However, just as they were about to withdraw, an enemy detonated a bomb strapped to their body. Su Feng reacted swiftly, pushing Lingyue to the ground. In the aftermath of the explosion, Su Feng's back was injured, blood staining his clothing. Lingyue looked at the wounded Su Feng, filled with guilt and gratitude. "Su Feng, are you all right?" Su Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, mustering a faint smile. "I'm fine. We need to leave quickly." With the documents in hand, and under the cover of the remaining team members, They successfully evacuated the base. Upon returning to headquarters, they immediately began analyzing the documents. Through this information, they finally uncovered the Dawn Organization's shocking conspiracy that it turned out that the Dawn Organization intended to harness mysterious powers from ancient relics to manufacture a superweapon. Once activated, this weapon would unleash global catastrophe, allowing them to seize control amidst the chaos. Their previous attacks on Lingyue and her team were merely distractions to facilitate the execution of their plan. Upon learning of this conspiracy, Lingyue's expression turned grave. She understood that time was of the essence. They must quickly devise a method to thwart the Dawn Organization and save the world from peril. Chapter 97. A race against time for global defense deployment. Lingyue and her team fixated on the screen displaying the decoded plans of the Dawn Organization, each word striking them like a hammer. Time was of the essence. If the superweapon were activated, the world would plunge into disaster. We must act immediately to thwart their plans. Lingyue's voice rang with determination, and the team members in the meeting room nodded, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. The foremost task was to unite global efforts in confronting the crisis. Lingyue utilized the emergency communication channels of the International Security Alliance to connect with heads of security departments across nations, articulating the Dawn Organization's conspiracy and the dire consequences it could entail. The representatives from various countries appeared grave during the video conference, recognizing that this crisis transcended national boundaries and necessitated collaborative action. We are prepared to provide satellite monitoring resources to closely observe every move of the Dawn Organization, stated the security minister of country. Our nation possesses a top-tier hacking team that can assist you in tracking the Dawn Organization's communications and severing their information transmissions. The representative from country B quickly added, under the coordination of Lingyue, various nations swiftly established a united defense task force and formulated a detailed response strategy simultaneously. Lingyue and her team analyzed the information obtained from the underground armory to ascertain the potential action routes of the Dawn Organization and the locations of their superweapon manufacturing sites. After several days and nights of relentless analysis, they pinpointed several suspicious locations, with one particularly enigmatic island near the Arctic Circle being designated as a primary suspect. Intelligence indicated that this island had been under military control for an extended period, with a significant influx of supplies and personnel, making it highly likely to be a secret base for the Dawn Organization. Lingyue resolved to personally lead an elite team to investigate the Arctic Circle. They boarded a transport aircraft equipped with advanced cold weather gear and landed at a temporary airport closest to the mysterious island amidst the howling winds. Upon disembarking, the biting cold cut across their cheeks like a blade. The team swiftly donned specially designed cold weather suits and boarded snowmobiles, setting off towards the enigmatic island. As they approached the island, they discovered an array of defensive installations surrounding it, including sonar detectors concealed beneath the ice and drone patrols overhead. Utilizing the snowmobile's stealth capabilities, Lingyue and her team cautiously evaded detection. Gradually nearing the island, the island's edge, they uncovered an entrance hidden beneath the ice. Lingyue led her team stealthily inside, revealing a vast underground cavern illuminated by bright lights. With various advanced equipment in operation, they proceeded with caution, hearing voices emanating from a distance. This rate, the superweapon would be assembled in 3 days. That we must not let our guard down. Lingyue and her team have been relentlessly pursuing us, and they could arrive at any moment. Lingyue's heart raced as she realized their time was running out. Pressing deeper, they discovered the superweapon assembly workshop, where the colossal weapon prototype was taking shape. Surrounded by technicians working frantically, Lingyue and her team quickly devised a sabotage plan. However, just as they were about to act, an alarm was triggered. It turned out that the Dawn Organization had set up highly sophisticated sensors around the workshop. Instantly, the entire base erupted into chaos as armed personnel surged from all directions. Lingyue and her team immediately engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. In the narrow corridors, gunfire and explosions intertwined. The team, utilizing their exceptional combat skills and unwavering determination, repeatedly repelled the enemy's advances. However, the enemy kept coming, and the situation grew increasingly dire. At that moment, Su Feng discovered the enemy's energy supply center. He shouted to Lingyue, "I will destroy the energy center and cut off their power supply. This will halt the weapon assembly and cripple their defense systems." Lingyue nodded in agreement. "Be careful. We will hold the enemy here." Su Feng led 2 team members toward the energy center. Along the way, they faced numerous obstacles, yet the trio pressed on fearlessly, relying on their coordinated efforts to finally breach the enemy's defenses and successfully destroy the energy center. In an instant, the entire base was plunged into darkness, and the equipment in the weapon assembly workshop came to a standstill. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue and her team launched a counterattack, forcing the enemy to retreat. However, the leader of the Dawn organization refused to concede. He activated the backup power, attempting to restart the superweapon, and led his last elite forces into a desperate struggle against Lingyue and her team. Exhausted yet resolute, they knew they could not falter at this critical moment. They engaged in close-quarters combat, every strike demanding their utmost strength. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, reinforcements from the United Defense Task Force arrived. With overwhelming firepower, the Dawn organization's resistance gradually crumbled. Ultimately, Lingyue and her team subdued the leader of the Dawn organization, completely dismantling the superweapon. With the crisis averted, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, adorned with the glory of victory. Yet, they understood that the world's peace remained fragile and new challenges awaited them. They would continue to safeguard this hard-won tranquility, ever ready to confront new crises. Chapter 98. The Seeds of Danger in Brief Tranquility after the harrowing confrontation with the Dawn organization. The world returned to a temporary calm. Upon their return to headquarters, Lingyue and her team were greeted with a hero's welcome. Before the headquarters building, banners fluttered and the crowd cheered, expressing their gratitude and respect in the most fervent manner. At the grand celebration banquet, lights dazzled and music soared. Dignitaries from various nations paid their highest respects to Lingyue and her team, lauding their remarkable contributions to maintaining world peace. Clad in a pristine uniform, Lingyue beamed with a smile, yet behind that smile lay an imperceptible trace of concern. After the banquet, Lingyue ascended to the rooftop of the headquarters alone. The night sky sparkled with stars, and the city glowed brilliantly. Yet her thoughts were far from the beautiful scenery. She knew well that although the Dawn organization had been thwarted, the peace of the world remained precarious, and those malevolent forces lurking in the shadows could strike again at any moment. "What are you thinking?" Su Feng's voice came from behind her. Lingyue turned to see Su Feng with a concerned smile on his face. "That I was pondering whether we can truly safeguard this peace forever," she replied softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Su Feng approached her side and gazed at the night sky, resolutely stating, "Of course we cannot, as long as we are here. We will not allow any evil forces to disrupt this peace." Lingyue looked at Su Feng, warmth flooding her heart. She nodded, her face once again reflecting determination. However, the tranquil days did not last long. A few days later, headquarters received intelligence from Interpol. Strange phenomena had been reported in a tropical rainforest in South America. Local residents claimed to frequently hear mysterious loud noises deep within the rainforest, and sightings of unidentified flying objects were also reported. Even more concerning were indications that these phenomena were linked to a dangerous item known as a quantum fission device. Upon learning of this news, Lingyue immediately convened an emergency meeting with her team. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Lingyue projected the intelligence onto the large screen and stated solemnly, "According to the information provided by Interpol, there is likely a significant crisis lurking behind these phenomena. If this quantum fission device is maliciously exploited, its power would be comparable to that of nuclear weapons. That we must investigate promptly to uncover the truth." Su Feng furrowed his brow, analyzing. Given the current situation, it is highly likely that a new evil force is working in the shadows. They have chosen to operate in the remote tropical rainforest to evade our detection. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting steadfast determination. Lingyue resolved to lead the team to South America for an investigation. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the edge of the tropical rainforest. The climate here was hot and humid, swarming with mosquitoes, and the dense jungle concealed countless unknown dangers. Lingyue and her team carefully navigated a narrow path, avoiding various traps and wild animals. As they progressed, they discovered some peculiar signs. Large footprints marred the ground, their shapes unusual and unlike those left by ordinary animals. Additionally, they encountered damaged trees and scattered metal fragments that resembled remnants of a craft. These fragments were strange. A technical team member picked up a piece, scrutinizing it closely, noting that its material was highly unusual. Unlike any metal known on Earth, the Lingyue's heart skipped a beat as she realized the situation might be far more complex than they had imagined. They continued deeper into the rainforest until they finally uncovered a hidden base in a clearing. The base was surrounded by various defensive installations, and armed personnel clad in black uniforms patrolled the area. Lingyue and her team stealthily approached the base, utilizing advanced reconnaissance equipment to gather more information. They discovered that a secret experiment was underway inside the base, centered around the quantum fission device. "It seems our suspicions were correct," Lingyue whispered, This is their secret stronghold. We must devise a plan to destroy this device. It must not fall into the wrong hands. Just as they were preparing to formulate an action plan, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from within the base. Lingyue and her team immediately became alert, realizing that a conflict had broken out among the armed personnel inside, in the ensuing chaos. Some were attacking each other, creating a scene of utter disarray. Lingyue seized this opportunity, leading her team to rush into the base. Amidst the turmoil, they engaged in fierce gunfire with the enemy, utilizing their exceptional combat skills and seamless cooperation. The team gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and entered the interior of the base. In a vast laboratory, they beheld the quantum fission device. Housed within a massive metal container and surrounded by an array of complex instruments, Lingyue and her team approached the device cautiously, seeking a way to deactivate it. However, at that moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, standing before the device and coldly gazing at Lingyue and her team. "You think you can easily destroy this device?" The mysterious figure sneered. "Once this device is activated, it cannot be stopped. You have arrived too late." Chapter 99. The turnaround in despair and the emergence of truth. The words of the mysterious figure struck like a heavy hammer, plunging Lingyue and her team into despair. Yet, Lingyue did not flinch. She fixed her gaze upon the stranger, seeking a chink in their demeanor and tone. "Who are you? Why have you activated this perilous device?" A sinister laugh escaped the mysterious figure as they slowly removed their hood, revealing a face marred by grotesque scars. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to witness a transformation of the world. This quantum fission device will usher in a new epoch, and I shall be its sovereign." Lingyue felt a jolt of fear. She realized the individual before her had succumbed to madness, impervious to reason. At that moment, energy waves emitted by the device surged with increasing intensity, causing nearby instruments to flicker ominously, and the entire laboratory trembled under the device's vibrations. Su Feng, in a state of frantic urgency, shouted, "We cannot wait any longer. We must find a way to halt it." Lingyue swiftly regained her composure, her eyes scanning the laboratory for any potential clues. Suddenly, she noticed a control console adjacent to the device, adorned with several blinking indicator lights and intricate operational buttons. Lingyue and the technical team rushed toward the console, attempting to decipher its cryptic messages. However, the meanings behind the buttons and lights were obscure, and their attempts to locate a method to disable the device proved fruitless. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure cackled maniacally, reveling in the impending cataclysm, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Lingyue recalled a document she had studied at headquarters about ancient civilizations. The document mentioned an archaic method of energy control that bore similarities to the quantum fission device before her. With her remarkable memory, she swiftly input a series of special commands into the console. Miraculously, the energy fluctuations of the device began to wane, and the surrounding dangerous lights dimmed gradually. Seeing this, the mysterious figure's expression shifted dramatically. They lunged toward Lingyue in a fit of rage, intent on thwarting her efforts. Su Feng, quick on his feet, dashed forward, engaging the figure in a fierce struggle. With Su Feng's distraction, Lingyue was able to continue her operation at the console. As she persistently entered commands, the quantum fission device finally ceased its operations, averting an impending disaster. Realizing defeat was imminent, the mysterious figure broke free from Su Feng's grasp and dashed toward a hidden door in the laboratory. Lingyue and her team immediately pursued. Passing through the dark entrance, they entered a concealed chamber filled with various documents and materials. The mysterious figure attempted to destroy the papers, but was thwarted by the team. Lingyue picked up a document, and its contents left her astounded. It revealed that this mysterious figure had once been a leading scientist dedicated to researching quantum energy technology, aspiring to provide humanity with limitless clean energy. However, during an experiment, he suffered severe radiation injuries, which twisted his mind. Since then, he had become obsessed with power, seeking to unleash a global catastrophe using the quantum fission device to establish his dominion amid chaos. To execute this deranged plan, he clandestinely assembled an armed force, establishing a secret base in the tropical rainforest to conduct illicit experiments and research. Lingyue set down the document, gazing at the subdued figure with mixed emotions. "You could have used your brilliance to benefit humanity. Why choose this path of no return?" The mysterious figure lowered his head, a glimmer of regret crossing his face. "I was blinded by greed. Power clouded my vision." After resolving the crisis posed by the mysterious figure, Lingyue and her team transported all documents and equipment from the base back to headquarters. Following extensive research by the scientific staff, they successfully mastered the core technology of the quantum fission device, transforming it into a safe and efficient energy utilization method. Although this crisis had been averted, Lingyue understood that many unknown dangers still lurked in the world. She and her team would continue to stand vigilant, safeguarding global peace and tranquility while preparing to confront new challenges. Chapter 100: New Missions and Unforeseen Threats in the days following their return from the mysterious figure's base. A sense of relief mingled with a fervent busyness pervaded headquarters. Researchers labored tirelessly, meticulously analyzing the documents and equipment brought back, striving to elevate the safe application of quantum fission technology to new heights. Lingyue and her team temporarily bid farewell to their high-intensity missions, relishing a rare opportunity for rest. Yet, Lingyue could not truly relax. Each recollection of the mysterious figure's deranged gaze and the heart-stopping crisis weighed heavily on her conscience. The world appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged. Unknown dangers loomed like hidden beasts in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. One day, as Lingyue organized task reports in her office, the communicator suddenly buzzed with an urgent meeting notice from the higher-ups. She quickly rose and made her way to the conference room. The atmosphere within was grave. The large screen displayed a series of recent anomalous events occurring worldwide. Strange energy fluctuations in the depths of the African desert rendered surrounding electronic devices inoperative. An island in the Pacific witnessed a sudden epidemic of unconscious residents, the cause unknown, and an ancient city in Europe experienced a spate of mysterious thefts, with stolen items linked to ancient artifacts and esoteric research. The head of headquarters spoke solemnly to the assembly. Though these events appear unrelated, our intelligence analysis suggests a mysterious force may be orchestrating them, that we suspect involvement from an organization known as the Shadow Council. Lingyue's heart tightened. She had never heard of this organization, yet the gravity in the leader's tone conveyed an unprecedented weight of responsibility. What manner of organization is the Shadow Council? She inquired. The leader projected a dossier onto the screen. Our understanding of this organization is currently limited. They are shrouded in secrecy, with unknown membership, and their activities span the globe. They seem to harbor a keen interest in ancient civilizations, mysterious powers, and cutting-edge technology, employing unscrupulous means to procure relevant resources. That we suspect they are monitoring the recent quantum fission incident. After the meeting concluded, Lingyue proactively volunteered to lead her team in investigating the Shadow Council. They initially focused on the energy fluctuation event in the African desert, traveling to the site for an on-the-ground assessment. Upon arrival, Lingyue and her team encountered a harsh environment. Fierce sandstorms obscured their vision and interfered with various detection devices. However, they pressed on, relying on their extensive experience and unwavering determination to navigate the desert's challenges. After a thorough search, they finally located the source of the energy fluctuations, a mysterious device concealed underground. The apparatus appeared ancient, its surface etched with strange symbols and patterns. Lingyue carefully examined these symbols, seeking clues within. Suddenly, she recognized that some of these markings bore resemblance to those she had seen in the ancient civilization documents. Just as they prepared to study the device further, a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged from the shadows, surrounding Lingyue and her team with advanced weaponry. The leader of the black-robed figures coldly declared, "You should not have come here. Hand over what you have discovered, or face the consequences." Lingyue realized that these individuals were likely members of the Shadow Council. Remaining composed, she engaged in dialogue. "We are unaware of what you speak. This is merely a desert. What could possibly be here?" The black-robed leader scoffed. "Do not feign ignorance. This energy device is ours to claim, and you have no right to interfere." Tension escalated, the atmosphere crackling with hostility. That moment, Su Feng discreetly signaled to the team, and they understood, preparing for a counterattack. The clash was imminent. Leveraging their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, Lingyue and her team engaged the black-robed figures in a fierce confrontation. The desert was engulfed in swirling sands, the sounds of battle and weaponry clashing resonating through the air. Lingyue soon realized that the black-robed figures were formidable opponents. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and their tactical coordination was remarkably adept, seemingly well acquainted with the desert terrain. Yet, Lingyue felt no fear. She skillfully exploited the landscape, tirelessly searching for vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, her team gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing defeat, the black-robed figures began to retreat. Lingyue refrained from ordering a pursuit and instead swiftly returned to the mysterious device. She knew time was of the essence. They needed to unravel the secrets of the apparatus. With the assistance of her team, Lingyue commenced the process of deciphering the device. After considerable effort, they successfully activated it, and a brilliant beam of light erupted from the device, shooting into the sky. Immediately, a wondrous sight unfolded above. Countless ancient runes flickered in the air, as if recounting a long-forgotten history. Lingyue and her team stood spellbound by the spectacle before them. They realized that the secrets contained within this device were far more intricate than they had imagined. And the Shadow Council's fervent desire to possess it indicated the immense value it concealed as they were engrossed in the enigmatic scene before them. Lingyue's communicator abruptly received an urgent message from headquarters. It turned out that while they were investigating the desert incident, significant developments had emerged in a mysterious theft case in an ancient European city. Among the stolen artifacts, clues related to quantum fission technology had been discovered, and it appeared that the Shadow Council was actively seeking these leads. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Lingyue immediately led her team away from the desert and toward Europe. On the flight, Lingyue found herself deep in thought. What kind of conspiracy lay hidden behind these seemingly unrelated events? What was the true intention of the Shadow Council? How were they connected to quantum fission technology? Upon their arrival in Europe, Lingyue and her team wasted no time in launching an investigation. They visited collectors of the stolen artifacts, local historians, and relevant research institutions, gathering a wealth of clues. After thorough analysis, they uncovered that these stolen artifacts bore a unique energy signature, subtly linked to the energy fluctuations produced by quantum fission devices. Lingyue surmised that the Shadow Council likely aimed to exploit the energy signatures within these artifacts to further refine quantum fission technology, thus achieving their nefarious objectives. But what precisely were those objectives? This remained an unsolved mystery. In order to thwart the Shadow Council's machinations, Lingyue and her team resolved to follow the clues in search of the next potentially stolen artifact. After arduous tracking, they finally located the whereabouts of the artifact. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that members of the Shadow Council had already arrived ahead of them. An intense chase ensued through the ancient city streets. Lingyue and her team pursued the Shadow Council members closely, navigating narrow alleyways and crossing ancient bridges. During the pursuit, Lingyue realized that their adversaries seemed to be deliberately leading them to a specific location. Indeed, when they chased the members to an abandoned castle, the Shadow Council members suddenly vanished. Cautiously, Lingyue and her team entered the castle, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The castle was enveloped in a sinister atmosphere, with ancient portraits adorning the walls and decaying furniture strewn across the floor. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism that a violent tremor shook the ground, and the castle walls began to slowly shift, trapping them within a vast secret chamber. Simultaneously, a torrent of toxic gas surged from the chamber's walls, rapidly filling the space. Lingyue and her team found themselves in a dire predicament, yet, refusing to succumb to despair, Lingyue quickly regained her composure and led her team in search of an exit. On the walls of the chamber, they discovered strange patterns and inscriptions. Utilizing her knowledge of ancient civilizations, Lingyue began to decipher the symbols and texts. After considerable effort, she ultimately uncovered the means to unlock the chamber. They successfully escaped and continued their pursuit of the Shadow Council members. In the castle's basement, they finally confronted their adversaries, who were attempting to activate a colossal energy device, the core of which comprised the very stolen artifacts they sought. Without hesitation, Lingyue and her team charged forward, engaging in a climactic battle with the Shadow Council members. Amidst the fierce conflict, Lingyue gradually unraveled the true identity of the Shadow Council and their sinister plot. It became apparent that most of the members were disillusioned scientists and ambitious individuals, intent on harnessing quantum fission technology and the power of ancient civilizations to orchestrate a global catastrophe, thereby establishing a new world order under their dominion. Lingyue understood that they could not allow this nefarious scheme to come to fruition. With all their strength, she and her team ultimately thwarted the Shadow Council's actions, destroying their energy device. With its destruction, the Shadow Council's conspiracy was rendered futile. After resolving this crisis, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, weary yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. They knew that although they had successfully thwarted the Shadow Council's plot this time, many unknown dangers still lurked in the world. They would remain steadfast in their commitment to safeguarding peace and security, ever ready to confront new challenges, for this was their mission and their responsibility. Chapter 101. A new journey amidst undercurrents. Following their triumph over the Shadow Council's scheme in the European castle, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, expecting a brief respite to address the mountain of task reports awaiting them. However, the atmosphere at headquarters did not lighten for long after their victory. During a routine global intelligence scan, the technical department detected a set of anomalous signals emanating from the vicinity of the Arctic Circle. These signals were extremely weak and appeared intermittently, as if deliberately concealed yet occasionally leaking through. The frequency and encryption of the signals differed markedly from any known organization, capturing the attention of the higher-ups. Lingyue was once again tasked with a critical mission, leading her team to the Arctic region for investigation. Upon their arrival in the Arctic Circle, they trudged through the icy terrain, the biting cold wind slicing against their cheeks, and the frigid temperatures posed a constant risk of malfunction to their electronic devices. Clad in heavy winter gear, the team pulled sledges laden with detection equipment and supplies, setting off toward the approximate source of the signals. After several days of arduous travel, they finally uncovered indications of a possible signal transmitter at the foot of a massive glacier. It was a metallic structure hidden within a crevice of the glacier, partially covered by ice, almost imperceptible without careful scrutiny. The building's exterior exuded a futuristic essence, starkly contrasting with the surrounding natural landscape. Lingyue and her team cautiously approached the structure, only to discover that the entrance was secured by an intricate security system. As they attempted to breach the security, a swarm of mechanical sentinels surged forth from within the building. These sentinels resembled humanoid figures, agile in their movements, with arcs of azure energy illuminating their forms, wielding energy weapons as they launched an assault against the team. Lingyue swiftly directed her team to retaliate. Utilizing the surrounding terrain for cover, Su Feng lifted a specially designed electromagnetic rifle, expertly targeting the joints of the mechanical sentinels in an effort to disrupt their movements. The team coordinated seamlessly, with some drawing fire while others sought weaknesses to exploit. Yet, the formidable defense of the mechanical sentinels rendered their ordinary attacks largely ineffective. Lingyue discerned that these sentinels appeared to be under some form of remote control, exhibiting a high degree of synchronization in their movements and attack patterns. Decisively, she resolved to lead a few team members to breach the front line and enter the building, aiming to locate the control center to dismantle the sentinels entirely. Amidst the fervent exchange of fire, Lingyue and her companions finally stormed into the building. The interior was dim and frigid, with strange indicator lights flickering along the walls and a faint metallic scent permeating the air. They navigated narrow corridors, repeatedly encountering various traps and mechanical contraptions. After a grueling exploration, they ultimately located the control center, a vast circular console brimming with an array of complex buttons and displays. Lingyue and the technical team swiftly approached, attempting to decode the information on the console and disable the Sentinel's control system. However, just as they neared success, the console emitted a sharp alarm. In an instant, a holographic image materialized before them, depicting a figure clad in a black robe, their features obscured in shadow, voice cold and menacing. "Do you believe you can easily dismantle my plans? You are gravely mistaken." Lingyue fixed her gaze upon the apparition, demanding, "Who are you? What is the purpose of this place?" The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you are about to witness the dawn of a new era. This Arctic base is a crucial element of my scheme, harboring an ancient and potent energy that I will wield to reshape the world's order." Lingyue realized that a far greater conspiracy lay hidden behind this enigmatic figure. She and her team needed to act swiftly to thwart him. Just then, mechanical sentinels surged into the control center, surrounding them. Lingyue and her team found themselves in an even more precarious predicament. Amidst the fierce battle, Lingyue noted a peculiar slot on the console, seemingly designed for the insertion of a device, suddenly recalling a mysterious chip they had acquired from the figure's base during a previous mission. She swiftly retrieved it and inserted it into the slot. Miraculously, the Sentinel's movements began to slow, ultimately coming to a halt. The holographic image of the mysterious figure contorted in anger, roaring, "You cannot thwart my plans. I shall return." With that, the image vanished. With no time to rest, Lingyue and her team commenced a thorough search of the base. Deep within, they uncovered a treasure trove of research materials and experimental equipment, revealing that the mysterious figure had been investigating an energy source linked to an ancient polar civilization. This energy was believed to possess the ability to alter material structures and manipulate time and space. Lingyue recognized that if misused, this energy could bring catastrophic consequences to the world. She and her team resolved to transport all materials and equipment from the base back to headquarters for in-depth study, ensuring that such power would not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. Upon their return to headquarters, researchers meticulously analyzed the materials and equipment retrieved from the Arctic base, discovering that the study of this ancient polar energy was still in its infancy. but already exhibited immense potential and peril. If utilized judiciously, it could bestow upon humanity unprecedented opportunities for advancement. However, if exploited by those with ulterior motives, the repercussions would be dire. Meanwhile, Lingyue and her team remained relentless in their pursuit of the enigmatic figure. Through meticulous analysis of the clues left at the base, they uncovered the intricate connections between the mysterious individual and an international crime syndicate. This nefarious organization, primarily engaged in smuggling, arms dealing, and the illicit trade of artifacts, wielded influence across the globe. Lingyue resolved to follow this lead, determined to unearth the true identity of the mysterious figure and the sinister machinations that lay behind him. She led her team on a new journey to Southeast Asia, a region rife with criminal activity. There, they would confront an even more complex scenario and perilous challenges. Upon their arrival in Southeast Asia, Lingyue and her team disguised themselves as merchants, infiltrating the local black market. They endeavored to glean more information regarding the mysterious figure by engaging with members of the crime syndicate. During one transaction, they encountered a black market trader named Ajie. Although Ajie appeared skeptical of their identities, he was nonetheless captivated by the lavish goods they presented. Lingyue skillfully navigated the conversation with Ajie, gradually earning his trust. Through him, they learned that the mysterious figure was scheduled to hold a clandestine meeting on a remote island, attended by leaders of the crime syndicate who had close ties to him. Lingyue recognized this as a prime opportunity to apprehend these criminals and unveil the true nature of the mysterious figure. After thorough preparations, Lingyue and her team accompanied Ajie to the secretive island. The island was heavily fortified, with armed guards patrolling its periphery. They cautiously evaded the guards' watchful eyes, inching closer to the meeting site. Just as they approached the location, they discovered an array of traps had been laid out to the brink of exposure. Lingyue decisively commanded the initiation of their operation. The team surged forward like tigers, engaging in fierce combat with the guards. Throughout the fray, Lingyue relentlessly sought the whereabouts of the enigmatic figure. Ultimately, she located him in a concealed chamber. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. Lingyue pursued him with tenacity, and after a heart-stopping chase, she cornered him. In a moment of desperation, the figure removed his hood, revealing a visage that astonished Lingyue. He was her former mentor, a distinguished professor in the realm of science. The professor gazed at Lingyue, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Lingyue, I never wished to be your adversary. Yet, this world demands transformation. All I have done is in pursuit of a brighter future. Lingyue retorted with indignation. The future you envision is built upon the suffering of countless lives. Your ambition, fueled by ancient energies and criminal enterprises, is utterly unforgivable. Through the collective efforts of Lingyue and her team, they ultimately succeeded in apprehending the mysterious figure and dismantling his criminal organization. This exhilarating adventure reached a temporary conclusion. Yet Lingyue was acutely aware that myriad unknown dangers still lurked in the world. She and her team would steadfastly remain vigilant, safeguarding peace and tranquility, ever prepared to confront new challenges. Chapter 102. Origins and New Omens of Crisis. Upon escorting the enigmatic professor and his criminal associates back to headquarters, Lingyue and her team did not encounter the anticipated reprieve in the interrogation room. Despite being captured, the professor maintained a steadfast silence, evading pivotal questions as though awaiting something. Lingyue understood that the matter was far from resolved, and deeper conspiracies may lie beneath the surface. While organizing the vast trove of documents seized from the professor's stronghold, a particular encrypted file piqued the interest of the technical team. After hours of decryption, the contents were unveiled. That it became evident that the professor's research and actions were not isolated. He appeared to be following directives from a series of ancient texts, the origins of which pointed to an ancient site in South America. Lingyue resolved to embark on another journey, leading her team to South America in search of the truth. Upon their arrival, the sight that greeted them was breathtaking. The ancient ruins lay hidden deep within the lush rainforest. Massive stones assembled into grand edifices, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns that seemed to narrate a history obscured by time. The team cautiously entered the ruins. The interior was dark and damp, filled with the scent of decay. Torches flickered on the walls, casting a faint glow to illuminate their path. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that these symbols and patterns were intricately linked to the ancient civilization's records they had previously encountered, seemingly revolving around a core of mysterious energy. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from the depths of the ruins, causing the ground to tremble. Lingyue sensed danger and immediately ordered her team to remain alert. Before they could react further, A horde of colossal mechanical beasts surged forth from the shadows, clad in impenetrable metal armor. Their eyes glowed with a menacing red light as they unleashed torrents of searing flames. The team quickly scattered in search of cover. Su Feng raised his weapon, firing at the mechanical beasts, but the bullets merely sparked against their exteriors, proving utterly ineffective. Lingyue observed the beasts' attack patterns. Realizing they seemed to operate based on a specific signal, she swiftly organized her team, leveraging the terrain of the ruins to disrupt the beast's signal reception. In the heat of battle, Lingyue identified the source of the beast's energy, a pulsating core glowing with blue light on their backs. Without hesitation, she led several team members toward one of the mechanical beasts, aiming to destroy its energy core. After a fierce struggle, they finally succeeded in incapacitating one, igniting a flicker of hope among her team. Bolstered by this victory, they coordinated their efforts to systematically dismantle the remaining mechanical beasts. After a brief respite, they pressed onward into the depths of the ruins. In the innermost sanctum, they discovered a grand stone platform upon which rested an ancient tome radiating a mysterious luminescence. Lingyue approached cautiously and delicately grasped the tome. As she opened it, a blinding light erupted from its pages, soaring skyward. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded her mind, revealing the secrets of ancient civilizations. The truth behind the mysterious energy and an impending cataclysmic crisis. It became clear that this enigmatic energy was the key to connecting different dimensions, and the ancient civilization had attempted to harness it to transcend dimensional barriers and explore the cosmos mysteries. However, their experiments had triggered calamity, resulting in dimensional imbalance, avert global annihilation. They had sealed the energy within various ruins, leaving clues for future generations to unravel the mystery and wield the energy responsibly. Yet, the professor's grave misinterpretations and reckless actions had already breached some of the seals, triggering a cascade of catastrophic events. If the seals were not promptly restored, the dimensions would collide, threatening the world's very existence. Lingyue, armed with the ancient tome, and her team hastily returned to headquarters. Researchers and experts delved into the tome's contents, formulating a plan to restore the seals. However, executing the plan necessitated simultaneous efforts across multiple ruins worldwide. With time running short and the task daunting, Lingyue's team was divided into smaller groups, dispatched to various sites across the globe. Lingyue led her group to a ruin located in Asia. The environment was fraught with peril, beset not only by ancient traps, but also by assassins dispatched by mysterious forces intent on thwarting their mission. Within the ruins, Lingyue and her team encountered a cadre of shadowy assassins clad in black. These assassins were nimble, armed with advanced weaponry, and possessed extensive combat experience. A fierce confrontation ensued. During the skirmish, Lingyue discerned that the assassins' movements were likely directed by some form of remote surveillance. Their coordination unerringly precise, consistently evading the team's vital strikes while inflicting considerable harm. Realizing that blind engagement would lead to their downfall, Lingyue commanded her team to adopt a defensive stance while she sought the assassins' vulnerabilities and the source of their command signals. After careful observation, she noted that their communication devices were concentrated on their left arms, with signals emanating from a concealed outpost above the ruins. Lingyue, accompanied by two team members, stealthily maneuvered around the assassins, utilizing the ruins' intricate topography to remain unseen as they approached the signal source. Upon nearing the outpost, they launched a surprise attack, successfully dismantling the signal transmitter. Deprived of their command, the assassins faltered, allowing the team to seize the moment and launch a counteroffensive, swiftly subduing them. With the threat of the assassins neutralized, Lingyue and her team pressed deeper into the ruins in search of the critical device needed to restore the seals. In the core area of the ruins, they finally located the apparatus. However, it was surrounded by formidable energy shields, rendering conventional approaches futile. Lingyue recalled the instructions from the ancient tome and attempted to input commands in a specific sequence. After several attempts, a narrow gap appeared in the energy shield. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue inserted the repair tools she had brought, successfully initiating the restoration process. As the device activated, a gentle glow emanated from the ruins, signaling restoration to the other sites. Concurrently, the other teams also reported progress in their respective ruins. After arduous efforts, the seals across the globe were finally restored, temporarily averting the crisis of dimensional imbalance. Yet, Lingyue understood that this was merely a reprieve. The shadowy forces remained at large, unwilling to relent, and countless challenges awaited them in the future. She and her team will steadfastly remain at their posts, continually enhancing their abilities to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. ever prepared to confront new and unforeseen crises. Chapter 103. The resurgence of undercurrents and the mysterious invitation. The brief calm following the resolution of the dimensional crisis resembled the stillness before a tempest, instilling a sense of urgency in Lingyue and her team. The headquarters remained abuzz with activity, diligently analyzing materials retrieved from various ruins in a relentless pursuit to uncover more clues about the enigmatic forces and ancient civilizations. One day, while Lingyue was organizing recent tasks in her office, a mysterious invitation arrived silently. The envelope, crafted from an archaic material, exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, and her name was inscribed in golden ink without any indication of the sender. Upon opening the envelope, she discovered a delicate parchment adorned with exquisite patterns. The content read, "You are cordially invited to attend a grand assembly concerning the future trajectory of the world. Located on a mysterious island in the distant sea, 3 days hence at dusk, numerous like-minded individuals will gather to discuss strategies to confront impending threats." Lingyue furrowed her brow. The invitation's arrival seemed suspicious, yet it bore an undeniable allure. She convened her team for a discussion, with Su Feng being the first to speak. "This is clearly a trap, the distant island. Once we set foot there, we would be isolated and vulnerable. It is far too perilous." The technical team echoed his concerns. "Moreover, we have no leads on who is orchestrating this. If we go, we may face dire consequences." However, Lingyue harbored a different perspective. After a moment of contemplation, she articulated, "Considering the events we have encountered, the machinations of the mysterious forces are profound. This invitation may represent an opportunity to connect with pivotal figures and learn of their forthcoming plans. Furthermore, if they dare to extend an invitation, they must not fear our refusal. Perhaps the island is already prepared for our arrival. Yet, we must not proceed recklessly. Comprehensive preparations are essential." After thorough deliberation, the group resolved to conduct a technical analysis of the invitation while dispatching an intelligence team to investigate information regarding the island. The technicians discovered that the materials and ink used in the invitation stemmed from ancient craftsmanship, with an almost imperceptible encryption layer that would trigger a self-destruct mechanism if tampered with, indicating that the sender possessed remarkable skills and stringent safeguards. The intelligence team, utilizing satellite monitoring and maritime database inquiries, uncovered that the island, once desolate, had recently seen a surge of vessel activity, suggesting some clandestine construction was underway. Upon learning these details, Lingyue became increasingly convinced that a significant secret lay hidden beneath the surface. On the day of their departure, she and her team boarded a speedboat equipped with advanced weaponry and defensive systems, heading towards the distant island. The journey was fraught with tumultuous waves and howling winds, creating a tense atmosphere. As they neared the island, they encountered treacherous reefs and concealed underwater detectors, drawing on her extensive maritime experience. Lingyue expertly navigated the boat, avoiding perilous areas. Upon reaching the shore, they beheld a grand edifice standing at the island's center, patrolled by guards clad in uniform. As soon as Lingyue and her team appeared, a butler-like figure approached them with a smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. The master has been awaiting your arrival." Led by the butler, they entered the building, which was lavishly adorned, with ancient paintings and mysterious symbols adorning the walls. In the grand hall, a diverse assembly had already gathered, comprising affluent merchants in opulent attire, bespectacled scholars, and sharp-eyed enigmatic figures, each identity shrouded in mystery. Lingyue vigilantly surveyed her surroundings when suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a colossal holographic image materialized before the assembly. The figure, shrouded in a black cloak, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Welcome, everyone. I trust each of you possesses unique insights regarding the future of our world. We now face an unprecedented crisis. Ancient powers are awakening, and the mysterious forces are stirring that we must unite to withstand the impending storm." Lingyue boldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you summoned us? What conspiracy lurks here?" The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that we share a common adversary. Among us are those with profound expertise in the scientific realm, individuals wielding immense wealth and resources, and others possessing vast intelligence capabilities. Only by joining forces can we thwart the nefarious plans of the mysterious forces and safeguard this world." That moment, an affluent merchant stepped forward to voice skepticism. "Your words are persuasive. But why should we trust you? Perhaps this is merely your scheme to ensnare us all." Unperturbed, the cloaked figure unveiled a series of images and videos depicting the covert activities of the mysterious forces across the globe, including the desecration of ancient ruins and the development of perilous technologies. The shocking visuals left the assembly in stunned silence. Lingyue scrutinized the materials, her doubts not entirely assuaged, yet she recognized the gravity of the situation exceeded her expectations. The cloaked figure continued, I possess critical insights. The mysterious forces are in pursuit of an artifact capable of altering the world's balance. Should they succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic. We must locate this artifact and safeguard it. Lingyue pondered for a moment before responding. Even if what you say is true, how can we be certain you are not merely manipulating us to retrieve the artifact for your own gain? The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. I can reveal partial clues about the artifact. It is linked to 5 sacred objects of ancient civilizations, each scattered across different corners of the globe. Bearing unique markings, by uniting these sacred objects, we may uncover the artifact's whereabouts. That I hope we can collaborate to seek them out. To validate the cloaked figure's claims, Lingyue and her team meticulously searched the island, uncovering research materials related to ancient civilizations. Although incomplete, these documents referenced markings consistent with those described by the cloaked figure. This revelation left Lingyue torn. On one hand, the crisis articulated by the cloaked figure could indeed be authentic. Yet she remained suspicious of his motives. In the ensuing discussions, opinions diverged. Some were eager to trust the cloaked figure and initiate action, while others deemed the risks too formidable, suggesting a return to their respective realms for further deliberation. Lingyue resolved to return with the gathered clues to headquarters for further analysis with the research team and intelligence experts. As they departed the island, Lingyue cast a final glance at the enigmatic structure, sensing that this was merely a new beginning, with the path ahead fraught with further uncertainties and challenges. Upon returning to headquarters, they would confront an even more intricate landscape, necessitating the unraveling of ancient civilization mysteries. The search for the sacred objects, and remaining ever vigilant against the retaliatory maneuvers of the mysterious forces, alongside various lurking dangers, the artifact, pivotal to the fate of the world, concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. And the ensuing conflicts it might incite remained an enigma. Lingyue and her team were on the brink of embarking on an even more thrilling adventure. Chapter 104. Clues to the sacred objects and the pursuit of mysterious forces. Upon returning to headquarters, Lingyue immediately organized the research team and intelligence experts to conduct an in-depth analysis of the clues acquired from the island. The researchers employed advanced image recognition and data analysis techniques to interpret the markings of the 5 sacred objects detailed in the ancient civilization materials, striving to ascertain their potential locations. Meanwhile, intelligence experts scoured their global network for any leads related to the sacred objects. After several days of relentless effort, they finally pinpointed the approximate location of the first sacred object, beneath the ruins of an ancient desert city in the Middle East. Aware of the urgency and peril of this mission, Lingyue personally selected an elite team equipped with advanced detection and excavation tools, embarking on their journey to the Middle East. Upon their arrival at the desert city's ruins, they were met with desolation, as howling winds and swirling sands engulfed the landscape. The remnants of ancient structures emerged intermittently from the dunes, as if whispering tales of past grandeur. The team swiftly initiated their operations, employing detection devices to conduct a comprehensive scan of the ruins. However, the harsh desert environment interfered with the equipment's functionality, hampering their search efforts. Just as they began to lose hope, Su Feng discovered peculiar symbols etched into a wall of the ruins. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to the markings associated with the sacred objects and the materials retrieved from the island. Lingyue and her team quickly gathered around to analyze the symbols. After thorough examination, they deduced that these markings served as an ancient navigational guide, pointing towards a hidden location deep within the ruins. Cautiously following the symbol's guidance, the team navigated through a series of perils. They encountered quicksand traps in the desert and ancient mechanisms concealed within the ruins, where a moment's inattention could prove fatal. Yet, through sheer determination and extensive experience, they repeatedly evaded danger. Eventually, they arrived at an underground cavern sealed by a heavy stone door. The door was adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions, emanating an aura of mystery. Lingyue and the technical team endeavored to decipher the door's mechanism, and after several attempts, they finally discovered the method to unlock it. As the stone door creaked open, an ancient breeze enveloped them. Inside the cavern, darkness and dampness prevailed. Shrouded in an enigmatic mist, at the cavern's center lay a colossal stone sarcophagus, embedded with a gem radiating a ghostly green light, the very first sacred object they had tirelessly sought. Lingyue and her team were filled with exhilaration as they cautiously approached the sarcophagus, poised to retrieve the sacred object. However, just as they were about to touch it, an eerie laughter echoed throughout the cavern. A group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes suddenly emerged from all directions, encircling them. Lingyue's heart raced as she realized that their movements had been detected by a mysterious force. These shadowy individuals wielded advanced weaponry, their icy gazes fixed upon them as they advanced step by step. The leader of the mysterious figures coldly declared, "Surrender the sacred artifact, or none of you shall leave alive." Unfazed, Lingyue replied with unwavering composure, "Do you truly believe you can seize the sacred artifact so easily? We shall not allow your intentions to prevail," with a subtle glance at her comrades. They quickly assumed combat stances, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the mysterious assailants. As the battle erupted, the cave was illuminated by bursts of flame, accompanied by the relentless cacophony of war cries. Lingyue and her team, relying on their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, clashed fiercely with the enigmatic figures. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries and their formidable prowess gradually placed the team in peril. During the fray, Lingyue discerned the peculiar nature of the attackers' combat techniques. They appeared to possess a specialized skill set that enabled them to deftly evade the team's strikes while delivering lethal blows. Moreover, their weaponry was remarkably advanced, exhibiting destructive capabilities. Realizing that blind fighting would lead to disaster, Lingyue knew they needed to devise a strategy to break free. She directed her team to fortify their defenses. She searched for vulnerabilities among the mysterious figures. Through careful observation, she noted that despite their advanced weaponry, the energy supply seemed to falter, necessitating brief recharge intervals after each assault. Seizing this opportunity, she led her team to concentrate their fire during these lulls in the enemy's attacks. After a grueling struggle, they successfully breached the encirclement and escaped the cave with the sacred artifact in hand. However, the mysterious figures were relentless in their pursuit. They pursued Lingyue and her team in desert off-road vehicles. In response, Lingyue and her comrades maneuvered their modified desert jeep, skillfully navigating the complex terrain of the desert. The chase escalated into a fierce gunfight, bullets whizzing through the air and stirring up clouds of sand. Utilizing her exceptional driving skills, Lingyue deftly evaded the enemy's fire while seeking opportunities to counterattack. After a heart-stopping pursuit, they finally managed to elude their pursuers and return to headquarters, greeted with a warm welcome. Yet, Lingyue understood that this was merely the inception of a protracted battle. The mysterious force would not relent. They would undoubtedly continue their quest for the sacred artifacts. It was imperative for Lingyue and her team to locate the remaining 4 artifacts before the enigmatic faction. Unraveling the secrets of the ancient relics and thwarting their sinister schemes in the days that followed, Lingyue and her team devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the search for the remaining 4 artifacts. Relying on the clues they had gathered, they traversed the globe, their footprints marking every corner of the world. Each endeavor to locate the sacred artifacts was fraught with peril and challenges, yet they remained resolute. Fully aware of their responsibility to protect the world, during their quest, they gradually unveiled deeper secrets underlying the mysterious force, revealing a conspiracy that could shake the very foundations of the world. Chapter 105: Deep-Sea Mysteries and the Sacred Artifact Crisis. Following their successful safeguarding of the first sacred artifact, Lingyue and her team wasted no time in pursuing the second artifact. Utilizing obscure clues from ancient texts and cross-referencing intelligence networks, they pinpointed their target to a mysterious underwater ruin deep in the Pacific Ocean. For this deep-sea exploration, headquarters dispatched a well-equipped research submarine. Boasting an advanced sonar detection system, pressure-resistant hull, and specialized equipment for underwater operations and defense, Lingyue led a team comprising technical experts, divers, and combat personnel aboard the submarine as it glided into the vast ocean. As the vessel descended, the surrounding light diminished, and the immense water pressure caused the hull to emit faint creaks. The team remained vigilant, monitoring various instruments for any anomalous signals. Upon reaching the designated area, the sonar detected an unusual energy fluctuation on the ocean floor, strikingly similar to the characteristics described in the ancient texts. Donned in specially designed pressure-resistant diving suits, Lingyue and the divers prepared to enter the underwater ruins. As they stepped through the submarine's hatch into the frigid darkness of the ocean depths, they were awestruck by the sight before them. Towering underwater mountains, vibrant coral reefs, and an array of bizarre marine life surrounding them. However, there was no time to admire the beauty as they swam directly towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Deep within the ocean, the outline of an ancient structure began to materialize. Constructed from massive stone blocks, its surface was adorned with seaweed and mysterious runes. The team cautiously approached and discovered that the entrance to the ruins was sealed by a colossal stone door. Intricately etched with complex patterns, seemingly narrating a forgotten history, the technical expert produced a scanning device to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the door. Upon examination, they realized that the patterns represented an ancient code lock, requiring a specific sequence and method to unlock. Gathered around the stone door, the team meticulously studied each pattern, attempting to decipher its secrets. Just as they focused on cracking the code, the surrounding seawater suddenly turned murky. Lingyue, sensing danger, swiftly drew her weapon and surveyed her surroundings. Without warning, several colossal mechanical octopuses surged from the darkness, their bodies shimmering with eerie blue light, their agile, powerful tentacles equipped with an array of weaponry. The team immediately dispersed, engaging in combat with the mechanical foes. Lingyue wielded her specialized weapon, severing one of the octopus's tentacles. However, the mechanical octopuses demonstrated formidable combat capabilities, employing unpredictable attack patterns that gradually forced the team into a defensive position. Amidst the intense battle, Lingyue discerned that the octopus's vulnerability lay in their core head regions. While evading their assaults, she sought an opportunity to close in at last. Seizing the moment, she leaped and thrust her weapon toward one octopus's head. With a resounding boom, the mechanical creature lost power and sank into the depths. Encouraged by Lingyue's success, her teammates followed suit, concentrating their fire on the octopus's heads. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the mechanical foes. However, the commotion attracted further trouble. A submarine from the mysterious force appeared in the nearby waters, dispatching more armed personnel towards the underwater ruins. Lingyue understood the urgency. They needed to unlock the stone door swiftly. Alongside the technical expert, she hastened the code-cracking process, and after diligent effort, they finally discovered the correct sequence. With a deep rumble, the stone door gradually swung open, releasing a surge of enigmatic energy from within the ruins. The team wasted no time. Rushing inside the center of the ruins, upon a grand stone platform, lay a crystal orb radiating a gentle luminescence, the second sacred artifact, just as Lingyue and her team prepared to retrieve the artifact. Armed personnel from the mysterious force burst into the ruins. Leading them was a towering man, who sneered, "Leave the artifact, and you may depart alive." Undeterred, Lingyue resolutely replied, "You shall not take the artifact. We will not allow your schemes to succeed." The two sides once again found themselves in a standoff, the tension palpable as the battle loomed. The interior of the ruins was constricted, unfavorable for large-scale combat. Yet the armed personnel of the mysterious force were numerous and gradually gaining the upper hand with their advanced weaponry. Lingyue and her team fought, while retreating, seeking an opportunity to escape. In a pivotal moment, Lingyue recalled that there were ancient mechanisms within the ruins that could be utilized. She led her team towards the mechanisms, drawing the enemy's fire while searching for a way to activate them. At last, they discovered the control device for the mechanism, and Lingyue resolutely pressed the button as the mechanism activated. The interior of the ruins underwent a violent transformation. Massive stones plummeted from the ceiling, and the ground began to fissure, with seawater rapidly flooding in. The sudden upheaval disoriented the armed personnel, causing them to scatter in panic. Seizing the moment, Lingyue and her team grabbed the sacred artifact and swam towards the exit of the ruins. In the ensuing chaos, they successfully evaded the pursuing forces and returned to the research submarine as the vessel ascended slowly. Lingyue gazed at the artifact in her hands, feeling both a sense of relief and trepidation. She was relieved that they had successfully protected another sacred artifact, yet concerned that the mysterious force would not relent, and the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. They must locate the remaining artifacts before the Enigmatic faction could unleash impending disaster. Chapter 106. The sinister contest in the Lost Jungle. Upon returning to headquarters with the second sacred artifact, Lingyue and her team scarcely had a moment to rest before immersing themselves in the search for the third artifact. Based on the obscure clues from ancient texts and the intelligence team's meticulous analysis, they focused their efforts on an ancient jungle in South America. This jungle was not only a haven for numerous rare species of flora and fauna, but also concealed countless relics of ancient civilizations. According to legend, the third sacred artifact lay dormant within an obscure temple hidden deep within. For this mission, Lingyue assembled a team well-versed in wilderness survival and combat, equipped with advanced communication devices, weaponry, and jungle exploration gear. As the helicopter gradually descended at the edge of the jungle, a humid and oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, accompanied by the cacophony of various unknown insects, seemingly warning them of the impending unknown dangers. The team members ventured deeper into the jungle along a barely discernible path. The dense foliage obscured the sun, casting the interior into dimness, while the ground was thickly carpeted with decaying leaves and gnarled vines, making each step a formidable challenge. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, wary of potential threats. Suddenly, a scout ahead let out a startled cry, prompting Lingyue and her companions to rush forward. There, coiled in the center of the path, was a massive python, flicking its tongue, blocking their way. The serpent was as thick as a bowl, its scales glimmering ominously in the faint light. Su Feng cautiously raised his weapon, preparing to fire, but Lingyue halted him. She understood that discharging a firearm in the jungle could invite greater peril. She signaled for the team to slowly retreat, urging silence to avoid provoking the snake. After a tense standoff, the python seemed to sense their lack of malice and gradually slithered away. The team exhaled in relief and continued onward. As they delved deeper into the jungle, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. They stumbled upon peculiar totems and colossal stones inscribed with runes, reminiscent of those they had encountered in ancient ruins, further solidifying their belief that the sacred artifact was near. However, unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been detected by a clandestine force. Just as they approached the temple, a cadre of camouflaged armed personnel emerged from the shadows. Surrounding them, at the forefront was a woman with a fierce gaze, who coldly taunted, "Did you think you could find the sacred artifact so easily? Today shall mark your demise." Undaunted, Lingyue swiftly organized her team to seek cover. Confronting the mysterious armed personnel, she was acutely aware that these shadowy figures would stop at nothing to seize the artifact, compelling them to give their all. The clash erupted in an instant. Bullets whizzing through the jungle as the team, drawing on their extensive combat experience and agile tactics, engaged in fierce firefights with the enemy. Yet, the overwhelming numbers and advantageous positioning of the assailants began to overwhelm them. During the skirmish, Lingyue observed that the mysterious armed personnel exhibited an intimate familiarity with the jungle, adeptly utilizing the terrain to launch their attacks, and their weaponry was of superior quality. Realizing that they could not afford to continue fighting blindly, she resolved to devise a way to break through the encirclement. While directing her team's defensive maneuvers, she scrutinized her surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted a concealed path behind the temple, seemingly leading deeper into the jungle. An idea sparked within her. She decided to lead her team down this route, exploiting the jungle's intricate terrain to elude their pursuers. Lingyue conveyed her plan to the team, who nodded in agreement. Under the cover of a fierce barrage, the team swiftly charged toward the path. The armed personnel, realizing their intention, immediately intensified their fire in pursuit. The team raced through the jungle, the enemy hot on their heels. Suddenly, one team member inadvertently triggered a trap, becoming ensnared by a rope. Lingyue and the others halted, preparing to rescue their comrade. Yet, the mysterious armed personnel had closed in, and the situation grew dire. Su Feng stepped forward, firing at the enemy while covering the others as they worked to free their trapped teammate. After a concerted effort, they successfully extricated their comrade and continued their flight, finally shaking off the pursuers. After a grueling trek, they reached the temple, constructed from enormous stone blocks. The temple's surface was adorned with enigmatic patterns and symbols, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Lingyue and her team cautiously entered the temple, which was dark and damp, permeated by a musty odor. At the center of the temple rested a colossal stone platform upon which lay a disc radiating golden light, the third sacred artifact they had sought so diligently. As Lingyue and her team prepared to retrieve the artifact, the lights within the temple suddenly extinguished, and an eerie laughter echoed around them. Moments later, a swarm of shadowy figures surged from the darkness. These phantoms moved with agility and speed, swiftly encircling the team. Upon closer inspection, Lingyue realized that these figures were mysterious creatures unlike any she had encountered before. They were pitch black, their eyes glowing red, and their mouths filled with sharp fangs. The team quickly raised their weapons, firing at the enigmatic beings. However, their formidable defenses rendered ordinary bullets ineffective. The team found themselves in a perilous predicament. In the midst of battle, Lingyue discerned that these creatures were particularly sensitive to bright light. She hastily retrieved her flashlight and directed its beam toward the creatures. Indeed, under the intense illumination, the creatures' movement slowed. Lingyue promptly instructed her team to utilize the flashlight to create a zone of bright light, forcing the mysterious beings to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, she and her team grasped the sacred artifact and dashed toward the temple's exit. As they burst out of the temple, Lingyue glanced back to see the creatures lingering within, seemingly reluctant to cross the temple's threshold. Breathing a sigh of relief, she led her team swiftly away from the perilous jungle. Upon returning to headquarters with the third sacred artifact, Lingyue understood that they had taken a significant step towards thwarting the mysterious force's nefarious plans. Yet, she was acutely aware that the search for the remaining two artifacts would prove even more arduous, and the shadowy forces would not relent. Regardless of what awaited them, Lingyue and her team remained resolute. They would continue to fight for the preservation of peace and tranquility in the world. Chapter 107. The mystery of the sacred artifacts and new crises upon their return to headquarters with the third sacred artifact. Lingyue and her team had scarcely begun to revel in their success before the weight of new pressures descended upon them. The research team promptly initiated an examination of the artifact. Yet as their investigation deepened, a series of intricate mysteries began to surface. This disk, radiating a golden glow, appeared ordinary at first glance, yet it concealed unimaginable energy fluctuations. Researchers, employing various advanced instruments, discovered that the runes inscribed on the disk bore no resemblance to any known civilization, and its internal structure was extraordinarily intricate, defying complete analysis with current technological capabilities. Even more perplexing was the fact that any attempts to activate the disk would trigger chaotic disturbances in the surrounding electromagnetic field, occasionally causing electronic devices to malfunction. Simultaneously, the intelligence department relayed unsettling news. Following their acquisition of the third artifact, the mysterious forces had not receded. On the contrary, their activities had intensified. They launched a series of covert operations globally, seemingly amassing strength for a more audacious counterattack. Indications suggested that their desire for the remaining two artifacts had reached a near-manic level, and they were likely to resort to any means necessary to thwart Lingyue and her team's quest for the artifacts. Confronted with such a grave situation, Lingyue recognized the necessity of unwavering diligence. She convened an urgent meeting with her team to strategize their next steps. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with worry and anxiety etched across every face. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the capabilities of the mysterious forces should not be underestimated. Their operations in the jungles of South America were merely a prelude. They will undoubtedly devise further complications for us, remarked intelligence analyst Li Hua, furrowing his brow. Moreover, the research on this artifact is progressing slowly, and we remain oblivious to its true purpose, which hampers our future initiatives, added Dr. Wang, head of the research team, expressing his concerns. Lingyue listened intently to her team's remarks, her mind racing with contemplation. She understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture, where every decision could determine the success or failure of their mission. After considerable reflection, she spoke slowly. No matter the challenges we face, we must not relent. The artifact is pivotal in thwarting the machinations of the mysterious forces. We must expedite our search for the remaining two artifacts. As for the research on this artifact, Dr. Wang, I implore you and your team to intensify your efforts and strive to unravel its secrets at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Wang nodded resolutely, assuring her, rest assured, Captain Ling, we will exert every effort. Regarding the movements of the mysterious forces, Li Hua, you must maintain vigilant surveillance. Should any new information arise, report to me immediately, Lingyue instructed. Understood, Li Hua affirmed. After the meeting adjourned, Lingyue found herself alone in the laboratory where the artifacts were stored. She stood quietly before the disk, gazing at the mysterious luminescent artifact, her heart heavy with doubt and apprehension. She was acutely aware of the immense responsibility resting upon her shoulders. This confrontation with the enigmatic forces was not solely about global peace and stability, but also about the future of humanity itself. Lingyue lost herself in thought. Her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen to see it was Li Hua calling. Captain Ling, there's new information. We've just intercepted a communication signal from the mysterious forces, and analysis suggests they possess some clues regarding the fourth artifact. Li Hua's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. What are the specifics? Lingyue's heart raced. She recognized this could be a significant breakthrough. According to the communication, the fourth artifact may be hidden within an ancient ruin located in the Arctic Circle. The environment there is harsh, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, and disrupted by mysterious energy fluctuations that render ordinary detection equipment ineffective, Li Hua reported in detail. Lingyue furrowed her brow. Searching for the sacred relic in the extreme conditions of the Arctic Circle was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, she decisively instructed, prepare the relevant materials and equipment immediately. We shall depart at once. After disconnecting the call, Lingyue swiftly gathered her team, imparting this crucial news. The team members expressed their unwavering commitment to accompany Lingyue to the Arctic Circle, irrespective of the challenges they might face. Following a flurry of intense preparations, Lingyue led her team aboard a modified icebreaker aircraft, setting forth toward the Arctic Circle as the aircraft soared over the vast expanse of ice. The panoramic view revealed a pristine world below, with endless glaciers and ice fields shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. However, beneath this beautiful facade lay immense peril as they approached their destination. A series of treacherous weather conditions ensued. Gale-force winds howled, blizzards raged, and the aircraft trembled violently in turbulent air, teetering on the brink of disaster. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to land," Lingyue shouted through the intercom. Thanks to the pilot's efforts, the aircraft eventually touched down successfully on a relatively flat ice surface. The team members hastily disembarked, and a bone-chilling wind assaulted them. As if attempting to freeze them to the core, they quickly donned their heavy winter gear and goggles, commencing their trek towards the ruins. Navigating through deep snow proved arduous, necessitating constant vigilance against potential ice fissures and avalanches. The harsh environment slowed their progress and drained their stamina. After several grueling hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The structure was encased in thick ice, revealing only a narrow opening. Cautiously, Lingyue and her team ventured inside, where an icy chill enveloped them. The interior was dark and damp, with walls encrusted in layers of ice. They proceeded down a narrow passage, flanked by walls etched with various strange symbols and patterns, markedly different from those encountered in other ruins. Seemingly harboring some ancient and arcane message as they delved deeper into the ruins, a low rumbling suddenly resonated. Lingyue and her companions halted, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. The ground ahead quaked violently, and the ice began to crack, revealing a colossal figure slowly emerging from beneath the surface. "What is that?" the team members cried in terror. Lingyue focused her gaze, realizing it was a massive ice beast, its form entirely cloaked in thick ice, towering over them at least 10 meters high. The ice beast opened its gaping maw and roared, unleashing a wave of frigid air that instantly froze the surrounding atmosphere. Lingyue quickly composed herself, shouting, "Everyone, be cautious. This ice beast is formidable. Do not confront it directly. Exploit the environment to find its weaknesses." The team members nodded in agreement, swiftly dispersing to seek cover. The ice beast swung its gigantic claws toward them, and the team opened fire, but the bullets merely ricocheted off its icy exterior, inflicting no damage. Amid the fierce battle, Lingyue discerned that the beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. She swiftly retrieved a specially designed flashbang and hurled it toward the creature's eyes. The flashbang detonated in front of the beast, the blinding light temporarily obscuring its vision. Seizing the opportunity, Lingyue led her team forward, targeting the beast's vulnerable eyes and abdomen with their weapons. After an intense struggle, the ice beast finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Following their victory, Lingyue and her team pressed onward, arriving at the core of the ruins. There, on a massive ice pedestal, lay a sacred relic emanating a serene blue glow. Excitement surged through Lingyue and her team as they cautiously approached, preparing to retrieve the relic. However, just as they were about to touch it, an energy barrier suddenly repelled them to their astonishment. They realized that the barrier was generated by the relic itself, seemingly guarding it against being taken so easily. Lingyue furrowed her brow, understanding that acquiring this relic would not be straightforward. Undeterred, she and her team began to meticulously study the energy barrier, seeking a method to dismantle it. After considerable exploration and experimentation, Lingyue finally identified a flaw in the barrier. Utilizing a unique piece of equipment, she successfully breached the energy shield. With the barrier dismantled, Lingyue and her team retrieved the fourth sacred relic, leaving the perilous ruins with a sense of triumph. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious figure materialized within the ruins after their departure, silently observing their retreat with a faint, sinister smile. "Do you think this is the end? The real drama is only just beginning." Chapter 108. The counterattack of the mysterious organization and new clues having successfully evacuated from the Arctic Circle ruins with the fourth sacred relic. Lingyue and her team hurried back to headquarters. Before they could catch their breath, alarms blared throughout the base, shattering the tranquility and plunging the facility into a heightened state of alert. "What is happening?" Lingyue inquired gravely as she hastened toward the command center, glancing at the breathless Li Hua rushing to report. "Captain Lin, the mysterious organization has launched a large-scale attack. They seem to have identified our defensive vulnerabilities and are advancing directly toward the core area where the relics are stored." Li Hua spoke rapidly, sweat beading on his forehead. Linyue's heart sank. She understood that the mysterious organization had come well prepared, likely targeting the sacred relics they had painstakingly retrieved. She quickly devised a plan. "Su Feng, take a team to the eastern flank and hold the line. Wang Yu, Lead another team to set up an ambush around the core area. If the enemy breaches, counterattack immediately. The rest, follow me. We will confront them head-on. As battle loomed, the armed personnel of the mysterious organization, trained and coordinated, launched relentless assaults on the headquarters defenses with advanced weaponry. Bullets flew, explosions erupted, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Lingyue and her team, fortified by their sturdy defenses and indomitable spirit, repelled the enemy's charges time and again. However, the mysterious organization showed no signs of retreat. Faced with stalled frontal assaults, they resorted to heavy weaponry. Bombarding the headquarters defenses, the ground shook violently, and the fortifications trembled precariously. Lingyue realized that if they continued to play defense, the headquarters would eventually fall. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and disrupt their rhythm, Lingyue declared, leading her team through the hail of gunfire toward the enemy's positions. Morale surged among the team members as they followed Lingyue into fierce close-quarters combat. Amidst the chaos, Lingyue spotted the commander of the mysterious organization, a tall, cold-eyed man directing the battle from beside an armored vehicle. Lingyue's instincts kicked in. Eliminating this commander could shatter the enemy's resolve. Su Feng, cover me, she shouted, sprinting toward the commander like a leopard. Su Feng rallied the team, concentrating fire on the enemies surrounding the commander. Lingyue deftly dodged bullets, swiftly closing in on her target. Sensing danger, the commander drew his handgun and fired at Lingyue. She sidestepped just in time, evading the bullet, and lunged forward, engaging him in a fierce struggle. As their combat intensified, a member of the mysterious organization launched a surprise attack from behind. Aiming at Lingyue in a split second, Su Feng dashed in front of her, taking the bullet meant for her. Su Feng, Lingyue cried out in anguish, her fury igniting her strength as she swiftly dispatched both the commander and the assailant. With their leader incapacitated, the mysterious organization descended into chaos, allowing Lingyue's team to mount a full-scale counteroffensive, driving the intruders from the headquarters. After the battle, Lingyue stood vigil by Su Feng's hospital bed, filled with remorse and guilt. Though his life was not in danger, his injuries were severe, necessitating prolonged treatment and rehabilitation. Captain Lin, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault, Li Hua consoled her. Our immediate priority is to locate the final sacred relic and thwart the mysterious organization's plot once and for all. Lingyue nodded, inhaling deeply to steady herself. This confrontation had illuminated the peril posed by the mysterious organization, underscoring the urgency of locating the last sacred relic. At that moment, Dr. Wang from the research team hurried in, clutching a document with an excited expression. Captain Lin, we've uncovered new clues in our examination of the fourth sacred relic. Lingyue and Li Hua quickly gathered around him. Dr. Wang opened the document, pointing to certain symbols and maps, stating, through our in-depth study of the relic's runes, we have discovered specific connections among these symbols. After extensive deductions, we have finally unraveled the secrets within. Based on these clues, the final artifact is likely hidden in an ancient underwater city deep within the Pacific Ocean. An underwater city. Lingyue furrowed her brow. This revelation instilled hope, yet presented new challenges. The underwater environment is complex, with immense water pressure and various unknown dangers, making the search for the artifact immensely difficult. However, Lingyue exhibited no hesitation, resolutely declaring, no matter how arduous it may be, we must endeavor to try. Dr. Wang, prepare the necessary diving equipment and research materials promptly. Li Hua, select a team adept in underwater operations. We shall depart at once. After a flurry of urgent preparations, Lingyue led her team aboard an advanced submarine. Heading towards the depths of the Pacific, the submarine glided slowly through the dark ocean floor, with deep blue hues visible through the windows, occasionally interrupted by the passage of peculiar marine creatures. Adding an air of mystery as the submarine approached the designated site, various dangers emerged. The seabed's terrain was complex, littered with reefs and trenches, where a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Furthermore, due to the effects of water pressure, some equipment began to malfunction. Remain calm. Do not panic, Lingyue reassured her team while assisting the technicians in making repairs. Through their collective efforts, they successfully rectified the faults, and the submarine continued its journey toward the ancient city beneath the waves. At last, they discovered the mysterious ancient city nestled within an underwater canyon. The architectural style was unique, with massive stones arranged into various strange shapes, and the walls were adorned with enigmatic patterns and symbols. As the submarine approached the ancient city, Lingyue and her team donned specially designed diving suits, preparing to explore the city's interior. The moment they stepped into the ancient city, An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. A soft blue glow permeated the interior, as if recounting its former splendor. The team cautiously advanced along the streets, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, one team member inadvertently triggered a mechanism. In an instant, countless arrows shot forth from the walls. Whistling toward them. "Watch out," Lingyue shouted, swiftly guiding her team to evade. The arrows narrowly missed, emitting a chilling whistle that sent shivers down their spines. After narrowly escaping the barrage, they pressed on. In the heart of the ancient city. They encountered a grand palace. The massive doors were tightly shut, intricately engraved with complex runes. Lingyue and her team meticulously studied these runes, ultimately discovering the method to open the doors with a deep rumble. The palace doors slowly creaked open, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth from within, reinforcing their belief that the final artifact lay inside. However, upon entering the palace, they found it riddled with traps and mechanisms. In the center of the palace rested a box radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, undoubtedly the final artifact they had tirelessly sought. Yet, retrieving it was no simple task. The surrounding traps unleashed a barrage of attacks. Deadly weapons hurtling toward them. Armed with extensive combat experience and unwavering determination, Lingyue and her team skillfully dodged the assaults. They coordinated meticulously, inching closer to the artifact, just as Lingyue was about to touch the artifact. The ground within the palace began to tremble violently, fissures rapidly spreading. "This is bad. The palace is collapsing," Lingyue shouted, quickly seizing the artifact and leading her team toward the exit, amidst the explosions echoing behind them. They successfully escaped the palace. Upon returning to the submarine, they were met by the mysterious organization's fleet of submarines. Lingyue understood that a new battle was imminent, yet she felt no fear. For she held the key to thwarting the organization's nefarious plot. The 5 Artifacts. Chapter 109. The eve of battle and the secrets of the artifacts. Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters with the 5 artifacts. Scarcely able to catch their breath before being inundated with a barrage of intelligence. The mysterious organization was frantically amassing power globally, their fleet patrolling the high seas while elite forces lay in wait at strategic locations, indicating that a comprehensive showdown was imminent. Simultaneously, the research team entered a critical phase in their study of the 5 artifacts. Dr. Wang led the team tirelessly, placing the artifacts within a specially designed experimental chamber for advanced testing and analysis. As research progressed, a startling revelation began to surface. It became clear that these 5 artifacts were not mere ancient relics, but rather a powerful energy control system. They shared a delicate connection. When united, they could unleash an immense energy capable of altering Earth's magnetic field and even impacting the entire solar system's trajectory. How is this possible? Lingyue was astounded by this revelation. If the mysterious organization were to acquire such energy, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dr. Wang nodded gravely, stating, "Worse yet, we have discovered that the organization seems to have mastered the activation methods for some of the artifacts. They are likely to launch an assault to seize the artifacts from us in the near future." Lingyue recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly gathered her team for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, with everyone aware that an unprecedented challenge lay ahead. "We must swiftly devise a countermeasure," Lingyue urged. "The mysterious organization is formidable. We cannot afford to be passive." Su Feng, still bearing injuries, spoke with resolve. "We can harness the artifact's energy to create a powerful defensive barrier and then seek an opportunity to dismantle the organization's core forces." "That's a sound idea," Li Hua concurred, "but we need a detailed battle plan. The organization will surely anticipate our actions. We must catch them off guard." After intense deliberation, they formulated a comprehensive battle strategy. According to the plan, they would establish a defensive perimeter centered around the artifact's energy to lure the mysterious organization into attacking. Simultaneously, a specialized team would infiltrate the organization's base to dismantle their command system and energy supply facilities. In the ensuing days, Lingyue and her team prepared diligently, deploying advanced weaponry and defensive systems around headquarters, utilizing the artifact's energy to create a formidable energy shield. This shield not only repelled enemy assaults, but also disrupted their weapon systems. Meanwhile, the infiltration team engaged in rigorous training, crafting detailed plans tailored to the organization's base's terrain and defenses. To ensure success, they conducted multiple simulations, refining their strategy, just as Lingyue and her team were finalizing their preparations. The mysterious organization launched their assault. Their fleet surged forth like a tidal wave, a multitude of warships shrouding the skies and seas surrounding headquarters. "The enemy is here," Lingyue alerted her team via intercom. All personnel remain vigilant and execute the plan. With Lingyue's command, the weapons systems of the defensive perimeter activated. Missiles, laser cannons, and electromagnetic artillery rained down upon the enemy fleet, igniting the sky with flames and drowning out the air with deafening explosions. Although the mysterious organization's fleet sustained heavy losses, they did not retreat. Instead, they charged even more fervently toward the defensive perimeter. Amidst the intense combat, Lingyue closely monitored the battlefield. She noticed that despite their numerical superiority, the organization's command system exhibited vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, she ordered the infiltration team to proceed, taking advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the organization's base. The infiltration team, aboard a stealth submarine, silently navigated through the enemy's defenses. They discovered a concealed entry point at the organization's rear and swiftly entered the base. Inside, the base was heavily fortified, patrolled by soldiers and surveillance equipment. The infiltration team cautiously evaded enemy patrols, advancing toward the command center and energy supply facilities. Along the way, they faced multiple enemy attacks, yet through their exceptional combat skills and seamless cooperation, they consistently emerged unscathed. At last, they reached the entrance to the command center. Su Feng led the charge, launching a surprise attack that swiftly neutralized the guards at the door. They stormed into the command center, engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries within. During the melee, Su Feng spotted the organization's commander and, without hesitation, charged at him, igniting a breathtaking duel within the command center. After an intense struggle, Su Feng ultimately triumphed over the commander, dismantling the organization's command system. Concurrently, another team successfully destroyed the organization's energy supply facilities. Deprived of their command and energy, the mysterious organization's fleet descended into chaos. Lingyue seized the moment, issuing the order for a full counterattack. The defensive perimeter's weapon systems unleashed a barrage of fire, delivering a final blow to the enemy fleet. Under the overwhelming assault, the mysterious organization's forces crumbled, scattering in disarray. The thrilling final battle concluded with Lingyue and her comrades emerging victorious. They successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of a mysterious organization, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the Earth. After the battle, Lingyue and her team returned to headquarters, reflecting on the 5 sacred artifacts in their possession. Their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Throughout their arduous journey, they faced countless challenges, yet they never surrendered. It was their unwavering determination and relentless effort that culminated in today's triumph. That we did it, Lingyue declared, her eyes glistening with tears of exhilaration as she gazed at her teammates. We have successfully protected this world. The team erupted in joyous celebration, embracing one another tightly, reveling in their hard-won victory. In that moment, all fatigue and pain dissipated, replaced by pride and elation. However, Lingyue understood that this battle represented merely a temporary victory. Although the mysterious organization had suffered significant blows, it had not been entirely eradicated. They would undoubtedly face further challenges and trials in the future. Yet, she firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could impede their progress. Chapter 110. The post-war era and the emergence of new crises in the aftermath of the decisive victory. The headquarters was awash with the jubilant and relaxed atmosphere of survival. Team members congratulated one another, sharing the spoils of victory, while the base was adorned with festive decorations, resembling a grand celebration. Lingyue navigated through the crowd, her face adorned with a reassuring smile, yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Reconstruction efforts commenced swiftly after the war. The research team delved deeper into studying the sacred artifacts, seeking to uncover more valuable information in preparation for potential future crises. Meanwhile, the intelligence department worked diligently to conduct a thorough investigation of the remnants of the mysterious organization, aiming to eradicate any lingering threats. The logistics team concentrated on repairing the facilities damaged during the conflict, striving to restore the headquarters to its previous efficient state. However, as time passed, peculiar phenomena began to emerge. Small-scale energy fluctuations occurred frequently across the globe. Although each incident was brief and of low intensity, their frequency was on the rise. Initially, people did not pay much attention, dismissing it as mere natural occurrences. Yet, Lingyue, with her keen intuition, sensed that these anomalies might conceal a more significant crisis. She promptly convened a joint discussion with the research and intelligence teams. The atmosphere in the meeting was grave, as everyone recognized that these seemingly inconsequential energy fluctuations might be intricately linked to the mysterious organization and the sacred artifacts. According to our monitoring data, although the frequency and intensity of these energy fluctuations are irregular, their locations exhibit a discernible pattern, stated intelligence analyst Lingyue, pointing to the red dots marked on the map. They predominantly cluster around ancient civilization relics, raising suspicions that this correlates with our search for the sacred artifacts. Dr. Wang from the research team concurred. From the characteristics of the energy, these fluctuations bear similarities to the energy released by the sacred artifacts. It is highly likely that the activation of the artifacts triggered some unknown chain reactions. Lingyue frowned, lost in thought. She understood that despite the mysterious organization sustaining heavy losses in the final battle, their research and plans could not be easily dismantled. These energy fluctuations might be remnants of their machinations or a new threat quietly taking shape. We must swiftly ascertain the causes and implications of these energy fluctuations. Lingyue asserted decisively. Dr. Wang, intensify the research on the sacred artifacts and energy fluctuations. Lingyue, expand the investigation scope and closely monitor the movements of the remnants of the mysterious organization. No clue should be overlooked. In the ensuing days, the team members worked tirelessly. The research team conducted numerous simulations in the laboratory, striving to discern the patterns of the energy fluctuations and devise countermeasures. Meanwhile, intelligence personnel traversed the globe, collaborating with local intelligence agencies to gather all potentially useful information. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered some crucial leads. It turned out that the mysterious organization had attempted to harness the unique energy fields of ancient relics during their research on the sacred artifacts to activate their full power for their clandestine objectives. Although their plans were thwarted in the final battle, the activated energy fields of the relics had not entirely dissipated. Instead, under the influence of some unknown force, they generated these abnormal energy fluctuations. Worse still, as the energy fluctuations intensified, some ancient relics began to exhibit signs of instability, with certain sites even facing the risk of collapse. These relics were not only treasures of human historical culture, but also potentially harbored significant secrets related to the sacred artifacts and the mysterious organization. The consequences of their destruction would be unimaginable. Lingyue realized the urgency of the situation. She resolved to personally lead a small team to investigate and repair the site where the energy fluctuations were most pronounced. This site was located deep within a remote mountain range, characterized by treacherous terrain and harsh conditions, surrounded by various unknown dangers. Upon their arrival at the relic, the sight before them was astonishing. The once majestic structure lay in ruins, colossal stones scattered about, and the mysterious runes on the walls flickered with an eerie glow. The air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness. The team members cautiously ventured into the relic, remaining vigilant against potential dangers. In the core area of the site, they discovered a massive energy vortex, from which powerful energy streams surged forth, responsible for the surrounding energy fluctuations and the instability of the relic. Lingyue understood that to quell this crisis, they needed to find a method to close the energy vortex. She and her team meticulously observed and studied the vortex, seeking its weaknesses and a means to shut it down. However, the vortex's power was overwhelming, and each attempt ended in failure. Just as they felt despair, Lingyue suddenly recalled the subtle connections between the sacred artifacts. An idea sparked within her. Perhaps they could harness the power of the artifacts to combat the energy vortex. She quickly retrieved the 5 sacred artifacts and, based on their previous research, arranged them around the energy vortex. Miraculously, the energies of the artifacts resonated with one another, forming a formidable energy field that countered the vortex's power. As the energy field intensified, the strength of the vortex was gradually suppressed until it finally dissipated. With the closure of the energy vortex, the surrounding energy fluctuations began to subside, and the condition of the relic stabilized. Lingyue and her team breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully averted this crisis. However, just as they prepared to leave the relic, they discovered a group of mysterious individuals had appeared around them. Cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured, these enigmatic figures brandished weapons, encircling Lingyue and her comrades. "Who are you?" Lingyue inquired warily. The leader of the mysterious figures smirked coldly. "Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that you have disrupted our plans. But fear not, this is merely the beginning. A greater crisis lies ahead." With that, the leader commanded, and the surrounding figures launched a sudden attack on Lingyue and her team. Lingyue and her comrades swiftly drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the mysterious individuals. During the fray, Lingyue discerned that these adversaries were formidable. Their combat skills and weaponry were impressively advanced. Moreover, they appeared intimately familiar with the layout of the relic, cleverly exploiting the surrounding environment to mount their assaults. Lingyue recognized that this battle would be exceptionally arduous. Yet, undaunted, she rallied her team to resist fiercely. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the mysterious assailants, amidst the fierce conflict, Lingyue silently vowed that regardless of the challenges they faced, she would not allow the schemes of these enigmatic figures to prevail. She would steadfastly safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 111. The mysterious organization's contingency and the difficult escape. The battle within the relic escalated, the onslaught of the mysterious figures relentless and unyielding. Lingyue and her team formed a defensive circle, their backs pressed together, drawing upon their extensive combat experience and indomitable will to endure. What exactly are these mysterious individuals? Why have they suddenly appeared? Shouted team member Xiao Zhang amidst the intense exchange of fire. Lingyue's expression was grave as she retaliated with precision, contemplating, regardless of their identity, their emergence is undoubtedly connected to the relic and the energy fluctuations. It seems the mysterious organization schemes are far more intricate than we had imagined. The mysterious figures appeared to have no urgency to conclude the battle. They toyed with Lingyue and her team like a cat with a mouse, slowly wearing down their stamina and ammunition. Suddenly, one of the mysterious individuals produced a small device from his waist, and, upon pressing a button, a powerful electromagnetic interference enveloped the battlefield. Lingyue and her team's communication devices and weapon systems malfunctioned instantly, plunging them into dire straits. "This is bad. It's an electromagnetic pulse disruptor," exclaimed technical expert Xiao Zhao, his face pale. "Our weapons have become nothing more than scrap metal, stripped of their weaponry advantage." The team's situation grew increasingly precarious. Sensing this, the mysterious figures intensified their assault, pressing closer with every passing moment. Lingyue's heart raced. She knew that if they continued down this path, they would all perish here at this critical juncture. Lingyue suddenly discovered a narrow passageway on one side of the ruins. The entrance was partially obscured by a massive stone, rendering it exceedingly concealed. That a spark ignited within her, and she immediately called out to her team, "Follow me. We shall break through that passage." Without a moment's hesitation, the team rallied under Lingyue's leadership, exerting every ounce of strength as they surged towards the passage. The enigmatic figures realized their intent and swiftly concentrated their fire to obstruct their escape. Bullets whizzed past them, and several team members were unfortunate enough to sustain injuries. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and pressed on undeterred. At long last, they successfully burst into the passage. The narrow corridor could only accommodate 2 individuals side by side, preventing the mysterious assailants from overwhelming them all at once, thus granting Lingyue and her comrades a brief respite. They raced through the passage, with the shouts and footsteps of their pursuers echoing behind them. After what felt like an eternity, a vast cavern suddenly loomed ahead, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the interior from their view. Lingyue and her team cautiously entered the cavern, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The atmosphere felt ominously foreboding. Would there be more dangers lurking within? "It feels eerie here," murmured team member Xiao Wang anxiously. Before Lingyue could respond, a deep, rumbling roar reverberated through the cavern. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the mist. As they focused their eyes, they beheld a creature of monstrous proportions, bizarre in appearance. Its body was cloaked in black scales, eyes gleaming with a blood-red glow, and its mouth bristled with sharp fangs, instilling terror in their hearts. "What manner of beast is this?" the team exclaimed in horror. Lingyue quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing the creature's movements and attack patterns in a bid to discern its vulnerabilities. The monster lunged at them with a ferocious roar, its massive claws slicing through the air, creating a fierce wind. The team scattered in chaos as the cavern erupted into disarray. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Lingyue noticed that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its weak point. "Aim for its belly," she shouted to her comrades. Heeding her command, they seized stones and broken branches from the ground and hurled them at the monster's vulnerable midsection. Infuriated by the assault, the creature howled with rage, its attacks becoming increasingly violent. Yet, the team did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, persistently seeking opportunities to exploit the creature's weakness. After an arduous battle, the creature gradually began to tire, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing the moment, Lingyue picked up a sturdy branch and, summoning all her strength, plunged it deep into the monster's abdomen. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed, lifeless and still, with the beast vanquished. Lingyue and her companions finally exhaled in relief. They took a moment to rest within the cavern, regaining their strength. It was then that Lingyue began to contemplate their next course of action. "We cannot linger here. The mysterious figures will undoubtedly pursue us," she stated. "However, our communication devices are malfunctioning, and we remain unaware of where this passage leads. Captain, I suggest we proceed along this passage. Perhaps we will uncover an exit or other useful clues. Suggested Xiao Zhao. Lingyue nodded, finding merit in Xiao Zhao's proposal. Thus, they readied their gear and continued onward through the passage. After a prolonged exploration, they finally glimpsed a flicker of light ahead. Joy surged within them, and they quickened their pace. Upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves on the opposite side of the mountain, surrounded by a dense forest, its scenery enchanting. Yet, Lingyue and her team had no time to admire it. We should find a secure location to hide, restore our communication devices, and then devise a way to contact headquarters, Lingyue instructed. The team members nodded in agreement. They sought a concealed spot within the forest and established a temporary camp. Xiao Zhao set to work repairing the communication devices, and after considerable effort, he succeeded. Lingyue promptly reported their situation to headquarters. Upon learning of their ordeal, headquarters dispatched a rescue team without delay. While awaiting rescue, Lingyue and her team engaged in deep analysis and discussion regarding the recent events. This situation is highly suspicious. The timing of the mysterious figure's appearance was far too coincidental. It seems they were aware of our arrival, Li Hua remarked with a frown. Moreover, the energy vortex and the enigmatic creature were likely orchestrated by them, intended to ensnare us. Lingyue added, "It appears that although we have seemingly defeated the mysterious organization on the surface, their influence remains vast, with numerous contingencies in play." The group fell into contemplative silence, acutely aware that while the immediate crisis had been averted, greater challenges loomed ahead. They understood the urgency of returning to headquarters to strategize collectively against the organization's schemes. Shortly thereafter, the rescue team arrived. Lingyue and her companions gathered their equipment and followed the team back to headquarters. Upon their return, they convened an emergency meeting to relay their harrowing experiences within the ruins in detail. The atmosphere in headquarters grew somber, as everyone recognized that their struggle against the mysterious organization was far from over. Yet, Lingyue and her team's eyes shimmered with resolve. They firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could surmount any obstacle and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 112. The truth unfolds and strategies for resolution in the headquarters conference room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Lingyue and her team had just concluded their perilous encounter in the ruins and were yet to recuperate before diving into an analysis of the new conspiracy orchestrated by the mysterious organization. The large screen on the wall flickered with various data and images, intelligence gathered by the department over recent days regarding the remnants of the mysterious organization, from the intelligence currently at hand. It appeared that the organization maintained hidden strongholds across the globe, seemingly amassing power in the shadows, preparing to launch another assault. Intelligence analyst Li Hua pointed to the map displayed on the screen. His brow furrowed. Furthermore, we have discovered that they have been in frequent contact with certain international criminal organizations, likely engaging in arms trading and technological collaboration. Dr. Wang from the research team adjusted his glasses and continued. We have made new discoveries regarding the energy fluctuations and anomalies within the ruins. Through comparative analysis of the relics and residual energy within the ruins, we suspect that the mysterious organization is searching for an ancient energy source, which is interconnected with the power of the relics. Should they locate and activate it, the consequences would be dire. Lingyue listened intently, her worries deepening. She understood that the conspiracy of the mysterious organization resembled an invisible net, tightening around them. If they did not swiftly devise a strategy for resolution, the world would once more plunge into grave peril. We must take the initiative and disrupt their plans. Lingyue broke the silence, her tone resolute. First, we must enhance surveillance and strikes against the organization's strongholds, severing their resource supply and communication channels. Second, the research team must expedite their studies on the relics and the mysterious energy source to formulate countermeasures. The intelligence department should delve into the details of the organization's collaboration with international criminal entities to dismantle their alliance at its roots. The group nodded in agreement, each member promptly receiving their assignments and diving into their urgent tasks. Lingyue led the action team, initiating covert reconnaissance and strikes against the mysterious organization's strongholds. They traversed the dark corners of the world, engaging in thrilling confrontations with the organization's minions. During one operation, Lingyue and her team tracked a secret stronghold of the organization in Eastern Europe. The stronghold was concealed within an abandoned factory, heavily fortified with various traps and surveillance equipment. Lingyue and her team approached the stronghold cautiously, utilizing advanced equipment to evade detection. However, just as they prepared to launch their assault, the mysterious organization seemed to sense impending danger and suddenly fortified their defenses. Gunfire erupted, and both sides became embroiled in a fierce firefight. With her exceptional combat skills and calm command, Lingyue led her team in a desperate struggle against the enemy. During the battle, Lingyue noticed that the members of the mysterious organization appeared to have undergone some specialized training. Their coordination was seamless, and their tactics agile, placing considerable pressure on the action team. Nevertheless, Lingyue did not falter, continually adjusting their strategy to identify the enemy's weaknesses. After a fierce confrontation, the action team ultimately succeeded in breaching the enemy's defenses, storming into the heart of the stronghold, in the stronghold's basement. They discovered a cache of advanced weaponry and some mysterious documents. These documents contained records of the organization's collaborations with international criminal entities, as well as their plans to seek the ancient energy source. Lingyue and her team felt as though they had struck gold and quickly brought the documents back to headquarters. The research team and intelligence department wasted no time in conducting thorough analyses and studies of the documents. Through their interpretations, they began to unveil the tip of the iceberg concerning the organization's conspiracy. It was revealed that the mysterious organization had been in pursuit of an ancient energy source known as the Star Core. This energy source was said to originate from the depths of the universe, possessing boundless power. The organization intended to harness the Star Core's energy to activate the full potential of the relics, thereby aiming to seize control of the world. According to the clues within the documents, the Star Core was likely hidden within an ancient pyramid located in Africa. Li Hua pointed to a marked location on the map and said, "This pyramid is surrounded by desert, with a complex environment, and is guarded by mysterious forces. Gaining entry will be no easy feat." Lingyue gazed at the map, lost in thought. She understood that this would be an unprecedented challenge. Yet to thwart the nefarious machinations of a mysterious organization, they must journey to Africa in search of the Star Core. That we must prepare to depart immediately, Lingyue asserted decisively, recognizing the gravity of their mission. The research team provided them with essential equipment and technological support, while the intelligence department was tasked with gathering comprehensive information surrounding the pyramids. The action team engaged in targeted training to enhance their readiness. In the ensuing days, each team member diligently fulfilled their responsibilities, working in a tense yet orderly manner to ensure thorough preparations. The research team developed gear capable of withstanding the harsh desert environment and the interference of enigmatic forces. The intelligence department amassed a wealth of historical data and surrounding intelligence concerning the pyramids through various channels. Meanwhile, the action team conducted numerous practical drills in a simulated desert setting, continually honing their combat skills and their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Once all preparations were finalized, Lingyue led the action team aboard a modified transport aircraft. Soaring into the depths of Africa's desert, the plane traversed the vast expanse of the arid landscape. The endless golden sands stretched out below. Lingyue's heart brimmed with both apprehension and anticipation. She knew that the ultimate confrontation with the mysterious organization was on the horizon, and they must exert every effort to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world.